Chapter 1. The Great Wilderness Kingdom, Northern Region. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sound that pierced the air, a flash of cold light streaked past. In the next instant, a youth suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and retreated rapidly. Nevertheless, a shallow wound still marred his neck. 3 skilled masters of the spirit master realm. My elder brother truly holds me in high regard, Xuan remarked, halting his retreat and gazing gravely at the 3 dark figures before him. Xuan, the second prince of the Great Wilderness Kingdom, cherished travels to hone his skills. However, 3 days prior, he had fallen victim to an ambush where all his concealed protectors had perished in battle. Xuan, unable to withstand the assault, could only flee time and again. Little did he expect that, even in this brief moment of respite, the assassins would reappear. The second prince is indeed astute, what a pity. One of the shadowy figures nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Have you considered that should his majesty pursue this matter, you too would find it difficult to escape death? Xuan, after a moment's silence, retorted. In the past 3 days, Xuan had come to grasp the situation. Half a month ago, His Majesty had unexpectedly announced that Xuan would ascend to the position of Crown Prince, inciting his elder brother Xuan to take lethal action. The second prince is perhaps unaware that the kingdom's ruler has sustained severe injuries from backlash during his cultivation, and the beloved consort has now been imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Even the prince's situation seems far from favorable. The shadow sneered coldly. Xuan, you disgrace the title of son. Xuan exclaimed, his fury ignited. Second prince, prepare for your journey to the underworld. Soon you shall reunite with your family on the road to the Yellow Springs. The shadow grinned menacingly as the 3 figures surrounded Xuan. If I survive this day, I shall ensure the extermination of your clan in the future, Xuan declared, and with that, his figure surged away into the distance. The 3 shadows, witnessing this, merely smirked, showing no inclination to pursue. Bang! With a resounding crash, Xuan plummeted like a kite with severed strings toward the precipice below. Commander! The 3 shadows approached, respectfully addressing a man standing before the cliff. Boom! The man turned suddenly and struck out, sending the 3 shadows flying, their eyes wide with disbelief at their commander's abrupt aggression. The Crown Prince has stated that the mouths of the dead are the most tightly sealed, the man remarked, glancing at the cliff. With his Danteon destroyed, he will not survive this fall, even if he does not perish on impact. With another swift motion, the man obliterated the 3 shadows. After surveying his surroundings, he vanished without a trace. 3 years later, Heavenly Elder, I wish to return, a youth spoke solemnly as he approached an old man in a valley. Should the commander be present, he would recognize this individual as Xuan. Since you have made the decision to return, then go, the elder replied without turning, raising his left hand to guide fish ashore. Heavenly Elder, will you remain here always? Xuan hesitated momentarily before bowing respectfully. Fate arises and dissipates, all due to a single word, fate. When I saved you, it was fate now. As you prepare to depart, it signifies the end of that fate. Child, go the elder side. Heavenly Elder, take care. Xuan remained silent for a moment, ultimately bowing before turning to leave the valley. Child, everything is governed by the heart. As Xuan walked 100 meters away, the elder's voice echoed in his ears. Xuan paused briefly before continuing on his path. Will you not intervene on his behalf? As Xuan departed, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the elder, speaking softly. Destiny is always within one's own grasp, the elder replied with a faint smile. You must know that upon his return, he will face death, the middle-aged man frowned. Hongjun, if it were you, would you not return? The elder countered with a chuckle. Dao Tian, I have stated that he will die, Hongjun replied gravely. If he does not perish, how will he sever the ties of worldly affections? Dao Tian smiled. Impossible. Observing Dao Tian's calm demeanor, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes. You handed that object to him? Dao Tian fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze toward the horizon and began to speak. This world has become twisted. It is time for change. Outside the great wilderness kingdom at the royal city, A figure walked slowly toward the city gates. It was none other than Li Xian. Gazing up at the three large characters that read Great Wilderness City, Li Xian paused, his expression a complex blend of emotions. The Great Wilderness Kingdom, a small nation on the Yuan continent. There are thousands of such small nations on the Yuan continent, vast in their expanse, beyond imagination. In the Yuan continent, cultivators are revered, while mortals are regarded as insignificant as ants. Within the Great Wilderness Kingdom, only the monarch and the sect leader of the Great Wilderness sect have attained the martial emperor realm. Since he could remember, Li Xian had trained alongside his elder brother Li Yuan and younger sister Li Xian, the three of them known as the three heroes of the Great Wilderness Kingdom. Nothing more, for their innate talents were exceptional. Even the sect leader, Jun Letian, had personally come to the royal city to awaken their spirits, declaring that once they reached the age of 16, they could join the Great Wilderness sect as direct disciples. Li Yuan's violent actions against him were understood by Li Xian. He and his sister Li Xian were not of the same mother as Li Yuan. Moreover, for the sake of the throne and the coveted title of direct disciple of the Great Wilderness sect, Li Yuan's schemes had grown increasingly ruthless over the years. What Li Xian had not anticipated was that Li Yuan would resort to sending cultivators to assassinate him. Had it not been for the deep pond at the foot of the cliff, Li Xian would not have survived. Upon awakening, Li Xian discovered that his Dantian had been completely destroyed. It is a well-known fact that on the Yuan continent, without a Dantian, one cannot become a cultivator. After spending 3 years with the Heavenly Elder in self-cultivation, Li Xian believed he had let go of his hatred. Yet, news of his mother's grave illness and the imminent execution of Li Xian drove him to a point of no return. Li Xian understood all too well what awaited him upon his return. As a son and a brother, he had no choice but to confront his destiny. Certain matters, though known to be fraught with peril, must be faced, even if they lead to death. Inside the royal palace, in the main hall, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the Great Wilderness Kingdom is now firmly in your grasp, Elder Jun remarked with a smile. The purpose of your visit, Elder Jun, is surely not solely to extend your congratulations, Li Yuan replied, his gaze laden with meaning as he regarded Elder Jun. Indeed, a cunning fox, but still too naive before me. Elder Jun inwardly scoffed, then donned a facade of joviality. Your Highness is truly astute. In that case, I shall speak plainly. You are now a direct disciple of our Great Wilderness sect. Should further benefits be desired, Elder, I'm still merely at the Spirit Master realm. It seems I lack the strength to be considered a candidate for sect leader. As far as I know, the other 5 direct disciples have all already reached the Purple Mansion realm. Li Yuan chuckled lightly in response. Your Highness has achieved the Spirit Master realm within just 2 years of entering the sect. Such talent is not something everyone possesses. Moreover, you are now in control of the Great Wilderness Kingdom. The mere Purple Mansion realm should be within your grasp, Elder Jun replied with a smile. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then turned to Elder Jun and said in a low voice, Elder, please articulate what you wish for me to do. If your Highness becomes a candidate for sect leader, I simply require that my faction be established as the main lineage. At that time, I will certainly mobilize all my resources to assist you in seizing control of the Great Wilderness sect, Elder Jun proclaimed with a smile. Li Yuan regarded Elder Jun and offered a slight smile. It is a deal. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. Your Highness, I take my leave, Elder Jun said, nodding with satisfaction as he departed. You old fox. After Elder Jun left, Li Yuan sneered and suddenly turned to the shadows. Instruct the secret guards to monitor the prince's residence. The soul lamp of Li Xian remains lit should he return. He will undoubtedly head there. Understood. Li Yuan paused for a moment. Then his expression hardened. If he appears, execute him on the spot. In the prince's residence, in the backyard. How did you know I would come here? Li Xian inquired, frowning at the 4 figures that had appeared. Although he currently lacked cultivation, Li Xian believed he had not revealed any vulnerabilities. Furthermore, he had infiltrated the prince's residence deep into the night. Yet these 4 had appeared like phantoms. The soul lamp, the foremost figure replied softly. I presume the second prince, is unaware of this matter. It is customary for princes to leave a trace of their soul in the inner servants' hall upon birth. The news of your survival has long been known to the crown prince. The man continued, just as an elder emerged slowly from within the house. May I see her? Li Xian paused for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the elder. The elder glanced at the four shadowy guards and then stepped aside. Second prince, please. Inside the room, gazing upon his sister Li Xian, who lay on the bed, Li Xian felt his fists clench involuntarily, veins throbbing with rage. He beheld that Li Xian's dantian was sealed with a silver needle, her limbs nailed to the bed with long spikes. The blood that had soaked the bed had long since dried to a dark hue, a horrific sight. Tears streamed down Li Xian's face as he confronted this grim reality, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Though they were called the three heroes, Li Xian had always known that his sister possessed the highest innate talent among them. When he had departed, Li Xian had already reached the spirit realm now. She had been reduced to this wretched state. How are the emperor and empress? After a brief moment, Li Xian turned his gaze toward the elder. Outside the room stood four shadow guards, and the elder before him was a formidable presence at the level of the Purple Mansion. Given Li Xian's current state of helplessness, he had no chance of resistance. The favored concubine has passed away, and His Majesty is gravely ill, the elder replied directly. He is indeed capable of such deeds, Li Xian remarked, tears of blood streaming down his face, his lips oozing crimson. If it weren't for the second prince, perhaps none of this would have transpired, the elder stated. Li Xian let out a cold laugh, then looked at the sword at the elder's waist and asked, might I borrow it? Very well, the elder said after a moment of silence, letting out a soft sigh as he handed the sword to Li Xian. After my demise, I hope you can ensure her safety, Elder Qi. Let her survive, even if she must live as an ordinary person. Li Xian glanced at the sword in his hand, then turned his gaze to Li Xian on the bed. The elder remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Thank you. Seeing this, Li Xian withdrew his gaze and slowly drew the sword, murmuring, in my lifetime, I have neither contended, nor snatched, nor seized. I once believed that such conduct would foster brotherly affection, yet I find myself unable to repay the kindness of my parents, and my sister's safety is in jeopardy. Ultimately, I have erred. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, the sword plunged into his abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and his eyes began to lose their luster. Unbeknownst to Li Xian, a single tear slid down the cheek of the unconscious Li Xian on the bed. The second prince is dead, you may return to report, the elder said, his expression complex as he looked toward the outside. In the crown prince's residence. Is he truly dead? Upon hearing the report from the shadow guards, Li Yuan turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired. The soul lamp has extinguished, the latter confirmed, then recounted everything Li Xian had said while alive. In that case, let us cripple Li Xian's cultivation and spare her life, Li Yuan replied after a moment of contemplation. If both perish, the ensuing turmoil outside will undoubtedly rise again. Outside the imperial city, in a desolate land. Boom! With a resounding roar, a beam of white light shot into the heavens. A silhouette could be faintly discerned within the light, yet it vanished in an instant. Did you know he would act this way? High above the clouds, Hong Jun glanced in the direction of the disappearing light before turning to Dao Tian. Dao Tian smiled slightly in response. No destruction, no establishment, how else could one achieve rebirth? Yet even if he were to be reborn and train anew, the crown prince would likely have reached a level beyond his reach, Hong Jun said after a brief silence. Hong Jun, do you know why you have yet to break through that barrier? Dao Tian countered with a smile. Before Hong Jun could respond, Dao Tian looked toward the horizon and continued, your vision remains fixated on the surface. If he were to fully master that object, even the two of us together would not be his match. In this mere Song Yuan continent, can we truly confine a dragon within the depths? Such divine artifacts are not easily controlled, Hong Jun replied, falling silent. Dao Tian's expression also turned serious. Whether success is attainable remains to be seen for now. We can only wait quietly. In the great wilderness kingdom, Eastern Wilderness. Cough, cough, I'm still alive. Li Xian gradually awoke, glancing around before furrowing his brow. Li Xian was acutely aware that the previous strike had pierced his body. Moreover, given the strength of the shadow guards and the elder, it was impossible for him to have survived a mere feigned death. At that moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed a ripple appearing before him. In the next instant, a small tower slowly emerged from within him. "Isn't this the tower of the elder Tian? How could it be inside me?" Li Xian exclaimed in surprise, for he had seen Elder Tian take this tower out once before, never imagining it would be contained within him. Buzz. As a resonant hum echoed, a figure gradually materialized. Li Xian was taken aback. The figure was none other than Elder Tian. "Child, there is no need for astonishment," Dao Tian said with a gentle smile, sensing Li Xian's confusion. "This tower is known as the prison tower, which I sealed within you. It has now become one with you." "Elder Tian, did you already know I would die upon my return?" Li Xian, not being foolish, quickly grasped the situation after hearing Dao Tian's words. His survival was due to the prison tower. "Child, this is your fateful tribulation. I cannot easily unravel it for you. However, although you have survived, your lifespan is now limited to 10 years. If you cannot unlock the first layer of the prison tower within that time, you will truly perish," Dao Tian stated. "Elder Tian, can I still cultivate?" Li Xian inquired. His previous act of suicide was not voluntary, but rather a choice made for the safety of his sister, Li Xian. Now that he had returned to life, seeking vengeance was undoubtedly the foremost desire in Li Xian's heart. Dao Tian, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "You have two choices. The first is that I can assist you in reshaping your Dantian, but your highest achievement in this lifetime will be limited to the Purple Mansion realm. The second option, however, I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, this method is exceedingly arduous. Only those of great willpower can endure it. The subsequent path of cultivation will be tenfold more challenging than that of ordinary practitioners. However, should you succeed, ascending to the pinnacle of the Xuan continent will not be an insurmountable task. How difficult is the second option?" Li Xian inquired after a moment of silence. Dao Tian pondered for a while before responding. "No one has succeeded yet. I choose the second option," Li Xian declared with a smile. With only 10 years of life left, even if he could reach the Purple Mansion realm, he would still be unable to contend with Li Yuan. Thus, why not take a bold gamble? Moreover, Li Xian felt that Dao Tian would not propose this method without some possibility of success. Upon hearing Li Xian's decision, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Dao Tian's eyes as he asked, "Have you thought this through?" Li Xian nodded and replied, "Dao Tian, it seems I have little left to lose. Embracing death to seek rebirth has indeed broadened my perspective on life." Dao Tian chuckled softly, then grew serious. "This second method involves sword cultivation that it will transform your body into a sword body, enabling you to devour all spirit swords once perfected at T. Put it simply, it merges a spirit sword with your Dantian. However, this sword possesses immense power. I can only assist you in suppressing it during the gradual fusion. During this process, should the sword energy leak, you will feel as though your body is being bitten by ants, akin to the pain of slow slicing. How about it? I can offer you a chance to reconsider. There is no need for further testing. I stand by my choice," Li Xian asserted resolutely. Dao Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Though this method is exceedingly challenging, its power, once attained, will be extraordinary. Yet the outcome relies solely on you." "Dao Tian, let us begin," Li Xian affirmed. Dao Tian nodded, then with a wave of his hand, a sword shadow swiftly entered Li Xian's abdomen. With a resonant sword cry, a miniature spirit sword materialized at Li Xian's Dantian. The sword energy surged, but fortunately, an invisible force restrained it, preventing any movement. Boom! In the next moment, the sword energy rampaged within Li Xian's body like a wild horse set free. "Ah!" Li Xian cried out in agony, beads of sweat instantly cascading down his brow. Despite his mental preparation, the pain inflicted by the sword energy was unbearable. In mere moments, his back was drenched in sweat. And everywhere the sword energy passed left cracks in its wake. Within 10 breaths, Li Xian's body bore no unscathed area. Even his soul felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless insects. Akin to 1,000 cuts, holding his breath and concentrating, he began to operate the fusion method. Dao Tian placed a finger on Li Xian's brow, and a set of fusion techniques flooded into Li Xian's memory. Realizing this, Li Xian hurriedly began to practice the fusion method imparted by Dao Tian, and in an instant, he felt the tearing pain lessen somewhat. Sensing this relief, Li Xian focused his mind and continued with the fusion. After more than 3 hours, Li Xian's breathing became increasingly steady, and the wounds on his body gradually scabbed and fell away. Boom! Li Xian's eyes shot open, 2 beams of white light piercing the void. As the white light dissipated, a flash of sword radiance flickered in his gaze. Is this success? Li Xian wondered, surprised, then closed his eyes to introspect. He saw a spirit sword hovering at his dantian and, upon tentatively touching it with his consciousness, felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. You are quite fortunate. It appears you have succeeded. Dao Tian nodded slightly. Thank you, Dao Tian, Li Xian said, bowing deeply. Dao Tian waved his hand, saying, I will also impart to you the King Kong 9 transformations, a technique for physical cultivation. The East Wilderness is rife with beasts, making it an ideal place for your training, until you reach the 5th transformation of the King Kong 9 transformations. You must not leave this area. Having spoken, Dao Tian's form gradually began to fade. You have already died once. The soul lamp is ineffective for you now. Additionally, your sister, Li Xian, is still alive. Thank you. Watching Dao Tian vanish, Li Xian bowed once more. He had harbored concerns about this, but hearing Dao Tian's words allowed him to finally relax. Rising, Li Xian turned his gaze towards the towering mountains behind him, which obscured the sky. As dawn broke in the east, the mountains gradually became clearer. Li Xian retracted his gaze and, with a thought, sat down to meditate. King Kong 9 transformations, 1st transformation, body tempering. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a massive boulder, towering over 10 feet, shattered instantly. The power of the King Kong 9 transformations was indeed extraordinary. Observing the rubble before him, a smile crept across Li Xian's face. In the East Wilderness, Li Xian had spent a full 3 months. During this time, he had made modest progress in body tempering according to the King Kong 9 transformations that he had finally succeeded in mastering the 1st transformation. Li Xian felt that, with his current physical strength, he could face off against practitioners at the spirit-soul realm leveled. Li Yuan, Li Xian, shall return one day, he declared, gazing towards the royal city before leaping into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Boom! On this day, the ground trembled, and many disciples from various sects who were training on the outskirts of the East Wilderness looked on in astonishment at the depths of the East Wilderness. In the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically. They witnessed massive beasts charging out in a frenzy, as if driven mad. Damn it! Even the powerful leaders from various sects could not help but curse. Hastily signaling their disciples to flee, it was not that these powerful figures were afraid. Rather, there were simply too many beasts. Finally, Li Xian emerged from the East Wilderness as the dust settled from the stampede. He stepped forward. During his 3 years in the East Wilderness, apart from practicing the King Kong 9 transformations, he had also sought out beasts for combat training. Beasts were classified into 9 tiers. From 1 to 9, in the East Wilderness. The highest tier was 7, but the strength of a 7th-tier beast was comparable to that of a practitioner at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. Yet, even such beings struggled to withstand a single punch from Li Xian. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Now that he had mastered the 5th transformation of the King Kong 9 transformations, he believed that ordinary practitioners at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm would not be his match. However, he knew this strength was still insufficient. Li Xian was acutely aware that Li Yuan's talent was no less than his own. Furthermore, over the past 3 years, with access to national resources and the cultivation of the Great Wilderness sect, Li Yuan's strength would undoubtedly be even greater. Now that he had emerged, it was imperative to gather information. With this thought, Li Xian moved swiftly away from his original location, shortly after Li Xian departed the East Wilderness. Nearby sects swiftly dispatched their powerful members to delve deeper. After all, the stampede of beasts had led many to speculate that an extraordinary treasure had emerged from the depths of the East Wilderness. Within half a day, a beast tide erupted once more. The 5th, 6th, and 7th tier beasts were incensed. Having just lost one calamity bringer, they were met with a host of self-important individuals. Essay result. The sects near the East Wilderness were all affected by the beast tide, with some weaker sects being crushed into ruins before they could even activate their protective formations. 3 days later, in Xuan town, I don't know which damn calamity bringer caused this beast tide, but it certainly cost many lives. A bearded man slammed his hand on the table after taking a sip of wine. Isn't that the truth? But keep your voice down. If someone hears us, we could be in trouble. A fellow diner sighed softly. They can't be talking about me, can they? Li Xian, sitting not far away, rubbed his nose. In the past 3 days, he had naturally heard of the renewed beast tide. Ultimately, had it not been for the intervention of a powerful figure of the Martial King realm, the impact of the beast tide would have been far more devastating. In the end, that Martial King realm expert had communicated with the 7th tier beast king to ascertain the situation, and Li Xian had undoubtedly become the target of everyone's ire. Enough of this. Let's not dwell on it. The bearded man nodded and said, Brothers, we have come from the great wilderness city. Do you know of any significant events occurring in our great wilderness nation? Upon hearing the words of the bearded man, Li Xian felt a stirring in his heart and immediately directed his gaze towards him. Simultaneously, the other patrons within the inn, upon hearing the bearded man's proclamation, displayed expressions of curiosity. After all, Devouring City is the imperial capital, and it is impossible not to be intrigued. The bearded man, having captured everyone's attention, wasted no time and spoke directly. The princess of our Devouring kingdom has reached the age of 18 this year. His Highness the Crown Prince has issued a decree to betroth the princess to the young master of the Xuan sect in 3 months. Esteemed guests, are you satisfied with this news? The announcement of the princess's betrothal to the young master of the Xuan sect can be deemed a formidable alliance. This move is indeed commendable, for it shall undoubtedly strengthen our Devouring kingdom. The princess's engagement to the young master of the Xuan sect signifies a completion of her life's journey. It is a pity for the second prince, who, in his ambition to seize the throne, resorted to the assassination of the sovereign and thus met his demise. Were it not for this, the illustrious title of the 3 heroes of the Xuan would not have declined. The patrons within the inn were utterly astonished by these revelations, which unveiled a plethora of information amidst their discussions. Li Xian's expression darkened upon absorbing this news. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan would place such unfounded blame upon him. However, this revelation did not incite excessive anger within Li Xian, but rather concern for Li Xian, who had been promised to the young master of the Xuan sect. Li Xian was acutely aware that, given Li Yuan's disposition, he would not allow Li Xian any opportunity for cultivation. This meant that Li Xian could only survive as a mere shell of her former self. On the surface, the betrothal to the young master of the Xuan sect appeared to be a powerful alliance. Yet in reality, it placed Li Xian in perilous circumstances. Mere mortals are akin to ants, and what of a crippled individual? How could a fragile woman like Li Xian endure in the Xuan sect? From this information, Li Xian deduced another conclusion. His father, the emperor, was still alive. According to the ancestral teachings of the Xuan kingdom, each reigning monarch must conduct a grand ceremony for the transfer of power from the previous ruler. Otherwise, the legitimacy of the succession would be compromised. Moreover, every monarch possesses a national imperial seal, which can influence the fate of the kingdom and enhance one's strength by 30%. Only through the initiative of each monarch can the seal be passed on to the next. External forces cannot seize it. Upon contemplating this, Li Xian felt a modicum of relief. At the very least, his father and sister Li Xian were still alive. It was merely a pity for his mother, who, until her death, remained oblivious to his safety, never having the chance to see him one last time. In an instant, a surge of fury welled up within Li Xian. However, he quickly suppressed it. Over the past 3 years, under the tutelage of Tian Lao, Li Xian had not only learned to cultivate his character, but had also grasped the essence of concealing his brilliance. Without absolute strength, one must never reveal oneself. With 3 months remaining, it seemed prudent to devise a well-thought-out plan. With this thought, Li Xian rose and departed. Outside Xuan town, more than 10 miles away, within a mountain cave, Li Xian sat cross-legged. Before him lay 5 spiritual swords. These swords were acquired by Li Xian in the eastern wilderness, and he had refrained from absorbing their power until the time of need arose as the second prince of the Huang kingdom. Li Xian possessed a keen understanding of the hierarchy of spiritual swords. Common sword, spiritual sword, human sword, earth sword, heavenly sword, king's sword, immortal sword, divine sword, holy sword, Tao sword, bright sword, true sword, and immortal sword in the Huang kingdom. The sword wielded by his father, the emperor, was a king's sword out of course, aside from spiritual swords. There were numerous spiritual weapons, such as spiritual spears, spiritual blades, and spiritual axes. Yet among all spiritual weapons, swords held the highest esteem. Consequently, the value of spiritual swords often surpassed that of other spiritual weapons by 30% or even more. However, now that he had learned of Li Xian's situation, time was of the essence, and Li Xian could only accelerate his quest for strength. Furthermore, he had already cultivated the Vajra 9 transformations to the 5th transformation. It was evident that time was insufficient to break through to the 6th transformation. Additionally, the Vajra 9 transformations primarily focused on bodily refinement, which could not yield rapid progress overnight. The realms of physical cultivation are classified as Iron Bone Realm, Copper Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Gold Bone Realm, Divine Power Realm, Divine Might Realm, Thousand Mountain Realm, Rock Solid Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Myriad Forms Realm, Supreme Saint Realm, Entry Saint Realm, and Super Saint Realm. Currently, Li Xian had attained the Gold Bone Realm, and further advancement would require a considerable amount of time for body tempering to achieve the next level. With resolve, Li Xian glanced at the spiritual swords before him. Subsequently, he grasped one with determination and thrust it into his dantian. A melodic hum resonated as the spiritual sword seamlessly integrated into Li Xian's body. Sensing the transformation of his dantian's spiritual energy, Li Xian's anxious heart finally settled. After half an hour, Li Xian opened his eyes and repeated the process with another spiritual sword. Time passed quietly, and after 3 hours, Li Xian's aura had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual master realm. A thunderous roar echoed within Li Xian's body, and at that moment his eyes slowly opened. He had reached the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. A flicker of joy surfaced in Li Xian's gaze, for he had not anticipated achieving this milestone after absorbing all 5 spiritual swords. After more than 3 years, he had advanced the Vajra 9 transformations to the 5th transformation, and his cultivation had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. You have not disappointed me, young one. Tian Lao's voice suddenly resonated within Li Xian's mind. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately focused his thoughts and bowed towards the void, saying, "All of this is thanks to Tian L. in 3 months. It will be the day of your sister's marriage. I know your temperament, and am certain you will attend, that I will not obstruct this matter, but you must consider the consequences that will follow your appearance." Tian Lao's voice echoed once more to Li Xian fell silent for a moment before nodding to Li Yuan. "It is time to settle our grievances. This young one possesses quite the audacity." Meanwhile, in a certain mountainous region, Dao Tian's gaze flickered as he looked towards the void, then smiled and nodded. "That aren't you afraid he might end up playing himself to death?" Hong Jun remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Hong Jun, why not lend a hand to help him resolve this predicament? Dao Tian suggested with a narrowed smile. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun shook his head fervently, resembling a rattling drum, and replied, "You are right. Without experiencing hardship, one cannot grow." Dao Tian chuckled softly, gazing at the void with a serious expression. Given his current strength, he should not have too much trouble facing Li Yuan. However, it is the prison tower that poses a concern. Let us observe how this unfolds. The Huang sect, Jinyu City, as the 3-month mark approached, Jinyu City, under the jurisdiction of the Huang sect, became bustling with activity. The young master of the Huang sect was set to welcome Li Xian into the Huang sect within Jinyu City. Various factions stirred, and even nearby towns saw numerous mortals arriving to witness the occasion. Having already entered Jinyu City, Li Xian observed the Huang sect disciples scattered throughout the streets before closing the window and resting his eyes. There remained but 1 day until the wedding. The night of silence passed. As dawn broke, firecrackers exploded, and drums resounded. The vast Jinyu City erupted in a fervor. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. The day had finally arrived. Time slipped away unnoticed, and afternoon, a procession entered the city. In an instant, the crowd lining the streets erupted in cheers. As the horse-drawn carriage came to a halt, the entourage paused across the street. A man donned in a bright red robe gazed ahead. Behind him stood 2 rows of disciples dressed in Dehuang sect attire by decree of the crown prince on behalf of the sovereign, the young master of Dehuang sect. Jun Tianai, a paragon of youth and talent, and the long princess Li Xian, in her prime, are hereby united in marriage, symbolizing a match made in heaven. An elder, holding the edict, declared loudly, his peak spiritual master strength ensuring that every corner of the city heard him. Jun Tianai expresses his gratitude for this grand favor. Jun Tianai slightly bowed, his gaze shifting towards the woman on the phoenix couch. Congratulations, young master. Best wishes, young master. The princess is now entrusted to you, the elder said with a beaming smile, bowing towards Jun Tianai before stepping aside to clear the path. Bring the princess back to the sect. Jun Tianai nodded slightly, then waved his hand and called out loudly that I do not consent to this marriage. At that moment, a voice boomed like thunder. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, bewildered, as they looked around to identify the audacious individual who dared utter such words at this moment. The next moment, a figure gradually emerged before Li Xian's phoenix couch. Upon the appearance of this figure, Li Xian on the couch trembled slightly, tears streaming down her face. If anyone wishes to marry my sister, I, Li Xian, will not agree. Without turning around, Li Xian sensed Li Xian's overwhelming excitement. His gaze shifted directly towards Jun Tianai. Who is this sister of yours? Is the princess not left with only the crown prince as her royal brother? Li Xian, is that not the name of the second prince? Is this person truly the second prince Li Xian? How can that be? Wasn't he the second prince executed for assassinating the sovereign? With Li Xian's sudden appearance, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. At this moment, Jun Tianai's countenance darkened, clearly taken aback by the unexpected obstruction. Even more astonishing was the fact that it was the long-deceased second prince Li Xian who had returned. However, Jun Tianai was not surprised by Li Xian's survival. The royal conflict had no bearing on him. Rather, it was Li Xian's abrupt announcement to withdraw from engagement that was undeniably a slap in the face to both Jun Tianai and the Dehuang sect. It is worth noting that even the current regent prince is merely a direct disciple of the Dehuang sect. Nothing more. Sister, I'm sorry, I have returned late. Li Xian, noticing Jun Tianai's silence, slowly turned to face Li Xian. Upon gazing at Li Xian's almost sickly visage, a pang of heartache struck Li Xian. Brother, Li Xian softly bit her lip, her tear-filled eyes finally calling out to him. This utterance of brother left the crowd in shock. It unequivocally confirmed Li Xian's identity. As the biological brother of Her Highness the Princess, Li Xian indeed held the right to refuse. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Could it be that the tale of the second prince assassinating the sovereign was false? If it were false, why would the second prince appear now? The crowd was left utterly bewildered, their discussions growing louder. Just then, accompanied by the sound of several figures breaking through the air, a multitude of silhouettes materialized before Li Xian. Eldest brother, it has been a while. Hearing the voice, Li Xian turned around and offered a faint smile. Yuri still alive. Looking at the Li Xian before him, Li Yuan felt a mixture of astonishment and fury. Subsequently, he struck out with a palm, instantly reducing a middle-aged man behind him to a mist of blood. Li Yuan had been enjoying tea with Jun Litian in the sect when he was suddenly informed of an obstruction to the marriage, and to his shock, the one claiming to be the second Prince Li Xian was indeed him. How could Li Yuan not be enraged? The man who had previously informed him that Li Xian's soul lamp had extinguished was promptly executed on the spot. It seems my survival has caused you some distress, Li Xian remarked, his expression gradually growing icy. You killed my mother and left my father in a state of unconsciousness. Even my sister, Li Xian, has been rendered a cripple by your hand, Li Yuan. Today, this debt must be repaid. With Li Xian's declaration, the crowd on the street gasped in astonishment. Even Jun Litian, standing in front of Jun Tianai, furrowed his brow and took a step back. Just based on you? Jun Litian's movement did not escape Li Yuan's notice. However, Jun Litian remained silent, and Li Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could eliminate Li Xian, the matter could be settled as for the people within Jinyu City. He could simply suppress them later. Li Xian remained silent, but an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. So this is why you have appeared at this moment. However, if that is all you possess, then today you shall meet your end. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuan's eyes, as he had not anticipated Li Xian had reached the Purple Mansion realm. In the next moment, as his thoughts stirred, a surge of energy erupted forth. Intermediate stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Jun Litian sighed inwardly. The reason he had not declared his stance after discovering the truth was that Li Yuan was, after all, his direct disciple. Moreover, the fact that he had reached the intermediate stage of the Purple Mansion realm so swiftly meant that a considerable portion of his efforts had been invested in this disciple. Li Xian's expression tightened at this sight, yet he did not show any signs of fear. Prior to coming here, Li Xian had contemplated a series of issues, and now, witnessing Li Yuan's strength, he felt considerably more relaxed. Whether you live or die is not for you to decide. Today, it shall either be your demise or mine. With that, Li Xian's figure flickered, and he appeared before Li Yuan. Launching a fist, Li Yuan, instead of retreating, advanced and threw a punch back at Li Xian. Boom! With a resounding crash before the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Yuan was actually sent flying by a single punch. Li Xian's physical body had now reached the Golden Bone realm. Coupled with the completion of his sword body, a full-powered punch would be hard even for the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm to withstand. Let alone Li Yuan, who was merely at the intermediate stage. I told you. It's time for you to settle the score. Li Xian said, instantly appearing before Li Yuan and half squatting down. This punch is for my father. Bang. This punch is for my mother. Bang. This punch is for my sister. Bang. This punch is for myself. Bang. With 4 consecutive punches, Li Yuan's face was already a grotesque sight, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Master, save me. At this moment, Li Yuan's eyes were glazed over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he suddenly turned to Jun Litian and cried out. Jun Litian, with a complex expression, cast a glance at Li Xian, then sighed softly and moved to stand in front of Li Yuan. Oh, you wish to save him? Li Xian gazed calmly at Jun Litian. Since the second prince has already won, let this matter come to an end. After all, he is the crown prince. Jun Litian addressed Li Xian. What if I say no? Li Xian responded in a deep voice. Jun Litian's expression darkened slightly. With only himself as the sole martial emperor-level powerhouse within Devouring, his plea for mercy was already a considerable concession to Li Xian. Second prince, it is best to cease. Jun Litian took a deep breath and stated. Upon hearing this, Li Xian burst into laughter, his expression instantly turning frigid. I told you, today it is either he dies or I do, even if you are a martial emperor-level powerhouse. I, Li Xian, am unafraid. Arrogant. Jun Litian was not a saint. Having endured multiple instances of humiliation at Li Xian's hands, he could no longer contain his fury. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, Li Xian was sent flying. Today, if I do not perish, I shall annihilate your Devouring sect on a future day. Li Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but still managed to endure the immense pain and glared furiously at Jun Litian. If that is the case, this sect shall grant your wish. Jun Litian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura of a martial emperor level surged forth. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. If you wish to harm my disciple, have you ever considered whether I agree? Who are you? As Dao Tian appeared before Li Xian, Jun Litian's pupils constricted, and he immediately clasped his fists in greeting. The instant Dao Tian manifested, Jun Litian sensed something amiss. However, this sensation left him utterly horrified. Dao Tian appeared as an ordinary human, yet he could not discern his realm. This situation could only imply one possibility. Dao Tian's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. A mere ant dares to inquire about my name. Dao Tian disregarded Jun Litian, snorting coldly before shifting his gaze to Li Xian. Boom! In an instant, Jun Litian felt a terrifying pressure descend upon him. The next moment, he found himself half kneeling on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. His face as pale as a pig's liver, filled with sheer terror. I have met Elder Tung L. Xuan promptly bowed in respect. You have done well. Even in the face of an opponent many times stronger than yourself, you did not yield in fear. You have passed this test, and I shall accept you as my disciple. Dao Tian nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was taken aback but quickly understood. Clearly, Dao Tian had been secretly observing everything. If Li Xian had chosen a compromise when facing Jun Litian, it would have meant severing his connection with Dao Tian entirely. This was in fact a test that Dao Tian had set for Li Xian. Fortunately, Li Xian had not acted in such a manner, but had faced Jun Litian head-on. This outcome allowed Li Xian to pass Dao Tian's test and become his disciple. You may handle your own affairs. I shall discuss everything with you in detail later. Dao Tian spoke as he noticed the surprise on Li Xian's face. Understood. Li Xian regained his focus and directed his gaze towards Li Yuan. Xiandi, please do not kill me. I am your elder brother. Li Yuan, sensing the murderous intent in Li Xian's gaze, trembled in his heart and hastily called out, "What a splendid elder brother! If you held even a shred of familial affection, would you have dared to poison our father? If you cherished a bond of brotherhood, how could you have sought to eliminate both me and Sister Xian? If you possessed even a fragment of humanity, how could you have ruthlessly harmed the very mother who nurtured you?" Li Xian took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. I never desired to contest anything with you. In fact, to grant you peace of mind, I would rather venture outside to travel for several years than remain in the imperial city. Yet, this only emboldened you further. Elder brother, oh, elder brother, it is all too late. Li Xian's expression turned cold after he spoke, and he immediately struck Li Yuan's chest with a powerful fist. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Li Yuan's ribs were shattered. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, and he instantly became feeble. In just a moment, Li Yuan's life had completely extinguished. Li Xian turned to Jun Litian and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "The enmity between Li Yuan and me does not concern you, the Devouring sect. However, your previous intervention has forged a grievance between us as well. Today, I will refrain from killing you by the hand of Tian Lao. But mark my words, 3 years hence, I shall personally visit the Devouring sect. Thank you, Your Highness the Second Prince." Jun Litian, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, casting a complex glance at Li Xian. Dao Tian looked at Li Xian with a hint of surprise, then nodded slightly. Li Xian's actions were not born of mercy. Rather, he was setting a goal for himself. 3 years to confront the peak of the martial emperor realm. Jun Litian, Tian Lao, Xian Mei, let us depart, Li Xian said as he approached Dao Tian, then turned his gaze toward Li Xian. Back to the sect. With that, the three of them left, while Jun Litian cast a dark glance at them before turning away. On a mountain peak, the trio halted. Tian Lao, thank you to... As Tian Lao paused, Li Xian understood that he did not intend to return to the imperial city with him. Dao Tian waved his hand, saying, "There is no need for thanks between you at this juncture. Shouldn't you change your address? Disciple Li Xian pays respects to the master." Li Xian smiled upon hearing this and respectfully knelt. Dao Tian, how could you not wait for me for such an important matter as apprenticeship?" Just then, a hearty voice rang out, and in the next moment, 2 figures appeared instantaneously. Li Xian looked up and recognized the newcomers as Hong Jun and a woman clad in a simple dress. The woman in the simple dress cast her gaze toward Li Xian, her eyes glimmering with a sword-like intensity. "What does it matter to me if you take on a disciple? However, since you are here, and since this little one is acquainted with you, shouldn't you offer a token of appreciation?" Dao Tian nodded at the woman in the simple dress and then turned to Hong Jun. Hong Jun, taken aback, shook his head with a wry smile as he looked at Li Xian. "Your master has already imparted to you the Golden Body 9 transformations. You require no further assistance in your cultivation. Nevertheless, within this spatial ring lies an ancient dragon vein. Should you need spirit stones, feel free to take from my tea." As Hong Jun spoke, he waved his hand, and a spatial ring slowly floated before Li Xian. "Do not forget to thank Elder Jun." Noticing Li Xian's dazed expression, Dao Tian promptly interjected, "Thank you, Elder Jun." Only then did Li Xian take the spatial ring into his possession, bowing respectfully to Hong Jun. "Why do you gaze at me?" The woman in the simple dress furrowed her brows as she noticed Dao Tian and Hong Jun both looking at her. Xuan has had the honor of meeting the esteemed elder, Li Xian said, bowing to the woman in the dress. Since she was able to accompany Elder Hong Jun, it was clear that the woman in the simple dress was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, her tone just now was not one befitting a junior. Thus, Li Xian bowed out of respect. Dao Tian and Hong Jun exchanged smiles. This bow from Li Xian was not something they had orchestrated. Given the woman's character, it was only natural for her to respond in kind. The woman in the simple dress rolled her eyes at Hong Jun in exasperation, then turned her gaze to Li Xian, saying, "Since you have bowed, and given that you are her brother, I shall give you this sword." As she spoke, a spirit sword appeared before Li Xian, its aura overwhelming, making it difficult for him to breathe merely from its presence. The Xingdao sword, both Dao Tian and Hong Jun were taken aback, clearly astonished that the woman would bestow such a sword upon Li Xian. However, recognizing the sword's formidable nature, they both looked on expectantly at Li Xian. This gift from the esteemed elder is truly overwhelming for a junior like me. The sheer power of this sword's aura suggests that, given my current strength, I may struggle to wield it. Nevertheless, I deeply appreciate your kindness. Esteemed elder. Xian regarded the Xingdao sword before fixing his gaze resolutely on the woman in the simple dress. Dao Tian and Hong Jun were momentarily stunned. This foolish boy was actually refusing the gift. Even the woman in the simple dress displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, then nodded slightly. To remain unmoved in the face of treasure is indeed unexpected. However, having given it away, it is no longer mine. Should you choose to reject it, you may discard it. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xian chuckled bitterly, then accepted the Xingdao sword into his hands, with a gentle hum. The sword emitted a sound, quivering slightly before transforming into a beam of light that entered Li Xian's body. Upon sensing this, Li Xian was taken aback, but once he discovered that the sword had settled in his sea of consciousness, he felt relieved. Very well. I can now take her with me, correct? The woman in the simple dress directed her gaze at Hong Jun and Dao Tian. Of course. Hong Jun replied with a nod, then turned to Li Xian, saying, Li Xian, your sister's Dantian has been destroyed, and she has already lingered for several years in this state. Although you have resolved your family matters, your sister cannot remain like this for life. Please enlighten me, esteemed elder. Xian, sensing a vague intuition, nevertheless nodded in inquiry. Hong Jun smiled and said, this individual, well, she has a connection with your sister, which is why I brought her here, in the future. Your sister may even surpass you in accomplishments. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not impose. I shall abide by the esteemed elder's arrangements. Xian, feeling a surge of joy, nodded in agreement. In truth, he had been considering whether he could request Dao Tian or Tian Lao to assist in restoring Li Xian's Dantian. His surprise, Hong Jun had already resolved this matter on his behalf. And how could Li Xian refuse? Brother, Li Xian's sister said, her eyes filled with anxiety as she looked at him. Xian stood and approached her, saying, Sister, go with this esteemed elder. I will address matters with father. Once I have resolved these issues, I will come to find you. Xian's sister nodded, and then she stepped forward to embrace him tightly. Let us go. After a brief moment, the woman in the simple dress spoke softly. Brother, take care of yourself, and father, Li Xian's sister said as she released him. Xian nodded. Wait for me. Once Li Xian and his sister had finished speaking, the woman in the simple dress waved her hand, and a flash of white light enveloped them. When the light dissipated, both she and Li Xian's sister had vanished completely. Do not worry. Your sister will be well taken care of with her, Dao Tian said as he patted Li Xian's shoulder. Xian felt a stirring in his heart. Master, what is the strength of that esteemed elder? Dao Tian smiled slightly. No need to inquire. Simply know that she is invincible. Jun Li Tian here. After hearing the eunuch's report, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback before stating, let him in. Hongxi hesitated, glancing at Li Xian before turning his gaze to the great hall, where Jun Li Tian's figure soon appeared. Greetings, your majesty. Jun Li Tian nodded respectfully to Li Hongxi before turning to Li Xian. Greetings, your highness the second prince, one of the two martial emperor realm powerhouses of the Dahuang kingdom. Jun Li Tian could enter the royal presence without kneeling. This rule was a mark of respect for the strong. Master Jun, what brings you to the palace? Although Li Hongxi had learned of the conflict between Jun Li Tian and Li Xian from Li Xian himself. As the ruler of a nation, he had to take the lead in such matters. Jun Li Tian glanced at the indifferent Li Xian. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he unexpectedly knelt down. Li Hongxi was taken aback. Standing in shock. Master Jun, what is the meaning of this? Jun Li Tian managed a bitter smile, clasping his fists. I was foolishly blinded by pride, offending His Highness the Second Prince for the sake of face. Today, I come before the sovereign to formally apologize to His Highness. Li Xian regarded Jun Li Tian. Impressed by this strategy of advancing while retreating, it was clear that someone capable of leading a sect was no ordinary figure. Li Xian understood that Jun Li Tian's actions stemmed from fear of the master behind him. For the future of the Devouring sect and his own survival, this was the only path available. Ultimately, everything still revolved around the respect for the powerful. Master Jun, I can choose to overlook this matter, but I have one condition. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian spoke. Your Highness, please command me, Jun Li Tian exclaimed. His face lighting up with joy. Li Xian glanced at his father, then said, I require you to swear by your soul that from this day forth, the Devouring sect shall follow the commands of the sovereign. You may manage internal affairs, but in matters of great significance, you must heed the sovereign's decree. Should there be any disloyalty, your soul shall be extinguished. Jun Li Tian fell silent upon hearing the words, casting a slow glance at Li Xian before gradually raising his left hand. I, Jun Li Tian, vow with my soul that from this day forth, our Devouring sect shall act in accordance with the edict of the national sovereign. Should there be any transgressions, may my soul be extinguished. With a resonant hum accompanying his declaration, a wisp of soul energy erupted from Jun Li Tian's being and seamlessly merged into the jade seal in Li Hongxi's grasp. Both Li Xian and Li Hongxi glanced towards the void, where the will of heaven and earth manifested. Jun Li Tian's soul oath had taken effect, signifying that from this moment on, his life and death rested solely in the hands of Li Hongxi. Jun's sect master truly embodies the essence of a leader, acting with such decisiveness. It leaves me in admiration. Thus, let this matter conclude here. Li Xian paused before continuing. In this vast world, we cultivators strive for loftier realms. As our Devouring nation grows stronger, your Devouring sect shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Even facilitating your further advancement shall not prove difficult. Thank you, Second Prince. Jun Li Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. The purpose of this visit had been achieved. Although bound by circumstances, Li Xian's words held truth. With a formidable presence behind Li Xian, his future accomplishments would surely be significant. As long as the Devouring nation flourished, the Devouring sect would naturally rise alongside it. Xianer, what are your plans from here? As Jun Li Tian departed, Li Hongxi turned his gaze to Li Xian. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian replied, Father, I intend to journey to Zhongzhou. Previously, Li Xian had planned to cultivate within the imperial city for 3 years to resolve the issues with the Devouring sect. However, with Jun Li Tian voluntarily coming forth to apologize, the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion. The reason for sparing the Devouring sect was twofold. First, eliminating the sect entirely was beyond Li Xian's current capabilities. Even with Li Hongxi's intervention, it would undoubtedly leave the Devouring nation severely weakened. Secondly, retaining the Devouring sect served as a demonstration of national strength, as there were only 2 martial emperor-level experts within the Devouring nation. Losing one would inevitably raise concerns among neighboring states. Zhongzhou is home to countless talents and prodigies, and the competition there will be far more intense. However, I believe in you, Xianer. You will surely carve out a remarkable path for yourself there. After a moment of silence, Li Hongxi spoke that he understood that Li Xian had matured, and, as a father, all he could do was offer his support. The following day, a figure emerged from the imperial city. The second prince has departed the imperial city. It seems he is heading to Zhongzhou. Jun Tian, I remarked, looking at Jun Li Tian within the Devouring sect. Jun Li Tian nodded slightly, stating, the second prince is a dragon among men. A mere Devouring nation cannot retain him. From this day forth, take charge of the sect's affairs. I shall enter seclusion to strive for the martial god realm. Otherwise, one day, our Dahuang sect will surely be lost to the passage of time. Within the imperial city, Jun Letian had already discerned that Li Hongxi had taken the lead in breaking through the shackles of the martial emperor realm. Given time, Li Hongxi would undoubtedly ascend to the martial god realm. If Jun Letian did not seize the opportunity to cultivate and advance himself, the Dahuang sect's influence within the Dahuang nation would inevitably wane. When that time comes, the fate of the Dahuang sect would be all too predictable. In Zhongzhou, at the border city of Pianguan, Li Xian stood up from a tea house and prepared to depart. He had been in Zhongzhou for over half a month, and his initial priority was to understand the situation of Zhongzhou. During this time, he had gained a general understanding of the region. Though the Songyuan continent was divided into 5 states, Zhongzhou was the largest among them. Notably, Zhongzhou lacked a dynasty, with the 4 sects and 1 palace forming the dominant powers. The 4 sects and 1 palace consisted of the Xianmin sect, Shinfeng sect, Wenjian sect, Wuliang sect, and Yihua palace. Beneath these powers were numerous first-rate factions, with second-rate and even third- or fourth-rate factions being countless. Li Xian estimated that even the strength of the Dahuang sect barely qualified as a third-rate force in Zhongzhou. Beyond this information, he had also received a tantalizing piece of news. In 3 months, the Spirit Road competition, jointly hosted by the 4 sects and 1 palace, would commence. The Spirit Road competition provided an opportunity for the heirs of various families and loose cultivators to leap through the Dragon Gate. Those who excelled and placed among the top 100 would be selected as disciples by the 4 sects and 1 palace. Furthermore, those in the top 10 could choose which sect they wished to join. Crucially, there were no restrictions on participation in the Spirit Road competition. However, it was a contest of opportunity, and the competition was fierce. Those lacking sufficient strength could easily perish in the Spirit Road. Thus, only cultivators at the lowest level of the Spirit Master realm dared to participate. The law of the jungle remains unchanged throughout the ages. This Spirit Road competition presents an opportunity for me. However, I must first enhance my strength. After pondering for a moment, Li Xian swiftly departed from Pianguan. In a mountain range, Li Xian sat cross-legged, 10 human swords hovering before him. I hope these 10 human swords will not disappoint me. Li Xian murmured. Then, with a thought, he plunged one of the swords directly into his abdomen. Feeling the changes in his dantian, he closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy. Boom! On that day, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, countless figures soared towards the sky. This the Spirit Road. Li Xian looked up and a massive beam of light formed from spiritual energy. His figure moving swiftly towards the sky. With a hum, as he was engulfed by the light, Li Xian's figure vanished without a trace. When he finally beheld the surrounding scenery, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. A towering mountain range, seemingly endless, loomed before him, the colors of the world dark and dim. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian steeled his gaze and plunged directly into the depths of the forest. According to the rules of the Spirit Road competition, all participants must survive for 3 months while completing tasks. There were 3 tasks in total. The first was to collect the mixed element spirit pearls produced along the Spirit Road, with no limits on quantity, though naturally, the more, the better. The second task involved seizing spirit tokens. Each participant would automatically form a spirit token upon entry, and should it be taken, they would be eliminated. Those possessing fewer than 10 tokens would still be deemed failures, even if they survived the full 3 months until the Spirit Road closed. The third task required entering the Spirit Mountain, which would not appear in the first 2.5 months, but would emerge in the last half month. Once inside the Spirit Mountain, participants must refrain from offensive actions, but would face challenges from other contestants outside the mountain. Failure in these challenges would also lead to elimination. It can be said that each task was increasingly arduous, and those who managed to stand out among the Spirit Road competition will be coveted by the 4 sects and 1 palace. Those who ranked in the top 10 would be regarded as the cream of the crop. This must be the mixed element spirit pearl, Li Xian said, picking up a pearl from a wild grass. As he sensed it, he discovered it contained an exceptionally potent spiritual energy, surpassing even mid-grade spirit stones. Li Xian stored the mixed element spirit pearl, and, with a slight shift of his gaze, continued onward. Time slipped away quietly, and 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 days, Li Xian had gathered a total of 27 mixed-element spirit pearls. He remained uncertain if this quantity would meet the requirements. But with time still on his side, he was not in a hurry. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous sound caught Li Xian's attention. It seemed someone had encountered a conflict. After pondering briefly, he moved swiftly towards the source of the noise. In this ruthless competition, any hint of mercy would undoubtedly lead to one's own demise. Li Xian did not consider himself a saint. If an opportunity arose amidst the chaos, he would not hesitate to seize it. Moments later, Li Xian quietly perched atop a large tree. Not far away, 3 figures faced off. 2 young men clad in blue stood against a man in white robes, whose aura was somewhat disordered. Clearly having sustained injuries earlier. Wei, we do not wish to make things difficult for you. Simply hand over the mixed-element spirit pearls you possess, and we will allow you to leave, one of the blue-clad men stated. Xuan, you are not worthy to demand my mixed-element spirit pearls, the white-robed man retorted. Wei let out a cold snort, his expression growing increasingly somber. Since it has come to this, I can only send you on your way, he declared. Xuan, far from angered, instead smiled. After exchanging a glance with the man beside him, both struck simultaneously. Observing their actions, Li Xian could not help but lament the treachery of human hearts in this world. The two were clearly intent on killing, and Li Xian surmised that even if Wei were to hand over the Hunyuan spirit pearl, escape would still be a tall order. Zhangju's earlier words were likely a ruse to lower Wei's guard. Bang, bang, bang! Under the combined assault of Xuan and his companion, Wei was forced to retreat step by step. Yet despite this, Wei handled the situation with remarkable poise, with a fierce slash of his blade. He sent Xuan and his ally reeling back several dozen meters. If you are willing to join forces with me, all the Hunyuan spirit pearls and spirit tokens they possess shall belong to you. Wei suddenly called out in the direction of Li Xian, who was concealed behind a tree. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Wei had actually discovered his presence. The instant Wei finished speaking, the gazes of Xuan and his companion also turned towards him. Li Xian forced a bitter smile, his plan to be the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the yellow sparrow behind, was proving to be quite difficult. Nevertheless, Wei's proposition piqued Li Xian's interest. Deal. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xian made his decision. He felt confident in dealing with 2 mid-level experts of the Purple Mansion realm. And even if Wei were to betray him, Li Xian had faith in his ability to cope. Friend, we are disciples of the Zheng family from Zhongzhou, that I advise you not to wade into these murky waters. Xuan and Zhengzhou said, their expressions tightening upon noticing Li Xian's presence. The Zheng family, among the numerous aristocratic families in Zhongzhou, seemed to be merely mid-tier. Li Xian chuckled lightly. He had already surmised the backgrounds of the 3 during his earlier observations. If he were truly fearful, he would not have agreed to Wei's proposal. Moreover, once he entered the ranks of the top 100, what could the Zheng family do even if they learned of this? After all, in the competition for the spirit path, one's life and death rested solely on their own capabilities. Wei felt a weight lift from his heart at Li Xian's words, yet simultaneously, he became curious about him. The reason he had detected Li Xian's presence was due to his own naturally formidable spiritual sense. Now, seeing that Li Xian did not fear the Zheng family, it was evident that he also held no apprehensions regarding the Yi family. Let us depart. Zhangjuan's expression darkened as he decisively glanced between Wei and Li Xian before making his choice. An existence that could escape his notice surely possessed considerable strength. Though Wei bore minor injuries, his power still surpassed Zhangjuan's, and if they continued to linger, the consequences were all too predictable. In the next moment, Zhangjuan and Zhengzhou darted away in different directions. Clever, but it may be too late to escape now, Li Xian mused with a smile, and with a mere thought. A flash of sword light erupted forth. Sing! 2 beams of sword light suddenly appeared, striking Zhangjuan and Zhengzhou in the blink of an eye. With a collective cry of anguish, both fell to the ground. Wei's pupils constricted. Li Xian's display was undoubtedly shocking that in a single move, he had slain 2 mid-level experts of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, Yi Zhenwei was taken aback to discover that Li Xian was a swordsman. While there were indeed many swordsmen in Zhongzhou, given that one of the four sects was the Wenjian sect, they were not in short supply. However, to wield a spiritual sword to such a degree was something Yi Zhenwei had yet to witness among his peers. To his astonishment, these two bore a significant number of Hunyuan spirit pearls. While Yi Zhenwei pondered this, Li Xian approached, having collected the Hunyuan spirit pearls and spirit tokens from Zheng Jiwen and Zheng Zhiwu. In total, they had amassed 125 Hunyuan spirit pearls, a quantity fourfold that of Li Xian's. Thank you for your assistance. I am Yi Zhenwei, a disciple of the Yi family from Zhongzhou. Yi Zhenwei said, cupping his fist in gratitude. Li Xian smiled in response. Rest assured, I am a man of principle. Having promised to ally with you, I will not turn against you. Furthermore, the Hunyuan spirit pearls on these two were already mine. I would feel remiss to divide them further. Yi Zhenwei felt relieved at Li Xian's words and nodded in acknowledgement. They have always been this way. During the last Spirit Path competition, they teamed up to ambush dozens of participants. However, given that life and death in the Spirit Path competition are borne by oneself, and considering the Zheng family's certain standing, Li Xian was somewhat taken aback, then chuckled, in that case, I suppose I have done a good deed. Now, with this matter concluded, we shall part ways. Wait. Yi Zhenwei hesitated for a moment, then called out loudly as Li Xian took a few steps away. Yes, there's something else? Li Xian turned back at the sound of his voice. Yi Zhenwei's expression turned serious as he cupped his fist and said, Your strength surpasses mine, yet I believe this is your first time participating in the Spirit Path competition. This is my second time. So I have some understanding of the matters within the Spirit Path. You wish to ally with me? Li Xian could easily discern the implication behind Yi Zhenwei's words that if you do not mind, I would like to befriend you, Yi Zhenwei added with a nod. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian agreed. Very well. Brother Yi, do you mean to say that 30 miles from here lies a wealth of Hunyuan spirit pearls? Upon hearing Yi Zhenwei's explanation, Li Xian halted and turned his gaze toward him. Yi Zhenwei nodded. I stumbled upon that place during the last Spirit Path competition. Were it not for the Hunyuan spirit pearls found there, I might have been eliminated in the first task. Then let us proceed there together, Li Xian proposed. According to Yi Zhenwei, at least 200 Hunyuan spirit pearls were needed to pass, while Li Xian only had 152, leaving him short by 40-8. Yi Zhenwei, however, possessed 67 Hunyuan spirit pearls, which surprised Li Xian. Yet considering this was Yi Zhenwei's second participation, it was understandable, as he already had prior experience. Agreed. Yi Zhenwei nodded and took the lead, guiding the way. Minutes later, the two halted at the edge of a ravine where a 1-meter-wide crevice lay hidden. It was easy to overlook unless one was paying close attention. Yi Zhenwei gestured to Li Xian before entering the crevice first. I did not expect this place to hold such wonders, Li Xian thought as he stepped inside, discovering a surprisingly spacious interior adorned with numerous Hunyuan spirit pearls on the stone walls and the ground. Yi Zhenwei smiled. During my last participation in the Spirit Path competition, I was only at the mid-level of the Spirit Master realm, so I could only tread cautiously. Finding this place was indeed a stroke of luck. Li Xian expressed his surprise. To advance from the mid-level of the Spirit Master realm to the mid-level of the Purple Mansion realm in just 2 years is quite impressive, Brother Yi. The Spirit Path competition occurs every 2 years, and Yi Zhenwei's ability to progress so swiftly surpassed that Yi Zhenwei chuckled modestly. You flatter me, Brother Li. It is merely that diligence can compensate for a lack of talent. Let us collect the Hunyuan spirit pearls first, he suggested. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded, turning his gaze to the surrounding Hunyuan spirit pearls. Before long, in less than 10 minutes, they had gathered all the Hunyuan spirit pearls from that location. Upon counting, they discovered a total of 250 Hunyuan spirit pearls. Brother Li, here are 125 Hunyuan spirit pearls, Yi Zhenwei said with a smile, offering half of the pearls to Li Xian. Li Xian accepted them, taking 50 for himself, and then tossing the remainder back to Yi Zhenwei. Brother Li, what are you doing? Yi Zhenwei asked, astonished. I have already claimed all the Hunyuan spirit pearls from Zheng Jiwen and his brother. I would feel remiss to divide these further. Besides, with these 50, I now have enough to meet the requirement of 200, Li Xian explained. Thank you, Brother L. Yi Zhenwei looked at Li Xian with a complex expression, then solemnly cupped his fist in gratitude. Though Li Xian did not articulate it, Yi Zhenwei understood that Li Xian's gesture was to ensure he also met the necessary criteria. With these 200 Hunyuan spirit pearls, Yi Zhenwei would be well equipped to fulfill the first task requirements. Brother Yi, having completed the first task ahead of time, what are your plans next? Li Xian smiled and waved his hand, inquiring, what are your thoughts? Yi Zhenwei pondered for a moment before responding, I intend to take this opportunity to enter a brief seclusion for self-improvement, ensuring I have more opportunities in the time to come. Xian nodded slightly and remarked, I share the same sentiment. Since that is the case, let us part ways for now. Brother Yi, I hope to see you at Ling Mountain. Certainly, Yi Zhenwei replied with a firm nod. This Li Xian is indeed a person worthy of deep friendship. As Li Xian departed, Yi Zhenwei retracted his gaze and sat down on the ground. Meanwhile, after parting from Yi Zhenwei, Li Xian sought a secluded mountain stream. Gazing at the seemingly endless waterfall, he contemplated for a moment before swiftly appearing atop a massive stone beneath the cascade. As he activated the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations, he closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Having entered the spirit path for merely 10 days, he had already completed the first task of collecting the primordial spirit pearls. Li Xian was in no rush to tackle the second task of the spirit token, as time remained plentiful. Moreover, he believed that as the competition drew to a close, those participants who had not met the task requirements would only grow more anxious. At that point, competing for the spirit tokens would be akin to a desperate gamble. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed on this day. Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the waterfall suddenly surged and dispersed. Xian's figure shot forth, the falling droplets halted by an invisible force. Despite 2 months of seclusion, he had yet to reach the 6th transformation. It seemed that the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations grew increasingly difficult with time. Estimating the passage of time, he swiftly moved deeper into the mountains. Though his 2 months of seclusion did not yield a breakthrough in the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations, it was not without improvement that Xian assessed that with the strength of his physical body, he could now strike down someone of Zheng Jiwen's caliber with a single punch, without even drawing his sword. With over 2 months elapsed, only 5 days remained until the emergence of Ling Mountain. According to Yi Zhenwei, Ling Mountain typically appeared in the depths of the Spirit Path's core. As the final moments approached, Li Xian knew he must reach this location to have any hope of entering the top 100. Half an hour passed before Li Xian's figure came to a sudden halt. Not far ahead, a fierce battle was raging. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was 5 individuals surrounding one. With a glance, he recognized that the besieged individual was none other than Yi Zhenwei. Boom! Li Xian unleashed a punch that sent one assailant flying, and instantly appeared before Yi Zhenwei. Brotherly. Upon seeing Li Xian, Yi Zhenwei's face lit up with joy. A wide Xian smiled wryly and remarked, Brother Yi, why is it that every time I encounter you, it is in the midst of a beating? Yi Zhenwei, hearing this, also wore a bitter smile. After glancing at the 5 encircling figures, he whispered, This matter is quite lengthy to explain. However, brotherly, it would be best if you refrain from getting involved. Not at all. Since I consider you a friend, I naturally cannot stand idly by, Li Xian replied with a smile, clearly indicating that he understood the strength of these 5 adversaries. Very well, I am honored by your regard. And should I perish within the spirit path today, I shall have no regrets. Yi Zhenwei felt deeply moved by his words, and his fighting spirit surged instantly. Fear not, for today you shall not fall, Li Xian declared, his gaze shifting towards a man clad in white robes. Among the 5, this individual was the strongest, at the advanced level of the Purple Mansion realm. The other 4 were also formidable, all at the intermediate level of the Purple Mansion realm. It was no small feat for Yi Zhenwei to have held his ground until now. Li Xian's surprise, within just 2 months, Yi Zhenwei had actually broken through to the advanced level of the Purple Mansion realm. Not hold back. The white-robed man glanced at Li Xian and, with a wave of his hand, charged directly at him. The other 4 immediately lunged towards Yi Zhenwei. Xian's expression sharpened, and he summoned the power of the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations, channeling it into his left arm. in the next moment. He hurled a punch forward, boom. With a single strike, the white-robed man was sent sprawling back several hundred meters. The man's expression darkened as he waved his right arm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Zhao Mubai, being the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhao family, possessed extraordinary prowess in physical combat. He had not anticipated encountering someone of such caliber on the spirit path at that moment. Zhao Mubai realized that his own physical strength was inferior to Li Xian's. This individual clearly possessed remarkable mastery in physical cultivation. Li Xian, too, was somewhat astonished, although he had not yet achieved the sixth transformation. His physical strength had significantly increased. The fact that Zhao Mubai could withstand his punch without faltering indicated that he, too, had trained in physical prowess. "Come again," Zhao Mubai shouted, a flash of crimson light suddenly appearing on his right arm. As his words fell, he launched a punch towards Li Xian. Seeing this, Li Xian's expression shifted slightly, and he propelled himself into motion. Boom! 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blows echoing endlessly. Within mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of strikes. Meanwhile, the battle between Yi Zhenwei and the four adversaries had reached a fever pitch. Although Yi Zhenwei had advanced to the high level of the Purple Mansion realm, it had only been a short time since his breakthrough. Moreover, facing four intermediate-level opponents made it a considerable challenge for him to remain undefeated. He could only hope to stall until Brother Li could defeat Zhao Mubai. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zhenwei steeled his gaze and summoned a spirit blade. Bang! With a resounding crack, both Li Xian and Zhao Mubai were forced to retreat several steps. It appeared that Zhao Mubai had unleashed some kind of divine technique. Li Xian glanced at Zhao Mubai and suddenly recalled the crimson light that had flickered on his right arm earlier. "I admire your physical prowess. Even with mere physical strength, you can contend with my Zhao family's great longevity technique. Since we cannot determine a victor through physical strength, let us go all out." With that, a spear materialized in Zhao Mubai's hand. Li Xian's expression tightened. The spear in Zhao Mubai's grasp was of the earth grade. Indeed, this land was teeming with formidable individuals. However, Li Xian felt no trepidation. With a thought, the Dao sword appeared before him. A swordsman. At the sight of the Dao sword, Zhao Mubai's pupils constricted. Among peers, swordsmen were unrivaled. Zhao Mubai clearly did not expect that a person with such profound physical cultivation would also be a swordsman. "If you can withstand a single strike from me, I will concede this battle," Zhao Mubai declared solemnly, fully aware of the challenge ahead. Yet, as the strongest among the younger generation of the Zhao family, he would not back down from a fight. "As you wish," Li Xian replied with an air of indifference. Zhao Mubai took a deep breath. With a thought, he infused his spiritual power into the spear. Clang! The sound of the spear rang out, and a flash of white light vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Zhao Mubai lunged at Li Xian with the spear. A glimmer of cold light surged forward, followed closely by the spear, moving with the speed of a dragon. The air reverberated with the shockwave. And even in midair, a fleeting shadow was barely visible. Slash! Li Xian remained undeterred, channeling the Dao sword as it sliced through the air. Swoosh! The sound of the sword echoed across the heavens, prompting Yi Zhenwei and the others to retreat 100 meters to observe. Crack! The Dao sword met the spear, producing a sharp and clear sound. Impossible. Zhao Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. His spear was of earth-grade quality, yet it shattered under Li Xian's strike. Li Xian, too, was taken aback. His master, Dao Tian, had once mentioned the immense power of the Dao sword, asserting that Li Xian's strength could not fully unleash its potential. Moreover, without restrictions, Li Xian would inevitably suffer backlash. Thus, Dao Tian had sealed away nearly all of its power. Yet even in its restrained state, it remained terrifyingly potent. "Who is that woman in the flowing dress?" Li Xian mused inwardly, astonished that such a divine artifact had been so easily bestowed upon him. At this moment, he finally grasped the true essence of his master's proclamation of invincibility. "With such strength, you will undoubtedly be renowned among the top 100 at this battle. I concede," Zhao Mubai said, tenderly stroking the shattered spear in his hand. His expression complex as he bowed respectfully to Li Xian. You are not weak yourself, Li Xian replied, unaware of the enmity between Yi Zhongwei and Zhao Mubai. Moreover, Zhao Mubai did not exhibit the same hostility as Zheng Jiwen and his brother. Thus he returned the bow. Let us depart. Zhao Mubai smiled, gesturing for the 4 intermediate-level Purple Mansion realm fighters to turn and leave. Brother Li, today you have saved my life yet again. Zhao Mubai and his companions departed. Yi Zhongwei approached Li Xian, offering a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Li Xian waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "This merely indicates that fate has intertwined our paths, allowing us to encounter one another on this spirit road. But let us not dwell on that. What is the nature of your relationship with this individual?" Yi Zhongwei, visibly conflicted, scratched his head and replied, "To recount this matter, it is indeed my fault. Previously, our families, the Yi and Zhao, were on amicable terms, often engaging in marriages between our clans, and why father wished for me to wed Zhao Ling, the daughter of the Zhao family, but I declined. Did I ask that all?" Li Xian inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Zhongwei. After all, if it were merely a refusal of marriage, why would Zhao Mubai take such drastic measures against Yi Zhongwei? With a sheepish smile, Yi Zhongwei continued, "Afterward at a banquet, I became inebriated and, in a moment of folly, boasted that I held Zhao Linger in contempt. To my dismay, she was present at the banquet, which escalated the situation considerably." Noticing the skeptical expression on Li Xian's face, Yi Zhongwei sighed. "Zhao Linger challenged me, and as the heir of the Yi family, how could I refuse? In a moment of impulse, I ended up playfully swatting her and tossing her into the river." Li Xian was momentarily speechless. It was evident that Zhao Mubai was Zhao Linger's elder brother. Were it him, he would have likely sought vengeance upon Yi Zhongwei for such a slight against his sister. "You ought to take the initiative to apologize after this incident," Li Xian advised, rubbing his forehead, his gaze drifting deep in thought that why Yi Zhongwei hesitated, casting a glance at Li Xian, regardless of Zhao Linger's appearance. As the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, she was humiliated in front of so many. Who would be willing to marry into a family that has brought such disgrace upon her? Li Xian said, retracting his gaze with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Yi Zhongwei's face flushed as he admitted, "In truth, Zhao Linger is quite beautiful. Had I met her sooner, I might not have acted so rashly." Li Xian's surprise was palpable, followed by a rueful smile as he gazed into the distance. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, startling Yi Zhongwei mid-sentence, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How peculiar! The spirit mountain typically only manifests in the last half-month. Why has it appeared so early this time? Yi Zhongwei mused that Li Xian found the occurrence equally strange, but recognizing that the spirit mountain had indeed materialized, he knew they would soon be occupied with tasks ahead. Currently, Li Xian possessed only 2 spirit tokens, requiring an additional 8 to complete his mission to gain entry to the spirit mountain. He had to fulfill the tasks associated with the spirit tokens. "Brother Yi, how many spirit tokens do you currently possess?" Li Xian turned to inquire. With a bitter smile, Yi Zhongwei confessed, "I have been out of seclusion for 5 days, intending to seek out some competitors for a duel. However, before I could encounter anyone else, I was discovered by Zhao Mubai. Alone, I stood no chance, so I had to flee." Li Xian raised a hand to halt Yi Zhongwei's words, clearly realizing that he possessed not a single spirit token. "Brother Yi, let us first secure positions on those 3 peaks," he suggested after a moment's contemplation. Previously, Yi Zhongwei had informed Li Xian that 3 peaks lay outside the spirit mountain, where formidable competitors would enter as soon as the spirit mountain appeared, while others would bide their time, waiting for the appointed hour. According to Yi Zhongwei, the strongest participants in previous Spirit Road contests were only at the initial level of Martial Emperor. Those at the Martial King or even early Martial Emperor levels would undoubtedly ascend the Spirit Mountain, leaving the remaining Purple Mansion level competitors posing little threat to either Li Xian or Yi Zhongwei. Both Li Xian and Yi Zhongwei, lacking sufficient spirit tokens, could only set their sights on the other competitors on the 3 peaks. Yi Zhongwei nodded in agreement and swiftly darted toward the location of the 3 peaks. Before long, under Yi Zhongwei's lead, Li Xian arrived at one of the peaks and could see that moment. Numerous competitors were already present, but they had clearly spaced themselves apart to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Li Xian surveyed the scene, noting that nearly all the competitors on this peak were at the Purple Mansion level. Brother Yi, in the past, did they engage in direct confrontation, or were there established rules? Li Xian queried. There's no specific protocol, Yi Zhongwei replied promptly. Typically, they only engage with those weaker than themselves. However, contestants with substantial backing will refrain from provoking even the stronger participants. Li Xian nodded slightly. After all, only by successfully becoming disciples of the four sects in one palace could one remain unafraid of retaliation from those powerful families. If unsuccessful, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. By the way, Brother Yi, during your last elimination, were you defeated by someone, or did you withdraw voluntarily? Li Xian suddenly asked, curiosity piqued. Why Yi Zhongwei paused, his expression turning icy as he responded. Although I was weaker last time. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I should not have been eliminated before the Spirit Mountain even appeared. The Qian family and our Zhao family have always been at odds, and I unfortunately encountered a genius from the Qian family. Qian Hongfei is 2 years my senior and considerably stronger. Had I not conceded quickly, I might have perished in that Spirit Road contest. Who else does your family hold grievances with? Li Xian inquired. Patting Yi Zhongwei's shoulder, shaking his head, Yi Zhongwei replied, among the various families, there are not many deep-seated grudges. Our Yi family, aside from the Qian family, currently has minor issues with the Zhao family, as for the Qian family. Let us wait and see, Li Xian mused thoughtfully before settling down to meditate. Why Yi Zhongwei, perplexed, followed suit and asked, Brother Li, why do you inquire about these matters? Li Xian smiled and explained, I initially intended to ask if any of the participants bore resemblance to the likes of Zhu Jiwen and his brother, so I could strategize my approach. However, reflecting on it, this Spirit Road contest is inherently a world of the survival of the fittest, rendering my inquiries unnecessary. Why Yi Zhongwei nodded in agreement. Entering the Spirit Road contest is akin to signing a death warrant. Even in death, one cannot blame anyone. Moreover, as this contest is jointly hosted by the four sects in one palace, other forces would not dare to act openly. That I had the same thought, so there is no need to dwell on it further. Let us rest today and commence our challenges tomorrow, Li Xian concluded, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Why Yi Zhongwei, taken aback, soon chuckled and settled down. Is that not the young master of the Yi family? Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. Yi Xian opened his eyes to find a man in a brocade robe accompanied by 3 others clad in green approaching. The brocade-clad man glanced at Li Xian before fixing his gaze upon Yi Zhongwei. Qiantingda, what do you seek? Yi Zhongwei rose, his expression growing noticeably colder. A member of the Qian family, Li Xian noted, casting a look at Qiantingda before leaning back against the great tree to observe. Yi Zhongwei, you caused my brother to only secure the 79th position last time. Thus shouldn't we settle this score? Qiantingda sneered. Let us make this simple. If you withdraw voluntarily, I assure you no harm shall come to you. As Qiantingda's words fell, the 3 men behind him stepped forward, their energies converging to lock onto Yi Zhongwei. Oh, you truly believe you have me cornered? Yi Zhongwei scoffed, his spirit blade materializing in his grasp. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Qiantingda chuckled at the sight, then turned his gaze toward Li Xian and declared, my Qian family conducts business here. It would be wise for meddlesome onlookers to keep their distance. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across Yi Zhongwei's face. Qiantingda was foolishly provoking Li Xian. Through their time spent together, Yi Zhongwei had learned much about Li Xian's character. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if someone seeks to provoke me, they are merely courting disaster. You suggest I clear out? Li Xian asked, glancing at Qiantingda, with an older brother who had joined the 4 sects in one palace. It was no surprise Qiantingda had reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion level. However, his arrogance likely stemmed from Qian Hongfei's status as a disciple of the 4 sects in one palace. What? Do you think there are others here besides yourself? Qiantingda paid no heed to Li Xian's somewhat frigid tone. This moment, all participants above the Martial King realm had already entered Ling Mountain. And those at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm possessed enough strength to dominate. Upon hearing this, Li Xian smiled slightly and then turned to Yi Zhongwei. Brother Yi, how about I take care of this fellow? Yi Zhongwei, upon hearing this, immediately nodded with a grin. Brother Li, feel free to make your move. It would be best if you could make this brat not even recognize his own mother. Yi Zhenwei, are you courting death? Qian Tingda's expression instantly darkened at these words, and he unleashed a punch directly at Yi Zhenwei. In the next moment, Li Xian's fist collided directly with Qian Tingda's. Under the astonished gaze of Qian Tingda, Li Xian grinned. Your opponent is me. Courting death, Qian Tingda's face grew grim, and a terrifying aura surged forth in an instant. Not only that, a round copper coin materialized. The coin had a square center, which rapidly enlarged and charged straight towards Li Xian. Brotherly, be careful. This object is called the Falling Gold Treasure. It is a clan-defending spirit treasure of the Qian family. Yi Zhenwei's voice rang out, and Li Xian's expression immediately became serious. Spirit treasures are categorized into levels: Xian, Huang, Ren, Di, Tian, and further into immortal, treasure, divine, and sacred artifacts. Unlike spirit weapons, spirit treasures possess even greater power. The higher the level of the spirit treasure, the more it serves as the family's or sect's prized possession. Li Xian was somewhat taken aback that the Qian family's Tian-level clan treasure was actually given to Qian Tingda. Not daring to be careless, Li Xian activated the Xingdao sword and slashed out. Ding! A ringing sound echoed as the falling gold treasure and the Xingdao sword were both pushed back by a tremendous force. You can actually withstand a strike from the falling gold treasure. You do possess some strength, young man. Qian Tingda's face revealed a hint of surprise. Ever since obtaining the falling gold treasure, he had been invincible, never having met anyone who could block a single blow. Yet now, Li Xian had managed to fend it off with a single sword strike, instantly piquing Qian Tingda's interest in the Xingdao sword. In truth, Li Xian was also somewhat astonished. The power the Xingdao sword had previously demonstrated was already enough to prove its might. However, the falling gold treasure showed no signs of weakening, indicating its formidable strength. That moment, the Xingdao sword suddenly emitted a sword chant on its own. Before Li Xian could react, it charged autonomously toward the falling gold treasure. Crack! The sword light flickered, and a wave of heart-stirring sword might erupted. In the next instant, the Xingdao sword struck directly against the falling gold treasure, but a crisp sound rang out, and the expressions of those present changed dramatically. The falling gold treasure had shattered. Poof! Qian Tingda spat out a mouthful of blood, a result of the immense backlash from the destruction of the falling gold treasure. You actually destroyed my falling gold treasure. Qian Tingda's eyes widened in rage. The falling gold treasure was the Qian family's clan treasure, and now it had been obliterated. Rest in peace. Li Xian promptly stowed the Xingdao sword within his body, and, with a swift movement, delivered a punch to Qian Tingda's chest. Bang! The terrifying force instantly shattered Qian Tingda's internal organs. His eyes widened in disbelief, as he never expected that a being at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm would perish in this spiritual path. Thud! Simultaneously, as Li Xian killed Qian Tingda with a single punch, the other three Qian family disciples lost their composure and were swiftly slain by Yi Zhenwei. Brotherly, well done. Yi Zhenwei beamed at Li Xian, giving him a thumbs up, and then eagerly collected the Qinquan bags from the four. Li Xian smiled in response, and bent down to retrieve Qian Tingda's Qinquan bag, his face lighting up with delight. Inside Qian Tingda's Qinquan bag were actually 12 spirit tokens. Each of these three fellows had 3 spirit tokens on them. At this moment, Yi Zhenwei was also filled with excitement. Together, they had amassed a total of 9 tokens. Brotherly, your sword seems to be of quite a high grade. It would be best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary from here on, after distributing the spirit tokens and the mixed Yuan spirit beads. Yi Zhenwei whispered to Li Xian. Li Xian nodded. In fact, he had already sensed this earlier. The power of the Xingdao sword was simply overwhelming. Present. Perhaps no one in this spiritual path could detect this. But they were soon to ascend Ling Mountain. Those who could reach Ling Mountain were undoubtedly individuals of significant attention. Li Xian believed that the strong from the 4 sects and 1 palace must possess means to discern the situation within. He understood the principle of possessing a treasure brings trouble all too well. Let us rest for a moment. After Li Xian spoke, he directly sat cross-legged beneath a tree to recuperate. Yi Zhenwei, seeing this, said nothing further and also sat down to restore his energy. I was still somewhat careless. Li Xian sighed inwardly. Had it not been for the Qingdao sword's spontaneous eruption, winning against Qiantingda would have been exceedingly difficult. Moreover, even if he did win, Li Xian would have undoubtedly been drained in this spiritual path. Any personal issues would be the most lethal hazard. Such a situation must never occur again, Li Xian silently warned himself. Then exhaled a breath of turbid air. After entering this spiritual path contest, he had discovered many of his shortcomings. Although he was a sword cultivator, he had no sword techniques or forms at all. Even the basics of sword cultivation were something Li Xian had little understanding of. Furthermore, even though Li Xian now possessed advanced strength in the Purple Mansion realm, he felt like a child with the strength of an adult, greatly restrained and unable to fully unleash his potential. Had it not been for the accumulation of considerable combat awareness during his 3 years in the Eastern Wasteland, he likely would not have reached this point. This little fellow is beginning to reflect upon himself. Beneath a starry sky, Hong Jun nodded slightly and remarked. Dao Tian chuckled in response. The reason I haven't imparted him any divine abilities or sword techniques is to help him recognize his own inadequacies. Fortunately, he has realized this in such a short time. Otherwise, he might suffer greatly in the future. Only by relying on himself to comprehend these matters can he better master and apply them. The path he must tread cannot be paved by us. Dao Tian, when do you think this little fellow will become a sword immortal? Hong Jun asked with a nod. Dao Tian pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. The master leads the way. But cultivation relies on the individual. That we have done all we can. When he can truly step into the sword path depends solely on his own understanding and fortune. As for becoming a sword immortal, it could take a long time or be quite short. Hong Jun rolled his eyes at this. You old fellow only knows how to speak in riddles. Never mind, it all depends on him. I hope he can be quick about it. Otherwise, that town prison tower. Hong Jun, tread carefully with your words. Dao Yan's expression grew solemn at once. In the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. Brotherly. Are we just going to wait like this? Yi Zhenwei glanced at Li Xian and finally spoke up. Li Xian smiled and nodded. At present, both of us have collected over 10 spirit tokens. Thus, there's no need to compete for others' tokens. Let us observe for now and see which challengers choose more prudently. All right, let it be as brotherly suggests. Yi Zhenwei nodded in agreement. Li Xian then turned his gaze toward the immense Ling Mountain. At this moment, the summit of Ling Mountain was already filled with over 100 contestants. The weakest among them had already reached the advanced stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Those bold enough to occupy position from the outset evidently possessed formidable confidence. Good morning, everyone. I wonder if you have your eyes on any promising candidates. Atop a mountain peak in the outside world, a rotund man with large ears and a belly, leaning against a giant wine jug, floated in midair. Flower wine monk. Why has the Wuyang sect sent you here? A middle-aged man, riding a spirit sword, approached and smiled upon seeing the former. After finishing his words, the middle-aged man nodded to 2 men and a woman who had already arrived, then turned his gaze toward a massive projection. The projection displayed the area surrounding Ling Mountain for 100 miles at Li Qinggang. Do you mean that a monk like me cannot come? The flower wine monk took a sip from his jug, looking displeased at Li Qinggang. You two should stop bickering. The challenge is about to begin. Let's each select our preferred contestants first. A woman interjected. Fairy Iloa has spoken. We naturally must give her face. The monk, known for his fondness for wine, smiled amiably and nodded in acknowledgement. The others chuckled and shook their heads, their gazes shifting towards the projection. Suddenly, a figure soared forth from the peak of a mountain, locking its sights directly onto a person meditating atop Ling Mountain. The man atop Ling Mountain glanced at the challenger and, without uttering a word, swiftly took flight towards the challenger. In an instant, the two were engaged in fierce combat. Brotherly, the challenge is commenced. Ye spoke that if I successfully challenge the one ranked 100th, may I continue to vie for higher positions. Li Xian nodded slightly before posing his query. Yi Zhenwei responded affirmatively. Naturally, that is permissible. However, in this past fortnight, the number of challengers has been overwhelming that if one does not choose an opportune moment to challenge, they might miss their chance. Additionally, each participant on Ling Mountain can only be challenged 3 times. With that, Li Xian contemplated the situation, his gaze flitting among the 60 to 70 competitors on Ling Mountain. Currently, there were 2 individuals at the primary level of the martial emperor realm among the competitors. Furthermore, there were 5 at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, 15 at the advanced level, 21 at the intermediate level, and 17 at the initial level. This aggregation accounted for the top 60 positions. Strictly speaking, the rankings for the Purple Mansion realm commenced from the 61st position. Li Xuan scanned the remaining 40 competitors. He noted that apart from the last 10, all possessed peak Purple Mansion realm prowess. Even the final 10 contenders boasted strength at the advanced level of the Purple Mansion realm. According to Yi Zhongwei's introduction, all 100 participants had previously competed in the last Ling Road contest, showcasing not only formidable strength, but also profound backgrounds. At IT could be asserted that every competitor capable of ascending Ling Mountain was devoid of any superficiality. Gentlemen, it appears that the top 60 this year will remain largely unchanged. I am rather curious about which dark horse will emerge as the champion of the Purple Mansion realm. The wine-loving monk remarked with a smile. An elder pondered briefly before replying. The scion of the Zhao family. Zhao Mubai, the heir of the Luo family, Luo Xing, the son of the He family, He Yilong, the heir of the Sun family, Sun Diho, and even Dong Qianshan from the Dong family. All are but a step away from entering the martial king realm. Should we seek a contender for the top position, it may prove challenging to choose. The 6 individuals mentioned by Elder Gong are indeed impressive, yet let us wait for the conclusion to ascertain the results. The monk nodded, then turned to Li Qinggang, saying, Li Qinggang, I trust you will not leave this time without selecting a single disciple. Upon hearing the monk's words, Gong Wenshan and the others fixed their gazes on Li Qinggang. In previous editions of the Ling Road contest, whenever Li Qinggang attended, he had never chosen a disciple to join the Wujin sect. Even among the top 10 prodigies, he had never once expressed a desire to contend. Li Qinggang responded with a smile. If I do not encounter a suitable disciple, I would rather abstain from selection. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes darting back to the projection. As expected, Li Qinggang would likely refrain from selecting any of the 100 disciples to join the Wujin sect. This implied that the 4 families could seize additional spots. Thus, they hastened to identify suitable disciples for their section's time passed quietly. And before long, 10 days had slipped away. Only 5 days remained until the conclusion of the Ling Road contest. Brother Li, I shall proceed to challenge now, Yi Zhongwei stated, glancing at Li Xian before rising to Li Xian nodded in response, his demeanor serene, leaving Yi Zhongwei uncertain of his thoughts. As Yi Zhongwei initiated his challenge. Li Xian briefly observed before averting his gaze. Why Yi Zhongwei was challenging the individual ranked 92nd, both possessing strength at the advanced level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, Li Xian held a favorable view of Yi Zhongwei. For he was the scion of the Yi family. If he lacked any hidden cards, it would be improbable for him to escape the onslaught of Zhao Mubai and others. The timing seems right. This must be the one, Li Xian murmured, then set his sights on the competitor ranked 61st. Through days of observation, he had gleaned the strengths and tactics of the competitors. The one ranked 61st had successfully ascended through challenges and, most notably, boasted terrifying physical defenses. After withstanding challenges from 2 competitors, none had managed to breach his defenses. Li Xian, confident in his own physical prowess, chose this opponent. Li Xian, here to challenge, he declared, fixing his gaze upon the man. His expression calm. Dong Qianshan, I accept your challenge. Dong Qianshan, glancing at Li Xian, instantly appeared in mid-air. In the next moment, both unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch collided with a resounding impact, the sheer force resonating through the air. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as both Li Xian and Dong Qianshan staggered backward, their expressions grave, clearly feeling the formidable strength of each other's physiques. I did not anticipate your physical prowess to be so formidable. It is no wonder you chose me as your adversary. That I must admit, this battle is quite exhilarating, Dong Qianshan exclaimed, excitement evident on his face, brimming with combat fervor. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, conceding that Dong Qianshan's physical strength was indeed comparable to his own. However, to determine a victor between the two, it seemed they would engage in battle until exhaustion, which in their current states would likely require days to conclude. Given our physical might, it appears we could duel until the Ling Road closes without a clear victor. Since you possess commendable physical strength, let us see if you can breach my defenses. Should you succeed, I, Dong Qianshan, shall concede this battle." Dong Qianshan stated, his enthusiasm palpable. Evidently, he held immense confidence in his defensive capabilities. "Very well," Li Xian responded, recognizing that prolonged combat would yield no decisive outcome. A direct approach would be more effective. Upon Li Xian's agreement, Dong Qianshan's figure shifted, his hand seals changing in an instant. A golden light enveloped him, forming a shimmering barrier. Additionally, the exposed skin of Dong Qianshan transformed to a gleaming bronze hue. "I humbly request your guidance," Dong Qianshan said earnestly, his gaze fixed on Li Xian. Dong Qianshan's mastery of his immovable defense was evidently profound, likely surpassing even the head of the Dong family. At this moment, it would be exceedingly challenging for any challenger to breach his defenses, as the monk noted with keen observation. Fairy Iluo contemplated for a moment before stating, "The challenger possesses physical strength that can match Dong Qianshan, indicating he is not an ordinary opponent. Moreover, after successfully defending against 2 challenges, he continues to engage, suggesting he has a plan." Gong Wenshan chuckled and turned to Li Qinggang, saying, "If anyone can unravel Dong Qianshan's immovable defense, it would be you, my friend." Fairy Iluo and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes now fixed upon Li Qinggang, that a swordsman, unrivaled among peers. "Let us observe how this young man navigates the challenge," Li Qinggang remarked, his expression unchanged, his focus unwavering on the projection of Li Xian on Ling Mountain. Li Xian took a deep breath. Relying solely on his physical strength would evidently not suffice to breach Dong Qianshan's defenses. In the next moment, a sword materialized before him. "A swordsman?" Li Qinggang observed, his gaze sharpening, even his breath momentarily halting. "This is intriguing. A swordsman is often considered indomitable, while Dong Qianshan's immovable defense is reputed to be the pinnacle of physical protection. This battle promises to be quite captivating. Think you are also a swordsman. However, my immovable defense has withstood numerous swordsmen without faltering, many of whom wielded blades of superior grade compared to yours." Dong Qianshan's demeanor shifted slightly upon seeing Li Xian draw his spirit sword. Yet he quickly regained composure, greeting Li Xian with a smile. Li Xian remained unfazed, for although he had contemplated utilizing the Xingdao sword, its overwhelming power was far too great. Depending on external artifacts was not his intention, and should anyone discern the extraordinary nature of the Xingdao sword, it would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. "I am a swordsman, and the grade of the sword is inconsequential. As long as I wield a sword, it suffices," Li Xian whispered, his eyes suddenly alight with determination. With a resonant hum, a sound of sword intent emanated from within Li Xian, transforming his aura in an instant. Clarity of the sword heart. Li Qinggang was somewhat taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Li Xian would step into the realm of sword heart enlightenment at this moment. The mental states of sword practitioners are divided into 4 stages: sword heart enlightenment, sword heart clarity, sword heart transparency, and sword heart divinity. Sword heart enlightenment represents an ultimate recognition of the sword path. In this state of mind, one is no longer swayed by external temptations and possesses a clear direction regarding the sword path. Overall, having reached this stage, Li Xian can already be regarded as a competent Grand Sword Master. The levels of sword practitioners are classified as Junior Sword Master, Grand Sword Master, Sword Path Grand Master, Sword Lord, Sword King, Sword Emperor, Junior Sword Immortal, Grand Sword Immortal, Sword Deity, Sword Saint, and Transcendent Sword Saint. Li Qinggang could discern that Li Xian's understanding of the sword path was rather limited. Otherwise, he would not have initially chosen to compete against Dong Qianshan based on physical strength. "Regardless of the outcome, I demand this young man for the sword sect," Li Qinggang declared solemnly. "Very well. Although my immortal sect also has sword practitioners, they cannot be compared to your esteemed sect," Li Daoyu replied. "Since you have spoken, I shall grant this favor." After a moment's hesitation, Gong Wenshan smiled wryly. "Li Daoyu, it has been quite some time since you sought a disciple. Thus, I shall offer this disciple quota from my Divine Wind sect, and my Wuyang sect has no objections. It's a pity that my Ihua palace does not possess such fortune." The 3 of them, including Fairy Law, spoke up, but a glimmer of regret flashed in each of their eyes that a sword practitioner who comprehends the sword heart enlightenment will inevitably become a sword path grandmaster in the future. Li Qinggang's insistence stemmed from this very reason. Although Gong Wenshan and the others understood this as well, only the sword sect had the qualifications to make such a request among the 4 sects and 1 palace. This sensation felt rather pleasant. At this moment, Li Xian was also astonished. However, the shift in his mindset inadvertently resonated with the spiritual sword within his dantian. Dao Dian had once told Li Xian that the spiritual sword in his dantian was of immortal sword caliber. Named Qing Xiao, the Qing Xiao sword emitted a series of sonorous chimes, and a surge of sword intent suddenly welled up. Although Li Xian felt a twinge of curiosity, he suppressed this thought and grasped the human sword before him. After all, he was currently amidst a challenge, and all matters could be addressed after its conclusion. With a firm grip, the human sword shuddered, and Li Xian instantaneously felt as though this weapon had become an extension of his own body. Slash! Feeling this way, Li Xian was filled with exuberance. In the next moment, he swung the human sword directly at Dong Qianshan. He executed this strike. A flash of sword light from the Qingxiao sword within him surged into the human sword. The human sword's blade radiated with brilliance, crashing down upon Dong Qianshan's golden barrier. Boom! In an instant, the sword light flickered, and the sword Qi rampaged like a thunderous serpent. Crack! A faint yet crisp sound abruptly echoed. Dong Qianshan's expression changed. The barrier he had taken pride in, which was as steadfast as a mountain, had actually developed a fissure. Before Dong Qianshan could act, the crack rapidly spread like a spider's web. In less than 10 breaths, the entire golden barrier shattered. Seeing this, Dong Qianshan hurriedly retreated, stopping only after covering several hundred meters. He swallowed hard, casting a complex glance at Li Xian. This battle, I have lost. After a brief silence, Dong Qianshan managed a bitter smile. You concede. Upon hearing this, Li Xian sheathed the human sword and clasped his fists in return. When I next reach the state of unmoving as a mountain, I shall seek you out for another duel. Dong Qianshan chuckled, then departed from Ling Mountain. Xian regarded Dong Qianshan's retreat with a nod of approval. This man was indeed a gentleman. Xian then shifted his gaze, his figure landing precisely where Dong Qianshan had stood moments ago. Ling Mountain, 61st. After settling down, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to introspect. This the sword intent. Li Xian sensed the faint glow emanating from the Qingxiao sword. Pondering for a moment, it seems Brother Li's swordsmanship has advanced yet again. Meanwhile, Yi Zhengwei, positioned in 92nd place, cast an admiring glance at Li Xian. Time slipped by quietly, with only a day remaining until the closure of the Ling Road. Challenges became increasingly frequent and fierce. All challengers who considered themselves formidable unleashed their full strength at the first strike. However, those who occupied positions within the top 100 were no weaklings. They countered these lightning-fast assaults with even stronger retaliations. In just these few days, Li Xian witnessed no fewer than 100 participants fall. During this period, no one attempted to challenge Li Xian. After all, many onlookers had witnessed the clash between Li Xian and Dong Qianshan. Li Xian was not only physically powerful, but also a sword practitioner capable of breaching Dong Qianshan's defenses. Rather than face Li Xian, challengers prefer to seek out others. In contrast, Yi Zhengwei, ranked 92nd, faced 2 advanced participants from the Purple Mansion realm in succession. Fortunately, Yi Zhengwei's deep foundation allowed him to ultimately prevail, albeit at the cost of sustaining severe injuries. Following his defeat to Li Xian, Dong Qianshan promptly challenged the participant ranked 60-2nd. As expected, he dominated the match entirely. As night fell, a resonant hum echoed through the in the next moment, the spiritual light of Ling Mountain flickered, and all top 100 participants, including Li Xian, vanished from sight. Congratulations to all, you have successfully secured a place among the top 100. When Li Xian opened his eyes, a cheerful voice resonated. The speaker was Gong Wenshan, who wore a broad smile while gazing at the crowd. Brotherly, impressive, Yi Zhengwei exclaimed as he approached Li Xian, giving him a thumbs up. You did well too. I was worried you might be challenged. Li Xian replied with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Gong Wenshan. Rest assured, with your rank of 61st, many will undoubtedly seek you out. Yi Zhengwei, seemingly sensing Li Xian's concerns, thumped his chest confidently. Li Xian felt a bit more at ease upon hearing this, then listened attentively to Gong Wenshan. All right, everyone may begin selecting as he observed the four of them choose their disciples. Li Xian felt a twinge of anxiety. With Yi Jingwei's hushed introductions, Li Xian gained a general understanding of these 5 individuals. Gong Wenshan from the Immortal Sect, Hua Ju the monk from the Wuliang Sect, Nie Feng from the Divine Wind Sect, Li Qinggang from the Sword Sect, and Fairy Iluo from the Yihua Palace. All 5 were elder-level figures within their respective sects, each a formidable warrior at the martial saint level in the realm of the San Yuan continent. They could be said to occupy an exalted position at that moment. Aside from Li Qinggang, the other 4 had already gathered over 10 figures behind them, showing signs of ceasing their selections. Previously, Li Xian had heard Yi Zhengwei mention that even participants who entered the top 100 might not be chosen, causing Li Xian to feel increasingly tense. After all, apart from the top 10, only he, Yi Zhengwei, and 5 participants ranked at the very bottom remained. Brotherly, do not worry. You're the foremost in the Purple Mansion realm and will undoubtedly be selected. Yi Zhengwei whispered, though a complex expression lingered on his face. By this point, it was evident that remaining unchosen by the 4 sects and 1 palace was a foregone conclusion. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian continued to wait. Soon, the top 10 participants began to select their preferred sects. To Li Xian's surprise, not a single individual opted for the Sword Sect. Everyone, I shall take my leave first. The monk Hua Jiu said with a satisfied smile, tossing a wine jug that instantly expanded to about 5 zhang in size. Participants choosing the Wuliang sect promptly moved to stand upon a jug. My friends, I too shall depart, Gong Wenshan declared, waving his hand as he led the chosen participants away. Within mere moments, only Li Qinggang remained. Seeing this, Li Xian let out a soft sigh. It appeared that he had indeed been eliminated. You come here to that moment. Li Qinggang's gaze shifted to Li Xian. Greetings, Senior. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and approached, bowing respectfully before Li Qinggang. Are you willing to become my disciple? Li Qinggang asked directly after a slight nod. The remaining Yi Zhengwei and the 5 lowest-ranked participants were all taken aback. An elder-level figure from the Sword Sect was personally accepting a disciple. Even Li Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Upon returning to the sect, arrangements will be made for you to receive guidance from others. Observing this, Li Qinggang's eyes flickered with a hint of regret as he spoke. Senior, you misunderstand. I merely failed to react in time. Your disciple. Pay my respects to my master. Hearing this, Li Xian let out a bitter smile, then respectfully knelt and performed a bow. Dao Tian had previously informed Li Xian that he could pay his respect to his master again in the future, as long as he remembered the existence of Dao Tian as his mentor. Li Xian's purpose in participating in the Spirit Road competition was to join one of the 4 sects and 1 palace. Thus, he could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. Satisfied, Li Qinggang nodded and, with a wave of his hand, lifted Li Xian effortlessly. Very well, let us return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Li Xian glanced at Yi Zhengwei and resolutely said, Master, I have a request that may be considered inappropriate. Li Qinggang turned to look at Li Xian, evidently awaiting his words. Might I implore Master to accept him? Li Xian indicated towards Yi Zhengwei. Qinggang regarded the somewhat anxious Yi Zhengwei, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. I can take him back to the sect. There happens to be someone within the sect who comprehends the sword through the knife. His future will depend on his own fortune. Thank you, Master, Li Xian exclaimed with delight, immediately bowing once more to Li Qinggang. Thank you, Senior, Yi Zhengwei echoed, his face alight with excitement, and after bowing to Li Qinggang, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards Li Xian. Although he had not been favored and accepted as a disciple by Li Qinggang, merely becoming a disciple of the Wenjian sect was already a significant achievement. Let us depart. Li Qinggang nodded slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, a spiritual sword instantly transformed into a colossal form. In the next moment, the massive sword soared through the air, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Several dozen minutes later, Li Xian beheld the grand entrance of the One Jian sect. Before the gate stood a mountain peak resembling a colossal sword, piercing the clouds, surrounded by towering mountains and enveloped in mist. It appeared nothing short of a celestial realm. Indeed, it was a top-tier power in Zhongzhou. This mountain gate was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of my great wilderness nation. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement, for it was his first time joining a sect. Moreover, as one of the 4 sects in one palace, when Jian's sect held a prestigious status in Zhongzhou. Qinggang, my junior brother, you actually returned with disciples this time? In the main hall of the One Jian sect, a middle-aged man stood up in surprise upon seeing Li Qinggang. How unusual. My junior brother has brought back 2 disciples. Indeed, in the past, my junior brother has never returned with even a single disciple. The others in the hall chuckled in agreement, their gazes shifting towards Li Xian and Yi Zhenwei that I have met the senior brother. After nodding to the middle-aged man, Li Qinggang turned to Li Xian and Yi Zhenwei, saying, "This is our current sect master, Li Qingyang. These are the elders of One Jian sect. You may get to know them later." "Greetings, sect master. Greetings to all esteemed elders," Li Xian and Yi Zhenwei responded. Bowing deeply, Qingyang smiled and waved his hand. "No need for excessive formality. Since my junior brother has chosen you, you may proceed to the disciple hall to report, my senior brother, I've already accepted him as my disciple." Li Qinggang stated. Qingyang paused in surprise, then turned his gaze to Li Xian. Previously, Li Qingyang had indeed observed both Li Xian and Yi Zhenwei. Their strength at the advanced level of the Purple Mansion realm was commendable. Yet within One Jian sect, they could only be considered inner disciples. However, the usually proud Li Qinggang had actually taken Li Xian as his disciple. "My junior brother, you're certainly testing us," an elder approached Li Xian, scrutinizing him for a moment, but failing to discern any extraordinary traits. "My junior brother, why not directly tell us what you see in this lad?" A middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. All eyes turned towards Li Qinggang, clearly curious as to why he had chosen Li Xian as his disciple, especially since he had never taken a disciple before. Clearly, Li Xian must possess some remarkable qualities. "Draw your sword," Li Qinggang said calmly. Gazing at Li Xian, this command. Li Xian felt a stirring within and drew a sword, slicing through the air before him. He has already grasped the essence of the sword. The decisive action and resolute spirit indicated that such a disciple could indeed venture far along the path of swordsmanship. While lacking any formal sword techniques, the single strike already exhibited his own sword intent. No wonder he caught the eye of my junior brother. With careful honing, he could become a pillar of our One Jian sect in the future. The others nodded slightly, beginning to recognize Li Xian's potential. "My junior brother, this cannot be the sole reason you accepted him as your disciple," Li Qingyang remarked with a smile. The others quickly realized that such talents were not uncommon in Zhongzhou, and merely bringing them to the sect was insufficient. My junior brother's personality would not permit him to take on a disciple without deeper merit. Li Qinggang sighed. During the Spirit Road competition, I comprehended the heart of the sword. Silence. Instantly, the grand hall fell silent. All eyes fixed upon Li Xian, their gazes akin to that of treasure hunters. The understanding of the heart of the sword foretold that he would at least become a sword master in the future. With careful cultivation, his achievements could be limitless. In that moment, everyone grasped the reason behind Li Qinggang's choice to accept Li Xian as his disciple. Alas, why was it not I who went to select disciples this time? An elder lamented, pounding his chest in regret. "Why, junior brother? Shall we discuss this further?" A middle-aged man said with a glint in his eye, looking at Li Qinggang with a smile. "Why, junior brother? If I were to take on another disciple, I could retreat into seclusion and ignore worldly matters. How about you let this disciple be mine?" Everyone watched Li Qinggang with eager anticipation, yet he remained impassive. At that moment, Li Xian felt somewhat dazed, realizing he had become a sought-after figure. "Why, junior brother, it is a rare opportunity for you to take a disciple. Do you not feel ashamed to compete with your senior brothers and sisters? Moreover, my junior brother has stated that this lad has already taken a master, so let go of your aspirations." Qingyang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, then shifted his gaze to Yi Zhenwei. "My junior brother, you haven't accepted him as a disciple, have you?" Realizing this, Everyone quickly gathered around Yi Zhongwei, scrutinizing him. "He's a knife practitioner," Li Qinggang replied, shaking his head. The others froze for a moment, then shook their heads and stepped back. Knife practitioners and sword practitioners followed different paths. The sword is the foremost of all weapons, while the knife, though equally renowned, represents an entirely different approach. The knife emphasizes cutting, while the sword focuses on thrusting. Additionally, the knife is heavy, whereas the sword is light and agile. The techniques of a knife are like a torrent, while the techniques of a sword are like the wind. To teach Yi Zhongwei would be beyond their capabilities. I Qingyang contemplated for a moment, then suggested, "My junior brother, do you intend for the second junior brother to teach him?" Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of realization. If anyone in Wanjian sect could instruct Yi Zhongwei, it would undoubtedly be their second junior brother. The second junior brother, named Li Qingshun, had been a knife practitioner like Yi Zhongwei before he adopted the sword path, propelling his strength to new heights. However, Li Qingshun often secluded himself for cultivation, rarely emerging, which meant his bond with them was not as deep as that with the proud Li Qinggang. Who knows when the second junior brother will emerge from seclusion? Hence, I had not initially planned to bring him into the sect. However, since my disciple is friends with him and has spoken up, I decided to bring him back to test his luck. Li Qinggang explained. Unexpectedly, my junior brother has taken on a disciple. As the second junior brother, if I do not accept the disciple soon, I fear I shall disappoint our master. Yes, soon, as Li Qinggang finished speaking. A hearty voice echoed through the hall. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure appeared in an instant. "Greetings, senior brother." The newcomer bowed respectfully to Li Qingyang, then turned his gaze to Yi Zhongwei. "Greetings, second junior brother," Li Qinggang, and the others immediately bowed to the newcomer. The visitor was none other than Li Qingshun. "Quickly, pay your respects to your master," Li Qinggang urged, smiling at Yi Zhongwei. Li Qingshun had emerged from seclusion at this moment, clearly fated to meet Yi Zhongwei. Moreover, his earlier words had effectively chosen Yi Zhongwei as his disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongwei swallowed hard and hurriedly knelt. "Disciple pays respects to master." "Rise," Li Qingshun nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, a broken knife appeared before Yi Zhongwei. This knife had once been in his possession before entering the sect, known as the Soul Severing Blade. "Since your path aligns with that of your master, let us commence with this sword known as Devouring, that I express my gratitude to my revered teacher for bestowing this blade." Upon hearing these words, Yi Zhongwei felt a surge of excitement as he received Devouring with both hands, examining it intently. "Very well, senior brother, esteemed fellow disciples. My affairs here are concluded, and I shall return to the mountain gate." I Qingshun smiled lightly and then turned to address Li Qingyang and the others. "Safe travels, second senior brother." The gathered individuals nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Yi, from this moment forth, I shall refer to you as Brother Yi. Best of luck." Li Xian grinned at Yi Zhongwei. "And you as well." "Brother Li," Yi Zhongwei replied, his face flushing as he nodded, then followed Li Qingshun as they departed. "Senior brother, esteemed brothers and sisters, I too shall take my leave and return to the mountain gate." As Li Qingshun left, Li Qinggang turned back to Li Qingyang and the others, inquiring, "Do you think these two disciples will become the pillars of our Wanjian sect in the future?" After Li Xian followed Li Qinggang away, Li Qingyang smiled slightly and posed a question. Currently, Yi Zhongwei's challenge lies in whether he can transition from a sword cultivator to a sword master. This could happen swiftly or may elude him for a lifetime. Despite having second senior brother as a mentor, this hurdle must be crossed by him alone. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his future path will indeed be vast. Li Qingyang nodded in understanding, gesturing for the elder to continue. The elder, after a moment's contemplation, continued. "As for Li Xian, although he has already attained a level of enlightenment regarding the sword heart, he is destined to become a sword master at the very least. However, the greater his potential, the more formidable the obstacles he will inevitably face, that if he cannot overcome these challenges, progress may be elusive in this lifetime." In summary, one requires immediate resolution, while the other must rely on future comprehension and opportunity. If both can navigate their respective paths successfully, these two disciples may indeed bear the weight of our Wanjian sect's future. The gathered individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging the speaker, Wang Qingyun, their third senior brother. In matters of discernment, it was evident that Wang Qingyun, who oversaw the sword pavilion, possessed a sharper insight. As for the future, let us defer that discussion for another time. Very well, dear brothers and sisters. You may return now. In 3 years, we shall embark on the journey of Tianlu. For the sake of our Wenjian sect, I implore you all to exert your utmost effort. Li Qingyang nodded slightly, his expression turning solemn as he spoke. We shall heed the sect master's decree. The others responded dutifully, bowing before they departed. On Qingyun Peak, within the grand hall, Li Xian surveyed the desolate surroundings, briefly questioning whether he had arrived at the wrong location. Throughout his journey, he noted that the expansive Qingyun Peak seemed devoid of any disciples. What do you think? Li Qingang, sensing Li Xian's thoughts, inquired with a faint smile. Li Xian shook his head, but soon voiced his curiosity. Master, why have I not seen any of my senior brothers or sisters? Li Qingang chuckled lightly, replying, In this lifetime, I have taken only you as my disciple. Moreover, I am the sole resident of Qingyun Peak. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing his earlier assumptions had been correct. The path of swordsmanship is inherently pure. Should one's thoughts become excessively entangled with other matters, it impedes personal progress. Additionally, I cherish tranquility, which is why I have not required any disciples to serve me. Li Qingang explained, It seems I have overthought this, Li Xian said with a wry smile. Li Qingang smiled gently before his expression grew serious. Though you are already a grand sword master, I wish to understand your interpretation of sword cultivation. Li Xian's eyes briefly reflected confusion. He had become a sword master primarily to continue his journey as a practitioner. Yet, the reasons for becoming a sword cultivator and his understanding of sword cultivation were questions he had never contemplated. Sword cultivator, Li Xian murmured, his eyes flickering as he fell into deep thought. Observing this, Li Qingang smiled and settled into a meditative posture, patiently waiting. Please enlighten me, Master. After a moment, Li Xian sat upright, bowing deeply to Li Qingang. What constitutes a sword cultivator? Li Xian pondered for a considerable time without arriving at an answer. Initially, he believed that mastery of the spiritual sword defined a sword cultivator, but he soon recognized the narrowness of this perspective. Despite being a prince of the great wilderness kingdom, there were scarcely any sword cultivators within the realm. Thus, Li Xian found himself with little understanding of what it truly meant to be a sword cultivator. Li Qingang, after a moment's reflection, stated, A sword cultivator practices the sword and cultivates the heart. To wield a spiritual sword with profound understanding is merely the beginning. My definition of a sword cultivator embodies the audacity to shatter myriad laws with a single sword stroke. Regardless of the myriad paths of the world, I shall cleave through them with my sword. With my sword in hand, I can move mountains and seas, demolish cities, and pierce the heavens. Why do I require solitude on this peak? It is precisely for the purity of sword cultivation. Pure to the extent that I need only my sword to stand unyielding among the heavens and earth for millennia. Seeing Li Xian's gaze brighten gradually, Li Qinggang's expression shifted to one of earnestness as he continued. Although my fellow disciples have not achieved this so-called purity, the spirit of sword cultivation within them has never waned. When faced with uncertainty, they seek the sword for answers. This, indeed, is the origin of our Wenjian sect. Li Xian's spirit was profoundly stirred, as though his very soul trembled. Moments later, he slowly closed his eyes. Observing this, Li Qingang smiled faintly and vanished from sight. Time passed quietly, and several days slipped by. Throughout this period, Li Xian remained motionless, while an obscure aura swirled around him, fluctuating in intensity. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. Li Xian's eyes, which had remained tightly shut, suddenly flew open, and 2 beams of sword light flickered and vanished. The path of a sword is the purest of all paths. With a sword in hand, one charges forth fearlessly. To attain enlightenment through the sword is to embody a spirit of defiance. It is the pride to draw one's sword against insurmountable foes and to uphold one's principles in the face of injustice. I am a sword cultivator. What can I not sever? What can I not break? Li Xian's voice resonated like thunder, causing the Qingxiao sword within him to tremble. releasing a delicate, clear sound that echoed softly. In an instant, a vast wave of sword energy surged from his being, soaring into the clouds. In that moment, the powerful figures from various sects turned their gazes toward Qingyun Peak. With a heart of clarity, we have a rising star in our Wenjian sect. This young disciple truly possesses keen insights. Either he brings no disciples back, or he brings a future sword immortal disciple. In a mere few days, he has advanced from enlightened sword heart to a heart of clarity. It seems my previous assessment was somewhat narrow-minded. This child is extraordinary. The elders whispered to one another, and even Li Qingyang appeared in the clouds, gazing toward Qingyun Peak. Our Wenjian sect has a promising future. As Li Xian stood before him, Li Qingyang's expression grew somewhat complex. Initially, he aimed only to impart the essence of sword cultivation to Li Xian. Yet through a twist of fate, Li Xian grasped the profound truth of the sword path. A heart of clarity. Among 100 sword masters, those who achieve a heart of clarity may not even number 1 in 10. With a heart of clarity, one fears no evil and remains untouched by myriad laws. A sword cultivator with such clarity possesses a clear objective regarding the sword path. For this goal, they would face death without a flicker of hesitation. Thank you, Master. Li Xian withdrew his gaze and bowed deeply to Li Qingyang. Previously, he had chosen to become a sword cultivator to continue his practice, but now he comprehended the true essence of sword cultivation. His sense of belonging to this path was stronger than ever. In this moment, Li Xian finally understood why Master Dao Tian had taken him as a disciple and why he had urged him to embrace the sword path. What Master Dao Tian valued was undoubtedly Li Xian's fearless resolve when confronting Jun Litian. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he pressed forward. This is all due to your innate talent and insight. I merely opened the door for you. Li Qingyang nodded with a look of satisfaction, then pointed at Li Xian's forehead, a beam of spiritual light vanishing into him. This is the Ling Tian sword technique and the cultivation method of our Wenjian sect, which I now impart to you. In 3 years, we shall embark on the journey of Tianlu, and I will need to enter seclusion for that duration. Henceforth, you must rely on your own efforts in your cultivation, Li Qingyang instructed. Thank you for bestowing the teachings, Master. Li Xian respectfully bowed, his mind now filled with new knowledge. This included not only the sword forms and cultivation methods of the Ling Tian sword technique, but also Li Qingyang's personal insights and understandings of this technique. For Li Xian, this would undoubtedly save him from many detours. Master, what is the journey of Tianlu? Li Xian initially wished to immediately study the Ling Tian sword technique, but he suppressed his impulse and turned to Li Qingyang with a question. Your current strength is at the Purple Mansion realm, so it is natural that you cannot perceive it yet. Upon reaching my level, the constraints of heaven and earth become markedly evident. Our cultivation is constrained, as if we have reached the limits of our potential. Although we are aware that the realm of sword cultivators can ascend to the extraordinary sword saint, even among our Ask Sword sect, there are currently only 13 sword immortals. Without sufficient cultivation, one cannot hope to elevate their realm. Qingyang paused momentarily before continuing. The heavenly road appears once every century. Should we succeed in traversing it, we would gain insight into our future path. This world feels like a cage, and we, as cultivators, diligently train to break free from it. The heavenly road is our sole avenue. Yet, for tens of thousands of years, no one has managed to conquer it. Regardless, even if it means facing countless deaths, the cultivators of Songyuan continent are undeterred. What we strive for is not a fleeting moment, but the future of the next generation of cultivators on the Songyuan continent. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression shifted. The spirit of unwavering resolve inspired him to clarify his own aspirations. Master, what would happen if we failed to traverse the heavenly road? Li Xian pondered and inquired. Li Qingyang, with a bitter smile, replied, If we fail, the lightest consequence is a regression in our cultivation. The heaviest could lead to immediate demise. However, our predecessors have accumulated considerable experience over these millennia. So death is not a certainty. Xian's countenance grew solemn, meaning that if one does not succeed in traversing, injury and regression in cultivation are inevitable. Thoughts of the future suddenly left him feeling bewildered. You need not dwell on this matter too soon. After all, it is still early for you. Even if we do not succeed this time, you will certainly have your chance in the future. Generations come one after another. Eventually, someone will traverse the heavenly road. Living in the moment is your most pressing concern, Li Qinggang stated, his expression seeming to convey an understanding. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt as if he had received a revelation, his resolve solidifying in an instant. Worrying about the heavenly road with his current strength was far less productive than focusing on strengthening himself. Moreover, Master Li Qinggong's words held a kernel of truth. It was only a matter of time before someone succeeded in traversing the heavenly road. I have taken your teachings to heart. Master, Li Xian bowed respectfully. Li Qinggang smiled and nodded. Very well, you may choose a cave dwelling here on Qingyun Peak to cultivate. I hope that upon my return, you will not disappoint me, that I shall strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your expectations. Master, Li Xian replied earnestly, bowing once more before turning to leave. Watching Li Xian's departing figure, Li Qinggang nodded slightly. Talents emerge in every generation. I leave Qingyun Peak in your capable hands. The summit of Qingyun Peak, Li Xian sought a location against the mountainside and subsequently crafted a cave dwelling with his sword. After embedding a few simple formations, the cave was finally completed. Once everything was in place, Li Xian sat cross-legged. In the next moment, information flooded his mind once again. The Ling Tian sword technique consists of 9 forms, each progressively advancing, and at its pinnacle, one could sweep away an entire expanse with a single sword. As the cultivation method presented itself, Li Xian restrained his excitement and began to diligently memorize it. Minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes, having committed the technique and its accompanying mantras to memory. After absorbing Master Li Qinggong's insights and experiences, he closed his eyes once more to practice. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On one particular day, a resounding sword chant reverberated through the air. Sword energy surged, cleaving the skies. Though Li Xian had cultivated the Ling Tian sword technique to a minor accomplishment, he couldn't shake the sense that something was missing. A flicker of contemplation crossed his face as he departed from Qingyun Peak. Greetings, Master. Upon encountering Dao Tian, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. Just moments ago, he had received a transmission from Dao Tian, prompting him to leave Qingyun Peak for a mountain peak outside the Ask Sword sect. Dao Tian smiled and nodded. I had thought you would arrive in Zhongzhou only after your battle with a martial emperor's disciple in the great wilderness kingdom. I'm pleasantly surprised that you not only came so swiftly, but also managed to join the Ask Sword sect through the Spirit Road competition. This is indeed an opportunity for you. Li Xian chuckled and proceeded to recount the incident where Jun Letian personally came to the royal palace to apologize. After sharing, he curiously inquired, Master Dao Tian, what brings you here? Your master has entered seclusion. If I had not come, how would you resolve your uncertainties? Dao Tian replied with a smile. Please enlighten me. Master Dao Tian, Li Xian said eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Dao Tian chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening. It is not problematic for Li Qinggang to impart the Ling Tian sword technique to you. After all, you had previously learned nothing. How could you hope to engage in battle without mastering even a single sword style? However, he overlooked one crucial point. A sword cultivator is never forged solely through practice. Li Xian listened with a hint of confusion, yet remained patient. Conclude a battle using a sword means being able to defeat an enemy with a single strike, without needing a second. To put it simply, without sufficient combat awareness, you cannot grasp the true essence of sword cultivation. That a sword cultivator is not defined merely by possessing a sword. Dao Tian paused momentarily before continuing. As for basic sword moves and techniques, that woman in the plain dress carved her path through a trail of corpses. This is the quickest and most effective shortcut that I have learned from your teachings. Li Xian replied respectfully, bowing to Dao Tian. In that moment, he finally understood why he had felt something was lacking. It was the experience of battle, the thrill of a vivid confrontation. Only through combat could one identify their shortcomings and thus improve and elevate themselves. Now that you have mastered the sword technique, I shall lend you another hand. Li Qinggang mused, contemplating for a brief moment before waving his hand, causing both himself and Li Xian to vanish from sight. This realm is one of void, where none could detect our presence. Dao Tan, having spoken, pointed his finger, and a shadow slowly materialized before Li Xian. This is a projection I have conjured, reflecting your current realm. For the time being, engage it in combat. As soon as Dao Tian finished speaking, the shadow vanished. In the next instant, it reappeared before Li Xian, and a long sword pierced through Li Xian's left shoulder. Blood flowed forth as Li Xian instinctively retreated. Master, are you serious? Li Xian halted, astonished by the shadow's lightning-fast speed, realizing he had barely reacted. Being injured is the best teacher, Dao Tian remarked calmly. After pondering for a moment, Li Xian nodded and summoned a sword into his hand. Soon, he and the shadow were locked in a fierce struggle. Time flew by, and after 2 days of relentless combat, Li Xian transitioned from a position of passive defense to actively seeking to minimize his injuries. In the previous day's sparring, he had nearly unleashed the entirety of the Ling Tian sword technique, yet the results had been unsatisfactory. The shadow effortlessly countered his every attack and even retaliated. However, Li Xian quickly adapted. Since injury was inevitable, he resolved to focus on how to reduce the extent of his wounds. By the end of the first day, he had managed to avoid injury altogether. On the morning of the second day, through his ongoing battle with the shadow, Li Xian gradually grasped the nuances of swordplay. The shadow's strikes were swift and direct. He began to comprehend the timing of attacks and retreats. All of this came at the cost of his own battered body. As night fell, Li Xian initiated his assaults, yet all his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the shadow. He then realized the shadow's defense was formidable. He couldn't even approach within a meter of it. Observing the shadow's defense heightened Li Xian's understanding that on the third day, in the morning light, clang, their swords clashed, and both Li Xian and the shadow came to a standstill. Li Xian laughed. Such a vibrant and invigorating battle was truly fulfilling. To reach this level in just 3 days signifies that you are now a competent sword cultivator. However, the path of a sword cultivator is long, and you mustn't become complacent, Dao Tian stated, nodding in satisfaction. That I understand. Thank you, master. Li Xian grinned widely, aware that although his strength remained at the high level of the Purple Mansion realm, his combat prowess had multiplied several times over. He felt confident that he could contend with even those at the Martial King level. I shall impart 4 sword techniques to you. How much you comprehend depends on your own fate. Dao Tian affirmed, subsequently pointing his finger, a stream of spiritual light entering Li Xian's forehead. Stacking sword technique, drawing sword technique, 1 sword breaking 10,000 methods, 1 sword opening the heavenly gate, Li Xian murmured, his eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance after digesting the information. It seems the Ask Sword sect possesses considerable acumen, capable of perceiving my presence. Very well, I shall impart to you the knowledge I possess. You must diligently cultivate it and not bring dishonor to these 4 sword techniques. Dao Tian's heart stirred as he chuckled lightly, then turned to Li Xian with a grave expression. Disciple will remember this. Li Xian replied earnestly, gathering his focus with a nod. As he stood, he found himself back atop Qingyan Peak. Dao Tian's prowess truly is extraordinary, Li Xian mused with a wry smile before turning to depart towards his cave dwelling. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak where Li Xian and Dao Tian had previously stood, the figure of Li Qingyang materialized. Observing the desolate surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossed Li Qingyang's brow. How strange, could it be that I misperceived something? You wish to venture out for training? Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Li Qingyang's brow furrowed slightly. Naturally, he held Li Xian in high regard. With a heart as clear as the sword, should he cultivate within the Wanjian sect, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure of sword immortals in the future. However, a sword cultivator is not a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Preventing Li Xian from going out would only hinder his progress. For a moment, even the sect leader Li Qingyang found himself at a loss. Sect master, I feel I have reached a bottleneck. If I continue to seclude myself, I fear I will struggle to make any breakthroughs. Moreover, I am not well acquainted with the central continent. This opportunity to explore would be quite beneficial, Li Xian stated with cupped fists. Very well, since your mind is set on this, the sect shall not detain you. However, you must return within 2 years. Do you understand? Li Qingyang replied, nodding. Disciple understands, Li Xian said, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Several hundred miles outside the Wanjian sect, Li Xian's figure gradually came to a halt. This location was rather remote, seldom trodden by human feet. After scanning the area with his divine sense, he swiftly vanished into the forest. What manner of existence is this Jinyu Tower? With a thought, the Jinyu Tower materialized before Li Xian. Yet as he gazed upon the slowly rotating tower, he found no discernible difference. The reason Li Xian chose to leave the Wanjian sect was due to his recent sensing of fluctuations emanating from the Jinyu Tower. Although he could investigate within the sect, being discovered would undoubtedly invite numerous complications. Li Xian had not forgotten Dao Tian's warning. He had only 10 years to live to Tio survive. He must unravel the first layer of the Jinyu Tower. Over 5 years had already elapsed, leaving Li Xian with little time. Had he not sensed the tower's recent fluctuations, he might have forgotten this matter altogether. Dao Tian mentioned that the Jinyu Tower had merged with me. Why can I not sense any differences within it? Li Xian frowned, unable to discern the internal structure of the tower, even with his divine sense. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and think carefully. Moments later, a spark ignited in his eyes. Dao Tian had said that he had merged with the Jinyu Tower, which meant it was part of his own body if that is the case. It should merely be a matter of thought. With this realization, Li Xian concentrated, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. At the same time, beneath a starry sky, Dao Tian and Hong Jun came to a halt. Buzz A.S. A resonating hum echoed. Li Xian opened his eyes in astonishment. Before him hovered an immense stone coffin, its surface gleaming with a crystalline sheen, and atop it was a spirit sword of considerable length. Nearly 10 feet tall, spirit of the prison, I greet my master. In the moment Li Xian was lost in thought, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Regaining his focus, Li Xian's gaze shifted to behold a humanoid spirit form materializing before him. You call me master? Li Xian asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, master, I am the spirit of this Jinyu Tower. Since the tower has merged with you, you are, by extension, my master, the spirit replied with a Li Xian, puzzled, inquired. Then why did you not reveal yourself earlier? The master did not speak. Thus, the spirit dared not take the initiative. The spirit explained. Li Xian found himself a loss for words, but felt even more curious about the existence of the Jinyu Tower. With the spirit's presence, he could save considerable time in exploration. Soon, under the spirit's guidance, Li Xian began to truly understand the Jinyu Tower. The tower comprises 9 layers, each suppressing different terrifying entities under the control of the last master. In the spirit's words, should these entities break free from the tower's confinement, both the world and the universe would descend into chaos and destruction. The Jinyu Tower had not had a master for a long time, relying solely on its own strength to maintain the suppression. However, over time, the power of this suppression had waned. Calculating the time, Li Xian realized that the first layer could only hold for less than 5 more years. With a deep sigh, he finally grasped why Dao Tian had said he possessed only 10 years of life. If the entity of the first layer broke free, Li Xian, who had merged with the tower, would undoubtedly be the first to perish. The recent fluctuations in the Jinyu Tower were, in fact, warnings from the spirit. The thought of the being confined in the first layer filled Li Xian with dread. The first ancestor of the heavens and earth, Xuan Di. Though Li Xian was unaware of Xuan Di's true strength, the title itself spoke volumes that in Song Yuan continent, he had never heard of any demons. Yet to be imprisoned within the Jinyu Tower and be known as the first ancestor was enough to make him feel a chill run down his spine. Spirit, how can I resolve the trouble posed by Xuan Di? Li Xian glanced at the colossal stone coffin, then turned to the spirit and asked. The spirit hesitated before responding. Given your current strength, master, you are likely unable to slay Xuan Di. Li Xian let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he could only wait for Xuan Di to break free. However, the master can strengthen the seal to buy some time until you grow stronger, the spirit added as Li Xian began to lose hope. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes lit up. What must I do? Both you and the previous master are sword cultivators. The last master used a sword to suppress, and you can enhance the power of that sealing sword to prolong the duration of the seal. Alternatively, you can find a spirit sword of the same grade to replace it, the spirit explained. Li Xian pondered for a moment. The first method seemed impractical. With his current strength, it would be impossible to enhance the sealing sword's power. The second method appeared to be simpler in comparison. Spirit, what grade is this sealing sword? And if I find one, what must I do? Li Xian queried. The spirit replied, you simply need to provide me with a spirit sword of the same grade. As for the sealing sword, it is a holy sword that Xian swallowed hard at the mention of the holy sword. Even within the Wanjian sect, such a weapon was non-existent. Now that the master has entered the Jinyu Tower, certain functionalities of the tower can be activated. For you, the flow of time is the most advantageous feature, the spirit stated. Flow of time. Li Xian furrowed his brow. The spirit nodded. In the Jinyu Tower, 10 years equate to 1 day in the outside world. This time flow does not affect the sealing coffin, so you need not worry. Li Xian's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had not anticipated the Jinyu Tower possessed such a miraculous function. This was indeed akin to wielding a divine artifact. This moment, he felt a sense of balance, viewing this as an unexpected stroke of fortune amidst his misfortunes. After a brief moment, Li Xian exhaled a heavy breath. After activating the time flow, he contemplated for a while. Very well, I shall first gather information on the existence of holy swords in the Yuan continent. A month later, Li Xian, weary from travel, arrived at the foremost city of the central continent, Zhongtai City. In the course of a month, he spent several days elevating his cultivation to the initial stage of the martial king realm. With such strength, he now possessed the means to protect himself. During the remaining time, he sought information on the holy sword, ultimately directing his efforts toward Zhongtai City. Zhongtai City did not fall under the influence of any of the 4 sects or the One Palace, and there were even indications that it served as a sanctuary from the mundane world. According to what Li Xian learned, the city was governed by Feng Shuiyue, a peerless sword cultivator. It was said that many formidable warriors had come to Zhongtai City to challenge Feng Shuiyue. Yet none had emerged victorious. Moreover, Feng Shuiyue has successfully traversed the heavenly road 10 times, emerging unscathed each time, with his strength only growing with each challenge. More importantly, Feng Shuiyue has not slain his challengers, but rather allowed them to go free, thereby amassing a vast network of connections. The title of the foremost city in Central State is thus derived. It remains unknown whether anyone from the Sword Inquiry sect has ever come here to issue a challenge. Gazing at the walls adorned with numerous spiritual weapons, many of which are of considerable rank, Li Xian withdrew his gaze and joined the throngs entering the city. Outside the treasure pavilion, Li Xian halted his steps. After a moment's contemplation, he strode inside. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may we assist you today? Upon entering, a maid promptly approached with a smile. Bowing respectfully, Li Xian replied, I wish to purchase a batch of spiritual swords, with the highest ranks preferred. Additionally, I seek to inquire about certain information. Could you arrange this? Please follow me. The maid's eyes sparkled with interest, and she gestured for him to proceed. Soon, under the maid's guidance, Li Xian arrived at a refined private room. Please wait a moment. The manager will be here shortly. After Li Xian took a seat, the maid bowed and departed. Within a minute, the sound of light footsteps reached Li Xian's ears. Greetings, young master. I am Xuan. What kind of information do you seek? Xuan cast a glance at Li Xian, a professional smile gracing her lips. Li Xian chuckled softly. Let's first conduct the transaction for the spiritual swords. What ranks can your esteemed pavilion provide? A flicker of surprise crossed Xuan's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. As long as the young master is willing to pay the price, our treasure pavilion can offer swords of divine rank. How many spiritual stones would you require? Upon hearing this, Li Xian's heart stirred. Divine swords are only second to sacred swords in rank. If the treasure pavilion possesses such weapons, they would surely have information regarding sacred swords as well. The price for divine swords is at least 1 billion top-tier spiritual stones. Xuan remarked with a smile. 1 billion top-tier spiritual stones. Even the total annual revenue of Zhongtai City, the foremost city in Central State, scarcely reaches 100 million. Li Xian was taken aback. This price truly seemed outrageous. He distinctly remembered that the annual income of the Great Wilderness Kingdom was only 10 million top-tier spiritual stones. In the mundane world, lower-tier spiritual stones are commonly used that a typical household consumes only 10 per year, and 100 lower-tier stones can be exchanged for 10 middle-tier stones. 100 middle-tier stones can in turn, be exchanged for 10 top-tier stones. Given this conversion, the exorbitance of 1 billion top-tier spiritual stones becomes evident. If the price poses a challenge, you may consider purchasing an immortal sword. An immortal sword would only require a little over 100 million top-tier spiritual stones. Chia added with a smile as she noticed Li Xian's silence. Xian waved his hand dismissively. It is not a matter of price. How many divine swords does your pavilion possess? Chuya was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Li Xian's impeccably refined attire, she might have mistaken him for a naive youth. Young master, our treasure pavilion has branches across the Yuan continent, and currently, there are fewer than 5 divine swords in existence. One is held by the Lord of Feng Shiyue City, another by the former sect master of the Sword Inquiry sect, and the remaining 3 are all in our treasure pavilion, Chuya stated with an air of pride. Li Xian was astonished. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the treasure pavilion. To possess 3 of the 5 divine swords required exceptionally powerful guardians. I shall purchase 1 divine sword. And for the immortal swords, let us start with 5. For the lower tier swords, the more the better. Li Xian pondered briefly before retrieving a spatial ring and placing it before Chuya. This time, it was Chuya who was left in shock. Are you jesting? 1 divine sword, 5 immortal swords, and a multitude of lower-tier swords. Surely, you're not some reincarnated supreme being planning to establish a sect. Chuya regarded Li Xian, her thoughts racing far beyond the ordinary. Manager Chuya, Li Xian prompted gently when he noticed her lost in thought. Apologies. Chuya blushed as she regained her composure, swiftly examining the spatial ring. After a brief moment, her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she gazed at Li Xian. Within the spatial ring, there lay a staggering 20 billion top-tier spiritual stones. Could this individual truly be a reincarnated powerhouse? Chuya mused internally. Sensing her astonishment, Li Xian sighed inwardly. Chuya seemed somewhat lacking in wit. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall prepare everything, she said, snapping back to reality. Her face flushed as she stood to leave. The spatial ring, however, remained with Li Xian, which instilled a degree of faith in the treasure pavilion's credibility. In approximately 15 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed, and soon, Chuya entered alongside 2 elderly men, both appearing flustered. Apologies for keeping you waiting, young master. The value of these spiritual swords is 21 billion, but as a token of our appreciation for your patronage, we shall sell them for 20 billion, Chuya conveyed with a polite bow, presenting a spatial ring to Li Xian. Xian accepted the spatial ring, glanced inside, and nodded in satisfaction. Greetings, young master. I am Mo Li, the head of this branch of the treasure pavilion. Should you require further purchases in the future, you're always welcome here. One of the elder men, standing beside Chuya, smiled and nodded. Thank you, Li Xian replied with a slight nod. Young master, I am Zhou Tong, the deputy head of this branch. Here is our treasure pavilion supreme card. With this card, you may overdraw 2 billion top-tier spiritual stones at any of our branches. Additionally, you will enjoy an 80% discount on all purchases. The other elder handed Li Xian a black card. Many thanks, Li Xian expressed, somewhat surprised, before solemnly accepting the card with both hands. Although he possessed an ancient dragon vein and was not lacking in spiritual stones, he understood the wisdom of saving when possible. For the 20 billion top-tier spiritual stones, this would effectively save him a substantial 4 billion. Xian mused for a moment before turning his gaze to Chuya. Noticing the subtle hierarchy where Mo Li and Zhou Tong positioned themselves as subordinates to Chuya, he quickly comprehended that Chuya was not an ordinary person. Soon after, Mo Li and Zhou Tong bowed to Li Xian before departing. Miss Chuya, let us sit and converse, Li Xian smiled, having discerned Chuya's true status. Please, young master, Chuya nodded with a smile. What information do you seek? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian inquired, are there any updates regarding the sacred swords that surpass the divine swords? Sacred swords? Chuya's expression shifted subtly, but she quickly composed herself, falling into deep thought. Li Xian's heart raced at her demeanor. Could it be that there were indeed leads on sacred swords? After a brief interval, Chuya looked at Li Xian, her expression complex, and softly stated, very well, We do have some leads regarding sacred swords, and if the information proves accurate, a sacred sword is expected to emerge within the next year. Such a commotion cannot be concealed that I implore you, Miss Xia, to speak plainly, Li Xian urged, excitement bubbling within him, for this matter was of utmost importance to his life. Xia smiled and said, in Central State, there exists a forbidden area known as Tianyuan. Recently, there have been frequent anomalies, with a formidable sword intent emanating from within. According to our pavilion's experts, it appears to transcend the divine sword rank. However, the Tianyuan forbidden area is one that no one dares to enter. For now, we can only wait. Li Xian's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He had heard of the Tianyuan forbidden area. It was notoriously eerie, with all who entered having never returned. Even some of the most powerful beings on the Xuan continent had perished there, including individuals from the Sword Inquiry sect. While news of the sacred sword was promising, the Tianyuan forbidden area posed a significant dilemma for Li Xian. Ultimately, he realized that whether he entered or not, he could not escape a grim fate. Miss Xia, based on your pavilion's assessment, when might this anomaly come to an end? After a moment's deliberation, Li Xian resolved that even if the Tianyuan forbidden area was akin to a den of dragons and tigers, he must venture forth. Otherwise, what was the point of living a meager existence for a few more years? Xia smiled and replied, as I mentioned earlier, it will be within a year. Thank you, Miss Xia, Li Xian said with a sheepish smile. Regarding this information, how much must I pay in spiritual stones? Xia shook her head and remarked, although the anomalies of the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone are not yet widely known, I believe it will not be long before they are discovered. Moreover, when faced with treasures that surpass even the divine sword level, I fear that no one would remain unmoved. Furthermore, I wish to forge a friendship with the young master. Discussing money might dampen our sentiments. Li Xian smiled upon hearing this, then rose to his feet and clasped his fists, saying, I am Li Xian, grateful for Miss Xia's regard. With matters here concluded, I shall take my leave. Please take care, young master. Xia nodded in acknowledgement as Li Xian strode away. Miss, is it not a bit too hasty to cultivate a friendship with this person? As Li Xian departed, Mo Li and Zhou Tong appeared before Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia smiled and replied, previously, we all believed he might have been possessed by a powerful being. However, from our conversation, I tend to think that he is indeed his true self. He just mentioned that his name is Li Xian. If I recall correctly, the Wenjian sect has taken in 2 disciples. Indeed, the Wenjian sect has taken in 2 disciples, one named Yi Zhenwei, and the other is Li Xian. Mo Li pondered for a moment before his expression changed. Xia nodded, and her gaze shifted as a woman entered. The woman approached Xia, presenting a jade slip with both hands, then bowed to the 3 before turning to leave. Xia opened the jade slip, glanced at its contents, and then smiled slightly, saying, you should take a look as well. Mo Li and Zhou Tong exchanged glances before taking the jade slip from Xia to examine it. Li Xian, the second prince of the Great Wilderness Kingdom, renowned as one of the 3 talents of the Great Wilderness. 6 years ago, he was assassinated by the eldest prince, Li Yuan, resulting in the destruction of his Dantian and his fall from a cliff. 5 years ago, he returned to the Great Wilderness Kingdom to visit his sister, Li Xian, who was forced to commit suicide. 2 years ago, he emerged and, with the aid of a mysterious powerhouse, personally killed Li Yuan. A year ago, he participated in the Spirit Road competition, securing the first position in the Purple Mansion realm, and was taken as a direct disciple by Li Qinggang of the Wenjian sect. Mo Li and Zhou Tong's breaths quickened, as just a few lines revealed astonishing information that a mysterious powerhouse as his protector. The first position in the Spirit Road competition at the Purple Mansion realm. His Dantian destroyed, yet he has now reached the Martial King realm. Most importantly, his rise occurred within merely 5 years. Miss, your insight is indeed remarkable. I am utterly impressed, Mo Li remarked, casting a complex glance at Zhou Tong before handing the jade slip back to Xia. After a moment of contemplation, Xia's expression grew solemn as she stated, this information is to be treated as top secret and must not be disseminated. Understood. Mo Li and Zhou Tong shuddered at her words and immediately bowed in response. Master Steward, that young master has returned, a maid suddenly announced as Mo Li and Zhou Tong were about to leave. Chuya was somewhat taken aback, but nodded. Please invite him in. That Miss Chuya. I require a secret chamber. For 3 months, Li Xian said, scratching his head at Chuya's surprised gaze. We indeed have secret chambers available. Chuya replied with a smile. Chunyu, take the young master to the Tian grade secret chamber. Yes. Soon as Chuya finished speaking, a woman outside the door responded. Thank you. Li Xian clasped his fists in gratitude, then turned to follow Chunyu. Young master, this is the Tian grade secret chamber. IT is fully equipped, and you will not be disturbed. Should you require anything, there are communication stones inside to inform the maidservant, Chunyu said as she led Li Xian to the entrance of the secret chamber. All right, Xian nodded and pushed open the door to enter. As he stepped inside, Chunyu curiously withdrew her gaze. She recalled that the Tian grade secret chamber had never been used by anyone other than Chuya. Even the heads of other branches only enjoyed the treatment of the D-grade secret chamber. Meanwhile, Li Xian surveyed the chamber, which was adorned like a woman's boudoir, and felt somewhat speechless, so the last person to use this chamber was a woman. Shaking his head, he settled down and took out 5 human swords. After a moment of thought, he retrieved another 5 earth swords, though uncertain when he would be able to enter the Tian Forbidden Zone. Li Xian decided to enhance his cultivation in advance, for entering the Forbidden Zone with merely initial martial king strength would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. After confirming that the secret chamber posed no issues, Li Xian closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy from the sword inserted into his abdomen. Time passed quietly, and soon over a month had gone by. Boom! With a resounding roar from within, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. It seems I have reached the advanced stage of the Martial King realm, marking my current peak. After pondering briefly, he rose and exited the secret chamber. During the month, Li Xian had consumed a total of 8 human swords and 5 earth swords. Upon reaching the advanced stage of the Martial King realm, he could clearly sense that he had hit a bottleneck. Merely absorbing spiritual swords would no longer allow him to break through his current realm. Young Master Li Xian? Just as Chuya arrived at the Tian grade secret chamber, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Xian. Her expression quickly turning serious. Young Master Li Xian, since you have emerged from seclusion, this is fortuitous. The 4 sects and 1 palace, along with numerous first-rate forces, have gathered here, intending to enter the Tian Forbidden Zone. Li Xian was taken aback, then felt a stirring in his heart. Could it be that there is unusual activity within the Tian Forbidden Zone? Chuya nodded slightly. A rift has appeared in the Tian Forbidden Zone, and the anomalies dissipated 3 days ago. Upon hearing this, Li Xian clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Miss Chuya. In that case, I shall take my lead in the northern region of Zhongzhou, at the Qian mountain range. A massive peak had been sheared at its summit, and nearly 10,000 people had gathered on a vast platform. Xian's figure moved swiftly into the crowd, surveying his surroundings. Moments later, Li Xian's eyes brightened as he spotted the disciples of the Wenjian sect. With a swift motion, he approached them. Which elder is leading the team? Li Xian asked directly after taking out his token. Greetings, senior brother. The group immediately bowed, and a young man stepped forward, replying, to answer your question. The one leading is Elder Qingyuan at present. Elder Qingyuan is discussing the matter of entering the Tian Forbidden Zone with 4 other seniors. Xian nodded in acknowledgement, surprised to find that the team was being led by the 3rd elder, Wang Qingyuan. However, given the significance of entering the Tian Forbidden Zone, it was only natural to have a powerful figure in command. Xian. A voice of astonishment rang out a few minutes later. Turning to see who it was, Li Xian found it was Wang Qingyuan. Greetings, Uncle Qingyuan. Li Xian bowed respectfully. Wang Qingyuan nodded slightly and said, Come with me. Uncle, is there some issue? Li Xian inquired curiously as they moved to a secluded area. Wang Qingyuan shook his head lightly and then said sternly, You first need to tell me why you are here. Xian scratched his head and replied, I have already consulted with the sect master. I set out for training months ago. Upon hearing about the Tian Forbidden Zone, I rushed over. Wang Qingyuan's expression relaxed as he replied, I was called out of seclusion by my senior brother. So, I did not inquire about your situation. It seems you have done well, reaching the advanced stage of the Martial King realm in just over a year. The future of our One Jian sect rests upon you. Li Xian forced a smile, relieved that Wang Qingyun was unaware of his recent breakthrough, or it would have caused even greater astonishment. The Tiantian Forbidden Zone is exceedingly perilous. Even I, your uncle, cannot guarantee 100% safe return. However, the anomalies within the Tiantian Forbidden Zone are frequent, indicating that some changes are afoot that if we do not investigate, we may suffer losses. Therefore, I advise against you entering. Wang Qingyun did not notice Li Xian's expression, and after a brief contemplation, he made his decision that Li Xian was taken aback. He had specifically come to join the Wenjian sect's team to enter, yet he was rejected. He understood that Wang Qingyun was worried about him facing unpredictable dangers in the Tiantian Forbidden Zone. However, when it came to the Holy Sword, it was a matter of utmost importance concerning the first ancient demon ancestor, Yuan Di. Uncle, I have reached a bottleneck. Without experience, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to break through. Moreover, as cultivators, how can we retreat in the face of danger? As sword cultivators, we must adhere to this principle. Otherwise, our sword heart shall surely fracture. Li Xian shook his head, refusing to relent. Before Wang Qingyun could respond, he continued, even if you do not take me in, I shall enter on my own. You brat. Wang Qingyun shot Li Xian an angry glare, but seeing the determination in Li Xian's eyes, he let out a resigned sigh. Very well, your words do hold some merit. If we, as sword cultivators, are fearful, how can we forge ahead without hesitation? However, once we enter, you must stay behind me. Yes, master uncle, Li Xian replied with a smile and nod. Let us proceed. Wang Qingyun shook his head in exasperation and then turned to lead the group forward. Soon, after a brief introduction of Li Xian's identity, Wang Qingyun cautioned everyone about some fundamental precautions. Li Xian glanced at the crowd and inquired about the number of disciples from the Sword Inquiry sect, which totaled 12, that each disciple was a core member, their strength all reaching the intermediate level of the Martial King realm. Boom! With a resounding roar, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance of the Tiantian Forbidden Land. They witnessed an aperture rapidly expanding, allowing glimpses of the trees within. Let us depart. With that exclamation from Wang Qingyun, the disciples of the Sword Inquiry sect moved in unison, stepping onto their spiritual swords and swiftly making their way to the entrance of the Tiantian Forbidden Land. Not only that, but the teams from the Divine Wind sect, the Limitless sect, the Immortal Gates sect, and the Flower Transplanting Palace all began to mobilize as well. In an instant, various factions streamed in, rapidly vanishing into the entrance. Must we truly enter? After the various factions had entered the Tiantian Forbidden Land, a group emerged slowly, led by none other than Xuan. Xuan nodded slightly and remarked, since young Master Li Xian has already gone in, what is there to fear? Rest assured, I have a feeling that as long as we follow him, we will surely emerge alive. Mo Li and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. Xiaoya's status and her numerous successful intuitions inspired their unwavering belief, given that Xiaoya had spoken so confidently. Perhaps they could indeed survive this venture into the Tiantian Forbidden Land. More importantly, they had to ensure Xiaoya's safety. The mere thought of anything happening to her sent shivers down their spines. At the periphery of the Tiantian Forbidden Land, Li Xian, be cautious. Once inside, Wang Qingyun and the others quickly spotted numerous skeletal remains scattered about. From the entrance to the depths, these macabre sights were omnipresent. Wang Qingyun's expression turned grave as he leaned closer to Li Xian to offer a quiet warning, then turned his gaze forward. That moment, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering the Tiantian Forbidden Land, the prison spirit had informed him of the presence of a holy sword within. If he could acquire the holy sword, he could alleviate the threat posed by the first layer of the prison tower. Nevertheless, observing the somber expressions of Wang Qingyun and the others, Li Xian heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings. Deep within the Tiantian Forbidden Land, before an ancient pond, a woman in a red dress suddenly appeared. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, and her exquisitely delicate features bore an expression of icy indifference. In the next moment, the spiritual sword in her hand trembled slightly, emitting a low, melodic hum before falling into silence. I never expected her to have given that away. This is becoming quite intriguing. The red-clad woman's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, swiftly locating Li Xian's figure at the same time. Li Xian felt a sudden alertness. Though the sensation of being watched was faint, his sword heart, clear and serene, still detected it. Yet the feeling of scrutiny swiftly dissipated, leaving Li Xian uncertain whether he had misperceived it. Casting a glance at Wang Qingyun, who appeared vigilant, Li Xian ultimately chose to swallow his words. With a heart as clear as a sword, a martial king of the advanced level at just 21. No wonder he was bestowed such an honor. The red-clad woman retracted her gaze, glanced at the spiritual sword in her hand, and slowly vanished from sight. At that moment, a haunting scream pierced the Li Xian, and the others halted abruptly, their eyes darting toward the source of the sound. They beheld 7 individuals ensnared within a thicket, and following that scream, they instantly transformed into mere bones. Each one retained the posture of their final moments. An exceedingly gruesome sight. Although all present were cultivators, the abruptness of this transformation sent cold sweat trickling down their brows. These 7 who had just perished were indeed of the martial emperor level, one of whom had even reached the pinnacle of that realm. Everyone below the martial emperor level, please withdraw. Gong Wenshan, along with 4 other leaders from different sects, approached Wang Qingyun, nodding in agreement before addressing the crowd. Prior to entering the Tian Forbidden Land, the 5 had conferred, should any danger arise, they would assess the situation to determine whether to continue deeper. Yet, having only just entered, they had already lost 7 individuals, including one at the peak of the martial emperor level. Boom! Just as Gong Wenshan finished speaking, a thunderous sound erupted. The crowd turned in alarm, only to discover that the entrance had vanished in an instant. The expressions of Gong Wenshan and the others grew serious as they exchanged glances. Now, no one could retreat. Master Uncle, since we are here, we must forge ahead, Li Xian said, turning to Wang Qingyun. Wang Qingyun nodded slightly, then directed his gaze toward Gong Wenshan and the others. At this point, they had no choice but to continue onward. Time passed silently, and an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within that hour, the nearly 10,000-strong contingent faced numerous ominous events. Mysterious formations appeared, time and space warped strangely, and landslides occurred. Within just 1 hour, over 3,000 had perished at that moment, every face bore an expression of grave concern. No one knew when the next danger would strike or if they would be the next to fall. Facing formidable foes is not frightening. The unpredictability of the unknown is what proves most lethal. Most importantly, with no path of retreat, they found themselves in a dilemma of advancing or retreating. Li Xian's expression was equally somber. The sensation was decidedly unsettling that in the silent, still mountain forest, even time seemed to have come to a standstill. Not a single beast was in sight, nor was there a bird in the sky. Fear and anxiety enveloped every heart, and those with weaker mental fortitude were already drenched in cold sweat. I can't take it anymore. A mid-level martial king disciple's eyes turned bloodshot, his pallid face glistening with sweat. After shouting, he suddenly moved upward with great haste. Stop! A powerful martial god rushed to intervene. But in that instant, the disciple's body exploded into a mist of blood. Perhaps inspired by his tragic end, more disciples began to flee back the way they had come. Yet, before they could cover even 1,000 meters, each one met the same fate as the first, bursting apart in a gruesome manner. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Buzz. Just then, a resonating hum arose, growing larger in an instant, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In the distance, a mass of dark clouds swiftly approached. As it drew nearer, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Those were no clouds at all, but rather a swarm of flying insects. The blood essence of the world was rapidly devoured by these creatures, and the distant contingent was swiftly consumed, leaving behind nothing but bones. Run! It's the devouring spirit insects. Gong Wenshan and Wang Qingyun recognized the threat, each treating it with utmost seriousness as they rallied their respective teams to flee desperately into the distance. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian witnessed nearly 3,000 people being completely devoured by the insects. As the various powerful individuals took action, the previously large group quickly fragmented into countless smaller teams, each fleeing in a frenzy. The swarm of devouring spirit insects also dispersed, rapidly pursuing the separate teams. At that moment, Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder that the Tian Forbidden Land was devoid of any living creatures. These devouring spirit insects are the natural enemies of all beings. Not only could they consume the flesh and blood of living creatures, but they could also devour the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Any offensive techniques or formations composed of spiritual energy proved utterly ineffective against them. Even fire and water could not inflict any harm. Thus, there was no effective means to eradicate them in the blink of an eye. 15 minutes had passed. Wang Qingyun led the group to take refuge in a valley. The moment they landed, every face was etched with profound terror. Fortunately, the devouring spirit insects were no longer in sight. After all, even martial saint-level experts would struggle to keep pace with their full-speed escape. Miss Chioya, how did you also end up here? Xuan glanced over and was taken aback to see that the group belonged to the treasure pavilion, with Chioya among them. Young Master Xuan, we meet again, Chioya replied with a wry smile. Prior to this, the treasure pavilion had also lost 2 martial god-level experts, but under the protection of Mo Li and Zhou Tong. Chioya had remained unharmed. You are for the treasure pavilion? Wang Qingyun inquired, casting a glance at Chioya before shifting his gaze to Mo Li and Zhou Tong. Wang Qingyun was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Mo Li and Wang Tong, both of whom possessed the formidable strength of martial saints, were actually protecting Chioya, whose identity was evidently quite extraordinary. What surprised Wang Qingyun even more was that the individuals from the treasure pavilion seemed to be acquainted with his own disciple. Xuan, Elder Qingyun, it has been a long time, Mo Li said, cupping his fists and greeting. It has been 15 years since the last auction. I never expected to meet you here today. With a soft sigh, Wang Qingyun then turned his gaze toward the disciples of the Wangjian sect. This moment, the disciples appeared anxious and unsettled, clearly still reeling from the shock of the devouring worms. I have scattered the insect repellent powder along the way. The devouring worms should not have followed us, Chioya said after nodding to Xuan. The insect repellent powder was a mundane concoction crafted by the young lady using the essence of plants. Enhanced with certain spices, making it quite popular to their surprise, it proved remarkably effective against the devouring worms, as Zhou Tong explained. Hearing this, Xuan was astonished, never having expected such a simple remedy to work wonders against the devouring worms. This powder was also available in the Great Wilderness Kingdom, yet its scent was undoubtedly far less pleasant than that of Chioya's version. This moment, Wang Qingyun finally understood why the devouring worms had ceased their pursuit. It was due to the insect repellent powder released by Chioya and her companions. Thank you, Miss Chioya, Wang Qingyun said, nodding in appreciation. Chioya shook her head slightly, saying, I only acted out of curiosity, never expecting it to be effective. Although the devouring worms had not continued their chase, she then inquired, what should we do next? Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Xuan, for she sensed that only he could lead them to safety. After studying Chioya intently, Wang Qingyun pondered for a moment before replying. Now that we have separated, this vast Tianyuan Forbidden Land may keep us apart for an indeterminate time. Our immediate priority should be to ensure our own safety. While we initially intended to enter the Tianyuan Forbidden Land for its rare treasures, with our lives now at stake, our interest in exploring such riches has waned. Furthermore, none can predict what unforeseen events might transpire during our exploration. We can only hope to leave this place as soon as possible. The Tianyuan Forbidden Land is indeed an ominous location. Let us proceed cautiously, Xuan sighed, realizing that they had little choice. Although the insect repellent powder had proven effective, it was uncertain whether the devouring worms would resume their pursuit. Moreover, the powder could only last for 2 hours, and this place was undoubtedly perilous. Nodding in agreement, Chioya responded, in that case, we must delve deeper. After exchanging glances, Wang Qingyun, Mo Li, and Zhou Tong all nodded in affirmation. Minutes later, the group of over 20 halted, each one brimming with a sense of foreboding. Before them stood a woman clad in red, her back turned to the group. Under their watchful gaze, the woman slowly turned to face them, a playful glint in her eye as her lips curled into a slight smile. Do you wish to live or die in this desolate Tianyuan Forbidden Land? Wang Qingyun and the others had already endured much. Yet at this moment, a mysterious woman had appeared out of nowhere, directly posing the question of their mortality. Even Wang Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine, and when he cautiously probed with his consciousness, he was met with a powerful rebuff that, "I have been remiss." Wang Qingyun quickly bowed and clasped his fists. Realizing that had the woman been slightly more aggressive, his life would have been forfeit to that moment, Wang Qingyun understood one thing. The woman before him was unfathomably powerful. "I detest the need to repeat myself," the woman stated coldly. "Senior, we wish to live." Emily quickly interjected. The others nodded in agreement, as the choice was not a difficult one. Li Xian regarded the woman with curiosity. It was indeed unusual for someone to survive in this place. "If you wish to live, I can escort you out of here. However, I have one condition. You must stay," the woman declared, pointing at Li Xian. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyun's brows knitted together, and even Xuan and the others looked perplexed. For a moment, no one spoke. "Senior, may I ask why you wish to keep him?" Xuan hesitantly inquired. The woman glanced at her and replied with a smile. "What? Do you fancy him?" Xuan's face flushed, and she quickly shook her head. The woman scoffed. "My patience is limited, and I am not here to negotiate with you. Leave him, and you may live. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you on your way." Although Wang Qingyun knew he was no match for the woman, he could not abandon a disciple of the sect merely to save his own skin. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his spiritual sword. Clang! In the next moment, the disciples of the Wangjian sect unsheathed their swords, each displaying a fearless demeanor. Li Xian felt warmth in his heart. It was understandable that his uncle would act this way. Yet these disciples were nearly strangers to him, and they were willing to draw their swords even knowing it could lead to their demise. "Uncle, fellow disciples, you should leave first, if this senior seeks my life. I believe that even if we all joined forces, we would not stand a chance against her. Our priority is to survive," Li Xian urged, grasping Wang Qingyun's hand and turning his gaze towards his fellow disciples. Wang Qingyun hesitated, glancing at Li Xian and then at the disciples behind him. "Rest assured, uncle, I will make it out alive," Li Xian said with a reassuring smile. "Very well, Li Xian, I shall await your return." Wang Qingyun was not one to dither, and he nodded decisively. Just as Li Xian had said, if the woman intended to take their lives, there would be no need for her to engage in such conversation. The fact that she wanted to keep Li Xian indicated that she did not wish for them to know what would transpire next. "I appreciate your consideration, senior," Li Xian exhaled in relief, offering a respectful bow to the woman. The mysterious woman regarded him with intrigue before suddenly drawing her sword and making a swift motion, causing a rift to appear before them. "Thank you." Young Masterly, Xuan expressed her gratitude, casting a complex glance at Li Xian before bowing. Zhou Tong and Emily nodded in agreement, eager to leave this eerie place behind. Li Xian smiled and nodded back, then turned to Wang Qingyun and the others. "Li Xian, stay safe." Wang Qingyun signaled to Li Xian before waving his hand, leading the disciples through the rift, disappearing from sight. "I have met you, senior," Li Xian sighed in relief as he turned to the woman. The woman smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" Li Xian chuckled softly. "If you wish to kill me, why go through such elaborate means?" The woman fell silent for a moment, then waved her hand, summoning a spiritual sword into her grasp. Li Xian's expression shifted as he recognized the sword in her hand. It was the Tao sword from within him. It had been nearly 100,000 years since he last felt its presence. To think that the first being he encountered upon awakening would be the wielder of his Tao sword. The woman smiled and tossed the Tao sword back to Li Xian, who quickly caught it and absorbed it into his being, swallowing hard as he gazed at her in astonishment. Her ability to retrieve the sword from within him so effortlessly was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, Li Xian was intrigued to discover that this woman seemed to be familiar with the lady in the plain dress. Does she have a lineage of swordsmanship? After a brief silence, the woman suddenly asked. Li Xian shook his head. "No, she does not." The woman contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, in the past she would kill with a single sword strike. Who in this world could withstand such power? Swordsmanship would be a mere insult to her. Li Xian scratched his head. realizing that while the woman appeared to be conversing with him, she seemed lost in her thoughts. Uncertain of how to respond, he remained silent. The woman then regarded Li Xian and inquired, "Now, tell me, what brings you to this place?" Li Xian sighed and shared the reasons behind his entrance into the Tianyuan Forbidden Land. "You already possess the Dao sword. Why then do you seek the holy sword?" The woman clad in red regarded Li Xian with a hint of surprise. With a sigh of resignation, Li Xian decided to reveal his true motives. "Show it to me," the woman in red said, her expression instantly turning serious. Upon hearing this, Li Xian focused his thoughts, and the prison tower materialized before him. "Indeed, it is the prison tower. I did not expect this artifact to be with you." "Ah, it has fused with you. No wonder you sought the holy sword to suppress it," she mused, weighing the prison tower before tossing it back to Li Xian. With a flick of her wrist, a spiritual sword shot forth from the depths and plunged into the ground before Li Xian. "Elder, is this the holy sword?" he inquired, sensing the overwhelming sword aura emanating from it. The woman in red nodded slightly, her gaze urging him to take it. Li Xian, seeing this, did not hesitate and, with a mere thought, stored the holy sword within the prison tower. After briefly explaining matters to the soul of the prison, he reappeared before the woman in red. "Elder, may I inquire if there is something you require of me?" Li Xian asked, studying her carefully. The woman in red smiled softly and nodded. "I want you to marry me." Taken aback, Li Xian stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "Elder, surely you jest?" He chuckled bitterly, finding the jest far from amusing. The woman in red looked at him with a half-smile. "Do you believe I am joking?" Li Xian paused, momentarily stunned. Could it be that this enigmatic woman, who had lived for countless years, truly harbored feelings for him? While he acknowledged his own handsome appearance, it hardly seemed enough to captivate her. "You have 3 days to ponder this. I expect your answer at the end of that period." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian before vanishing from sight. Li Xian touched his nose, realizing that the woman indeed meant business. How was he to decide? He sighed, shaking his head, and settled down to meditate. Time passed quietly, and before long, 3 days had slipped away. "Now, tell me your choice." The woman in red appeared as promised. Emerging like a specter before Li Xian, he sighed softly, standing to face her, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "I wish to understand why you desire me to marry you." Without an answer, "I must decline." The woman in red fixed her gaze upon him for a long moment before breaking into a sudden smile. "Do you find me beautiful?" Li Xian was taken aback, his face flushing as he nodded. He could not deny that this woman before him was the most exquisite he had ever seen. Though the woman in a plain skirt was also breathtakingly beautiful, she exuded an aura of holiness that made her seem untouchable. In contrast, the woman in red possessed a graceful figure and exquisitely alluring features. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and fissures rapidly spread across the earth. Both Li Xian and the woman in red furrowed their brows as a colossal dragon ascended into the sky, its speed suggesting it intended to flee. "You emerge now, as if you are tired of living," the woman in red exclaimed, clearly irked, as she drove her spiritual sword towards the dragon. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's head was severed in one swift strike. Blood rained down like a crimson shower upon Li Xian and the woman in red. Li Xian intended to summon his spiritual energy to shield himself, but found that the dragon's blood fell upon him unimpeded. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, and a surge of pure energy surged into his body. "No!" The woman in red, similarly drenched in dragon's blood, exclaimed in alarm upon seeing Li Xian taste the blood. In that moment, several drops of the dragon's blood fell directly onto her. Instantly, Li Xian's complexion flushed deeply, his eyes growing unfocused. The woman in red hastily attempted to expel the blood from her system, but in the next instant, a hot hand found its way to her most sensitive area. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but in that moment of vulnerability, the dragon's blood fully entered her body. Feeling the tumult within, she gritted her teeth to suppress it. Yet, at that critical juncture, the hand gripping her sensitive spot squeezed unexpectedly to The woman in red let out a muffled moan, ripples of sensation flashing in her eyes. Stimulated by her sound, Li Xian's hazy gaze ignited with passion. A tearing sound echoed, followed by heavy breaths, filling the I in an instant. The dragon's blood that had fallen to the ground surged towards them, drawn to their bodies. The woman in red remained steadfast. But the heat radiating from Li Xian's chest left her at a loss for how to respond. The weight of his breaths bore down upon her, and she found herself toppled onto the ground. In a heartbeat, chaos ensued. With the heavens as the canopy and the earth as the bed, they traversed the realms at will. The clouds acted as a matchmaker, the winds as a guide, as crimson flowed in between. Unbeknownst to them, 5 hours slipped by. The woman in red awakened first, glancing at the sleeping Li Xian, her eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions. Damn it! She rose, her legs buckling slightly as she nearly fell. With a fierce glare at the slumbering Li Xian, she gritted her teeth and, leaning on her spiritual sword, moved to cleanse herself in a nearby ancient spring. Moments later, Li Xian abruptly opened his eyes. Sitting up, he found the ground littered with torn garments. Momentarily bewildered. Was it not merely a dream? He swallowed hard and quickly surveyed his surroundings. To his dismay, there was no trace of the woman in red. A fleeting look of despondence crossed his face as his gaze fell upon a patch of crimson on the ground. Just then, the sound of water splashing caught his attention. As he stood, he beheld the woman in red emerging from the ancient spring. Droplets cascaded down. Her body appeared almost translucent, like blue crystal, radiating an alluring glow. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, reaching her slender waist, and the sunlight cast a perfect silhouette of her curves. "Have you seen enough?" she chided, glaring at Li Xian. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly turned away, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. "I will take responsibility." As the woman in red donned her garments and approached the crimson stain, Li Xian swallowed again, his expression turning resolute. Upon hearing him, the woman in red laughed in exasperation. "You were reluctant before. Now that you have slept with me, you are willing?" Li Xian chuckled bitterly, acknowledging his own shortcomings. Although he had lost consciousness, the events were etched in his memory, indelible and undeniable, despite the woman in red's immeasurable strength. Li Xian, as a man, felt compelled to uphold his responsibilities. That I was unwilling because I did not wish to be a pawn or feel coerced. Yet, life is unpredictable. I did not foresee the dragon's blood leading to such an outcome. What has transpired has already occurred. Though I do not claim to be a gentleman, as a man, I must shoulder my responsibilities. He paused before continuing. "I am willing to marry you. Will you still accept me?" The woman in red regarded him with a complex expression before sighing. "When I asked you to marry me, I merely sought a child. Your talent and background warranted such a decision. Now that the deed is done, there is no need for us to wed." Li Xian hesitated, searching for words, but the resolute expression on her face silenced him. "Very well. Now that I have awakened, it is time for me to attend to my own matters. Live well. I do not wish for a day to come when a child inquires about you, and I must tell him you have passed." The woman in red smiled before soaring into the sky. "What is your name?" Li Xian called out urgently. Her figure paused, and, after a brief moment of hesitation, a voice echoed back to him. "My name is Yucha." "Yucha," a name as beautiful as the woman herself. Li Xian murmured softly, and as if she had heard his words, the already vanished Yucha appeared to radiate an extraordinary brilliance on her face. "You dare to scheme against Yuchilua? Are you not concerned that she might awaken and become aware of everything beneath a starry sky?" Hong Jun glanced at Dao Tian and spoke. Dao Tian chuckled in response. "How can you be so certain that Yuchua is unaware of my machinations at this very moment?" Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback. Then a realization struck him. "So the avatar of the ancestral dragon was not your doing." Dao Tian, upon hearing this, smiled and shifted his gaze towards the depths of the void. A fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in red flashed by. Outside the Tianyuan forbidden land, a figure exhaled a long breath. This person was none other than Li Xian, who turned to glance back at the Tianyuan forbidden land. After 2 whole months, he had finally emerged. Li Xian, Jr. At the same time, an exclamation echoed. Hearing the voice, Li Xian turned around, and the figure of Wang Qingyun had already appeared before him. I have met with Uncle Qingyun. Upon recognizing Wang Qingyun, Li Xian felt a warmth in his heart and promptly bowed in greeting. You rascal, it's good to see you safe. Wang Qingyun patted Li Xian's chest with a fist, his face alight with joy. Boom! In the next instant, Wang Qingyun was abruptly sent flying. Li Xian was taken aback, wondering when his physical defenses had become so formidable. Even Wang Qingyun wore an expression of disbelief, astonished that a dignified martial saint was actually sent flying. Oh, you've actually reached the half-saint realm, Wang Qingyun exclaimed, sensing the power emanating from Li Xian. No, your physical strength. Give it your all and strike me with a punch. Li Xian hesitated, casting a glance at Wang Qingyun, recalling how he had just sent him flying. He had already noticed the half-saint realm within himself prior, attributing it to the dragon blood. However, he hadn't paid much attention to his physical strength. You rascal, I just wasn't paying attention. Go ahead and strike, Wang Qingyun said, his face reddening with embarrassment yet brimming with confidence. Very well, then. Li Xian, feeling it inappropriate to refuse, also wanted to ascertain the extent of his physical prowess. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength in his left hand and hurled a punch at Wang Qingyun. Wow. The next moment, Wang Qingyun was once again sent flying. Li Xian, Uncle, are you all right? Li Xian hastily assisted Wang Qingyun up, scratching his head in inquiry. Wang Qingyun's face flushed crimson, his expression complex as he looked at Li Xian and remarked, Your physical strength has likely reached the rock-solid realm. I have practiced for so many years and have only barely achieved the 1,000-mountain realm. Li Xian, what on earth did you experience in the Tianyuan Forbidden Land? Li Xian could only offer a bitter smile, knowing he couldn't tell Wang Qingyun that he simply had a restful sleep with Yuchilua. Uncle, that woman in red forbade me from speaking. Moreover, she warned me that if I leaked even a word, she would come out from the Tianyuan Forbidden Land to kill me. Thus, Li Xian concocted an excuse that in that case, it's better you remain silent. Let us return to the sect first, recalling the terror of that woman in red. Wang Qingyun nodded emphatically. Li Xian nodded, and together with Wang Qingyun, they swiftly made their way toward the location of the Wenjian sect, the Wenjian sect, at the mountain gate. Qingyun, junior brother to Qingyang appeared, visibly relieved upon seeing Li Xian. Li Xian, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to explain to the junior disciple. Li Xian smiled upon hearing this and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Eldest brother, let Li Xian strike you once to see. Wang Qingyun, feeling a surge of inspiration, turned to Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang, taken aback by the suggestion, shifted his gaze to Li Xian. Early half-saint realm. Li Xian, have you had an extraordinary encounter? His surprise was evident, as Li Xian's rapid advancement in strength astonished him. After all, Li Xian had only joined the Wenjian sect a few years prior, and now he was merely one major tier below them. Eldest brother, let Li Xian strike you first. Wang Qingyun urged again that Li Qingyang, with a resigned sigh, nodded at Li Xian. Sect master, I apologize for any offense. Li Xian clasped his hands in salute, then took a deep breath and unleashed a punch. Bang! In an instant, Li Qingyang was also sent flying. Ha! Just as I anticipated. Wang Qingyun burst into laughter upon witnessing this. Li Xian, what on earth did you experience in the Tianyuan Forbidden Land? Although Li Qingyang appeared somewhat disheveled, his eyes sparkled with keen interest as he gazed at Li Xian. Eldest brother, this matter pertains to Li Xian's life and death. It would be best not to inquire further. Noticing Li Xian's complex expression, Wang Qingyun promptly interjected. Li Qingyang nodded in understanding. Very well. I shall refrain from questioning Li Xian, now that you have returned. It will be best for you to rest at Qingyun Peak. Third junior brother, follow me. Disciple takes leave. Li Xian bowed to both Li Qingyang and Wang Qingyun before turning ahead towards Qingyun Peak. At Qingyun Peak, on a mountain summit, Li Xian first checked the main hall and found that his master, Li Qingang, had yet to emerge from seclusion. He then returned to his cave residence, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he organized his experiences from this period. My rapid increase in strength must be attributed to the dragon blood. However, Yuchilua's power is unfathomable. I cannot ascertain if it is solely due to her influence, but there is no need to delve deeper into this matter. Now that my physical form has reached the rock-solid realm, I can continue my practice of the Diamond 9 transformations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian focused his mind and commenced his training in the Diamond 9 transformations. Days later, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. In just a few days, the Diamond 9 transformations had remarkably advanced to the 7th transformation. Although there were no signs of a breakthrough in his physical form, Li Xian sensed that his physical strength had notably increased. In the next moment, Li Xian willed himself into the Jinyu realm. "Greetings, Master." The prison spirit immediately appeared before Li Xian. Has it already been sealed? Li Xian gazed at the holy sword atop the stone coffin, then turned his attention to the prison spirit. "I have harnessed the power of the Jinyu Tower and successfully replaced the holy sword. Although it may not be as potent as the seal of the previous master, it is sufficient to ensure your safety for 100 years. Moreover, as your strength grows, the power of the Jinyu Tower will gradually recover." The prison spirit affirmed. Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. His life was secured. Practice swordsmanship. With the first level of the Jinyu Tower temporarily secure, Li Xian pondered briefly before choosing to begin his sword practice. While it is true that sword cultivators enhance their skills through combat experience, there is also merit in practicing swordsmanship. Given the significant increase in his strength, it was imperative for Li Xian to calm his mind and hone his abilities. Furthermore, the sword techniques imparted by Dao Tian had not been practiced for some time. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, half a year had passed in the outside world. The moment for the Ascension Road approached. Powerful figures from various factions began to awaken from their seclusions. Within the first level of the Jinyu Tower, Xian's fingers twirled, and the Dao sword instantly appeared before him, mastering the 4 sword techniques. He had not disappointed the teachings of his master, Dao Xian smiled faintly. After 1,800 years within the Jinyu Tower, he had perfected the 4 sword techniques to an extraordinary degree. During his practice, Li Xian discovered that the 4 sword techniques could interconnect. For instance, applying the Heaven Gate opening technique multiple times before delivering a strike would exponentially enhance its power. Similarly, the overlapping sword technique and the sword drawing technique exhibited a comparable synergy. By layering the sword within its sheath and unleashing it at the moment of drawing, the effectiveness was greatly amplified. Thus, throughout the 1,800 years, Li Xian primarily focused on testing the extent to which these 4 sword techniques could be combined. However, with Li Xian's current spiritual energy within his dantian, the overlapping sword technique could only be layered up to 521 times. Should he attempt to exceed this limit, his dantian would falter, causing the Qingxiao sword to shatter first. Conversely, should he merely concentrate on amplifying the sword energy, he could layer it up to 5,300 times. The terrifying potency of such a strike could severely injure even a peak half-saint if they were caught off guard. Li Xian had a sense that with sufficient spiritual energy, he could contend even with a martial saint. "Master, your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. However, while it possesses form, it lacks spirit. Thus, the power of the sword path is significantly diminished." At that moment, the prison spirit suddenly appeared before Li Xian and spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a stir in his heart. The previous master of the prison tower was a sword cultivator, a figure capable of suppressing the foremost demon ancestor of the heavens and earth, undoubtedly possessing profound swordsmanship. Following such a person, the prison spirit must have been profoundly influenced. "Please elaborate," Li Xian said. The prison spirit pondered for a moment and replied, to quote the former master, "For sword cultivators, projecting sword energy is merely the beginning. Your current position is here. Sword energy can shatter all illusions, while sword intent can connect with the divine. Many sword cultivators can project sword energy, but few can condense their own sword intent. This is a threshold. Only by comprehending one's own sword intent can one truly embark on the grand path of sword cultivation." Li Xian contemplated for a moment. The prison spirit's words held merit. Indeed, he could currently only condense sword energy, which, while lethal, could only be deemed a minor accomplishment, as for sword intent, aside from a fleeting understanding encountered with the Qingxiao sword. He had no other experiences that a sword cultivator is not defined merely by the sword in hand. Rather, a true sword cultivator can wield anything as a sword. All things can be swords, and yet, not all swords need be wielded. Where the heart directs, there the sword follows. When the heart is clear, so too is the sword intent. Noticing Li Xian deep in thought, the prison spirit contemplated before speaking again. Upon hearing this, Li Xian appeared somewhat perplexed, but soon seemed to grasp something and slowly close his eyes. In the next moment, Li Xian sat as still as a venerable monk, plunging into a state of enlightenment. Waves of sword energy swirled around him, and at that instant, the Qingxiao sword in his dantian flickered with brilliance. Threads of sword intent began to spread, wrapping around the entire sword body within mere moments. With a resounding hum, the Qingxiao sword emitted a melodious sword chant, and Li Xian opened his eyes. With a sword in hand and none in heart, one achieves unity with the sword, allowing sword energy to manifest. With a sword in hand and one in heart, yet not wielding it, one can subdue the adversary. This is the might of the sword. Without a sword in hand but with one in heart, one can kill invisibly. This is the essence of sword intent. Xian murmured softly, and with a mere thought, his sword intent radiated outward from his being. A slight smile graced his lips. He had finally grasped this sword intent. Though it was less than a yard in reach, Li Xian believed that this budding seed would one day flourish robustly. In the next instant, Li Xian's figure shifted, departing from the prison tower. I pay my respects to my master, he greeted as he emerged from the cave dwelling, where Li Qinggang had long awaited him. Qinggang nodded slightly, saying, I did not expect you to make such great progress in less than 3 years. It seems that it won't be long before you catch up to me. Xian smiled in response. Master, you flatter me. It is all due to your exceptional guidance. Qinggang let out a wry smile. I have merely taught you the Ling Tian sword technique. It hardly qualifies as guidance. Now that you have reached the half-saint realm, I need not worry about any issues arising on the path to the heavens. I entrust Qingyun Peak to you. Xian hesitated for a moment before solemnly stating, Master, I wish to accompany you on the journey to the heavens. Unthinkable. Li Qinggang immediately refused without hesitation. However, after a moment of reflection, he recalled that Li Xian had already attained the strength of a half-saint, merely a significant leap away from the martial saint realm. Given Li Xian's rate of cultivation, he would likely reach the martial saint realm soon. Moreover, the journey to the heavens occurs only once every 100 years. Denying Li Xian this opportunity would mean he would have to wait another century. Let me consider this matter carefully, he said. After a brief pause, Li Qinggang relented slightly. Master, even if I cannot surpass the heavenly path, I can at least gain some experience. You previously mentioned that there are many experiences from predecessors regarding the journey to the heavens, only to have their cultivation regressed. I am confident I can recover, Li Xian stated. Li Qinggang pondered for a moment before replying. This matter requires me to discuss with the sect master. For now, focus on your cultivation. Thank you, master, Li Xian expressed, feeling relieved, and then bowed respectfully to Li Qinggang. With a deep sigh, Li Qinggang swiftly made his way to the main hall of the sword-seeking sect. In the sword-seeking sect's council chamber, Li Qingyang asked, Junior brother, why the grave expression? The others turned their gaze towards Li Qinggang, their eyes filled with curiosity. With a wry smile, Li Qinggang addressed them. Li Xian just told me he wishes to join us on the journey to the heavens. This not folly. Given a little time, he will undoubtedly surpass us all if he encounters peril on this journey. Would that not ruin him? Our sect has only just begun to produce exceptional disciples. We cannot risk such hazards. The others shook their heads in disapproval, aware of Li Xian's remarkable potential even before Li Qinggang's arrival. Li Qingyang raised a hand to quell the discussions, then turned to Wang Qingyun. Third junior brother, what is your perspective on this matter? Wang Qingyun contemplated briefly. I believe we can take Li Xian with us. Third brother, have you lost your senses? If we encounter misfortune, our sect will rely on Li Xian to uphold it. If the younger generation joins in, how can we face our master and ancestors? Li Xian must not go. This concerns the future of our sect. As Wang Qingyun concluded, the others erupted in a flurry of objections. Li Qingyang cleared his throat, and silence fell. Third brother, please share your thoughts. He urged. Wang Qingyun sighed. When we entered the Tianyuan forbidden land, like everyone else, I did not wish for Li Xian to face danger. Yet he told me that as a sword cultivator, one cannot retreat in the face of peril. He even remarked that if I did not take him, he would enter on his own. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. If Li Xian remained resolute, they would find it impossible to deter him. Wang Qingyun continued, "As you all saw, had I not brought him along, I might not have survived the Tianyuan forbidden land. If Li Xian had not entered, how could he have reached the half-saint realm in such a short time?" Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and none could guarantee that Li Xian would not reap rewards on the heavenly path. Wang Qingyun's words suggested that perhaps Li Xian was indeed a harbinger of good fortune. "Junior brother, what do you think?" Li Qingyang nodded slightly, looking toward Li Qingang. The others followed suit, for Li Qingang was Li Xian's master. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingang declared, "The expedition to the heavenly path will consist of our odd-numbered group, led by third brother. Since he believes it is acceptable to take Li Xian along, then let it be so. Thus, let Li Xian accompany you on this journey." Li Qingyang announced the decision with a slight nod. "We shall abide by the sect master's decree." The others replied in unison, bowing deeply. "Now, let us discuss important matters concerning the sect." Li Qingyang gestured for them to continue. "Atop Qingyun Peak, I pay my respects to my master." Li Xian greeted as Li Qingang returned, having waited eagerly. Seeing the hopeful expression on Li Xian's face, Li Qingang could not help but smile and shake his head. "You little rascal, you shall accompany me on the journey to the heavens." "Thank you, master," Li Xian beamed. Li Qingang sighed, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Since you wish to join us on this journey, there are some matters I must inform you of in advance." Soon, through Li Qinggang's explanations, Li Xian gained a general understanding of the circumstances surrounding the journey to the heavens. Typically, only those at the martial saint level choose to embark on this path, and these individuals are nearly all at the high or pinnacle levels of the martial saint realm. After all, Li Qingang had previously informed Li Xian that the pinnacle of the martial saint realm is the ultimate limit in the Zongyuan continent, that on the journey to the heavens, one will generally encounter inner demons, confront oneself, and break through various formations, with each experience differing yet bearing similarities. The most daunting challenge arises at the end, where one must face the existence of the Ji. When mentioning Ji, a hint of trepidation flickered across Li Qinggang's face. Although Li Xian was unaware of the true nature of this entity, he could discern from Li Qinggang's expression that it was anything but ordinary. The sword-seeking sect had a total of 13 sword immortals, who took turns to traverse the heavenly path during each expedition. According to the odd-even rotation, this time it was the turn of the odd-numbered group, led by Wang Qingyun A.S. for Li Qingyang. Being the sect master, he was unable to embark on the journey until a successor was determined, in accordance with the sect's ancestral teachings. Other sects, however, differed significantly from the sword-seeking sect. After all, to ensure the longevity of the sect, an all-out mobilization would undoubtedly jeopardize its foundation. The circumstances along the heavenly path were complex, and even a master would not be able to fully attend to you. However, although you are at the half-saint realm, you are still not at the martial saint level. Thus, the pressure you experience will be considerably less. One thing you must remember is that if you ever feel overwhelmed, you must withdraw decisively. Li Qingang exhaled deeply, then looked at Li Xian with a solemn expression. "Disciple has taken note." Li Xian nodded in response. Li Qingang slightly nodded and said, "With 2 months remaining until the heavenly path expedition, you shall remain by my side during this time to cultivate. Should you have any questions regarding your training, do not hesitate to ask me." "Understood," Li Xian replied with a nod. Then his mind stirred as he asked, "Master, is spiritual power determined by the storage capacity of the Dantian?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingang smiled and replied, "It is often said that without a Dantian, one cannot become a cultivator, but this perspective is somewhat extreme. The Dantian is merely the foundation for becoming cultivator. Thereafter, one will refine oneself as a furnace, allowing spiritual power to circulate throughout the body. The Dantian is the beginning, and the body serves as the furnace. Once the furnace is established, the Chi Palace emerges. The Chi Palace converges in the sea of consciousness, where spiritual power can be condensed into liquid. The flow of heaven and earth is inexhaustible." Li Xian, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp the concept, realizing the human body could be developed to such an extent. According to Li Qinggang, the dantian was merely the foundation required to become a cultivator. The beginning of cultivation. At a certain level, one could refine the body into a furnace to manifest the Qi Palace. At that point, spiritual power would flow like water within the Qi Palace. And as long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth persists, the power within the Qi Palace would continuously replenish. Xian inquired about spiritual power primarily, because all four sword techniques required a foundation of spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy one possessed, the stronger the manifestation of sword techniques would be. Given your current strength at the half-saint level, coupled with your physical prowess exceeding ours, your spiritual energy storage should be significantly greater than that of your peers. This is your advantage, and as your strength increases, your spiritual energy will naturally flourish, Li Qinggang remarked, patting Li Xian's shoulder. Disciple understands. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qinggang pointed to Li Xian's forehead and said, "The method to cultivate the Qi Palace shall also be imparted to you. With your current strength, you can indeed begin your training. However, until you have fully exhausted your limits and potential, every bit of excess you can extract will be valuable." Understood, Li Xian replied affirmatively. Qinggang smiled and remarked, "Both your senior brother and third senior brother have mentioned your remarkable physical strength, which piqued my curiosity. Before I guide you, I would like to see a demonstration of your abilities." Li Xian was taken aback and then forced to smile, saying, "Master, are you serious?" Li Qinggang nodded, his expression brimming with confidence. Seeing this, Li Xian sighed helplessly, realizing that sect master Li Qingyang and third uncle Wang Qingyun had conspicuously omitted mentioning the incident where he had sent himself flying with a single punch. "Come, show me," Li Qinggang commanded. Noticing Li Xian's reluctance to in the next moment, Li Xian unleashed a punch. Boom! Above Qingyun Peak, Li Qingyang and Wang Qingyun appeared simultaneously. Was it the little junior disciple who just got sent flying down the mountain? Wang Qingyun asked, surprised as he looked at Li Qingyang. Qingyang nodded with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, it seems this little fellow's physical prowess has improved. In Zhongzhou, within Zhongtai City. Countless figures swiftly approached. However, all remained outside the city, showing no signs of entering. Xian stood behind Li Qinggang, observing the arrival of various factions. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 individuals had gathered outside Zhongtai City. Li Xian glanced around. Each individual possessed strength at the martial saint level. Although there were some at the half-saint level among them, Li Xian noted that only 7 of them belonged to his own rank. It was evident that various factions were reluctant to allow their half-saint level disciples to participate in the Heavenly Path expedition. Notably, Wang Qingyun was engaged in conversation with representatives from 3 other sections. It was revealed that after entering the Tianyuan Forbidden Area, due to the emergence of the soul-devouring insects, all factions had been forced to disperse. Subsequently, they were inexplicably transported by a mysterious force. Thus avoiding total annihilation, Xian recognized among the gathered figures several familiar faces, including Gongwen Shan and the Flower Wine Monk. After some idle chatter, everyone patiently awaited further developments, their gazes fixed on Zhongtai City. According to Li Qinggang, each time the Heavenly Path expedition commenced, they would gather outside Zhongtai City to wait. This was to await the arrival of Feng Shiyue, who had undoubtedly become a leading figure. Additionally, given Feng Shiyue's status as an unparalleled sword cultivator, her presence was undeniably significant. The second reason was that the entrance to the Heavenly Path lay within the clouds outside Zhongtai City. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a sword echoed. Xian's eyes brightened as he beheld one spirit sword after another materializing in midair, with a figure stepping upon them. In an instant, the figure landed gracefully before the crowd. Li Xian observed that Feng Shiyue, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an ethereal presence, her long hair billowing in the wind, evoking a sense of celestial elegance. "Master Shiyue City, it has been a while. Your poise remains remarkable," the Flower Wine Monk remarked with a smile. Nodding in acknowledgement, it appears that the Master of Shiyue City has made considerable progress since our last meeting. Nie Feng added with a nod. "Thank you for your patience, everyone," Feng Shui greeted each individual with a warm smile. That I recently ventured to the Sea of Clouds for reconnaissance, and signs indicate that the entrance to the heavenly path is nearing emergence. Given the time since my return, it should be about ready. Then, Master Xuan, let us set forth, Fairy Iloa suggested. Very well, Feng Shui nodded, then swiftly moved towards the direction of the Sea of Clouds, with Feng Shui leading the way. The others quickly followed suit. Before long, a vast ocean appeared before Li Xian. Amidst the boundless white mist, the horizon was obscured at that moment. Li Xian comprehended why this expanse was referred to as the Sea of Clouds. As they soared through the air, a small island emerged in their sight. Li Xian observed a grand golden gate, radiating a dazzling golden light, standing majestically. The entrance had indeed appeared. Everyone, take care, Feng Shui remarked, glancing around before bowing to the group. Then stepping directly through the golden gate, disappearing from sight. Li Xian, once you enter the heavenly path, remember the teachings I imparted to you. Li Qinggang turned to Li Xian with a serious expression. Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Once they entered the heavenly path, they would be divided into their respective factions, and Li Qinggang and the others would be unable to protect him. Based on the accumulated experiences of previous predecessors who had traversed the heavenly path, each participant could leave behind a spiritual mark linked to their soul within the spirit guiding array. Should they feel they could no longer endure, they could activate this mark to exit. However, once one departed, it would be deemed a failure. Each cultivator was allowed to attempt the heavenly path only 12 times in their lifetime. Should they fail to succeed in all 12 attempts, their journey would be halted at the pinnacle of the martial saint realm. Soon, figures began to enter in succession, and in an instant, only Li Xian remained outside the Golden Gate. How strange! Why does the Master Shui give me an uncomfortable feeling? Li Xian murmured to himself. Then his thoughts shifted to the spirit guiding array beside him. This spirit guiding array was crafted by countless predecessors of the Songyuan continent, with some powerful ancestors nearing the end of their lives, merging their essence into the array to enhance its stability. Thus, this array was extraordinarily robust. That it was precisely for this reason that the number of casualties during the Heavenly Path expeditions have been gradually controlled. After a brief moment, Li Xian ultimately decided against leaving a spiritual mark. While it could serve as a safety net, it might also diminish his sensitivity to potential dangers. Furthermore, as a sword cultivator, Li Xian was reluctant to take such measures. With a resonant hum, Li Xian's figure vanished into the Golden Gate. Immediately after Li Xian entered, a figure suddenly appeared. Had Li Xian and the others been present, they would have recognized this individual as Feng Shui, who had entered the Golden Gate earlier. Feng Shui glanced at the spirit guiding array beside her, her eyes revealing a flicker of hesitation. However, this fleeting hesitation was swiftly replaced by a fierce glint, and a frenzied light shone in Feng Shui's eyes. No poison, no man, she thought, if you must place blame, it can only be on your own misfortune. Her eyes, now tinged with crimson, flashed with a bloodthirsty gaze. In the next moment, Feng Shui drew her sword, and a stream of blood instantly flowed into the spirit summoning array. As the blood completely merged into the array, Feng Shui swiftly formed seals with her hands that a dark aura shot forth from between her brows, and soon after, a colossal formation appeared, twice the size of the spirit summoning array. Buzz! The immense formation flickered with black light, and within the spirit summoning array, over 100 luminous orbs emerged. Each orb represented the mark of a formidable warrior who had traversed the Golden Gate to enter the celestial path. Soul refinement technique. Activate! Feng Shui exclaimed in a low voice, and a divine sword shot forth from her body. In an instant, pure strands of soul energy surged from the spirit summoning array and flowed into the divine sword. Feeling her restraints gradually loosen, a fervent light flashed in Feng Shui's eyes as she continued to channel her energy. Soon, her white robe transformed from white to black, and her aura became thoroughly malevolent. The overwhelming sword energy enveloped the heavens, plunging them into darkness. On the celestial path, figures suddenly erupted like fireworks. In just 10 heartbeats, 20 formidable warriors of the martial saint level inexplicably perished on the spot. Crack! As streams of pure energy drifted from the Golden Gate, Feng Shui's eyes sparkled as she inhaled sharply. A terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to begin to fracture. This time, I refuse to believe I cannot break through. Feng Shui reveled in this sensation, her gaze turning icy as she stepped into the Golden Gate. Meanwhile, Li Xian, oblivious to all of this, wore a grave expression as he gazed at the figure before him. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Xian, save for a slightly upward curved smile that appeared rather eerie. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian realized that this figure was likely the inner demon that Master Li Qinggang had spoken of. With a hum, Li Xian unsheathed his sword, infusing it with the essence of 500 techniques. One sword shatters myriad laws, he declared as the divine sword struck the inner demon in an instant. The inner demon had no time to react before its body shattered like glass and dissipated. As the surroundings returned to their original state, Li Xian smiled faintly as he sheathed his divine sword. For a sword cultivator, the existence of an inner demon was nearly non-existent. After all, sword cultivators possessed a resolute heart. As long as their state of mind remained stable, they would not be susceptible to external malevolence. However, the celestial path's ability to manifest the inner demons of every strong individual felt more like a test to Li Xian. As the inner demon vanished, Li Xian's gaze shifted forward. Before him lay a rainbow-hued road that stretched endlessly, resembling a vibrant arc with nothing but a white expanse surrounding it. The moment Li Xian attempted to probe with his consciousness, it was immediately rebuffed. Sensing this, he took a step onto the rainbow road. Buzzed in an instant, an indescribable sensation enveloped Li Xian. It felt as if his soul was imprisoned, and he finally understood why Master Li Qinggang had said that the stronger one became, the more one felt as though the world was a cage. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Li Xian's sword intent surged, dissipating the discomfort he felt. 1 step, 2 steps, then dozens of steps. Li Xian walked slowly, as if meandering through a tranquil garden, his mind already as still as water. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the pinnacle of the rainbow road. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in a void. Gazing at the starry sky, curiosity flickered in Li Xian's eyes as he looked ahead. There stood an elder. I never expected that in this insignificant Xuan continent, there would be someone able to directly arrive here. The elder slowly turned, and when his gaze swept over Li Xian, a glimmer of desire akin to that of seeing a feast appeared in his eyes. Li Xian felt a surge of displeasure at the elder's gaze, furrowing his brow as his divine sword materialized before him. You think you are qualified to strike against me, old man? The elder seemed to sense Li Xian's thoughts, his expression turning cold as he waved his hand. Boom! In an instant, the void where Li Xian stood fractured. An invisible force coiled around him, rendering him powerless to resist. I, the divine human race, created your human race. Now is the time for you to prove your worth, the elder declared, reaching out towards Li Xian, who found himself uncontrollably drawn into the elder's grasp. Within the elder's hold, Li Xian's heart filled with terror. He felt like a helpless chick, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Kid, you should be grateful to be chosen as my substitute. When we of the divine human race created you, we established a seal upon you. This seal restricts your growth, which is why we can easily manipulate you. The elder sneered disdainfully as a divine human race master. Would I choose the body of a mere domesticated creature if it weren't for the impending doom? And do you believe this celestial path was prepared for you humans? It is merely bait left by my divine human race. Li Xian struggled to suppress his shock, realizing that the celestial path was nothing but a fade. From the elder's words, he also understood a grim truth, that the human race was created by the divine human race. The Xuan continent was merely a breeding ground for the divine human race. Despair and resentment surged within Li Xian's heart. Seeing the expression in Li Xian's eyes, the elder's gaze flickered with triumph. Although they of the divine human race could seize the bodies of humans to prolong their existence, encountering a resolute individual could complicate the possession process. The elder knew well that sword cultivators possessed an exceptionally firm heart. Thus, revealing these secrets was intended to loosen Li Xian's resolve. Now was the moment. The elder's eyes gleamed with intensity as a golden light suddenly erupted from his body. crashing into Li Xian. In the next moment, the golden light raced towards Li Xian's consciousness. Once it occupied his spiritual sea, Li Xian's body would be utterly taken over. Suppress it, prison suppression tower. Li Xian thought desperately as he saw the golden light nearing his consciousness. Since the prison suppression tower could seal even the first demon ancestor of heaven and earth, what could this insignificant divine human race do? At this moment, Li Xian had no other recourse. The prison suppression tower was his only hope. Buzz! As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, the golden light that had entered his consciousness suddenly stalled. In the next instant, a terrifying suction force surged forth. The golden light was enveloped by an invisible power and was swiftly pulled back to its original position. How is this possible? The elder's shocked voice echoed from within the golden light. There is much you do not know. Li Xian felt a resurgence of control over his body and, with a thought, activated the prison suppression tower. Boom! A ghostly light flashed, and the golden light was instantly drawn into the prison suppression tower. What is this place? The golden light appeared beside a massive stone coffin, and the elder's panicked voice rang out once more. This is your burial place. Li Xian's figure materialized within the prison suppression tower. His divine sword now transformed into the path sword in a bid to deliver a decisive blow to the divine human race master. Li Xian unleashed all his power. Ding! In the next moment, a ringing sound echoed as the path sword was rebuffed. Li Xian furrowed his brow. It was not that the path sword lacked power, but rather that his own strength was insufficient to unleash its full potential. Yet, if he could not obliterate the golden light, it would become a lingering threat. Ha ha, kid, I never expected you to possess so many treasures. Unfortunately, you are not capable of overcoming me. Just wait for me to catch my breath. And it will be your demise. The elder's voice echoed with a sinister laugh. Just a mere fragment of consciousness. I refuse to believe I cannot destroy you. A fierce light flashed in Li Xian's eyes as he focused his thoughts and initiated the layered sword technique. Master, how about I take care of this? Just as Li Xian was about to strike again, the voice of the prison spirit suddenly resonated. Hearing this, Li Xian paused momentarily, then turned his gaze to the prison spirit. Can you eliminate him? The prison spirit nodded with a smile. Before I followed you, I had been in slumber for thousands of years. Currently, your strength is still weak and cannot provide much energy for the prison suppression tower. However, this fragment of consciousness is a tremendous boon for me. Then I shall leave it to you to... Li Xian gazed at the prison spirit with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that this spirit could actually consume the sole consciousness of the divine human race? After receiving Li Xian's consent, the prison spirit immediately turned its attention to the golden sphere of light. In the next instant, it opened its mouth wide, generating a powerful suction that drew the golden orb towards it. Burped in the blink of an eye. Before Li Xian could fully comprehend the situation, he heard a loud belch emanate from the prison spirit's mouth. Goodness! Li Xian felt a rush of disbelief. Could this truly be possible? Thank you, Master, the prison spirit said excitedly after a brief moment. Li Xian forced a smile and waved his hand, replying, Actually, I should be thanking you. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss regarding how to handle this matter. By the way, how do I access the second level? Upon hearing this, the prison spirit responded, Master, once you have sealed the first level, you simply need to will it in your heart to enter the second level. Li Xian, upon hearing this, decided to give it a try, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Although Li Xian was aware that he had this capability, he had never before entered the second level. Moreover, he had previously attempted to access the second level, but had failed. Hearing the prison spirit's words alleviated his inner doubts. He now understood that he could not enter the next level until the affairs of the previous one were resolved. Is this the second level? As he surveyed the boundless darkness before him, Li Xian could hardly believe he had arrived at the correct location, were it not for the massive stone coffin floating in mid-air. Prison spirit, what existence is being suppressed in this second level? Li Xian inquired curiously, glancing at the stone coffin. I tread upon the flames of war. I grasp the essence of destruction. My name is Luo Ho. A rugged voice resonated the moment Li Xian finished speaking. Li Xian's heart trembled. The being in the second level was still in a state of awakening. Master, The second level suppresses the progenitor of all demons. Luo Ho, the prison spirit, replied. Xuan nodded slightly. This revelation was far less shocking than when he had heard the title of the first ancestor of all demons, Yuan Di, in the first level. He now comprehended that the entities contained within this prison tower were capable of catastrophic destruction. Titles such as the first ancestor of heaven and earth and the progenitor of all demons did not suggest benevolence. Yuan Di, Luo Ho. The prison spirit waved its hand, and the golden light upon the stone coffin flickered before gradually fading from Li Xian's sight. Master, Luo Ho has awakened, but he can only be suppressed for another 20 years. During this time, you must find a Dao sword to reinforce the seal. Furthermore, you need to swiftly enhance your own strength to bolster the power of the prison tower. Otherwise, once Luo Ho emerges, this world will be plunged into eternal darkness. I understand, Li Xian replied, his expression growing serious. And with a thought, he departed from the prison tower. Upon gazing at the multicolored pathway before him, Li Xian pondered for a moment before continuing onward. Boom! Several minutes later, a tremendous rumble suddenly echoed. Upon hearing it, Li Xian swiftly vanished from his location. Master, Uncle, Li Xian was taken aback. His master, Li Qinggang, along with Wang Qingyun and others, had gathered together. Not far off, Feng Shui was engaged in combat with a mysterious elder. Li Xian cast a glance at the elder, and his pupils constricted sharply. The aura of this elder was identical to that of the one who had previously attempted to seize his body. The only difference was that the aura of the elder before him was significantly stronger. I did not expect you to arrive here as well. You have not disappointed me, Li Qinggang said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. Watch closely. This is Ji. The battle between the city lord of Shuyue and Ji will undoubtedly provide you with much to learn. Li Xian, puzzled, asked, Master, did you not say that once we enter the celestial path, each person would be on their own? Li Qinggang, upon hearing this, shook his head in confusion and replied, I do not know. After slaying my former self, I encountered them upon my exit. Perhaps this is a new change in the celestial path. We shall observe and see. Li Xian hesitated for a moment, intending to inform Li Qinggang of his suspicions regarding the celestial path being a trap, but it was evidently not the right time. Bang! In the next instant, Feng Shui was struck by the elder's palm against his chest, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Feng Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura immediately diminished. How could a mere ant reach the realm of divine masters? It seems the time for a major cleansing has come. The elder glanced at Feng Shui, his expression indifferent, as if he were a deity. Li Qinggang and the others were taken aback. This was their first time hearing Ji speak. Moreover, they were completely unaware of what the elder meant by the realm of divine masters, but the implication of a cleansing was evidently a threat of mass slaughter. Li Xian felt a stir in his heart. The elder who had previously sought to seize his body had proclaimed himself a divine master. He was astonished that Feng Shui had also reached that level. I never expected that despite exhausting every means, I would still fall short by a hair's breadth. If that is the case, then let me fully embrace madness. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Shui had already risen to his feet, his aura restored to its former state. Even more bizarrely, at the moment Feng Shui spoke, 8 martial saints present suddenly exploded into blood mist. City Lord Shui? The attendees were taken aback as they saw Feng Shui consume the blood mist. Interesting, I did not expect that in such a confined space, someone would learn the art of soul refinement. However, no matter how powerful an ant may be, it remains just an ant. The elder's expression grew somewhat sinister as he moved, appearing before Feng Shui in an instant. Boom! Feng Shui was once again sent flying, but more than 10 martial saints unexpectedly exploded in a blood mist, which was subsequently absorbed by Feng Shui in an instant. Feng Shui's aura surged once more. I wish to see just how far you have progressed with your soul refinement technique, the elder declared, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He ceased his attacks and hovered mid-air, awaiting the outcome. Let us strike together. At this moment, it became abundantly clear to the remaining participants that those who had exploded into blood mist were the doing of Feng Shui. Such unexpected deaths were a profound humiliation. As martial saints, their pride would not permit such an end. With a shout from one elder, 29 of the remaining 50 martial saints surged forward to besiege Feng Shui. Xian observed that neither his master Li Qinggang nor Wang Qingyun were making any moves. The same was true for the other three sects and the imperial palace. Master, Li Xian called softly. Noticing the situation, Qinggang shook his head slightly and whispered, "Do not act rashly. Let us observe the development." Bang! In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The 29 martial saints simultaneously burst in a blood mist. This sensation was indeed profoundly evocative. This moment, Feng Shui had fully succumbed to madness, his aura becoming increasingly sinister and bloodthirsty. "Once I eliminate this old meddler and traverse the celestial path, your four sects and the palace shall be forever recorded in history." Feng Shui's blood-red eyes swept across the crowd, then fixed intently on the elder suspended in the air. "That I did not expect you to inadvertently step into the realm of great divine master. Today, I shall show you just how much substance there is to this great divine master status you attain through soul refinement." With that, the elder vanished from sight, reappearing at Feng Shui's side, delivering a powerful punch. "Ing!" A sound akin to a sword's cry resonated as a divine sword materialized before Feng Shui. With a swift thrust, the very fabric of space seemed unable to withstand the force and shattered. Boom! The clash of sword and fist released a terrifying wave of power that surged forth. Xian watched in shock. Swallowing hard, I end this bout. The two were evenly matched. "How intriguing," the elder remarked, casting a glance at Feng Shui before bursting into laughter. He then formed hand seals. Divine technique. Universe within sleeve, as the elder's words fell. Both he and Feng Shui vanished without a trace. Xian and the others furrowed their brows upon witnessing this. Wang Qingyun pondered for a moment and said, "Shall we retreat or continue to wait?" "I believe we should continue to wait. If the city lord of Shuya prevails, we may seize the opportunity to traverse the celestial path," the monk suggested after deep contemplation. "Given that the city lord of Shuya has harmed so many of our fellow cultivators to pass through the celestial path, who can guarantee that he hasn't plotted against us in the shadows? Moreover, even if he wins, he may not treat us as he did before after traversing the celestial path." Gong Wenshan spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. "Master, esteemed seniors, might you have encountered beings similar to that old man?" Li Xian pondered briefly before inquiring. The others shook their heads in response. This peculiar place on the path to the heavens was indeed extraordinary. "Li Xian, my disciple, have you perhaps made a discovery?" Wang Qingyun, feeling a stir in his heart, turned to Li Xian and asked. Nodding, Li Xian replied, "Previously, I encountered an entity akin to that old man. He claimed to be of the divine race, a master of divine art. In his attempt to seize my essence, he divulged certain information. Our Xuan continent is, in fact, a breeding ground established by the divine race. Even our human race is a creation of theirs." As Li Xian's words hung in the air, the gathered individuals were visibly shaken. After all, as the pinnacle of the Xuan continent, none had anticipated that their existence was merely fodder for others. Moreover, the revelation Li Xian shared undoubtedly reshaped their understanding. Furthermore, how did that Lord of Shuya manage to slay so many of our predecessors? The so-called soul refinement technique is unknown to me. Although we are still alive, should that Lord of Shuya ultimately fail against the formidable master of the divine race, who can guarantee that he won't act out of desperation? Li Xian inhaled deeply and articulated his thoughts once more. If Lord of Shuya were to slay that master of the divine race, it is likely that the divine race would detect it immediately. When their powerful beings arrive, how shall we defend ourselves? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grave. After all, the various factions that had entered the path to the heavens consisted of the elite of the Xuan continent. And now only the strong from their four sects and one palace remained. If Feng Shui were to falter, and if the soul refinement technique pertained to them, the consequences would be dire. Contemplating this, the faces of the crowd turned ashen. "Esteemed ones, let us take this opportunity to withdraw," Wang Qingyun proposed after a moment's reflection. Taking into account the information Li Xian had shared, he ultimately decided that prudence was paramount. Your sect's disciple demonstrates considerable foresight. Let us retreat. Gong Wenshan nodded in agreement. At this juncture, withdrawal seemed the most prudent course of action. The monk Huajiu echoed the sentiment. Since we have all chosen to withdraw, my Mihuagong shall follow suit, declared the fairy. Oh, let us go. Wang Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After all, the relationships between the four sects and one palace were rather intricate. However, there was a greater bond of shared interests, especially for the future of the Zhongyuan continent. Soon, as Wang Qingyun and the others concentrated on activating their seals, their figures vanished from the spot in an instant. After Wang Qingyun and the others departed, Li Xian remained behind, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Having not left a mark in the spirit summoning array, how could he possibly exit this path to the heavens? Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the Xian focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, Feng Shui and the old man appeared before him simultaneously. However, both were exuding chaotic auras, clearly having engaged in a fierce battle. Noticing that only Li Xian remained, Feng Shui furrowed his brow slightly. The old man, after scrutinizing Feng Shui for a moment, inhaled deeply and turned his attention to Li Xian. Young one, I am called Boya, a master of the divine race. If you can slay him, I shall escort you to my divine race, where you may be reborn and become one of us. Li Xian, taken aback, cast a glance at Boya before shifting his gaze to Feng Shui. You are a disciple of the sword sect, are you not? Should you strike down this individual, the prison that has bound the Zhongyuan continent for millennia shall be shattered. Your contributions will be eternal, and you shall be venerated for ages. Feng Shui spat a mouthful of blood as he spoke. After sensing the two, Li Xian realized they had both sustained grievous injuries. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to heed either's commands. He understood that regardless of whose words he followed, once they recovered, his fate would be all but certain. In the next moment, the divine sword appeared in his hand. Upon seeing Li Xian approach Boya with the sword drawn, joy illuminated Feng Shui's face. Young one, think carefully. Should you let this chance slip by, you may never encounter such an opportunity again to venture into a broader realm. Boya warned, glancing at Li Xian once more. With a smile, Li Xian replied, that is my own affair, so there's no need for you to concern yourself. You divine beings consider our human race as mere sustenance, which you deem justifiable. However, I believe that all beings in this world are equal. Though there are strengths and weaknesses, one should not exist merely at the behest of another. Upon finishing his declaration, Li Xian focused his thoughts and thrust the divine sword into the old man's brow. As a being of half-saint level strength, he knew that merely piercing the heart would not suffice to kill an entity of martial saint level or above. It was the spirit sea that held their essence. You have done well. Once I recover, I shall take you to the Holy Spirit continent. Feng Shui exclaimed joyously, then closed his eyes to begin his recuperation. Suddenly, Feng Shui looked down in disbelief. The divine sword had pierced through his heart. To enhance yourself through mutual harm is truly despicable. Your assurances mean little to me. I only trust my own choices. With that, Li Xian withdrew the divine sword and then thrust it into Feng Shui's brow. As Feng Shui's form dissipated, the divine sword in Li Xian's hand emitted a resonant chime. Oh, this divine sword has even advanced. Li Xian marveled. It was no small fortune for a divine sword to evolve into a holy sword. However, recalling the strength of both Boya and Feng Shui, Li Xian felt reassured. The power of two beings surpassing the martial saint level was indeed formidable. Just as Li Xian stored away the spatial rings of Feng Shui and Boya, a resonant hum suddenly erupted. In the next instant, a white light enveloped Li Xian, causing him to vanish without a trace. In the Holy Spirit continent, at the Fugu mine, move faster. If you delay today's progress, I shall make you experience the torment of the 5 Thunder Whip. A voice laden with curses rang out, and Li Xian's consciousness abruptly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, a long whip was already hurtling toward him. Seeing this, Li Xian hurriedly defended himself, but in the next moment, an unseen force bound his hands and feet, rendering him immobile. Crack! The whip struck forcefully against Li Xian's back, leaving a vivid crimson mark. Hiss! A searing pain surged through him, and Li Xian glared at the man before him. Such audacity, to dare glare at me. The whip-wielding man glared back, a flicker of malice in his eyes, and lashed the whip once more. My lord, please calm your anger. This individual has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the situation here, that I will take him to work and explain the rules to him. An elderly man interjected, bending slightly as he approached. Just a young lad, is it? Very well, Ning. I leave this brat to you. If today's progress is not completed, you should be aware of the consequences. The man snorted coldly, retracting his whip and turning away. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, my lord, it shall be accomplished today, the old man replied with a forced smile. Once the man departed, the elder turned to Li Xian. Young one, you must have just crossed the path to the heavens and been teleported here. I'm called Ning Ke, and I've been trapped in this Fugu mine for over 20,000 years. Li Xian was taken aback, but still bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. What is this Fugu mine? Let us work first. I shall explain everything in detail afterward, Ning Ke replied, glancing around before lowering his voice. Reluctantly, Li Xian followed Ning Ke to start moving the ore through Ning Ke's intermittent explanations. He gradually grasped the current situation. The Fugu mine was a resource site of the divine race. There were no less than tens of thousands of individuals like Li Xian who had emerged from the path to the heavens, all hailing from different continents. The only commonality among them was that they were all from breeding grounds similar to the Xuan continent. In that moment, Li Xian realized that even having crossed the path to the heavens did not mean he had escaped his previous world. The Fugu mining area is the refuge of those powerful beings who have traversed the heavenly road. Similar to this Fugu mining site, the divine human clan boasts thousands of such locations. Moreover, many of the strong individuals who crossed the heavenly road have been transported here, only to find themselves reduced to the status of slaves, toiling as laborers. All who have traversed the heavenly road are randomly transported to various locations to perform menial tasks. According to Ning Ke, numerous individuals were met with untimely death upon their arrival. Having been unaware of their circumstances, Li Xian, do not entertain thoughts of escape or resistance. If discovered, there is but one outcome awaiting you. Furthermore, upon our transport, a restriction was placed within our bodies. The divine human clan possesses an innate sealing power over us. Even the average member of the divine human clan can easily slay us. Ning Ke placed a mining stone down and then lowered his voice to impart this caution. Li Xian nodded slightly, for he had sensed after hearing Ning Ke's words that he was utterly incapable of summoning the spiritual power within him. It could be said that he currently bore the semblance of a half-saint, yet without the corresponding power. Additionally, Li Xian discovered that shackles were bound around his wrists and ankles, although they could be easily removed. Doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of the divine human clan, and the consequences were all too clear, leading Li Xian to refrain from any reckless actions. However, upon sensing that his physical strength remained intact, Li Xian contemplated for a moment but chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, in this place, he couldn't guarantee that Ning Ke would keep his mouth sealed. One more thing. Li Xian was a sword cultivator. As long as he could consume spiritual swords to enhance himself, Li Xian believed he would one day escape this place. With this thought, Li Xian felt a slight sense of relief. Thus, he was not entirely devoid of opportunities for escape. Old Ning, does the entire Holy Spirit continent fall under the dominion of the divine human clan? Li Xian inquired softly. Ning Ke shook his head and replied, your ability to traverse the heavenly road to arrive here, with your half-saint strength, clearly marks you as a prodigy from the Xuan continent. Let me clarify, the divine human clan is merely one of 9 clans on the Holy Spirit continent, and it ranks 8th among them. Upon hearing Ning Ke's words, Li Xian's understanding was once again reshaped. The divine human clan, which raises the human race, surprisingly ranks only 8th. According to Ning Ke, the Holy Spirit continent is divided into 9 clans, which are the Yuming clan, divine human clan, Songli clan, water clan, fire clan, demon clan, devil clan, spirit clan, and sacred clan. The sacred clan and spirit clan are nearly equal in strength, which is why the continent is referred to as the Holy Spirit continent. Old Ning, is it true that our human race was created by the divine human clan? Li Xian pondered before voicing his doubts. Ning Ke chuckled and responded, it is not so much about who created living beings. Even the divine human clan can be said to have been created by others, that we need not concern ourselves with such matters. In this world, there are countless living beings, as long as we strive for self-improvement. We can grow and develop. The essence of life does not reside in who created it, but in how much we can accomplish and the significance of our deeds. Outsiders. Living beings may be categorized by species and race. Yet in the eyes of some, all living beings are equal. Though they may seem like mere ants, the concept of equality prevails. Xuan contemplated Ning Kei's words for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well, today's progress has been completed. Let me take you back to rest, Ning Kei said, glancing at the mining stones on the ground before shaking his arm. Thank you, old Ning, Xuan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, under Ning Kei's guidance, rows of crude, thatched huts came into view. Xuan frowned slightly. Although they seemed no different from ordinary folk, they were, after all, beings of half-saint and martial saint caliber. Such accommodations were utterly dismissive of their humanity. Do not concern yourself with these trivial details. Cultivators must also cultivate their hearts, Ning Kei remarked. Seemingly reading Xuan's thoughts, Xuan forced a wry smile at this and followed Ning Kei into one of the thatched huts. This room, including my own, accommodates 8 individuals. Since you have just arrived, you may stay here. Ning Kei indicated a vacant spot on the floor. Xuan glanced at the barely 1 meter wide sleeping space and frowned. Old Ning, must it truly be this way for the rest of our lives? Ning Kei, sensing the gravity of the question, glanced warily around before lowering his voice. It is not entirely so. You appear relatively young. If you can win the favor of the second miss, you may indeed leave this place. Second miss? Old Ning, what do you mean by that? Xuan asked, puzzled. Ning Kei smiled and explained, you may not be aware, but the divine human clan has 3 young ladies. The second miss, Lingxue, is rather decent and does not regard us with an air of superiority. More importantly, the second miss visits this place every 3 months to select individuals. I forgot to mention that this Fugu mining area belongs to the branch of the second miss. In a sense, if you win her favor, you can indeed escape from here. Xuan was taken aback by this revelation and then asked, Old Ning, why did you just say that younger individuals are preferred? I do not know, for it seems that those chosen by the second miss are all of similar age to you. There was once someone who was selected and returned. While he did not specify what he did, it was evident that his treatment was far superior to what we endure here. Ning Kei sighed with a bitter smile. Continuing, perhaps it is simply due to better appearances. Otherwise, selecting individuals resembling me would indeed be somewhat unsightly. Old Ning, should I leave this place, I will ensure that I take you with me, if the opportunity arises. Xuan nodded slightly in response. This explanation, though somewhat tenuous, held a grain of truth. Moreover, Xuan understood that Ning Kei's sharing of this information was, in fact, a way to bolster his own standing. Should he indeed be favored by Lingxue and taken away, it would afford Ning Kei a glimmer of hope. Such is the nature of human relations. Thus, I must thank you in advance. Ning Kei remarked, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. Xuan's understanding made things considerably easier for Ning Quebec. Dealing with someone like him was certainly less burdensome. By the way, old Ning, how long has it been since the second miss last visited? Xuan inquired with a smile. Ning Kei pondered for a moment before replying. If I calculate the time correctly, it should be in 10 days. 10 days. That Xuan sighed helplessly upon hearing this. Realizing he would need to continue serving as a free laborer for the divine human clan for yet another 10 days. Rest now. There are many matters to attend to tomorrow, Ning Kei remarked. As if seeing through Xuan's thoughts, gently patting his shoulder, a night passed in silence. Old Ning, your teachings are quite commendable, remarked Buqing, observing Xuan diligently working alongside Ning Kei with satisfaction. Countless powerful beings from various continents have been transported here after traversing the heavenly road, and naturally, some self-important individuals had emerged. Although these troublemakers were eventually suppressed and slain, they still managed to disrupt the peace for those in charge. Currently, Xuan's obedient demeanor was a welcome relief for Buqing. Ning Kei, hearing this, smiled and replied, it is the esteemed presence of the master that instills awe. I dare not take credit, but Buqing nodded appreciatively. Very well, focus on your work. Time passed quietly, and before long, 10 days had slipped by. Dong, dong, dong. On this day, while transporting mining stones, Xuan suddenly heard the sound of bells ringing. Confused, he looked toward Ning Ke, who wore a joyful expression. Come, this is the bell calling us to assemble. It seems the second miss has arrived, Ning Ke said, pulling Xuan along as they hurried toward the sound of the bells. In less than a minute, a crowd gathered in a clearing. Xuan glanced around in astonishment, realizing that nearly 1,000 people had gathered at the Fugu mining site. He had not anticipated that so many new faces would appear within just 3 months. It appeared that they, like him, were powerful beings from various continents who had traversed the heavenly road. Oh, not worry. With your appearance, you are sure to be selected, Ning Ke said quietly, also taking in the surroundings. Xuan chuckled wryly, realizing that he might have to rely on his looks for survival. Moreover, he noticed a peculiar detail. He was likely the first from the Yuan continent to have emerged, while those surrounding him seemed to hail from similar continents. In other words, the Xuan continent ranks among the least significant of these realms. Should this news reach Master and the others, it would surely leave them utterly astonished. At this thought, Xuan couldn't help but recall Master Li Qinggang and the others. Welcome, second Miss. That moment, a resounding voice echoed through the air. Welcome, second Mississippi, with the utterance of a young disciple from the divine human clan. The crowd gathered in the open space echoed the sentiment. Noticing that Xuan was in a daze, Ning Ke hurriedly tugged at Xuan's sleeve and then bowed his head. Everyone, please raise your heads, a melodious voice rang out, as sweet as a nightingale. Xuan lifted his gaze to see a woman clad in a green robe standing before him. Her slender waist was discernible, and her oval face was strikingly beautiful. Clearly, this woman was the second miss, Bo Lingxue, as mentioned by Ning Quebec according to the old custom. Those under the age of 40, please step forward. A man standing beside Bo Lingxue surveyed the crowd and spoke in a clear voice. As his words fell, figures began to emerge from the throng. Hurry along. Ning Ke tugged at Xuan's sleeve again and then gently pushed him forward. Taking a deep breath, Xuan stepped to the front of the line. To his surprise, nearly 100 individuals met the requirements. Xuan and the others stepped forward. Bo Lingxue's gaze flitted over each candidate. However, as she frowned and subtly shook her head, the faces of those who met the criteria turned pale, and they retreated back into the crowd. You stepped forward. Upon spotting a man who piqued her interest, Bo Lingxue nodded slightly, prompting the man beside her to speak. Soon, as Bo Lingxue continued her assessment, she arrived at Xuan's position. Upon seeing Xuan, her eyes sparkled with interest. You stepped forward. The man's keen perception detected Bo Lingxue's shift in demeanor, and he turned to Xuan. Ning Ke's face also broke into a smile upon witnessing Xuan's selection. After several days of interaction, Ning Ke had discerned that Xuan was not a man of empty promises. Given Bo Lingxue's gaze, it was highly likely that Xuan would receive considerable favor. In that moment, a single word from Xuan could alter his fate. All right, you may disperse. With Bo Lingxue's selections concluded, the man waved his hand and spoke. The crowd began to disperse. Bo Lingxue smiled and said, Please follow me. Half an hour later, Xuan and the others were ushered into a private chamber. From now on, you may move about the room. 3 meals a day will be provided, the man concluded. The door closed behind them. Xuan glanced around the room and then walked straight to the bed, lying down to rest. After 10 days of arduous labor, even with his robust physique, he found it taxing. Now that he had the opportunity to rest, Xuan felt no inclination to ponder too deeply. Time swiftly passed, and Xuan sat upright on the bed, his brow furrowed. Half a month had gone by. Why was there not a single sign of activity? Throughout this fortnight, his meals were consistently delivered, yet he had never laid eyes on the person bringing them. Only the sound of knocking would precede the appearance of food, with no one in sight. Additionally, both his spiritual power and consciousness were sealed, rendering him unable to utilize them. Xuan was utterly at a loss regarding his current predicament. However, during the intervals when he retrieved his meals, he had noticed that some rooms nearby did not have food delivered at any scheduled time. Moreover, considering the timing of today's meal delivery, he estimated that precisely 16 rooms had not received food. A vague suspicion began to form in Li Xian's mind, yet the specifics remained unclear. That night, as Li Xian closed his eyes to meditate on the bed, an unusual fragrance suddenly wafted into the air. He abruptly opened his eyes to behold a stunningly beautiful face before him. The visitor was not Bo Lingxue, yet bore a resemblance to her. "Who are you?" Li Xian asked, somewhat taken aback, as this woman had entered his room unannounced in the dead of night. "And they had never met. You wish to live?" The woman glanced at Li Xian and, in a hushed tone, inquired. How Li Xian's brow furrowed, and he instinctively nodded. "Come with me." The woman, upon seeing his response, nodded slightly and turned to exit the room. Li Xian, puzzled, quickly followed her out. Soon, under her guidance, he entered a grand palace. "What is this?" Gazing at a large cauldron within the hall, he noticed steam rising and a faint scent of blood permeating the air. "This is the blood refinement technique practiced by my second sister. Those chosen among you will be sacrificed to this cauldron to be transformed into blood pearls. As of now, my second sister has completed her training and gone to the ancestral grounds. Otherwise, I would not have dared to bring you here," the woman explained. This woman was indeed related to Bo Lingxue. Coupled with her words, Li Xian quickly surmised that she must be the third miss of the divine human clan, Bo Lingxuang. After hearing Bo Lingxuang's words, Li Xian, feeling perplexed, asked, "Miss, why have you brought me here? Moreover, we are strangers. There is no need for you to take such a risk for my sake." Bo Lingxuang smiled and replied, "It seems you are already aware of my identity. The reason I brought you here is to assure you that I am not deceiving you. As for your question about why I would risk myself for you, to be precise, I am doing it for our divine human clan." "Pray, speak plainly, Miss," Li Xian urged, increasingly baffled, turning his gaze toward Bo Lingxuang. "How much do you know about our divine human clan?" Bo Lingxuang pondered for a moment before looking at Li Xian. Li Xian shook his head slightly, admitting, "To be honest, I only know that your divine human clan raises countless human beings. Furthermore, all those who have traversed the heavenly path are sent to the mines to be enslaved. Beyond that, I am only aware that your clan has divine masters and grand masters. Apart from this, I also know your clan ranks 8th on the Holy Spirit continent." Bo Lingxuang, upon hearing this, nodded, seemingly unperturbed. "It appears your understanding of our divine human clan is considerably less than that of many others. The reason I sought you out is that I am a divine seer." "A divine seer?" Li Xian furrowed his brow at this revelation. Bo Lingxuang nodded, explaining, "Within our divine human clan, a divine seer appears only once every 1,000 years. Although their status is unique, they possess little ability to protect themselves. Moreover, if their identity is exposed before they have grown strong enough, it can be usurped by those with ill intentions." Li Xian regarded Bo Lingxuang with surprise, realizing the complexities of the divine human clan's inner workings. "The ability of a divine seer is to perceive the future and glimpse certain events that will transpire. I sensed your presence when you arrived at the Fu Gu mine site. At that moment, I foresaw that the divine human clan would be annihilated by a single sword strike. Because of me, Li Xian was no fool. He quickly grasped the implication of Bo Lingxuang's words. Yet he knew his own strength was insufficient to bring about such a fate. As he contemplated, his thoughts turned to Master Dan. However, after some reflection, he shook his head. Master Dadian would likely not act in such a manner. "It is not because of you, but rather the one who wields the sword. It's you." Bo Lingxuang fixed her gaze firmly on Li Xian, as if she herself could scarcely believe it. After all, the Li Xian before her was truly weak beyond measure. "Third miss, what are you implying?" Li Xian asked with a wry smile. Yet, since Bo Lingxuang had approached him, it was evident she had something to negotiate. Otherwise, she would not have taken such risks to speak these words. Bo Lingxuang remained silent for a moment, then said, "While the vast majority of our clan members align with your assumptions, there are a few who oppose the practice of raising your kind. I hope that if I let you go today, you will, in the future, preserve a portion of our divine human clan's bloodline heritage. Are you not concerned that your second sister and the others will uncover the truth behind this?" Li Xian asked, his curiosity piqued as he observed Bo Lingxuang. Bo Lingxuang smiled at this, saying, "It's merely one less slave. Moreover, I have already arranged for someone to enter your room after I take you away. Even if my second sister discovers it in the future, by then, I will no longer be someone she can contend with. Xuan nodded slightly upon hearing the words, clearly aware that Xuan had meticulously arranged everything in advance. I can promise you that if the time comes as you just mentioned, I shall be merciful with my blade. However, one condition remains. There must be the few among your kin that you spoke of. Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression relaxed. It's a deal. Soon, guided by Xuan, Li Xian departed the palace. As a teleportation array activated, Li Xian vanished instantly within its confines. That I hope my decision is the right one. Gazing at the now empty teleportation array, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xuan's eyes, but she soon steeled her resolve. With a hum, accompanied by a resonant sound, Li Xian's figure gradually materialized on a hilltop. Exhaling a deep breath, the weariness within him dissipated instantaneously. With Xuan's aid, he had fully regained his strength. If she had not deceived me, I should now be at the border between the divine human clan and the Tsang clan. However, to ascertain the specifics, further investigation is necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian swiftly set off towards the southwest. In the divine human clan's grand hall, a sharp sound echoed as Xuan's face was abruptly marked by a handprint. Ah, sister, how audacious you are! That individual is the key to the sacred blood condensation pearl, which I have long desired, and you dare to release him behind my back. Xuan scoffed and continued. Do you not realize that once the sacred blood condensation pearl is refined, our ancestor will break through to a higher realm? At that time, our divine human clan will wield immense influence on this sacred spirit continent, far surpassing that of the 8th clan, enough that, as Xuan's words fell, a middle-aged man seated above in the hall spoke with an indifferent expression. Issue a command to search for this person with all our might. In the tea house of Bai Sheng City, listening to the conversations of those within, and combining it with the information provided by Xuan, Li Xian's understanding of the sacred spirit continent became considerably more comprehensive. On this continent, the realms were akin to those of the Tsang Yuan continent. However, above the martial saint realm, there existed the primordial realm, the Qingquan realm, the yin-yang realm, the life-death realm, the celestial mechanism realm, the causality realm, the reincarnation realm, and the dominator realm. The leaders of the 9 great clans were all beings of the reincarnation realm, and within each clan there were slumbering ancestors, all striving to ascend to the supreme dominator realm. It is worth noting that although there are no true human clans on the sacred spirit continent, there exist beings resembling humans. Furthermore, Li Xian discovered that humans were not actually created by the divine human clan. Rather, they were merely domesticated by them. Families akin to the divine human clan that domesticate humans include not only the divine human clan, but also the Yuming clan, the demon clan, and the monster clan. Aside from distinctions in race, the sacred spirit continent bears little difference from the Tsang Yuan continent. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, startling Li Xian. Instantly, he appeared in the streets, where the townsfolk gazed skyward, witnessing over a dozen figures hovering in mid-air. Upon glancing at them, Li Xian's expression tightened. These figures were unmistakably from the divine human clan. Opposing them were several dozen figures, though their presence seemed significantly less imposing. Bo Ikao, do you seek to instigate a war between the divine human clan and the Tsangli clan? Despite their evident inferiority in presence, the middle-aged man at the forefront met the leader of the divine human clan's gaze without flinching. Lord Tsang Hongguang, please forgive us. Our divine human clan harbors no intention of offending your clan. We are merely pursuing an important fugitive who has escaped. After this matter is resolved, I shall personally bring a heavy gift to apologize. Bo Ikao replied with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. Tsang Hongguang's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Bo Ikao, as the grand elder of the divine human clan, would hardly dispatch such a figure for an ordinary fugitive. Though he suspected the truth, Tsang Hongguang was reluctant to deny Bo Ikao face. Since you are pursuing an important fugitive, I shall grant you this favor. However, you have only 15 minutes. If you do not find him, you must leave Bai Sheng City immediately. Li Xian's heart sank upon hearing this. Quickly, he focused his thoughts and entered the town prison tower. He could not guarantee whether hiding within the tower would keep him concealed from Bo Ikao and the others of the divine human clan. But at this moment, he had no other recourse. Thank you, Lord Hongguang Bo Yikao bowed to Tsang Hongguang, then waved his hand, instructing you all, seal off the city. As Bo Yikao spoke, a compass materialized before him, and with a swift motion of his hands, he formed seals, causing a ghostly light to ripple from the compass. Nothing? Bo Yikao's brow furrowed at the compass's response. The Star Moon Compass was the divine human clan's treasured artifact. It could detect the faintest traces of a person's presence. Yet now, the needle remained motionless, clearly indicating that Li Xian was not present. Tsang Hongguang, surprised, realized that Bo Yikao had brought forth the clan's sacred artifact. This piqued his curiosity about the fugitive being pursued. After pondering for a moment, Bo Yikao formed seals once more, even summoning the bowl and chopsticks Li Xian had used, along with the bedding he had slept on. Yet, without exception, the Star Moon Compass remained unresponsive. Could it be that this lad has not come to Baixing City? At this moment, Bo Yikao felt a twinge of confusion, for the closest city between the Divine Human Clan and the Tsangli Clan was indeed Baixing City. There were no other routes available. Yet the compass's current state left him perplexed. Grand Elder, there is no sign of him. As Bo Yikao grappled with his confusion, figures began to arrive from all directions, whispering to him, "This fellow possesses remarkable audacity, daring to act contrary to expectations. It appears he has either returned to our divine human clan or inadvertently entered the Li Tian ravine. That I hope he has returned. Otherwise, entering the Li Tian ravine means certain death." Bo Yikao's expression darkened as he turned to Tsang Hongguang. "We apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive us, Lord Hongguang. When I have leisure another day, I shall visit to share tea," Bo Yikao said courteously. "The Grand Elder is too kind. Should you visit, I will certainly welcome you," Tsang Hongguang replied, suppressing a cold smile. Previously, Bo Yikao had promised to bring a heavy gift. Yet now he merely spoke of tea. However, Tsang Hongguang understood that Bo Yikao had not located the fugitive and felt no need to dwell on these matters. Had Bo Yikao not led the Divine Human Clan directly into Baixing City, Tsang Hongguang would not have emerged to seek an explanation. Farewell. Bo Yikao smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave with his kin. "Father, do you think the fugitive the Divine Human Clan is seeking is truly within Baixing City?" As Bo Yikao and his entourage departed, a man beside Tsang Hongguang inquired. Tsang Hongguang shook his head. "If the Divine Human Clan has even brought forth the Star Moon Compass, if that person were truly in Baixing City, he could not have escaped detection. Now let us disperse the crowd." Having spoken, Tsang Hongguang vanished from sight, leaving the man to reluctantly organize those behind him. "It seems I have not been discovered." After staying within the town prison tower for several hours, Li Xian felt a slight sense of relief. However, he chose not to venture out, since the Divine Human Clan was seeking him. It would be prudent to remain low-key for the time being. Yet, Li Xian was puzzled as to how the Divine Human Clan had discovered his escape. He certainly did not suspect that Bo Ling Xuan had betrayed him, as there was no need for such an action. Moreover, he found it perplexing that Bo Yikao, clearly of high status, would dispatch such a significant figure to capture a mere human. That lad has entered the Li Tian ravine? In the Grand Hall of the Divine Human Clan, upon hearing Bo Yikao's words, the middle-aged man seated above furrowed his brow. Bo Yikao nodded slightly. "I have already searched both Baixing City and our Divine Human Clan's territory, and there is no trace of that lad. The only route that bypasses Baixing City is the Li Tian ravine. I fear he may have perished within." "Very well. Since matters have reached this point, there is no need to continue the search for now. However, as a precaution, distribute his likeness as a training task for our clan's disciples," the middle-aged man said after a moment of silence. "Understood," Bo Yikao replied with a nod before turning to leave. "Bring forth." After Bo Yikao's departure, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment before speaking. "Imprison Bo Ling Xuan in the dungeon for 3 years. Without my permission, no one is allowed to visit within the confines of the prison tower. On its first level, a month has elapsed in the outside world. Li Xian has spent a full 300 years within the prison tower." With a hum, a melodic sound of a sword resonated from within Li Xian, as the sword intent of the Qingxiao sword in his dantian had already permeated its blade. In the next instant, a surge of sword intent radiated outward from Li Xian's body, expanding in all directions. observing the vast reach of the sword intent spanning nearly 100 meters. A faint smile graced Li Xian's lips. After 300 years of seclusion, he had finally reaped significant rewards. Prison spirit, I find myself curious. Since 10 years within here equates to a single day in the outside world, is my lifespan calculated according to the outside or the time within? Li Xian pondered aloud. The prison spirit's figure instantly materialized before him, stating, Master, your lifespan is naturally calculated according to the outside world. The function of the prison tower is merely to serve as a tool for you. Master Point 1 must acknowledge that the celestial order of the outside world is beyond the capacity of the prison tower to resist or reverse. Moreover, if measured by the time within the prison tower, you would now be considered a millennia-old creature. If your strength were lacking, you would not possess such a lengthy lifespan to expend. As the foremost prison spirit in this realm seemed to realize it had misspoken. It quickly corrected itself. Master, you need only remember one thing. All recognized spiritual weapons or treasures are fundamentally centered around the wielder, aimed at providing the maximum advantage to you. Xuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. If it were indeed a recognized treasure, it would inherently serve the master. If it were the treasure that took precedence, he would have likely perished long ago. He then contemplated whether the celestial race was still in pursuit of him. Murmuring to himself, he focused his thoughts and exited the prison tower in Baixing City. After gathering some intelligence, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. It appeared the celestial race had seemingly abandoned their search for him. With the water and fire races being unsuitable destinations, it seemed the only option was to venture towards the spirit race or the holy race. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian moved towards the station housing the teleportation array within the city. The water race resided in the aquatic realms of the holy spirit continent, while the fire race dwelled in a place of extreme heat. Both were ill-suited for Li Xian and to evade detection by the celestial race. He needed to seek a secure location. Clearly, the holy spirit continent was vastly superior to the Xuan continent, with every city equipped with teleportation stations. Although distances varied, it undoubtedly saved considerable time, despite Li Xian's ability to fly. The expanse of the Holy Spirit continent was immense, fraught with numerous forbidden zones. Even with his cultivation having reached the intermediate martial saint realm within the prison tower, he remained insignificant in the face of this vast continent. Before long, after paying the requisite spirit stones, Li Xian stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. Time slipped away quietly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Li Xian finally arrived at the territory of the spirit race after a month of travel through the teleportation array. Though somewhat fatigued, he could not deny the substantial time saved. With his current strength, even flying from Baixing City to this spirit race territory would have taken him several years. The teleportation array was undoubtedly a marvel of convenience. Dusu City, the nearest city at the border between the demon race and spirit race. Over the course of several days, Li Xian had gathered ample information regarding the spirit race. Among the numerous details, one particularly unexpected revelation caught his attention. In half a year's time, the 9 races of the Holy Spirit continent would engage in a competition known as the 9 Races Contest. The 9 Races Contest, to put it plainly, allows all participants except for the leaders and elders of each race to compete. The final result would determine the ranking of the 9 races on the Holy Spirit continent. Initially indifferent, Li Xian felt a surge of interest upon learning about the rewards. The contest would initiate rankings for the top 100, the Dark Horse list, and the Talented list. Those who made it onto the Dark Horse and Talented lists would, at the very least, be awarded a Tao-grade spiritual weapon. Furthermore, those on the top 100 list would receive substantial cultivation resources, including sacred-level cultivation techniques and a spiritual treasure that on the Holy Spirit continent. Spiritual weapons and techniques are categorized into several ranks: profound, yellow, human, earth, and heaven. Above the heaven rank, spiritual weapons are classified as immortal weapons, treasure weapons, divine weapons, and sacred weapons, while techniques fall into immortal, treasure, divine, and sacred grades. Each participant on the top 100 list is guaranteed a treasure-level technique, with the top 30 receiving an additional innate spiritual treasure, and those in the top 10 receiving an innate supreme treasure. Even the power of an innate spiritual treasure is sufficient to reshape mountains. let alone that of an innate supreme treasure. Xuan was acutely aware that he lacked the qualifications for the top 100. Those capable of ranking were invariably terrifying existences beyond the life and death realm. As for the dark horse and talented lists, the former recognizes outstanding underdogs in the 9 races contest, while the latter acknowledges prodigies among the 9 races. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian's target was firmly set on the dark horse list, as long as he could make a stunning impression in the contest and gain recognition from the heavenly order. He could secure a spot on the list, which seemed far more attainable than the top 100 or talented lists. After all, Li Xian's sole aim was to acquire a Dao sword, thus resolving the troubles of the second level of the prison tower. It is worth noting that in the Holy Spirit continent, the heavenly order is held in the highest regard. While the heavenly order does not manifest ordinarily, it reveals itself during each 9 races contest. Furthermore, the final results of the contest will be based on the judgment of the heavenly order. The current distribution of the 9 races on the Holy Spirit continent is a reflection of the heavenly order. Any changes in ranking would inevitably alter the territories of the races. Xuan also gleaned from some rumors that the heavenly order on the Holy Spirit continent was tied to a realm of dominion that no one had yet reached. However, whether this information held any truth could not be confirmed by anyone. Half a year had passed, yet how could he join the spirit race to obtain eligibility for participation? Li Xian pondered for a moment and shook his head. Setting aside his identity, even his current intermediate martial saint strength would likely fail to catch the attention of the spirit race's higher echelons. However, Li Xian's eyes lit up shortly thereafter. Historically, the 9 races contest had never scrutinized identities, as there were only 9 races on the Holy Spirit continent. Once he entered the battlefield, he would automatically be assigned to a faction, requiring no proof whatsoever. A wildly audacious thought began to take root in Li Xian's mind: to fight for the humanity race. As long as he entered the battlefield and was categorized by the heavenly order, even the 9 races could not strip him of his qualification. After contemplating this for a moment, Li Xian's resolve began to solidify. Currently, 4 of the 9 races kept humans as slaves, that if he could distinguish himself in this 9 races contest, it would undoubtedly elevate the status of the humanity race. For the rise of the humanity race, Li Xian's expression was resolute as he moved directly towards the commercial district within the city. If his martial saint strength was insufficient, then he would elevate himself further. Time slipped by quietly, and 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye. With a hum, within the prison tower, a beam of sword light flickered across Li Xian, who then slowly opened his eyes. After enduring the passage of 1,200 years, a sense of profound weariness now enveloped him. In terms of strength, he had attained the intermediate level of the Qian Kuan realm. His state of mind was that of a clear sword heart. His physical body had reached the level of the rock-solid realm. As for his sword cultivation, he was a sword master. The extent of his sword intent had reached 100 zhang, and he had mastered 13,000 sword energies in the stacking sword technique, along with 2,125 integrated sword techniques. Xuan exhaled a breath of stale air, and in the next instant, an overwhelming sword aura erupted from him. It was fortunate for him to have the support of Hongjun. Otherwise, his meager resources would never have sufficed to procure so many spiritual swords. Li Xian glanced at the mountains of dust surrounding him, remnants of the spiritual swords he had absorbed. Up to this point, he had absorbed all of his spiritual swords: 100 divine swords, 300 immortal swords, and 500 king swords. Below the king swords, there were countless others. Additionally, he discovered that as his strength grew, the energy provided by the spiritual swords beneath the king level had become negligible. In the next moment, Li Xian moved swiftly, departing from the prison tower point 800 miles outside Dusu City, on a verdant grassland. Li Xian's figure gradually materialized, and after sensing his surroundings, he swiftly took flight. Beyond the grassland lay the Black Mountain Ridge, a realm teeming with beasts, precisely the training ground Li Xian required. Roar! As soon as Li Xian stepped into the territory of the Black Mountain Ridge, a massive black bear, towering 3 zhang, appeared before him. Before him, a massive black bear rose on its hind legs, striking its chest with both paws, before charging towards Li Xian with a fierce roar. It was astonishing that even in the outer realms, such a formidable beast of the 7th tier could be encountered. Indeed, The Holy Spirit continent was extraordinary. Li Xian felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the hunt and swiftly moved towards the black bear. Time passed quietly, and before he knew it, over a month had swiftly elapsed. With a thunderous crash, a beast measuring 5 zhang in size collapsed with a resounding thud, exhaling a breath of relief. Li Xian found his cultivation in the mid-Qian Kuan realm finally stabilized. His delight, the bottleneck in reaching the high Qian Kuan realm seemed to have loosened somewhat. Calculating the time, he realized that only half a month remained until the competition among the 9 clans commenced. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed up at the heavens. Above, vibrant hues of rainbow light danced in the sky, heralding the commencement of the 9 clans contest. It would be wise to make some preparations. After a period of introspection, Li Xian set off towards the city of 100 victories. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? Upon entering the Linglong Pavilion, a maid promptly approached. Bowing respectfully, Li Xian replied, I seek king's swords. The more, the better. Rest assured, spirit stones are not an issue. Spring Peach, surprised by the request, quickly realized she was dealing with a significant client and gestured. Please, esteemed guest, follow me. Soon, under Spring Peach's guidance, Li Xian ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor. Young master, I apologize for the wait. I am Don Beishui, the steward of this Linglong Pavilion. After a brief wait, a figure entered the room and clasped his fists in greeting. Li Xian nodded and inquired, Steward Duan, might you have the spirit swords I requested? Duan Beishui smiled and replied, Indeed, we do. However, you appear to be a newcomer to our Linglong Pavilion. May I inquire if the king's swords you seek are of a higher tier? Li Xian nodded. I must apologize for my lack of clarity, that I desire as many holy swords and lower tier swords as you possess. If you have Dao swords, I would like those as well. Regrettably, we do not have Dao swords, as they are exceedingly rare. However, we do have a selection of other spirit swords in stock, due to the quantity requested. I must ask for a deposit, Duan Beishui stated, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. That is agreeable, Li Xian replied with a smile, understanding that it was reasonable for Duan Beishui to be cautious given it was his first visit to the pavilion. With that, a spatial ring appeared before Duan Beishui, 0.4 billion top-tier spirit stones. Duan Beishui offered a respectful apology to Li Xian and immediately probed the ring with his consciousness. The next moment, his expression shifted in shock as he looked at Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and affirmed, Steward Duan, let us proceed according to the 4 billion top-tier spirit stones. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Duan Beishui replied, swallowing hard. While he had seen such a sum before, it was the ease with which Li Xian produced it and his nonchalant demeanor that astonished him. That is agreeable, Li Xian nodded, taking a sip from his teacup. Observing this, Duan Beishui became increasingly convinced that Li Xian was no ordinary individual and bowed before departing 0.4 billion top-tier spirit stones for spirit swords. Ling Yu was taken aback upon hearing Duan Beishui's report. After all, aside from a few prominent families, it was rare for anyone to produce such a sum for spirit swords. Has the young master already paid the spirit stones? Should I prepare them now? Duan Beishui inquired. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before asking, Can you identify the young master as faction? Duan Beishui, surprised but mindful of Ling Yu's status, shook his head that he appears unfamiliar. Perhaps he is a member of some family faction. Ling Yu smiled and said, I shall go personally. Understood, Duan Beishui replied. Though somewhat puzzled, he nodded in acquiescence that a short while later, Ling Yu arrived at the private room, where Li Xian was located. I apologize for the delay. Young master, here are the spirit swords you purchased. Please take a look. Ling Yu glanced at Li Xian and, with a thought, tossed a spatial ring before him. Noting that the middle-aged man was not Duan Beishui, Li Xian felt a flicker of curiosity but accepted the spatial ring to inspect its contents. Sir, this seems somewhat amiss, Li Xian remarked, furrowing his brow. Within the spatial ring, there were indeed 100 king's swords, yet only 1 divine sword and 1 holy sword. Even if spirit sword prices were higher on the Holy Spirit continent, they could not reach such exorbitant levels. Ling Yu's expression darkened. The transaction is settled, and I hope you do not seek to create trouble. Initially uncertain if he had been swindled, Li Xian's suspicions were confirmed upon hearing Ling Yu's words. What a fine Linglong pavilion. Indeed, It is adept at navigating all situations. Li Xian laughed heartily. He was not short of 4 billion top-tier spirit stones, but being deceived and threatened was intolerable. In the next instant, his sword was drawn. Boom! A terrifying sword aura surged forth, cleaving the Grand Linglong Pavilion in two with a single stroke. Boy, do you realize you are courting death? Ling Yu, upon seeing Li Xian, recognized him as no typical disciple of the influential families within the spirit domain, which fueled his intent to consume Li Xian's spirit stones. Furthermore, as a member of the spirit race, what could Li Xian's background possibly matter? Li Xian snorted coldly, his voice booming like thunder. If the Linglong Pavilion cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for turning ruthless. Someone dares to cause trouble for the Linglong Pavilion. This promises to be entertaining. In the territory of the spirit race, someone had the audacity to attack the Linglong Pavilion. Could it be a powerful member of the holy race? This was indeed worth witnessing. Hurry to observe. As Li Xian's sword cleaved the Linglong Pavilion, the crowd in the City of 100 Victories gasped in astonishment before rushing towards the pavilion. Who are you to dare destroy my Linglong Pavilion? Ling Guotai furrowed his brow upon seeing Li Xian, knowing that as the master of the Linglong Pavilion, he could not ignore such a blatant act of destruction. And you are? Li Xian replied, his demeanor cold and unyielding, unfazed by Ling Guotai's imposing presence. That I am Ling Guotai, the master of this Linglong Pavilion. You have destroyed my establishment. Surely, you must provide me with an explanation. Ling Guotai, unaware of the specifics, saw many cultivators gathering around and had to suppress his urge to strike. Since a steward has appeared, I wish to inquire about the value of king swords and divine swords within your Linglong Pavilion. Li Xian coldly stated. Ling Guotai's brow furrowed slightly, glancing at the anxious Ling Guyu before responding. At Linglong Pavilion, we pride ourselves on honesty. King swords are valued at 60 million top-tier spirit stones each, while divine swords are priced at 1.2 billion top-tier spirit stones each. Excellent, Li Xian retorted with a cold smile, pointing at Ling Yu. I paid 4 billion top-tier spirit stones, yet this person provided me with only 100 king swords and 1 divine sword. I demand an explanation for this matter. You lie, Ling Yu interjected hastily. You, a mere novice, could never produce such a sum of spirit stones. Everyone, this youth has only provided me with 70 billion top-tier spirit stones. I thought to foster goodwill by waiving the remainder, but he has overstepped and seeks more. Try to extort the Linglong Pavilion is simply not putting us in regard. 4 billion top-tier spirit stones were not a sum just anyone could produce. This individual seemed unfamiliar. Could he be a member of a faction? However, it was difficult to judge given the conflicting testimonies. The Linglong Pavilion was a property of the spirit race. It was unlikely they would swallow this person's spirit stones. I stand with the Linglong Pavilion, eagerly awaiting the moment of reckoning. This individual does not seem to be lying. After all, who would risk their life to offend the Linglong Pavilion? The crowd murmured, casting doubt on both Li Xian's and Ling Guyu's claims. Among them were not only cultivators of the spirit race, but also members of other races. What a fine Linglong Pavilion! If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, then prepare for battle, Li Xian declared, his anger transforming into laughter, having lost all patience with Ling Guyu's blatant distortion of the truth. Even if the pavilion belonged to the spirit race, so what? Sir, are you threatening the Linglong Pavilion? Ling Guotai's heart sank as he pieced together the situation. To admit such an occurrence in front of so many witnesses would severely damage the pavilion's reputation. Especially upon seeing the look of panic on Ling Guyu's face, it became clear who was in the right. Yet, as things stand, the esteemed master of Linglong Pavilion can only align with Ling Guyu. Enough of your prattle. A flicker of malice flashed in Li Xian's eyes as he swung his holy sword, cleaving directly towards Linglong Pavilion. Boom! Before Ling Guyu and the others could react, the pavilion was utterly reduced to ruins by Li Xian's strike. Boldness indeed. At this moment, Ling Guotai's murderous intent surged. Daring to act so brazenly before him was no trivial matter, far surpassing the worth of 400 billion top-tier spirit stones. Ladies and gentlemen, I must insist that you vacate the premises while Linglong Pavilion conducts its affairs. As Ling Gutai's voice echoed, the onlookers fell silent for a brief moment before promptly turning to leave. After all, Linglong Pavilion was a property of the Spirit Clan, which ranked as the second most powerful presence on the sacred Spirit continent. Faced with the choice between spectating and incurring the wrath of the Spirit Clan, it was only natural that they swiftly made their decision. Young man, you can only blame your own weakness. Next time, learn to be a bit wiser. As the crowd departed, Ling Gutai's demeanor shifted, adopting a colder countenance. Being a mid-level practitioner of the Yin-Yang realm, he could discern Li Xian's mid-level prowess in the Qingquan realm. With a resonant hum, Li Xian remained silent, yet unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at Ling Guyu. Ling Guyu's expression tightened. Despite possessing initial strength in the Yin-Yang realm, he felt the terrifying force behind Li Xian's blow. This strike was augmented by a staggering 13,000 sword energies. Retreat. Ling Guyu hastily withdrew to evade Li Xian's strike, but a scar was etched across his chest. Casting a glance down at the mark, fear flickered in his eyes. Had he hesitated for even a heartbeat longer, it would have been his end. You truly believe you can act against me without consequence? Ling Gutai's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and he swiftly launched a palm strike. Seeing that Ling Guyu had evaded his sword, Li Xian muttered a regretful sigh. He then retaliated with a reverse swing of his sword, the energy surging like a rainbow as it met Ling Gutai's palm. Bang! Both Li Xian and Ling Gutai were sent reeling several hundred meters back. Yet they steadied themselves and charged at one another once more. Bang! 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 The two engaged in rapid exchanges, delivering dozens of strikes within mere breaths. Ling Gutai was astounded. Li Xian's physical strength seemed to grow more formidable with each blow. A sword to open the heavens. With another powerful punch, both combatants were forced apart once again. However, in the next instant, Li Xian's figure surged forward, launching another strike aimed squarely at Ling Guyu. Fall back. Ling Gutai's expression shifted dramatically. During their earlier confrontation, Li Xian had seized the opportunity to reposition himself. Moreover, leveraging the rebound force, he was now merely a few dozen meters away from Ling Guyu. The speed of Li Xian's strike was astonishing, clearly premeditated. Ling Guyu's face paled in terror. The previous strike had left an indelible mark on him. He had initially thought Ling Gutai's intervention would suffice to subdue Li Xian, but he never anticipated that Li Xian's true target was him all along. Stars shift, and the cosmos turns. Realizing there was no path left to retreat, Ling Guyu hastily summoned all his spiritual energy to erect a barrier. Boom! A cacophony erupted as 2,000 overlapping sword energies collided with the spiritual barrier, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Crack! In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed. Ling Guyu's pupils contracted as he realized his defenses had been shattered in an instant. The overwhelming sword energy enveloped him, and he felt the chilling breath of death closing in. Cousin, save me! Ling Guyu cried out in sheer panic, retreating hastily. However, it was too late. He was struck down by a single sword. Cousin! Witnessing Ling Guyu fall to Li Xian's blade, Ling Gutai's eyes widened in fury, his gaze ablaze with rage directed at Li Xian. Today, I shall flay your flesh and grind your bones to dust. Spirit explosion. With a roar, Ling Gutai unleashed a fearsome and invisible force that struck Li Xian's body. Boom! Li Xian was sent flying, crashing heavily into a stone pillar, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He could see the massive pillar cracking under the impact. The wrath of a practitioner in the Yin-Yang realm was truly terrifying. Slash! Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Xian retaliated with a strike that amassed an astounding 2,125 sword energies. The reason he had not unleashed his full strength earlier was that with his current power, he could only afford to strike once. If this blow failed to defeat his opponent, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Yet now, faced with a life-or-death situation, Li Xian had no choice but to go all out. I never imagined your swordsmanship had reached such heights, but alas, your timing is still lacking. Today, you shall die by my sword. Ling Gutai bellowed, a Dao sword materializing in his hand. Sword pointed east. As Ling Gutai's words fell, the Dao sword sliced through space, hurtling towards Li Xian. Simultaneously, Li Xian's strike was effortlessly dismantled by Ling Gutai's assault. Stab! In the next moment, the Dao sword pierced Li Xian's abdomen. Young man, you may peacefully embark on your journey. Ling Gutai sneered upon seeing Li Xian impaled. Yet, Li Xian merely chuckled at the remark. Had Ling Gutai employed a different spirit weapon, he would indeed have been unable to withstand the blow. However, Ling Gutai had chosen the Dao sword. In an instant, Li Xian closed his eyes and summoned the Qingxiao sword to absorb the energy. Ling Gutai furrowed his brow, and his expression shifted dramatically. The connection between him and the Dao sword had vanished in an instant. You have devoured my sword. Ling Gutai exclaimed in shock as he witnessed the Dao sword disappearing from Li Xian's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within Li Xian, his aura surging to new heights, advanced in the Qingquan realm. Pinnacle of the Qingquan realm, mid-level of the Yin-Yang realm. As his power surged, Li Xian's injuries healed instantaneously. I owe you my gratitude. Li Xian rose, inhaling deeply, before appearing before Ling Gutai like a wraith and delivering a punch. Bang! Ling Gutai was sent hurtling away from the blow, and before he could land, Li Xian's sword was already darting towards him. Stop! Just as Ling Gutai was about to be struck by the sword, a sharp voice rang out. In the next moment, a figure materialized swiftly, unleashing a palm strike towards Li Xian, striking the young before confronting the elder, truly a hallmark of great families. Li Xian's expression turned icy, showing no sign of halting his assault. Instead, he accelerated the speed of his sword. Stab! Li Xian's sword pierced through Ling Gutai's brow, while the incoming figure's palm struck Li Xian's back. Bang! The terrifying collision reverberated, and Li Xian firmly absorbed the incoming palm strike. What formidable physical defense! The newcomer was momentarily astonished as he glanced at Li Xian, then shifted his gaze towards the now-dazed Ling Gutai, his expression darkening. Are you intent on a life-and-death struggle with Linglong Pavilion? If you wish it so, then so be it. Li Xian sheathed his sword and met the newcomer's gaze unwaveringly. The newcomer possessed pinnacle strength in the Yin-Yang realm, and Li Xian had sensed this upon their arrival. Had he come a few minutes earlier, Li Xian would not have considered himself a match. However, now that he had reached mid-level strength in the Yin-Yang realm, he felt capable of holding his ground against even a pinnacle practitioner. Arrogance! Ling Xinglan's expression darkened at his words. It was not merely the fact that Li Xian had slain the pavilion's leaders, but also the disrespect shown to him, the Grand Elder of Linglong Pavilion. Is this a common trait among your people at Linglong Pavilion? Li Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. Though unaware of Ling Xinglan's identity, it was evident that he belonged to Linglong Pavilion. Moreover, Li Xian had discerned that Linglong Pavilion was not limited to just the establishment in Baixing City. Otherwise, a mere word could not have driven the crowd away. Why have you acted against the Linglong Pavilion? Ling Xinglan was taken aback. Upon receiving news of Ling Guyu's demise, he had rushed over, only to witness Li Xian mercilessly attacking Ling Gutai. Thus, he had intervened. However, Li Xian's question caused Ling Xinglan to regain his composure. In the realm of the Spirit Clan, no one would be foolish enough to oppose them. Yet Li Xian had done just that, indicating a deeper motive. Your Linglong Pavilion has devoured 400 billion top-tier spirit stones and plotted to silence me, that if I do not defend myself, should I merely stand by and await my demise? Li Xian replied with a smile. 400 billion top-tier spirit stones. Ling Xinglan's brow furrowed. The annual profit of Linglong Pavilion in Baixing City was only around 200 billion. It was entirely plausible that Ling Guyu and the others had succumbed to greed. However, such a quantity of spiritual stones is not something an ordinary person could possibly produce. In response to the esteemed Lord's words. The matter is indeed as this young master has stated. Yes, as soon as Ling Xinglan finished speaking, Duan Beishui gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. Previously, when Li Xian cleaved through the Linglong Pavilion with a single sword strike, Duan Beishui had indeed wished to stand forth and clarify the circumstances. Yet considering the reputation of the Linglong Pavilion and the presence of Ling Gutai, he refrained from offending anyone at that moment. Now that the main pavilion has sent representatives, Duan Beishui felt compelled to step forward. Nevertheless, you should not have slain those two. It is important to note that they are not only members of my Linglong Pavilion, but also descendants of my spirit clan. Your actions suggest a blatant disregard for my spirit clan. Upon hearing this, Ling Xinglan inwardly cursed, then turned to Li Xian and said, Li Xian, do you mean to imply that only your spirit clan is permitted to kill me, while I must merely hold back? Is there such logic in this world? Your words, while not entirely unfounded, do not excuse the fact that you acted to kill Ling Gutai before my arrival. I shall not pursue this matter for now. You may accompany me to the main pavilion, where a resolution will be provided. Ling Xinglan spoke in a deep voice. Li Xian responded with a smile. It seems you cannot make the decision, so perhaps we should find someone who can. You. Ling Xinglan's indignation flared upon hearing this. When had the Grand Steward of the Linglong Pavilion ever been treated with such disdain? Were it not for the return of a significant figure within the clan to oversee pavilion affairs, he would never have endured such condescension from Li Xian, since you refused to heed my arrangements. I shall personally escort you. With that, Ling Xinglan moved swiftly, his left hand reaching out to grasp Li Xian. Get lost. Li Xian coldly snorted, wielding his holy sword without hesitation to strike downward. Bang! Ling Xinglan transformed his claw into a palm to block the holy sword, then retreated due to the recoil. The prowess of this young man's swordsmanship is astonishing. Ling Xinglan was taken aback, just as he prepared to strike again when a clear voice rang out. Stop! Ling Xinglan trembled at the sound, immediately bowing to the newcomer. I greet the young lady. Li Xian also sheathed his sword and looked over, spotting more than 10 figures descending from the air, the foremost being a woman. Upon seeing her face, Li Xian was taken aback. Miss Chuya, Li Xian, it has been a long time. I did not expect you to arrive here, which indeed surprises me. The newcomer was Chuya, who smiled and nodded at Li Xian before shifting her gaze to Ling Xinglan and inquiring, Chief Steward, may I handle this matter? You flatter me, young lady. Ling Xinglan was somewhat astonished. This young man was evidently acquainted with their esteemed lady. Recalling Duan Beishui's earlier words, Ling Xinglan felt a surge of unexpressed anger. Those two, Ling Guyu and Ling Gutai, had foolishly provoked a friend of the young lady. Had they not faced Li Xian's wrath, he would certainly have sought retribution against them. Li Xian was also surprised. Was not Miss Chuya from the Treasure Pavilion on Songyuan continent? How had she come to this place? Moreover, from Ling Xinglan's address, he was astonished to learn that Chuya was indeed the young lady of the Linglong Pavilion. Miss Chuya, this truly catches me off guard, Li Xian remarked with a wry smile. Chuya laughed lightly and replied, It was not my intention to conceal this. It was simply inconvenient to disclose at that time. Nonetheless, encountering an old friend on the Holy Spirit continent is a stroke of fate. Furthermore, had it not been for you, Li Xian, I might not have returned alive. I shall never forget this kindness. Ling Xinglan was shaken. He had initially believed that his young lady and Li Xian were merely acquaintances, but it was clear now that their bond was much deeper. A life-saving benefactor is not a trivial connection. Miss Chuya, you are too kind, Li Xian said with a smile to Li Xian. Please wait a moment, Chuya said, then turned her gaze to Ling Xinglan. I am already aware of the specific circumstances. The fault lies with my Linglong Pavilion. While your methods were not entirely incorrect, there are areas that require improvement. The subordinate will heed the young lady's guidance. Ling Xinglan bowed in acknowledgement. Chuya then returned her gaze to Li Xian with a smile and said, As a token of my apology, I hope you will accept this. With a wave of her hand, a spatial ring flew toward Li Xian. Li Xian initially intended to refuse, but considering the losses he had endured, he quickly accepted it. However, he did not explore the contents within, as doing so would have put Chuya in an awkward position. Since Miss Chuya has spoken, let this matter conclude here. After accepting the spatial ring, Li Xian smiled and clasped his fists. Duan Beishui and Ling Xinglan exchanged wry smiles. Although Li Xian's grievances had been resolved, their Linglong Pavilion had still lost a deputy master and a chief master. Yet, witnessing Li Xian and Chuya's interaction, they dared not utter a word. Li Xian, it has been a long time. Shall we converse as we walk? Chuya asked with a relieved smile after seeing Li Xian accept the spatial ring. Certainly, Li Xian nodded in agreement. Li Xian, do you not have any questions? After walking for a while, Chuya unexpectedly paused and looked at Li Xian. Throughout their walk, Li Xian had not spoken a single word. Li Xian chuckled and replied, I was merely concerned that you might have reservations. It seems more appropriate for you to share willingly. Chuya sighed with a smile. My surname is Ling, and my name is Chuya. The treasure pavilion on Xuan continent is indeed a property of my spirit clan. Moreover, we have trading establishments across many continents. My journey to Xuan continent was to fulfill a trial assigned by my family. Li Xian nodded slightly, understanding the spirit clan status as the second force on the Holy Spirit continent. Such a foundation was indeed comprehensible. However, he was surprised that the spirit clan's influence could extend into territories governed by the divine human clan. In fact, I have only returned for less than a month. Many matters within the clan are now under my management. I returned early for two reasons. One was the competition among the 9 clans, and the other was to see if you, Li Xian, had arrived on the Holy Spirit continent. Chuya continued. After the trials of the heavenly path, many perished within, yet you, Li Xian, did not. Moreover, I discovered that you had not returned, leading me to speculate that you might have arrived on the Holy Spirit continent. My intuition suggested I was correct. The moment you acted against the Linglong Pavilion, I sensed everything. Li Xian was somewhat astonished. Chuya's abilities seemed reminiscent of Bo Ling Xuan. That it appeared that each clan among the 9 on the Holy Spirit continent possessed its own unique techniques. Are my masters well? Li Xian inquired. Looking at Ling Chuya nodded. The soul refining technique learned by Feng Shui was, in fact, an unintentional acquisition of a powerful being from the divine human clan that fell into the heavenly path. The Great Spirit Summoning Array on Xuan continent is the means by which Feng Shui employs the soul refining technique, but if within the heavenly path, it would undoubtedly be under Feng Shui's control. Your masters have already left the heavenly path, and with Feng Shui deceased, there is naturally no further impact. I believe your absence from Xuan continent is due to you not leaving a mark in the Great Array. Li Xian smiled wryly and nodded. Indeed, I did not. Otherwise, I would not have been inexplicably transported to the divine human clan as Fugu mine as a miner, although I later managed to leave the mine by fortunate chance. It was largely thanks to Bo Ling Xuan that I escaped. It seems that Bo Ling Xuan is the divine seer for the divine human clan this time. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that her situation is rather dire, Ling Chuya remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Li Xian looked at Ling Chuya in astonishment. Her ability to discern Bo Ling Xuan's identity so quickly was indeed impressive. Yet, what she said left Li Xian puzzled. Could it be that Bo Ling Xuan's act of letting me go has been discovered? Seeing his expression, Ling Chuya smiled and said, though the divine human clan ranks 8th. That is merely a result of the competition among the 9 clans. If they cannot comprehend such matters, how could the divine human clan maintain its foothold on the Holy Spirit continent? However, you need not worry. Bo Ling Xuan is unlikely to face any immediate trouble. That is a relief. Otherwise, I would owe her a significant favor. Li Xian let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. And then, with a flicker of inspiration, he said, Miss Chia, the Linglong Pavilion is a property of the Spirit Clan, and you are its young mistress. What is your status within the Spirit Clan? Ling Chuya smiled when she heard this, and as she caught a glimpse of Li Xian's curious expression, she slowly began to speak. Not only am I the young mistress of Linglong Pavilion, but I am also the young mistress of the Spirit Clan. Li Xian was instantly taken aback upon hearing Ling Chuya's words. The title of the young mistress of the Spirit Clan was indeed far more astonishing than that of the young mistress of Linglong Pavilion. It was at this moment that Li Xian understood why Ling Xinglan had been so obsequious towards Ling Chuya. Her status was truly formidable. Miss Chuya, I am quite curious as to why you stand by my side. Li Xian mused after a moment of contemplation. Given Ling Chuya's status, she could have easily erased this matter, and summoning powerful figures from her clan should not have posed any difficulty. Yet, she chose to ally with Li Xian, which left him somewhat perplexed. If the reason were merely that he was an old acquaintance who had saved her life, that explanation seemed rather tenuous. After encountering beings from the divine race and other clans, Li Xian had come to understand how much these entities value their pride. Young Master Li, do you know why I am aware that Bo Ling Xuan is the current diviner of the divine race? Ling Chuya smiled wryly and continued, each clan has its own diviner, and I am the awakened diviner of this generation within the Spirit Clan, my decision to accompany you into the abyssal forbidden land stemmed from my sense that following you would not lead to peril. Upon returning, I sensed that our spirit clan would face great calamity, especially after seeing you. That feeling became all the more pronounced. Xuan was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. Such abilities were indeed difficult to articulate. However, he found Ling Chuya's explanation acceptable, and he could see that she was not lying. Please rest assured, young Master Li. I harbor no ill will towards you. That in fact, I would prefer to befriend you under my identity in the Xuan continent, as that would entail no entanglement of interests. Ling Chuya sighed softly and continued, sometimes, ignorance of certain matters allows one to live more freely. Yet, as one's abilities increase, so do their responsibilities. For the sake of my spirit clan, I do not wish to become adversaries with you. I must admit, I have misjudged you, Li Xian said with an awkward smile upon hearing this. Seeing his reaction, Ling Chuya chuckled and asked, young Master Li, do you intend to participate in the 9 clans competition? I wish to fight for the human clan, Li Xian replied, his expression turning serious as he nodded. Ling Chuya hesitated for a moment. But upon meeting Li Xian's gaze, she spoke, if you trust me, young Master Li, I hope you will refrain from participating. Why? Li Xian furrowed his brow at her words. Ling Chuya smiled wryly. The 9 clans competition is essentially a conflict among our 9 clans. It is akin to a civil war within a family. How do you think outsiders would be treated if they were to join? Moreover, this matter pertains to the laws of the Holy Spirit continent. Given your current strength, Li Xian understood her implication. However, he countered, if I do not participate, the Xuan continent will still remain under the dominion of the divine race. You should know that my roots lie in the Xuan continent. There I have not only my family, but also my friends and my sect. You are overthinking it. Every world and continent has its own rules. Although the Xuan continent is one of the continents under the control of the divine race, it is not always accessible. Otherwise, there would not be a 100-year interval for entering the celestial path. Ling Chuya paused before continuing. To alter this situation, I believe it is more prudent for you to wait until you possess sufficient strength. Li Xian pondered for a moment, naturally grasping that Ling Chuya's words suggested he should bide his time. From her words, he also gleaned that the divine race could only send people into the Xuan continent once every 100 years. This indicated that the Xuan continent had at least 90 more years to develop. I understand your meaning, Li Xian said after a moment of contemplation, cupping his hands in acknowledgement towards Ling Chuya. Ling Chuya sighed with relief. The Xuan continent is a cage, and the Holy Spirit continent is no different. Ultimately, everything is determined by strength. You are not a mere fish in a pond. This is one of the reasons I wish to cultivate a good relationship with you. Are you aware of worlds beyond the Holy Spirit continent? Li Xian asked, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Ling Chuya nodded gently. The position of our Holy Spirit continent is merely a small corner of the infinite star domain. The infinite star domain is the true stage of the world, at least in my understanding. Infinite star domain, Li Xian murmured to himself. Ling Chuya quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor. I can escort you from the Holy Spirit continent to the infinite star domain. If you achieve great success there, do not forget about me. Miss Chuya, it's not that I do not trust you, but since you can escort me to the infinite star domain, why doesn't your spirit clan venture forth themselves? Li Xian asked, somewhat perplexed. Ling Chuya smiled and replied, you need not concern yourself with that. I understand your implication. It is not only our spirit clan that knows of the infinite star domain. The other 8 clans are also aware. The reason we choose to remain here is twofold. 1, our own foundation lies here. Ultimately, it is quite difficult for us to leave. Secondly, the competition in the infinite star domain is far more brutal. Each of our 9 clans is numerous, and heading to the infinite star domain would be akin to becoming a vassal, just as in the Xuan continent. None of us can guarantee how many of our clansmen would survive. To move our entire clan to the infinite star domain, we would need a powerful force to act as our ally. Yet, how could such a powerful force possibly look upon us favorably? While I cannot foresee your future, I firmly believe that you will ascend to the grand stage of the infinite star domain. Li Xian chuckled bitterly. So, you are betting on me, Miss Chuya. Ling Chuya did not deny this. After all, the infinite star domain is the center of this universe. It is rich in resources, and its laws of heaven and earth are exceptionally well ordered. If we could reach it, it would be an excellent opportunity for the development of my spirit clan. Your emergence is precisely that opportunity. Xuan smiled, contemplating for a moment before nodding. I can agree to your request. If I truly achieve prominence in the infinite star domain, I am willing to become an ally of your spirit clan. However, before that, I hope you can keep an eye on the Xuan continent for me. At the very least, please protect the great wilderness nation and the Wenjian sect. Ling Qiuya smiled and nodded. Not to mention your future, even now, I would do the same. After all, you have saved my life. Xuan smiled in return. Dealing with someone like Ling Qiuya was indeed quite effortless. Miss Qiuya, please tell me more about the infinite star domain. In the vast cosmos, the stars twinkled like countless diamonds. Xuan stood at the bow of the ship, watching the rapidly retreating scenery, his heart gradually finding tranquility. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Li Xian turned and returned to his quarters to meditate. This ship was a gift from Ling Qiuya, and in addition, she had provided him with ample supplies. Thanks to Ling Qiuya's assistance, Li Xian had directly boarded the vessel and left the Holy Spirit continent. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. It had been over a month since Li Xian's departure. The ship continued to traverse the cosmos, and prior to Li Xian's departure, Ling Qiuya had ensured that all the spirit stones required for the journey were well prepared. Enough for several years of flight. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 months had passed. During these 5 months, Li Xian had been soaring through the starry skies aboard the ship, traversing countless continents. The vastness of the starry domain was beyond Li Xian's imagination. Some of the continents he passed were relatively small, even lesser in scale than the Xuan continent. Yet, there were also some continents that were exceedingly vast, with powers that far surpassed those of the Holy Spirit continent. These continents appeared to be almost isolated from the world. Through his spiritual sense, Li Xian discerned that the ominous aura emanating from certain continents caused his heart to race. It appeared that Ling Qiuya was indeed correct. There were indeed countless continents within this universe. Throughout these 5 months, Li Xian's experiences had greatly expanded, even encountering various mystical beasts that he had never seen before in the mainland. Li Xian found himself quite enlightened. 8 months later, beneath the boundless expanse of the starry sky, numerous continents, both large and small, gradually became more densely clustered. Judging by the size of these continents, they appeared to surpass the Holy Spirit continent by a considerable margin. Within Li Xian's dantian, a diminutive version of himself suddenly manifested. What could be the meaning of this? Observing the swirling spiritual energy within his dantian, Li Xian could not help but feel perplexed. Moreover, as this spiritual energy continued to churn, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his own strength. The spiritual energy within his dantian was boiling like oil in a cauldron, tumultuous and restless. What on earth is happening? With his mind returning inward, Li Xian began to contemplate. The spiritual essence present in the air seemed to differ somewhat from that of the Holy Spirit continent. As Li Xian inhaled the spiritual energy in the atmosphere, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes. Additionally, he faintly sensed that the barrier within his body seemed to be loosening. The presence of such formidable beings in this starry realm might be related to the spiritual energy in the air. He recalled Ling Qiuya mentioning that the laws of the endless star realm were more refined. Could this be the reason? Yet, with such fluctuations in the spiritual energy within him, could there be any adverse effects? Li Xian harbored silent concerns, then focused his mind once more to observe closely. After a moment, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Just as he was about to concentrate his thoughts again, he suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy in his dantian had undergone a transformation. Previously, his spiritual energy was immensely powerful and robust, but now, in the face of the altered energy, it seemed to contain less than half of its original potency. Since the spiritual energy had begun to transform, it appeared that the endless star realm was indeed approaching. Xuan mused quietly to himself, then patiently awaited the conversion of the energy within him. As he turned his focus inward, he scrutinized it carefully. Suddenly, Li Xian felt a sharp pain emanating from his sea of consciousness, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What is happening? as his consciousness delved deeper. He observed streams of golden spiritual energy rapidly spreading outwards within the sea of consciousness. However, as the initially faint golden energy fused with the golden yellow energy, the ensuing pain felt as if it were tearing at his very soul. Realizing the situation, Xuan understood that this was spiritual energy metamorphosis. In an instant, his face contorted in agony. Within the vast sea of consciousness, golden bubbles erupted violently. The entire sea was turbulent with waves. Xuan had no choice but to concentrate his mind, fully bracing himself to endure the soul-wrenching pain brought on by this transformation. As the spiritual energy continued to shift, white smoke began to rise from his body. Gradually, his entire being turned a deep crimson. That moment, the sea of consciousness became unbearably hot. The surging heat waves even caused his spiritual platform to lift, activating a protective barrier around it. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Xuan's face, only to evaporate before they could reach the ground due to the intense heat radiating from his body. His handsome features, under such overwhelming pain, became severely contorted. The sea of consciousness was engulfed in scorching waves. Even the spiritual platform, which had already ascended to great heights, began to redden under the relentless heat. Should the platform ignite, Xuan's consciousness would gradually fade away. As this wave of heat washed over him, he felt a profound sense of weakness surging from the depths of his heart, spreading through his entire being in mere moments. How torturous this spiritual energy transformation is. Xuan bit down on his tongue to regain some clarity. However, the weariness soon returned with a vengeance. As the sensation of weakness intensified, his mind began to blur. Only the spiritual platform retained a sliver of lucidity. Just as Xuan was about to surrender to despair, the figure of the Tao sword suddenly appeared within his sea of consciousness. With a surge of sword energy, the overwhelming heat waves were instantly quelled. At that moment, glimmers of light within Xuan's sea of consciousness began to tremble slightly. He then watched as these nearly imperceptible points of light slowly merged together, and the remaining clarity on the spiritual platform was abruptly engulfed. Occupying his entire mind, Xuan's consciousness suddenly emerged above the sea, and the previous confusion vanished in an instant. Looking around, he beheld waves of golden energy undulating throughout the sea. The spiritual platform, unbeknownst to him, had quietly returned to the center of the sea. The spiritual energy contained within was now incredibly dense. The earlier turbulence had transformed into an unparalleled calm. Yet, with a mere thought, Xuan summoned forth a terrifying storm of energy above the sea of consciousness. Sensing the sheer might of these storms, a smile crept onto Xuan's lips, although the amount of spiritual energy within the sea had not increased. In fact, it had slightly diminished. He could feel that the now successfully transformed energy was significantly more formidable than before. The once crimson hue of his skin began to recede, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of gold passed through his gaze before it gradually returned to its original black hue. It appeared he had indeed entered the endless star realm. The laws of this world were undeniably superior to those of the Holy Spirit continent. Xuan found himself at the bow of the vessel, his gaze drawn toward a continent that was several dozen times the size of the Holy Spirit continent. Judging by the coordinates of the vessel, this continent did not seem to belong to the endless star realm. However, it would be prudent to gather some intelligence first. With a thought, Xuan directed the vessel swiftly toward the continent. What an imposing land, and what rich spiritual energy. Upon landing, Xuan found himself intoxicated by the abundant spiritual essence in the air. Uncertain of the continent's identity, he surmised it must be a formidable power within the endless star realm. Moments later, Xuan gradually calmed himself and remarked, Hongtian continent. Upon arriving at a vast city, his eyes were immediately drawn to the 4 large characters emblazoned above the city gate. The city appeared as impenetrable as a fortress. Its towering walls reached hundreds of feet high, glimmering with a cold, dark sheen, extending to the horizon without a hint of a turn. Enormous radiant symbols flickered upon the walls, and the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations rippled through the air, instilling a sense of dread. Above the city, Massive beams of light shot into the sky, ultimately forming a luminous barrier that enveloped the entire city. To enter the city, one could only pass through the city gates. Any descent from above would trigger the city's defenses, branding the intruder as a foe to be attacked. Xuan felt a shiver of trepidation at the thought. Had he not disembarked from the vessel, he might have unwittingly propelled it straight into the city. How curious that this city bears the name of the continent. Could it be that this is the only city on this land? Xuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. As he entered the city, he went largely unnoticed, for the guard stationed at the gate possessed strength at the level of life and death realms, rendering Xuan's own power seemingly ordinary in comparison. What a magnificent city! Upon stepping inside, Xuan was awestruck by the sights before him. The bustling activity within the city reached a staggering intensity. The streets were exceptionally broad, yet thronged with people. On either side of the thoroughfares, a plethora of shops lined the way, emanating waves of potent spiritual energy, clearly not to be underestimated. Among them were several profoundly obscure fluctuations that made Xuan feel a twinge of apprehension. I suppose I should keep a low profile here. This place is likely far from ordinary, he thought, rubbing his nose as he ventured further into the city. The shops along the way dazzled him with their variety, their immense spiritual energy compelling him to take notice. Some of the treasures even stirred a desire within him. Had he been more knowledgeable about their worth, he might have been unable to resist purchasing them. Gulped. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air. Xuan felt a sudden pang of hunger wash over him. He was astonished. Being a mid-level existence of the yin-yang realm, he had not anticipated experiencing hunger. Clearly, this item was no ordinary fare. "Excuse me, elder, how much for this fruit?" Xuan inquired, glancing at the elderly vendor. Though he sensed no aura emanating from him, he offered a slight bow as he asked. After all, those who can secure a place in this vast metropolis are certainly not ordinary individuals. You desire this spirit fruit. The elderly man squinted slightly, casting a gaze towards Xuan, and said, 200 spirit crystals for each piece. Spirit crystals? Xuan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of these spirit crystals. Have you come from a lower realm? The old man inquired curiously upon noticing Xuan's confusion. Yes, senior, Xuan replied, somewhat perplexed, and nodded. Well, in that case, accompany me for a while. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. May ask for the spirit fruit. Consider it a gift, the elder declared, waving his hand to collect the items from the stall before rising to his feet. Heavens, he is actually a formidable master of the path. Once the old man stood, an aura of terrifying power began to emanate from him, enveloping the vicinity of the stall. However, it seemed to be a deliberate act, as the aura did not extend beyond the immediate area. Hearing the murmurs of passers-by, Xuan's heart tightened, for Ling Qia had informed him about the realms above the mastery stage. Above the mastery stage, there exists the void-breaking, escape, enlightenment, path, achievement, unity, and eternity realms. The notion that a master of the path would set up a stall here filled Xuan with a sense of reverence and caution. Let us proceed, the old man said, stretching his limbs before turning to Xuan with a gentle smile, then taking his leave. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan decided to follow closely behind. The crowd, upon noticing the elder's approach, quickly parted to make way. After walking for less than a quarter of an hour, they halted before a rather unremarkable dwelling. This is the humble abode of an old man. It may appear somewhat rudimentary. But fret not. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. In fact, I have a favor to ask. The elder turned to Xuan and remarked, before entering the house without looking back, though somewhat bewildered. Xuan reasoned that given the elder's strength, there was no need for such elaborate schemes should he wish to harm him. With this thought, he relaxed considerably. Please, have a seat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Shun Qingluo, and those who know me affectionately refer to me as Elder Qing. Now that I have introduced myself, might you be so kind as to share a bit about yourself? The elder spoke, his interest piqued as he regarded Xuan. Elder Qing, Xuan responded, rising to perform a respectful bow. I am Xuan, hailing from the Holy Spirit continent. This is my first visit to the Hongtian continent. I have indeed heard of the Holy Spirit continent. Shun Qingluo nodded thoughtfully. What may I ask, is this Hongtian continent? Li Xian inquired with curiosity. The Hongtian continent is also known as the domain of the Hongtian divine clan. As the name suggests, it is governed jointly by the Hong clan and the Tian clan. These two clans rank among the top 10 powerful races in the Boundless Star Realm, Xuan Qingluo explained. Thank you for clarifying, Elder Qing, Li Xian replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Not at all. These are matters you will inevitably learn in due time, that I merely wish to share this knowledge ahead of time. Now, let us discuss the spirit crystals and the distribution of power within the Boundless Star Realm, as I believe that is what you are most eager to understand. The elder continued, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Li Xian replied, nodding appreciatively and bowing solemnly. Regardless of the elder's underlying intentions, the distribution of power within the Boundless Star Realm was indeed vital information for Li Xian. Thus, his bow was filled with sincerity. Xuan Qingluo, observing Li Xian's earnestness, accepted the gesture with grace. After all, having a master of the path share such insights was an honor beyond compare. Where to begin? Let us start with the spirit crystals. Xuan Qingluo said, taking a sip of tea before narrowing his eyes, ready to enlighten Li Xian in due course. Xuan Qingluo elaborated in great detail on spirit crystals and the power dynamics of the Boundless Star Realm. Upon concluding, Li Xian's expression grew grave. The forces described by Xuan Qingluo were capable of annihilating entire fleets with a mere flick of their wrist. Take your time to absorb this information. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask that, of course. This is merely what I know. The Boundless Star Realm is vast, and there are areas I have yet to explore fully. However, for you, this should suffice, Xuan Qingluo concluded. Returning to his tea, Xian nodded slightly, beginning to organize the knowledge of his mind. From Xuan Qingluo's words, he learned that spirit crystals were the sole currency utilized throughout the Boundless Star Realm. Moreover, these crystals were not only a means of trade, but also essential for one's cultivation. Xuan Qingluo explained that due to the inadequacy of spiritual energy in many lower realms, they were unable to produce spirit crystals. The best they could manage were the spirit stones, which paled in comparison to spirit crystals. Spirit crystals, he stated, were a product of the complete system of the Boundless Star Realm. From the moment Li Xian began to convert his spiritual energy, he understood that the spatial energy in the Boundless Star Realm was abundant, even more so than that of the Holy Spirit continent. Thus, Li Xian grasped the implications of Xuan Qingluo's words. Exquisite spirit stones from lower realms could be exchanged for spirit crystals in certain merchants within the Boundless Star Realm, albeit at a steep rate. Regarding the distribution of power in the Boundless Star Realm, Xuan Qingluo's demeanor grew notably solemn, that he informed Li Xian that the Boundless Star Realm encompassed not only the Hongtian continent, but also the Divine Beast continent, the Demon Yuan continent, the Monster continent, the Merchant continent, the Tianbei continent, and numerous smaller lands. The Hongtian continent is under the joint governance of the Hong clan and the Tian clan, both of which are formidable races resembling humans in many aspects. Though taller than the average human, averaging around 2 meters and 45 centimeters, it is said that these two clans were once closely related, though the reasons for their eventual separation remain unclear. One identifies as the Hong clan, while the other calls itself the Tian clan. In terms of individual power, both clans rank within the top 20, yet they exhibit remarkable unity in the face of external conflicts, placing them 7th overall in the Boundless Star Realm. The leaders of these clans are both peak-level masters of the path. The Divine Beast continent, as its name implies, is the territory of the Divine Beast tribe. Much like the Hongtian continent, it is expansive and is characterized by dense forests shrouded in perpetual mist. Rarely do other races manage to navigate through the thick fog, save for the divine beasts residing there. According to Xuan Qingluo, the ruler of the Divine Beast continent is an ancient creature known as the immortal nine-tailed divine bird, boasting strength at the advanced level of the Unity Realm. Ranking among the top 3 forces in the Boundless Star Realm, the Demon Yuan continent serves as the stronghold for the Demon tribe, notorious for their terrifying prowess. Each member of the Demon tribe is fiercely aggressive, and they command 3 sub-tribes, the Hua tribe, the Lu tribe, and the Luocha tribe. At IT is said that the leader of the Demon tribe is a peak-level master of the Unity Realm, with the Demon Yuan continent also ranking among the top 3 in the Boundless Star Realm. The monster continent is the domain of the monster tribe, while its territory is not particularly vast. The members of the monster tribe possess peculiar physiques and exceptional strength, rivaling that of the demon tribe, although the leader of the monster tribe is a high-level master of the path. Their bizarre forms instill considerable fear across various races, securing their place within the top 10 in overall strength. The merchant continent, as the name suggests, is the hub of commerce. It houses all the major and minor trading establishments within the boundless star realm, as well as the largest auction house in existence. Though modest in size, the merchant continent is renowned and bustling with activity. Races from any continent seeking treasures, cultivation techniques, or even information can find useful leads or make direct purchases here. Moreover, every 3 years, the merchant continent hosts an unprecedented grand auction, drawing immense crowds and generating significant excitement. The slogan of the merchant continent proudly claims that as long as one possesses sufficient spirit crystals, they can acquire anything they desire within its confines. The slogan may seem somewhat imposing, yet it undeniably reflects the profound heritage of the merchant continent. Upon hearing this, Xuan instantly comprehended that without a formidable presence to oversee matters, other continents would likely harbor ulterior motives. The ability to maintain such control over numerous powerful beings suggests that the merchant continent is home to no shortage of formidable individuals. Although the merchant continent does not appear on the rankings, it is universally acknowledged that it must not be underestimated. The North Sky continent, known by its illustrious moniker as the Land of Multitudes, is home to countless weaker races, despite their inferiority in strength. These races exhibit remarkable unity and harmony. The North Sky continent boasts an endless array of races. Initially, only a handful of small tribes, having suffered oppression, ventured forth. However, as time passed, the number of tribes seeking refuge steadily increased, ultimately coalescing into a formidable force. Presently, the North Sky thoroughfare is also safeguarded by a high-level expert of the Tao Path, AS for other continents. They are relatively smaller in size and lack permanently stationed powers, which has allowed some idle wanderers to take advantage. After a considerable time, Xuan had nearly digested this information. Upon reflection, he found it peculiar that, among so many factions, there seemed to be no territory belonging to the human race. He then proceeded to inquire further. "Are you referring to the territory of the human race?" Shun Qing Luo responded with a smile. "Indeed. Elder Qing, the demon race, the beast race, and various other races each possess their own continents. Yet, despite hearing so much, I have not come across any mention of a continent belonging to the human race," Xuan remarked with curiosity. When it comes to the human race's continent, we cannot overlook the transcendent powers of the endless star domain, Shun Qing Luo stated, noticing Xuan's rapt attention, and thus set down his teacup to sit upright. "Transcendent powers?" Xuan echoed, casting a puzzled glance at Shun Qing Luo. "Indeed, transcendent powers," Shun Qing Luo affirmed with a nod. "The major continents that Elder Qing has mentioned have already left me astounded. There are transcendent powers within the endless star domain as well," Xuan asked, finding it difficult to accept. "Indeed, while the forces I just described are formidable and can be deemed the pinnacle of the endless star domain, compared to the 5 transcendent powers, they are merely minor players." Shun Qing Luo replied with a smile. "That I would like to hear more," Xuan said, adjusting his sleeves and clasping his hands respectfully. "The 5 transcendent powers are located at the heart of the endless star domain, which we commonly refer to as the Central Sacred Land. These 5 powers are the Primordial Ancient Clan, the Azure Sky Clan, the Ancient Divine Clan, the Black Kill Blood Clan, and the Endless Star Alliance. Among them, the Endless Star Alliance holds the highest esteem. One could say that the entire Endless Star domain regards the Endless Star Alliance with reverence," Shun Qing Luo said, his expression growing solemn as he spoke of the alliance, clearly holding it in high regard. "Since the Endless Star Alliance is one of the 5 transcendent powers, why does it hold supremacy over the others?" Xuan inquired, intrigued. "The Endless Star Alliance, while not a singular power, acts as a coalition of sorts. Let me explain. There are over 10,000 races in the Endless Star domain. The existence of so many smaller factions and races is due to the influence of the Endless Star Alliance. It is comprised of well-connected and highly regarded experts among these myriad races, serving as a protective umbrella for the smaller factions and races. Although the Endless Star domain is teeming with powerful beings, it is also home to many nefarious characters. Long ago, there was a malevolent cultivator who brutally exterminated over a dozen small tribes, cruelly devouring the souls of their inhabitants to rapidly enhance his own power. Subsequently, this malevolent cultivator set his sights on mid-tier factions, causing widespread panic throughout the Endless Star domain, with small tribes and factions hiding in fear of annihilation. Such evil beings exist. Surely, this malevolent figure was ultimately vanquished by a great power. Xuan remarked, filled with righteous indignation. Compared to the likes of the divine races, this is unfathomably more brutal. Indeed, although various powerful factions ultimately banded together to suppress him, one major faction was entirely wiped out in the process. That faction was known as the Tai Ling clan. While the Tai Ling clan barely qualified as a first-tier faction, it boasted numerous formidable members. The clan leader was nearly on the cusp of reaching the Dao Path level. Had he achieved that, their faction would have entered the ranks of the top-tier powers. Alas, in the end, they were completely annihilated. Xuan Qingluo lamented. I can only imagine how reluctant the Tai Ling clan must have felt in the face of their annihilation. Xuan said, moved by the tale. Indeed, that time, the Endless Star Alliance had yet to be established. Following the Tai Ling clan's demise, the top-tier factions began to feel anxious, as the example of the Tai Ling clan loomed large before them. Subsequently, these top-tier factions dispatched powerful individuals to form the anti-evil coalition. Eventually, the four transcendent powers became aware of the situation, and each sent a peak Dao Path expert to assist. After 3 months of fierce battle, they finally subdued that malevolent cultivator. 3 months? That malevolent cultivator's strength must have surged at an alarming rate, Xuan exclaimed. Indeed, the accounts of that battle are recorded in the annals of various races, so it cannot be dismissed as mere fabrication. Since that incident, the initially formed anti-evil coalition has endured through the ages, evolving into a force that guards the Endless Star domain from malevolent beings while protecting the various races. Over time, this anti-evil coalition has risen to become the 5th transcendent power, alongside the 4 major transcendent factions. After concluding his narrative, Xuan Qingluo expertly poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip. Thus, it seems that should one wish to annihilate a race today, they would first have to contend with the Endless Star Alliance, Xuan mused. Annihilate a race? Who would dare to act so recklessly? The Endless Star Alliance has had a Dao Path expert since its inception. Over the millennia, it has accumulated at least 3 Unity Realm experts on the surface alone, not to mention the hidden forces within, who can truly know their strength. In the present Endless Star domain, powerful beings abound, and the relationships among various races are intricate and complex. It can be said that even the slightest disturbance could trigger widespread repercussions. Who would dare utter the words annihilate a race? Xuan Qingluo replied with a smile that, in that case, how are conflicts resolved? With the Endless Star Alliance providing such protection, wouldn't many matters become insurmountable? Xuan queried. You underestimate the Endless Star Alliance in the case of personal grievances. No matter how you choose to resolve them, the Endless Star Alliance will not intervene. As long as you do not engage in acts of annihilation, the Endless Star Alliance will remain uninvolved. Furthermore, unless you possess irrefutable evidence of a race's wrongdoing, even if you were to annihilate them, the Endless Star Alliance would not intervene, Xuan Qingluo explained with a smile. That makes sense, given the vast expanse of the Endless Star domain. Countless events must unfold. If the Endless Star Alliance were to intervene in every matter, it would hardly retain its transcendent status. Xuan agreed with a chuckle. Indeed. Moreover, there is another matter that may pique your interest. The Endless Star Alliance not only protects these races but treats all of them equally, as long as an individual possesses exceptional talent. The Endless Star Alliance will dispatch representatives to recruit them, Xuan Qingluo said, casting a meaningful glance at Xuan. The most crucial point is that the Endless Star Alliance only accepts prodigies from lower-tier continents. By the way, Elder Qing, you mentioned that you had a request for me. May I inquire what it entails? Xuan asked, surprised by the Endless Star Alliance's policy of only accepting talent from lower-tier continents. Noting Shun Qingluo's demeanor, he felt a sense of intrigue and inquired further. Given your current strength, you have only just met the requirements. Nevertheless, I shall disclose my intentions so that you are not left in the dark. In 5 months, the time will come for the divine blood pool to open. And my request is for you to enter and help me obtain a drop of divine blood from the divine race. Shun Qingluo stated after some contemplation. The divine blood pool? Divine race blood? Elder Qing, if even your strength cannot secure it, then I doubt my modest abilities would catch your eye, Li Xian exclaimed, his heart tightening at the thought, since Shun Qingluo was already a Dao Path expert. The competition for such divine blood must surely be fierce, sigh. If I were to go myself, acquiring the divine blood would be more than sufficient, Shun Qingluo sighed. Do you think anyone can simply enter the divine blood pool? Upon hearing this, Shun Qingluo understood what Li Xian was concerned about and smiled slightly. From Elder Qing's words, it seems there are indeed restrictions regarding the divine blood pool. Li Xian inquired with a hint of speculation. Indeed, the innate condition for entering the divine blood pool is that one must be under 30 years of age, regardless of their race. Moreover, their strength must be above the Qiankuan realm and below the Pisu realm. Now, do you comprehend why I insisted you go? Shun Qingluo explained. Above the Qiankuan realm and below the Pisu realm. Although this is quite a significant limitation, finding individuals who meet these criteria in this boundless star domain shouldn't be overly difficult. Should it? Li Xian asked, gazing at Shun Qingluo with some confusion, that if it were that easy to find, I would have waited until now. Furthermore, those who meet the requirements within this boundless star domain often demand exorbitant prices. Even if some do not, encountering them is still quite challenging. Shun Qingluo replied with a wry smile at Elder Qing. Let us discuss the divine blood pool first, Li Xian suggested. The reason the Hongtian divine clan is referred to as a divine clan is closely tied to this divine blood pool, which is located right here on the Hongtian continent. Although the Hong clan and the Tian clan have parted ways, they still maintain a united front against external forces, fundamentally due to this divine blood pool. Long ago, while the Hongtian clan was indeed powerful, it was not yet considered a top-tier force at that time. They inadvertently discovered a blood pool on the Yunxian continent, and upon seeing the vibrant, spiritual blood flowing within, they claimed it for themselves and secretly absorbed its essence, as a result. Within a mere 50 years, the Hongtian clan suddenly rose to prominence, transforming from an ordinary first-tier force into a leading power in the boundless star domain. By the way, the current Hongtian continent was originally the Yunxian continent. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, given the extraordinary efficacy of this divine blood pool. Why would the Hongtian divine clan open it to the public? He felt a sense of pressure. Merely listening to Shun Qingluo's account made him aware of the brutality that would accompany the competition for a drop of his precious blood. However, the fact that the Hongtian divine clan has such an opportunity must have sparked envy among many forces to have an entire continent renamed speaks volumes about the strength of the Hongtian divine clan's foundation. The rise of the Hongtian divine clan attracted the attention of countless forces. Eventually, the details of this matter were leaked, prompting the 4 transcendent forces to feel threatened and send envoys to the Hongtian divine clan, claiming that such a divine artifact should be made available for all races to share. However, at that time, the 4 transcendent forces were reluctant to provoke the Hongtian divine clan, especially since they had several powerful beings at the Dao stage present. After much discussion, they established a treaty to open the divine blood pool once every 50 years. This day, the Hongtian divine clan has adhered to this agreement. The reason I sought you out is that, although your strength barely meets the requirements, I sense you possess formidable hidden talents. Perhaps you could truly bring me a pleasant surprise, Shun Qingluo stated. Elder Qing, I have a few questions that I hope you can clarify. Since you are aware that I am a cultivator from a lower-tier continent, I likely do not qualify to enter the Hongtian divine clan's divine blood pool. Additionally, from what I gather from your words, the competition for the divine blood seems exceedingly fierce. For me, that spirit fruit might not even be worth 1/10 of the value of the divine blood. Right? Li Xian said calmly, while gazing at Shun Qingluo. Do not fret, young friend. I can arrange your identity. You need not worry as for the value. Indeed, as you mentioned, that spirit fruit is unlikely to be worth even a tenth of the divine blood, or even a hundredth. However, rest assured, regardless of whether you manage to obtain a drop of divine blood from the divine blood pool, I shall reward you with 50 million spirit crystals upon your return. Of course, if you are fortunate enough to acquire a drop of divine blood, not only will I grant you the 50 million spirit crystals, but I will also impart a divine technique to you. How does that sound? 50 million spirit crystals? A divine technique? Elder Qing, your tone suggests that you are in desperate need of this divine blood. May I ask what miraculous benefits it bestows? Although Li Xian was unsure of the significance of 50 million spirit crystals, the mention of a divine technique stirred his interest. Since you inquire, I shall reveal all without reservation. The divine blood not only facilitates a qualitative leap in one's spiritual power, but also extends one's lifespan by a millennium. Moreover, this divine blood serves as a miraculous healing elixir. Even if one suffers grievous injuries, as long as they still draw breath, consuming a drop of divine blood can bring them back to life without any decline in strength. Xuan Luo elaborated, such astonishing effects. Elder Qing, I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this matter than meets the eye, Li Xian said with a wry smile. There's no need for you to dwell on that too much. In truth, my need for the divine blood is born of desperation, and my lifespan is nearing its end, with at most 3 years remaining. Over the years, I have traversed numerous continents in the boundless star domain. Yet I have found no elixir to extend my life. That I understand that obtaining even a single drop of divine blood is no easy feat nevertheless. One must harbor some dreams while alive. What if they come true? Xuan Luo explained, if that is the case, why not wait until the auction to bid for it? If I recall correctly, you mentioned there exists a merchant continent in the boundless star domain, which claims that if one has enough spirit crystals, they can acquire anything. Li Xian suggested an auction house. Alas, to be candid, the divine blood is priceless in the market. After all, a single drop of this blood is sufficient to create a being at the Dao stage. Even a being at the Yu Dao stage would be a formidable ruler among top-tier forces. Therefore, attempting to purchase it at various auction houses without substantial backing is a futile endeavor. While I possess some spirit crystals, they pale in comparison to those of the top-tier forces, Xuan Luo lamented. But Elder Qing, why did you choose me? Surely, in this boundless star domain, you must know several individuals who meet the criteria? Li Xian asked, still puzzled. Young friend, this boundless star domain is a paradise for the powerful. Every being yearns to become a ruler. Faced with the temptation of the divine blood, do you think they would willingly part with it, even if they obtained it? Moreover, those who meet the Hongtian divine clan's requirements are typically affiliated with a powerful force. Even if there are some roaming cultivators, they likely only seek to test their luck. Xuan Luo paused before continuing. So how can you be so certain that I would willingly give you the divine blood if I were to obtain it? Upon hearing this, Li Xian became increasingly curious. Because of my intuition, I sense that your heart is different from others, and I trust my instincts. Xuan Luo replied earnestly, looking at Li Xian. All right, you win. Regarding the divine blood pool, I promise you that if I truly obtain a drop of divine blood, I will hand it over to you to Xian smiled and nodded solemnly. Acknowledging his promise, I knew I had not misjudged you. Young friend, should you truly acquire a drop of divine blood from the pool, I pledge to assist you in accomplishing 3 tasks without fail. Xuan Luo exclaimed, visibly excited. Then let us wait until I successfully obtain the divine blood before discussing further. Elder Qing, please enlighten me on any other matters I should be aware of regarding the divine blood pool. Li Xian said with a smile. Very well. Although this divine blood pool is merely a small basin of less than 100 square feet, it conceals an extraordinary realm. Upon entering the divine blood pool, one will be transported to another world that I must share several important considerations for you to heed once you enter, Xuan Luo stated, adjusting his posture slightly before continuing. First, the water within the divine blood pool is as heavy as mountains. The deeper you descend, the more formidable the pressure becomes. Therefore, do not forcefully push your way down. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences if you reach the limit of your physical endurance. Do not dive any deeper, as it could endanger your life. The ability to obtain divine blood hinges upon one's capacity to withstand the pool's pressure. Second, avoid making enemies with others, given your relatively low strength in their eyes. You will be viewed as a weakling. Moreover, all individuals entering the divine blood pool are backed by powerful forces. Third, if you are fortunate enough to acquire divine blood, you must take great care to conceal it. Never allow others to discover it, or you will invite calamity. Lastly, under no circumstances should you provoke anyone from the Hongtian divine clan. Otherwise, not only you, but even I may find it impossible to leave the Hongtian continent. Ah, that seems to be about it. Indeed, upon entering the divine blood pool, it presents a remarkable opportunity for you, even if you are unable to obtain the divine blood of the celestial race. Merely the blood essence within can invigorate the vital energies within you and enhance your constitution. Furthermore, the abundant spiritual energy contained therein may elevate your strength to new heights. Thank you, Elder Qing. I shall take note of that. I wonder, how many drops of divine blood can one usually acquire each time the divine blood pool is opened? Li Xian inquired, nodding slightly. That is not certain. Since the opening of the divine blood pool, it seems that the count has never exceeded 30 drops. After all, the strongest individuals who enter are merely at the peak of the void-breaking realm and cannot reach the bottom of the divine blood pool. Should one exceed the peak of the void-breaking realm, they would be repelled upon entry. Thus, this might explain why the quantity remains consistently low, Xuan Qingluo explained. Hearing Elder Qing's familiarity with the divine blood pool, Li Xian couldn't help but wonder if he had ever entered it himself. That was a matter from Millennium 8G OT that time. I was at the first stage of the void-breaking realm, and I descended to merely 3,000 meters. However, had I not entered the divine blood pool then, I might not have been able to break through to the Pathmaster realm. It can be considered a significant gain. Xuan Qingluo acknowledged. Elder Qing, may I inquire as to the appearance of the divine blood? Is it captured solely through one's own strength, or does one require special spiritual artifacts? Li Xian asked. I regret to say that I have never seen the divine blood myself. How one acquires it depends on individual capability and luck. Xuan Qingluo replied. That I understand. Li Xian nodded. His mind began to race. Given the formidable efficacy of the divine blood, acquiring even a few drops could greatly benefit the sect. However, he soon found himself chuckling bitterly. If it were so easy to obtain, there wouldn't be a record of never exceeding 30 drops each time. Alas, I suppose we shall see when the time comes. Elder Qing, what are the next 5 months? During this time, you shall reside with me. Otherwise, with your current strength, the odds of obtaining divine blood from the pool are exceedingly slim, Xuan Qingluo stated without hesitation. Very well, Li Xian acquiesced with a nod. Elder Qing, has anything of interest transpired in the infinite star domain in recent years? Li Xian couldn't resist asking. Interesting events? There may not have been anything particularly amusing, but significant occurrences have certainly taken place, Xuan Qingluo remarked, slightly furrowing his brow as he pondered. Significant occurrences? Li Xian's interest was piqued as he looked toward Xuan Qingluo. Indeed. Half a year ago, the birth of the demon sovereign caused quite a stir throughout the infinite star domain. Numerous top-tier forces attended, and the festivities lasted a full 3 months. Aside from that, a spiritual crane appeared in the northern sky continent, though its strength was merely at the path verification realm. Its speed was astonishingly swift. It is said that this crane snatched away the ancestral treasure of a family on the northern sky continent, leading various factions to fortify their defenses around their ancestral treasures. The family that lost their treasure has since offered a bounty for the capture of that crane. Xuan Qingluo smiled. Elder Qing, you mentioned that there are 3 major factions under the demon race. What can you tell me about their strength? Li Xian inquired. You mean the Hua clan, the Lu clan, and the Luocha clan? It is said that the leaders of these 3 clans are formidable figures of the path verification realm. Xuan Qingluo responded. Elder Qing, I am quite curious about something. Since they possess strength at the path verification realm and command a faction, why is it that you, with your mastery at the Pathmaster realm, do not have your own faction? Li Xian asked with intrigue. Who told you that I do not have my own faction? Although I set up a stall in Hongtian City, it is merely a whim. Now, enough of this. Let us proceed, for I shall take you to see my faction. You will likely be in seclusion with me for the next 5 months, Shun Qingluo declared, rising to his feet. Young friend, we have arrived at the location of my faction, Shun Qingluo announced as two figures emerged slowly from the void. Himself and Li Xian. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the Hongtian continent. Li Xian observed, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this is indeed the Hongtian continent. Although it is governed by the Hongtian celestial race, as you can see, the land is vast, and even they cannot exert complete control over it. Thus, it allows us smaller factions the opportunity to flourish. We have arrived, Shun Qingluo said, smiling as he gestured ahead. Tianxian sect? Li Xian exclaimed, raising his gaze to behold a majestic mountain range before him, where three prominent characters were inscribed upon the grand gate. Elder Qing, it seems your Tianxian sect must possess some renown within the infinite star domain, Li Xian remarked, recalling Shun Qingluo's strength and smiling. This Tianxian sect is indeed my faction. However, despite my strength reaching the Pathmaster realm, it is not among the top factions of the infinite star domain. The reason is that my sect is merely home to a group of lethargic and dying individuals. Hence, our overall strength falls short compared to those of the premier factions. Nevertheless, few dare to provoke my Tianxian sect, for those within are individuals whose days are numbered. The established rules of the infinite star domain hold little weight for us. Shun Qingluo explained. Li Xian nodded in understanding. Those on the brink of death care little for rules, behaving as they please. Romantics, one might say, or daredevils. Others might argue that if they were to be provoked, they would merely drag each other down in a shared demise. I did not expect your Tianxian sect to encompass such a vast area. Li Xian mused after a moment, his spirit sense mapping out the geographical layout of the sect in his mind. The Tianxian sect is indeed comparable in size to one of the 9 clans of the Holy Spirit continent. This illustrates just how expansive the Hongtian continent truly is in comparison to the Hongtian celestial race. We are but a small garden of theirs. Come, time is of the essence. Let us head directly to the secluded chamber, Shun Qingluo urged with a smile, stepping forward as he and Li Xian vanished in a thin air. Moments later, they arrived before a remarkably smooth mountain face. Li Xian gazed up, noting that the stone wall was as smooth as spiritual stone, and he sensed that the spiritual energy here was even denser than in the previous dwelling. Elder Qing, this is where I cultivate. Please enter. The array within can only sustain itself for a few months. Shun Qingluo instructed. I have taken note, Li Xian replied, nodding as he prepared to step into the space Shun Qingluo had described. Wait a moment. If you are unable to obtain the divine blood, my own life shall also be forfeit. I shall impart this technique to you first. If you can comprehend it, it may increase your odds during the competition. Shun Qingluo said, contemplating briefly before reluctantly retrieving a jade tablet from his ring and handing it to Li Xian. Very well, you may study this technique slowly within. Remember, do not rush in recklessly. Shun Qingluo cautioned before vanishing from sight. Rest assured, should I manage to acquire even a single drop of divine blood from that pool, I, Li Xian, shall honor my promise. Although Shun Qingluo had departed, Li Xian clasped his hands in salute toward the air and then stepped resolutely toward the stone wall. With a resounding hum, the scenery before Li Xian shifted dramatically, as though he had been transported into the very cosmos. I did not anticipate that Elder Qing's place of seclusion would be so rich in spiritual energy. Li Xian marveled before settling down and entering a meditative state. Outside the stone wall, Shun Qingluo reappeared after Li Xian entered, a look of immense satisfaction upon his face. Even if you cannot assist me in acquiring that drop of divine blood, hearing your words has brought me great comfort that I hope I have not misjudged you. Shun Qingluo murmured to himself before waving his hand to illuminate the stone wall, which suddenly radiated with light, forming a barrier. After ensuring everything was in place, his figure finally vanished from sight. Within the stone wall, Li Xian sat as if suspended in the void, surrounded by profound silence. Everything appeared as though it were suspended in time. One could hardly fathom the kind of divine power that Shun Qingluo had bestowed upon herself. However, observing the turmoil etched upon her face, it was evident that she had invested a significant amount of resources. Now, With the teachings of the Heavenly Elder regarding the Vajra 9 transformations and the Four Sword techniques having reached their zenith, it seemed prudent to ascertain the true nature of this divine ability. Xuan murmured softly as he retrieved a jade slip from his ring, applying a gentle force to shatter it. An enigmatic light swiftly surged into his mind. The art of cloning, he thought, astonished. As his eyes widened in disbelief, think that Shun Qing Luo had actually granted him a jade slip containing the art of cloning. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Li Xian focused his thoughts and began to study the content with meticulous care. The path of cloning comprised 3 essential steps. The first was the incantation. Only through mastering the incantation could one proceed to the second step. The second involved the separation of essence blood. The clone would be akin to another life, much like a child, requiring essence blood as a catalyst to materialize into flesh. The third step, the most critical, entailed the separation of the spiritual consciousness. Once the physical form was manifest, it still required spirit awareness. Thus, the practitioner must separate their spiritual consciousness and integrate it into the corporeal body for the endeavor to be deemed successful. Upon reaching this point in his study, Li Xian felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. It was well known that the spiritual consciousness of every cultivator was exceedingly fragile. A moment's carelessness could result in disastrous consequences. Although mastering the art of cloning would undoubtedly grant him an additional life, one that shared a lineage and strength with his original self, failure could spell calamity. Minutes passed, and the frown that had previously marred Li Xian's brow began to ease. Fortune favors the bold. Danger and opportunity often coexist. If the art of cloning were truly so easily mastered, would it not be within the reach of all? With this thought in mind, Li Xian resolved to pursue the art of cloning. Without hesitation, he silently recited the incantation contained within his consciousness, committing it to memory. After 3 hours, the incantation was firmly entrenched in his mind. Slowly rising, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, establishing multiple layers of protective barriers around himself. While Li Xian harbored no ill intentions toward Shun Qing Luo, one must always be vigilant. Thus, the time had come to commence. With that thought, Li Xian gathered his focus, allowing his life force to coalesce gradually. To the untrained eye, he appeared lifeless. Yet within him, the spiritual energy surged like a volcano, ever in motion. After 3 hours, a thunderous sound erupted from his body as Li Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He had not anticipated that merely memorizing the incantation would consume so much time. However, the incantation was indeed remarkable, effectively concealing his life force. Now that it was mastered, the next step was to condense essence blood and create the physical form. With determination, Li Xian summoned his spiritual energy, forcing nearly half of his essence blood to the surface. Now, he commanded, merging the essence blood with palpable effort. Once the essence blood coalesced into a floating orb, he exhaled in relief. His previously rosy complexion had turned ashen. He had not expected the extraction of essence blood to deplete him so drastically. With a wry smile, he closed his eyes and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Moments later, a hint of color returned to his pallid face. The next task was to condense the physical form. Xian murmured to himself, waving his hand. The surrounding space suddenly froze, and 2 spirit-capturing formations were established. Shortly thereafter, the spiritual energy flowed into Li Xian's body, as if drawn by an unseen force. However, before his dantian could absorb the incoming energy, he immediately circulated his technique to merge all the energy from the 2 formations. With a firm press, Li Xian directed this energy into the established spatial prison. Time progressed slowly, and Li Xian felt his internal spiritual energy dwindle significantly. Beads of sweat cascaded down like rain. Yet he remained undeterred, his dark eyes glinting with golden light as he intently observed the spatial prison before him. Once filled with spiritual energy, he promptly acted, forcing the essence blood that had floated for so long into the prison. Having completed this phase, Li Xian did not pause. Instead, he harnessed his spiritual energy to commence the shaping process. This moment, he was acutely aware that this was the most critical step, although his gaze remained fixed on the spatial prison. His hands moved with unwavering determination, Streams of spiritual energy flowed through the formations, replenishing his depleted reserves. Despite this, Li Xian sensed that the energy extracted from his body far exceeded what the formations provided. Moments later, within the spatial prison he had constructed, a figure resembling Li Xian began to take shape, albeit with a roughness to its features and limbs. Rather than being disheartened, Li Xian felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, the physical form had begun to materialize. The subsequent steps would naturally follow. With this in mind, Li Xian intensified the flow of spiritual energy, watching as the limbs gradually refined. Though the process was slow, the resemblance to Li Xian became increasingly apparent. Time slipped away, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Li Xian exhaled deeply, a brilliant light of excitement illuminating his handsome features. At long last, it had taken shape. In the previously silent space, a profound sound echoed for the first time. With his words still lingering in the air, he stood tall, pride radiating from him as he beheld the model before him. Within the spatial prison, a body identical to his own sat cross-legged, mirroring his posture perfectly. Its features were exquisitely detailed, almost lifelike, and its height matches Xuan. It had taken nearly 3 months to think that it took 2 months merely to condense this physical form. He could only wonder how long the separation of the spiritual consciousness would take. He hoped it would not delay his entry into the divine blood pool. Li Xian murmured to himself, then sat down once more, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy around him. After all, his internal spiritual energy had not been at full capacity for the past 2 months, as he prepared to undertake the third step. He was wary of proceeding without being in peak condition. Now that the physical form was complete, there was no need to continue channeling energy into it. Thus, Li Xian's recovery accelerated significantly. Even so, it took him 3 days and nights to restore his spiritual energy to its original state. True strength is what brings peace of mind. 3 days later, Li Xian opened his eyes, a renewed vigor coursing through him. Feeling the spiritual energy within, he found a sense of reassurance. This moment, he was brimming with vitality, his internal energy abundant, exuding an unmatched aura. Time was of the essence. He hoped to successfully integrate his spiritual consciousness within the next 2 months. With that thought, Li Xian closed his eyes once more, his mind returning to the realm of consciousness. The miniature version of Li Xian glanced at the spiritual platform, then began to circulate his energy to initiate the separation of his spiritual consciousness. As he began the process, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul. The sensation of being torn apart was indescribable. Beads of sweat poured from his forehead, with a cry of anguish. His complexion turned as pale as death. The first attempt at spiritual separation had failed. As the agonizing sensation subsided, Li Xian cautiously shifted his body. He felt as though he had been ripped apart. Even the slightest touch was unbearable. He contemplated whether to abandon this endeavor. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, gazing at the fully formed physical body before him, struggling internally. The path he had chosen must be completed. Even if it meant kneeling to do so, in moments of decision, one must reflect on the reasons behind their choices. After prolonged silence, Li Xian's resolve solidified, and he gazed at the physical form before him. No longer hesitating, he slowly closed his eyes once more. With a hum, his body trembled violently once again. This time, however, Li Xian did not awaken immediately. Instead, he harnessed his formidable willpower to endure the torment. Within the realm of consciousness, the miniature version of Li Xian trembled in unison, clearly connected to his original self, gazing into the tumultuous depths of the sea of consciousness, where waves surged with unparalleled ferocity. Li Xian felt his spirit gradually begin to detach. He clenched his teeth tightly, his closed eyes now battling against an intense struggle. Large beads of sweat adorned Li Xian's handsome face, cascading down his collar and hair like a gentle stream. His white robe at this moment had become thoroughly drenched in what felt like an eternity. Though it was scarcely an hour, Li Xian perceived time as having stretched into a century. The excruciating pain from the tearing of his soul rendered his complexion paler than paper. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the aura emanating from him was exceedingly faint, as if he had shrunk in stature. Time continued its slow march, yet Li Xian persisted in his efforts. despite the evident danger reflected in his appearance. He maintained his customary seated posture, showing no signs of movement. The hum resonated through the air. 7 days had passed, and suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth from Li Xian's being, a profound radiance shooting from within him. As the light erupted, Li Xian abruptly opened his eyes, and his dark orbs, set against his pallid visage, appeared even more profound and shadowy, instilling a sense of dread from a distance. At last, he had successfully severed the connection with his primordial spirit. Li Xian murmured to himself, trembling momentarily as he beheld the spirit platform before him. Memories of the past 7 days flooded his mind, recalling the unbearable agony he had endured. Had it not been for the incantation, he doubted he could have sustained such prolonged suffering. Each time the pain became unbearable, the incantation acted like a miraculous remedy, pulling him back from the brink. Thus, he persevered through the ordeal. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded in extracting the spirit platform of his primordial spirit. With a faint smile of relief, Li Xian ceased his contemplations, channeling the incantation and waving his hand. The torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, slowly guiding the floating spirit platform back into his corporeal form. As the last remnants of the spirit platform merged with his body, Li Xian once again formed seals with his hands, silently reciting the incantation as he acted. Waves of overwhelming spiritual energy gathered into his palms, steadily flowing into his physical form at a measured pace. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. Time slipped away, yet Li Xian remained unhurried. He sensed a subtle, indescribable connection had formed between his corporeal body and the primordial spirit, akin to a bond of blood. This feeling imbued him with the notion that this doppelganger was like a child of his own. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and a surge of excitement swept across his features. The doppelganger before him was now vividly lifelike, and the connection between them had become remarkably clear. Although the doppelganger still had its eyes shut, Li Xian understood this was merely due to the final step remaining. Awaken, Li Xian commanded, expelling a drop of his essence blood and directing it towards the doppelganger's forehead. As he did so, mysterious runes materialized in the air, entwining with the essence blood before swiftly penetrating into the doppelganger. The essence blood surged directly towards the doppelganger's brow, vanishing in an instant. As Li Xian's words faded, the doppelganger slowly opened its eyes, 2 beams of golden light erupting forth. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Li Xian felt the intimate connection with his doppelganger and smiled gently, bowing in acknowledgement. Greetings, true self. The doppelganger returned the gesture with a slight smile, also bowing in respect. After exchanging pleasantries, they both erupted into simultaneous laughter. Days later, Li Xian finally grasped all the attributes of his doppelganger. This doppelganger was under his direct control through his primordial spirit, yet could also be fully directed by the spirit platform. Regardless, both entities shared the same primordial spirit of Li Xian. Thus, the actions of the doppelganger were indistinguishable from those of Li Xian himself. Moreover, the doppelganger's strength matched that of Li Xian's true form. Li Xian retrieved a set of garments and handed them to the doppelganger before sitting down to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy once more. Outside the stone wall, Xuan Qingluo's figure gradually emerged. Upon seeing the softly glowing stone wall, a sense of relief washed over Xuan Qingluo. After more than 4 months, you still live. Yet, with less than half a month remaining, I cannot ascertain whether you have succeeded. I hope you do not disappoint this old man. Xuan Qingluo murmured, taking a step forward, and an identical figure of Xuan Qingluo appeared outside the stone wall. Wait here for him to emerge. Regardless of success or failure, take him to the Hantian divine clan on the Hantian continent. Excitement had already begun to brew half a month prior. Figures from various continents hastily flew in, each radiating immense power. Accompanied by a relatively younger youth, it was evident that they were all participants in the contest for the divine blood pool of the Hantian divine clan. Night fell within the grand hall of the Tianxian sect. Xuan Qingluo sat alone at the head, lost in silence. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Tomorrow marks the day the divine blood pool opens. That if Li Xian can procure the divine blood for me, then all will be well. If not, I fear my life will hang by a thread. Place all my hopes on him alone seems rather unwise. Yet in this boundless starry realm, he may be my only hope. Alas, I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. With a faint sigh, Xuan Qingluo waved his hand, extinguishing the 8 lamps within the hall. The next day, as dawn broke, Xuan Qingluo awaited outside the stone wall. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, Li Xian emerged from within. Upon raising his head, he immediately spotted Xuan Qingluo and smiled, asking, "Elder Qing, you seem to have not rested well. I am somewhat anxious, which has prevented me from sleeping. Now, the time has come. Let us depart." Xuan Qingluo nodded in affirmation, turning to head towards the city. Seeing this, Li Xian nodded as well, understanding that Xuan Qingluo's fate now rested in his hands. Were he in the same position, he too would feel the weight of uncertainty. Thus, he empathized with Xuan Qingluo's demeanor. Boom! Boom! As Li Xian followed Xuan Qingluo into the city, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the air. The very heavens and earth of the Hongtian continent seemed to tremble in response to the sound. The drumbeats were filled with soaring battle intent, stirring the spiritual energy across the land into a frenzy. Ah, it has begun. That we must quicken our pace. Xuan Qingluo paused momentarily before turning to Li Xian, who nodded in agreement and hurried to match Xuan Qingluo's pace. At that moment, countless figures soared across the sky, their piercing rush cutting through the atmosphere. They swiftly descended outside the city, heading towards the source of the drumbeats. The contest for the divine blood of the divine clan was regarded as a grand event throughout the vast starry realm. After all, a single drop of divine blood could forge a formidable being at the least of the Yu Dao realm. Thus, various factions and powers yearned for this opportunity. Moreover, obtaining a drop of divine blood from the divine blood pool would undoubtedly elevate one's standing in the boundless starry realm. Before long, Li Xian, under Xuan Qingluo's guidance, arrived at the foot of a colossal peak that it was unclear what means Xuan Qingluo employed, but 2 disciples adorned with the words Hongtian on their garments escorted them to the summit. At that moment, Li Xian gazed down at the throng gathered beneath the mountain, his heart swelling with ambition. The drumbeats, at times deep and at others resounding, ignited the fervor within one's soul in an instant. The air was filled with a cacophony of excitement. Li Xian shifted his gaze to the summit, where a grand stone seat awaited. He estimated that accommodating 10,000 individuals upon it would pose no challenge. Atop the stone seat sat 7 grand chairs, each occupied by an individual. Behind each person stood a youthful figure, evidently participants in the contest for the divine blood pool. Noticing Li Xian's gaze, Xuan Qingluo's voice resonated within his mind. The first 5 are representatives of the 5 supreme factions. The last 2 are the clan leaders of the Hong Divine Clan and the Celestial Divine Clan. Originally, there were only 6 chairs, but after the division of the Hongtian Divine Clan, an additional one was added. Why are there only 7 chairs? Curiosity piqued, Li Xian sent a transmission to the top-tier forces. The vast expanse of the infinite star domain was home to countless elite factions, making it implausible for them to be all gathered here. Furthermore, what was once a top-tier force might have now waned to the status of merely a first-rate power, or in some cases regressed to that of an ordinary faction. Who could assert otherwise? Moreover, the Hongtian Divine Clan, being a formidable entity among the elite, had no need to curry favor with these top-tier factions. As Xuan Qingluo conveyed through the transmission, upon hearing this, Li Xian fell silent, nodding before resuming his gaze. Boom! With a resounding thud, a small pool gradually emerged at the center of the stone seat. As time passed, the pool expanded in size. Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the pool's blood-red hue, reflecting a strange luminescence under the sunlight. The divine blood pool had been activated. The crowd erupted into excited murmurs as the divine blood pool opened. An elderly man seated in the penultimate position immediately rose and approached the stone platform. Now that the divine blood pool is open, I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. Those who meet the criteria and possess the identity jade slips may enter the divine blood pool. Whether one can obtain the essence of the divine blood depends on one's own fortune. Remember, once 3 months have passed, you must exit the divine blood pool. Otherwise, even we will be unable to reopen the Onat Harbor any illusions of remaining there for 50 years. Such folly has led to the demise of a peak Void Realm expert in the past. Thus, I reiterate, once the 3-month period is over, regardless of the outcome, do not jeopardize yourselves. After the elder concluded, his gaze turned toward the disciples below. 2 disciples clad in the attire of the Hontian divine clan approached, bearing a mysterious stand, which they gently placed beside the elder. They then bowed and took their positions flanking the stand. This elder was Xuan, the clan leader of the Hontian divine clan, presiding over this year's opening of the divine blood pool. The next session would be overseen by the leader of the heavenly god clan, Xuan. Xuan nodded, noticing the large orb atop the stand. Under the manipulation of the 2 disciples, the orb began to rotate slowly. "This is the bone age measurement device," Shun Qingluo whispered again. "Everyone, please proceed." Hong Chi-ren gestured with a wave of his sleeve. Despite his permission, none of the onlookers rushed forward. Li Xian felt a twinge of surprise at this sight. However, moments later, he seemed to understand, observing that everyone was gazing at the 7 young figures seated in the grand chairs. Evidently, they were reluctant to overstep their bounds in the presence of these 7. Such was the status of transcendent forces. Xian couldn't help but sigh in contemplation, turning his gaze back to the 7 young figures. Now that they have yet to act, allow me to reiterate to my young friend. Under no circumstances engage in conflict with these 7 individuals. Additionally, I trust you have heard the 3-month time constraint. It is imperative that you exit before then. You should also be aware of the information contained within the Jade Slip. Your current identity is that of my disciple, not forget this. The elder cautioned. Xian nodded slightly, though his attention remained fixated on the 7 figures. He found himself perplexed by their demeanor. What pretense were they maintaining? The divine blood pool had clearly been opened. So why did they hesitate to enter? Since my friend Shi-Run has declared the opening of the divine blood pool, you 7 should enter together. The rules remain unchanged. Whoever retrieves the divine blood first, regardless of their faction, will be rewarded with 500 million spiritual crystals from the Infinite Star Alliance. Li Xian grew impatient. An elderly man with a white beard seated centrally spoke, breaking the tension. 500 million spiritual crystals. Li Xian turned to Qing Lao, transmitting, "This individual must be from the Infinite Star Alliance, correct?" "Indeed, he is Zhumi, the Vice-Hall Master of the Infinite Star Alliance. It is rumored that he possesses strength at the peak of the Unity Realm, though the truth of this remains uncertain." Shun Qingluo replied. "Understood." The 7 young figures bowed in unison and transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the divine blood pool. Remarkably, they bypassed the measurement entirely, an apparent privilege of transcendent factions. "Let the testing commence." The 2 disciples beside the bone age measurement device called out in unison. As their voices resonated, a formidable aura erupted from them. Li Xian was taken aback. Realizing he could not gauge their strength, his assessment of the Hontian divine clan had risen to new heights. Soon, the younger generation eager to participate approached the 2 disciples in an orderly fashion, each holding their jade slips. The bone age measurement device emitted a faint, mysterious glow, illuminating the participants. Xian astutely observed that they entered in the order of their respective factions, top tier, first rate, and ordinary. This provided him with a clearer understanding of the hierarchy within the Infinite Star domain. "Go forth, my young friend, that I entrust you with this task. Please give it your all," Shun Qingluo urged as the moment drew near. "Rest assured, Elder, I will exert every effort," Li Xian replied resolutely, stepping forward toward the 2 disciples of the Hontian divine clan. Heavenly Xian Sect, direct disciple Li Xian. Bone age, 25, strength, advanced Yin-Yang realm. Eligible. You may enter. One of the disciples said, glancing at the jade slip and then at Li Xian, his expression unchanged and indifferent. Xian bowed in acknowledgement and transformed into a streak of light, diving into the divine blood pool. Splash! As he plunged into the pool, a barely audible sound echoed in his ears, followed by an explosion of crimson radiance filling his vision. Immediately after, a terrifying force of compression surged from all directions. Li Xian distinctly felt his body being pressed upon. Boom! He summoned the strength of his physical form, realizing that the pressure surrounding him had diminished. Truly the divine blood pool, Li Xian mused internally. Awestruck by the sight before him, a pool akin to a vast ocean, devoid of any other figures, with little time to ponder, he dove deeper, for only 3 months remained. Like a swift fish, he navigated downward. In the divine blood pool, the deeper one went, the greater the rewards, albeit accompanied by increasingly formidable pressure. Venturing downward without sufficient strength would be tantamount to courting death. However, Li Xian possessed unwavering confidence in his physical prowess. After descending approximately 500 zhong, Li Xian was compelled to halt, as the barrier enveloping his body began to show signs of rupture. He chuckled wryly before swiftly forming seals with his hands. Activating the Vajran 9 transformations. With the enhancement of his physical defenses, his ability to withstand pressure returned to its former state. At this moment, the surrounding blood-red hue intensified, rendering his perception limited to a mere 50 meters. His naked eye could scarcely discern more than a swirling mass of red light. Li Xian continued his descent. Though the external pressure was largely mitigated by his physique, residual forces still penetrated his barrier. Thus, he had to channel additional spiritual energy to combat this overwhelming force. In the midst of this pressure, he began to notice wisps of crimson light continuously flowing into his body. This was an extraordinarily unique power. Wherever the red light passed, Li Xian felt his muscles, bones, and even blood gradually igniting with heat, as if being tempered in a furnace that he keenly sensed his body strengthening through this refining process. Consequently, Li Xian relinquished his spiritual resistance, allowing himself to be further tempered. And a wonder Shinxin Luo had mentioned that even without seizing the divine blood, merely entering the divine blood pool could yield immense fortuity. This divine blood pool was indeed remarkable. Li Xian marveled inwardly, continuing his descent. 100 zhong, 200 zhong, 300 zhong. By now he had plunged over 800 zhong, and the surrounding pressure had intensified significantly. Li Xian surveyed his surroundings and realized that he had lost even the ability to perceive anything within a 50-meter radius. It was truly akin to being enveloped in utter darkness. Nevertheless, the intense crimson radiance surrounding him was unmistakably potent as it coursed through his body. He decided to take a moment to acclimate himself to this place. After all, today was merely the first day, and there was ample time ahead at AS for the divine blood of the celestial clan. He would contemplate that if fate allowed. With that thought, Li Xian silently recited a mantra, and his doppelganger suddenly appeared. A faint smile graced his lips as he and his doppelganger sat cross-legged across from one another. Li Xian's hands gradually formed seals, and a rudimentary spirit-gathering array materialized before him. Although the pressure surrounding him was daunting, the spiritual energy in this place was undeniably rich. At that moment, Li Xian found himself experiencing a bittersweet sensation as the ceaseless flow of crimson light entered his body, while the sharp pains from external pressure brought a peculiar thrill. Thus, amidst this duality of pleasure and pain, Li Xian gradually entered an optimal state, commencing his focused cultivation outside the divine blood pool. The 5 transcendent factions and numerous powerful individuals observed the luminous barrier before them. Clearly visible on the massive barrier above the stone pedestal were numerous star-like points, each at varying positions, some high, some low, some bright, and others dim. This was the Celestial Clan's spirit-sensing mirror, capable of detecting the number and strength of individuals entering the divine blood pool. Additionally, it could reveal the depth to which each participant had descended. The deeper one went, the greater their chances of obtaining the divine blood, which also indicated their strength and talent. However, the deeper one descended, the greater the pressure and the evident threats they faced. "Why can't we broadcast the images?" someone inquired, puzzled. "If only we could." The divine blood pool was shrouded in a crimson haze. The deeper one descended, the weaker their sensory abilities became. Even if dozens of people were present, they could only perceive a cloud of blood mist, rendering it impossible to discern any figures. "Look, someone has descended to 3,200 meters, exclaimed another. "Good heavens, 6 more star points are following closely behind." At that moment, a stir erupted among the crowd. With the utterance of those words, everyone turned their gaze to the spirit-sensing mirror. Indeed, A single star point plunged downwards rapidly, followed closely by 6 others. In no time, all 7 star points breached the 3,200-meter mark. That Akati must be those 7, someone remarked. After all, the 5 great factions are transcendent powers. It is only natural they would cultivate such talents. Those 2 must also be disciples of the Celestial Clan. Given their stewardship of the divine blood pool for millennia, it is reasonable they possess some secret techniques. Who would have thought that 7 individuals would break through to 3,200 meters so swiftly? This opening of the divine blood pool seems to have revealed quite a number of prodigies. Xuan Qingluo sighed softly. The 7 individuals seated upon the stone thrones also raised their heads to regard the spirit-sensing mirror. Although the 5 transcendent factions outwardly appeared equal, privately, especially under the circumstances where all major factions were making their presence known, the ability to stand out was something they all valued greatly. After all, demonstrating superiority before other factions inherently elevated their own prestige and influence. My esteemed friends, who do you believe will emerge as the first among them? The white-bearded elder inquired after a moment. The Lord of the Zhu Hall is jesting. We can only see that someone has descended as for which faction they belong to. That is exceedingly difficult to ascertain. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to wait until the 3-month period concludes and all participants have exited. Then we shall know. An elder seated beside Zhu Mi smiled slightly as he spoke. That is indeed a reasonable assertion. That I may have been overly jovial, Zhu Mi acknowledged with a nod, subsequently narrowing his eyes in silence. Meanwhile, Li Xian, seated within the divine blood pool, remained oblivious to the commotion outside. He was enveloped in a thick mist of blood, with rich crimson light flashing and merging into his body. This crimson energy surged within him. Li Xian's flesh emitted a bronze-like hue, subtly stronger than before. With a resounding boom, it appeared as though Li Xian's body had reached a boiling point. His garments disintegrated completely, revealing a physique that glimmered with golden light and exuded immense strength. Li Xian remained unfazed, continuing to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into his consciousness. His doppelganger, seated opposite him, mirrored his actions. The doppelganger's youthful skin was as smooth as glass, but as time passed, a hint of bronze began to surface on its surface as well. A month passed without either Li Xian or his doppelganger moving. They remained seated, absorbing the blood-red energy contained within the divine blood pool. With a barely perceptible hum, a wave emanated from both Li Xian and his doppelganger, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, they opened their eyes simultaneously, their auras significantly heightened. After a month in this location, they had adapted to the surrounding pressure. My physical body must have reached the pinnacle of the rock-solid realm. Unless I encounter another opportunity, further advancement seems implausible. I did not expect my doppelganger physique to strengthen so considerably. This indeed is a treasure trove, Li Xian mused, casting his gaze downward. Though his vision was still obscured by dense blood mist, Li Xian's resolve solidified in an instant, and my body's resilience to pressure is sufficient for further descent. Moreover, I must endeavor to fulfill the task entrusted to me by Xuan Qingluo. Even if I do not encounter the divine blood, I shall have exerted my utmost effort. With that thought, he summoned his doppelganger back into his body. At that precise moment, Li Xian felt a surge of power coursing through him, as though his strength had escalated significantly upon the reabsorption of his doppelganger. Even his physical form had enhanced considerably. It seems I cannot afford to be complacent. Li Xian smiled faintly, his gaze turning steely. If I am to pursue this endeavor, I shall strive for excellence. With resolve, Li Xian plunged downward with great speed. A golden barrier of light suddenly enveloped him, its smoothness rivaling that of the blood within the divine blood pool. Potent spiritual energy surged forth, warding off the terrifying pressures that assailed him from all directions like a relentless tide. As he continued his descent, Li Xian could feel the encroaching pressure multiplying exponentially, akin to layers of mountains compounding atop one another. However, this pressure merely compressed the spherical barrier surrounding him, causing it to flatten somewhat. Yet it did not significantly impact Li Xian. Unfazed by this mounting pressure, he pressed on deeper into the abyss. I am nearing 3,200 meters. Yet I sense this depth is insufficient. Li Xian's face hardened, his skin taking on a reddish hue, an indication of the immense strain he was enduring. Gritting his teeth, glimmers of gold flickered in his black eyes as he peered downward. He sensed that the density of the blood energy below had reached an almost frightening level. Yet, it was precisely in such a concentrated area that the divine blood of the celestial clan was likely to be found. Li Xian's eyes reddened as he once again commanded his protective barrier to descend, aware that at this depth, every additional 10 meters would see the pressure increase dramatically. Although his speed had begun to wane, he continued his descent. Outside the divine blood pool, keen-eyed observers quickly noted the star point's movement, erupting in astonished exclamations. Another star point has descended beyond 3,200 meters. Good heavens, it continues to plunge. 3,300 meters. 3,500 meters. With these words, the crowd erupted in waves of astonishment. Even the 7 figures seated upon their thrones opened their eyes wide, gazing at the spirit-sensing mirror. Before them, a notably bright star point was rapidly descending. Now less than 500 meters away from the 7 previously established points. The faces of the 7 figures reflected a mix of shock and disbelief. It was crucial to note that the participants they had brought forth were all powerful disciples from their respective factions, each equipped with valuable treasures bestowed by their clans. Currently, they were situated at a depth of merely 4,000 meters, yet another star point had already plunged to 3,500 meters. This individual is exceptional, they murmured, uncertain of which faction's disciple it might be. Zhu Miwei narrowed her eyes and spoke softly, her tone imbued with profound admiration. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in agreement. After all, having participated in numerous contests for the divine blood pool, they were well aware of the limitations of descent. Based on past experiences, a depth of 3,200 meters was evidently the maximum for the vast majority, a height only achievable by formidable practitioners of the void-breaking realm. Even the disciples they had brought along must have relied on the secret treasures passed down through their clans to reach a depth of 4,000 meters. This clearly illustrated the exceptional potential and talent of the 8th individual. They had also considered that other top-tier factions might possess some secret treasures to enhance physical strength. Nonetheless, this did not diminish their anticipation for this 8th star point. If such extraordinary potential were absent, those factions would hardly bestow their treasures upon this individual. In a moment, the thoughts of the 7 individuals on the stone seat began to stir. Could this 8th individual be the young friend Li Xian? A sudden jolt coursed through Shun Qingluo's heart, but she soon shook her head with a wry smile. 3,800 meters. There could be no further descent. Otherwise, before I even exhaust my strength, the overwhelming pressure would crush me into fragments. Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale as death. The golden barrier surrounding his body was now exceedingly thin. If he descended another step, it would likely shatter him. It would be prudent to recover first. Sensing that his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, Li Xian swiftly formed hand seals and sat cross-legged. Waves of intensely rich crimson light surged into his body incessantly. After 3 full hours, Li Xian's demeanor had eased considerably. He had no idea how deep the 7 others had reached, but it was reasonable to assume they had descended even deeper than himself. After all, these 7 were disciples from the 5 transcendent factions and the local host. Without some hidden cards, they would not have joined the contest for the divine clan's blood. However, it seemed they were nearing the bottom of the pool. The viscosity surrounding them was at least 5 times greater than before, that if he could close himself off in this place for several years, a breakthrough to the spirit-ranked true realm might well be possible. Yet, recalling the words of Hong Qi, Li Xian shook his head. While he held a fair amount of confidence in his strength, he would not wager his life on it. He wondered what the divine clan's blood looked like. Well, if fate allows, he would encounter it in due time. Given the richness of this location, not to cultivate here would indeed be a waste. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian abruptly formed hand seals again and resumed his cultivation. Within his sea of consciousness, tumultuous waves surged mightily. Streams of crimson light flowed into his body, breaking down and merging into the sea of consciousness under the operation of the Qingxiao sword. Although it was merely wisps, the spiritual energy contained within was tremendously potent. As these crimson streams entered his being, Li Xian's aura began to ascend steadily. The pressure in this area was terrifying, and he dared not summon his doppelganger. A careless mistake could spell disaster, rendering his previous efforts and 5 months' worth of time utterly wasted. Furthermore, Li Xian was acutely aware that his ability to descend to such depths was largely due to the powerful assistance of his doppelganger. If he were to summon it now, his physical resilience would diminish once more. Although the doppelganger possessed an equal level of strength, its physical fortitude could not match that of his true body, a shortcoming Li Xian had recognized since entering the divine blood pool. Fortunately, the doppelganger's physical strength could be enhanced through training, so Li Xian remained untroubled. The golden light surrounding Li Xian began to intensify, even rendering the nearby crimson mist somewhat translucent under its radiance. Bathed in this golden light, the color of Li Xian's skin gradually shifted from its previous bronze hue to a reddish-brown. With a resounding thud, his body trembled slightly, and the elegant lines of his brow tightened ever so slightly. Suddenly, a miniature version of Li Xian appeared within his sea of consciousness. The earlier thud had emanated from this very realm. "What is this?" Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene before him. His sea of consciousness now shimmered with golden brilliance, its area having expanded to over double its previous size. The spiritual platform had also become exceedingly radiant under the cascade of golden light. Furthermore, Li Xian sensed that both his divine consciousness and spiritual platform had grown immensely powerful. 3 days passed, and the golden light enveloping Li Xian took on a tangible quality. The surrounding pressure had considerably lessened as well. After a moment, Li Xian slowly rose to his feet, nodding in satisfaction. He had not anticipated that within the brief span of a month, he would experience yet another breakthrough. Peak of the yin-yang realm. Now, I should be able to descend even further. Just as Li Xian resolved to continue his descent, he suddenly felt a colossal aura rushing towards him. What is this? He noticed a red light, roughly the size of an infant's fist, racing directly toward him. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. The speed of the red light was astonishing, and he could faintly see a tail trailing behind it. Such a rich essence of blood. Could this be the divine clan's blood? As the red light approached, Li Xian felt the surrounding crimson hue intensify. Realizing the significance of the moment, he thought to himself that aside from the divine clan's blood in this location, nothing else could produce such a phenomenon. With this thought, joy surged within Li Xian, yet he remained motionless, sensing that this droplet of divine blood seemed to be heading straight for him. Indeed, Li Xian stood there, his golden aura radiant. When the red light reached the surface of his golden barrier, it paused, as if contemplating something. That moment, Li Xian scrutinized it closely, suppressing his inner excitement, for he had clearly recognized that the center of this red light was indeed a droplet of blood. The essence found within the divine blood pool could only belong to the divine clan. There was no other possibility. Strange, why is this blood heading directly towards me? Is it the result of this golden barrier? Li Xian mused internally, then channeled more spiritual energy, making the golden barrier even more resplendent. As the golden light intensified, the divine blood became increasingly animated. Observing this, Li Xian gradually reduced the size of the golden barrier to match his own stature while quietly gathering all his physical strength. This is the moment. Realizing the opportunity had come, Li Xian decisively took action. With a swift motion, he grasped the divine blood, which was utterly unaware of his approach. What a powerful essence, feeling the powerful impact radiating from his palm. Li Xian was profoundly shaken. He had to exert more force, for the divine blood in his hand was exceedingly fierce. Fortunately, as he increased his grip, the sensation of it trying to break free gradually subsided. Seeing that it had calmed down sufficiently, he retrieved the jade vial that Xuan Luo had given him and placed the divine blood inside. The matter with Xuan Luo was resolved. Think that within a mere 3 months, he had acquired a droplet of divine blood. If he were to exit now, he wondered if the 500 million spiritual crystals would be his. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. If someone else were to exit before him, he would not only miss out on the 500 million spiritual crystals, but also squander the remaining half a month of time. Moreover, given the richness of spiritual energy here, If he failed to seize the opportunity for cultivation, he would surely regret it later. Even if he were the first to exit, obtaining the 500 million spiritual crystals would require him to present the divine blood. However, if he did so, he might not succeed in taking it away, considering the multitude of factions gathered outside, some of whom might harbor ulterior motives. Alas, it seemed that the 500 million spiritual crystals were not destined for him. In light of this, why not attempt to achieve an even greater breakthrough within the divine blood pool? Weighing the pros and cons, Xuan then turned his gaze towards the depths of the divine blood pool. I am now curious. How much deeper can I descend? Xuan murmured to himself, feeling relieved of the pressure to assist Xuan Qingluo in finding the divine blood, now only eager to explore the limits of his potential. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly formed hand seals once more, and an immensely powerful golden barrier re-emerged. The golden light enveloped Xuan completely, resembling a tangible substance akin to a resounding golden bell. Ah, that 8-star point has begun to descend once more. Look, it is almost catching up to those 7 individuals. Outside the divine blood pool, the various factions observe the spirit exploration mirror with keen interest. The emergence of the 8th star point, seemingly from nowhere, captured the attention of many. That moment. The powerful beings who had been closely monitoring these 8-star points suddenly noticed the 8-star point's renewed descent. The starlight surged into the eyes of the 7 figures seated upon the stone thrones, causing their gazes to sharpen in unison. Even Zhumi narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on that dazzling star point. This person is challenging the depths of the divine blood pool, Hong Qi-run remarked with astonishment. This depth is nearly surpassing that of the 7. Tianxianzi also expressed surprise, well aware of the immense pressure at the 4,000-meter depth of the divine blood pool. Even those at the pinnacle of the escaped one realm would struggle to withstand it. Clearly, those who had entered the divine blood pool had not yet reached such a level. Who could it possibly be? They exclaimed, their faces etched with astonishment, as the dense blood mist concealed the truth. Even with their formidable strength, they could not discern who possessed the audacity to challenge the bottom of the divine blood pool. It seems this individual harbors significant ambition. Zhumi smiled with intrigue, observing that this person was evidently after the essence of the divine blood and within the vast expanse of the starry domain over the years. Few had managed to reach such heights. Even in the past several millennia, only 2 to 3 dozen drops of divine blood have been obtained from the divine blood pool. One must be cautious of hubris. Hong Qi-run said slowly, clearly skeptical of this individual's prospects, given his role as one of the overseers of the divine blood pool. Zhumi furrowed his brow in response. While ambition is commendable, it must be tempered with an awareness of one's limits. The dangers lurking within the divine blood pool are sufficient to obliterate anyone who enters. Should one become too obstinate, they might find themselves ensnared in its depths. It has been a long time since such an event occurred. Let us see if something astonishing unfolds this time, Tianxianzi remarked with a slight smile, his gaze fixed upon the descending starlight. The others nodded in agreement, albeit with reservations about the individual's actions. However, they acknowledged the potential for a miracle that buzz at that moment. The spirit exploration mirror emitted a sudden hum, followed by an abrupt dimming of its luster. What is happening? Why has the spirit exploration mirror ceased to function? The crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain immediately noticed this change and turned their gazes toward the 2 clan leaders of the Hong Tian divine clan. It is worth noting that those who could enter the divine blood pool represented the pinnacle of the younger generation from each faction. Should an incident occur here, it would likely incite significant discord among the factions. Even the 5 seated upon the stone thrones now looked on with questioning expressions. Esteemed ones, the spirit exploration mirror can only detect depths up to 4,200 meters. Should anyone exceed this depth, the mirror will be unable to probe further, thus rendering it ineffective. Rest assured, there are no abnormalities within the divine blood pool. Those who enter merely need to seek an appropriate depth based on their own strength to avoid any issues. Hong Qi-run announced after a private discussion with Tianxianzi. Upon hearing his words, the murmurs among the various factions gradually subsided. However, the 5 powerful figures seated on the stone thrones wore expressions of concern. If that is the case, then the 8th star point has indeed descended to 4,200 meters? Zhumi inquired gently. If I recall correctly, Throughout history, no one has ever reached such a depth. Have they? It seems this 8-star point may very well be the first to break this record. You speak truly, Lord Zhu. Since the inception of the divine blood pool, no one has reached 4,200 meters. Even in my youth, I was fortunate to reach merely 4,000 meters to advance beyond that is akin to scaling the heavens. Who would have thought that today we would witness someone achieving such a depth? This individual's future accomplishments will surely be extraordinary. Hong Qiren nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Tian Xianzi as if inquiring about something. For a time, the 7 who had reached 4,000 meters attracted little discussion. While the identity of the 8-star point sparked much speculation among the onlookers, one knew who this person was, capable of surpassing even the 5 extraordinary factions, should he not meet an untimely end. His future prospects are bound to be limitless. This individual is remarkable. I wonder what faction he hails from, Shunqing Luo mused softly. Indeed, this child is exceptional. The 7 figures upon the stone throne sighed in unison. Waves of divine consciousness surged forth, disseminating the news to the various factions. Meanwhile, within the divine blood pool, Li Xian remained blissfully unaware that his reckless actions had sent ripples through the nerves of every faction in the starry domain. The 8-star point was none other than Li Xian himself that moment. Li Xian's expression was one of astonishment as he remained on guard, gazing warily at the piles of bones before him. His current depth had reached an astonishing 4,300 meters. It turned out that in a moment of impulsiveness, Li Xian had summoned all his spiritual energy to plunge deeper into the pool. For reasons unknown, despite the terrifying pressure he encountered, Li Xian felt that it merely slowed his descent rather than hindered him. Upon reaching 4,200 meters, the overwhelming oppressive force and tangible pressure once again brought him to a halt. However, he soon realized that at this depth, the density of blood energy surrounding him was remarkably potent. With each breath, he felt his internal strength gradually surging. Simultaneously, he sensed the source of spiritual energy nearby. Anticipating his imminent arrival at the bottom of the pool, Li Xian gritted his teeth and continued his descent. By the time he reached 4,300 meters, he had spent a full 7 days accomplishing this feat. The fact that it took him 7 days to cover this last 100 meters illustrated the sheer terror of the pressure at the bottom of the divine blood pool at this depth. Li Xian dared not make a single move, for the scene before him left him utterly astounded. Typically, one would expect profound silence at such depths. However, it was now akin to tumultuous waves, with thick, crimson mists swirling violently, forming a colossal red vortex. At the very center of this vortex lay a horrifying array of bones. Whether it was the eerie nature of these bones or the surrounding pressure, Li Xian felt as if he were positioned directly above the eye of the storm. His body trembled slightly, yet he managed to endure for several moments, thanks to his formidable physical prowess. As blood began to seep from the surface of his skin, his internal spiritual energy surged into action, transforming the blood seeping from his body into a thin, protective blood cocoon. The agonizing pain that enveloped him continued to cause involuntary tremors. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered through the suffering. Boom! Li Xian activated the Golden Vajra 9 transformations, allowing his body to move more smoothly. With the pressure around him diminishing slightly, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, silently reciting incantations to maintain his energy flow. Although the surrounding pressure remained formidable, it was significantly more manageable than when he first plunged into the depths. After completing his preparations, he finally turned his gaze toward the heap of bones at the bottom of the pool. Observing the faint aura emanating from these bones and the occasional flicker of energy, Li Xian sensed that if these individuals were alive, they would undoubtedly possess immense strength. Even the slightest hint of their aura sent shivers down his spine, as the terror resonating from deep within his soul grew unchecked. What manner of beings were these? Li Xian pondered quietly. Yet, after a brief moment, he shook his head. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Feeling discomfort from the blood cocoon enveloping him, he gently shook his body, dislodging the cocoon which fell away into the depths. The golden blood cocoon, now detached, shone brilliantly against the pool's bottom. As the blood cocoon fell, Li Xian suddenly sensed a subtle change in the surrounding blood energy. Just as he was about to investigate, powerful life-forged divine blood surged toward him from all directions, rapidly enveloping his body. Subsequently, it astonishingly began to consume the fragments of blood cocoons that had fallen from Li Xian's body. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Could it be that the divine blood of the God clan was feasting upon such things? However, after a brief moment, his heart swelled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for before him lay a full 8 droplets of divine blood. He knew he must not act recklessly. These droplets had already attained a certain essence. If he were to make a move too hastily, the divine blood would likely scatter at the slightest disturbance. Strangely, he pondered, why were they so interested in my blood? Li Xian was perplexed, and thus he began to observe with great care. Moments later, he discerned that after consuming his blood cocoons, the 8 droplets of divine blood seemed to grow stronger. Though the enhancement was subtle, it was undeniably real that if you wish to feast, then indulge to your heart's content. Li Xian thought to himself as he watched the blood cocoons being devoured. He then slightly reduced his spiritual power, weakening his defenses, and a formidable pressure bore down upon him. Instantly, fresh wounds appeared on the surface of his body, the flesh rapidly healing and forming scars. Soon, the blood cocoons fell away, cascading downward. Indeed, as the blood cocoons plummeted, the 8 droplets of divine blood surged forth, competing for the remnants. Seeing this, Li Xian's mind was set. He allowed his sword intent to quietly permeate the air. The outcome was once again at stake, he silently mused. With another tremor of his body, he shook off all the blood cocoons clinging to him. The 8 droplets of divine blood immediately rushed forth, clamoring for the prize that Li Xian, resolute, acted decisively. A hum resonated as a spatial cage, forged from his sword intent, suddenly materialized behind the 8 droplets and could see that moment. The droplets were entirely engrossed in their contention over the blood cocoons, oblivious to the spatial cage behind them. Li Xian's heart leapt with joy. He willed the spatial cage to accelerate, enveloping the 8 droplets with unwavering certainty. Bang! The droplets soon realized the anomaly and attempted to scatter. However, under the binding of the sword-forged spatial cage, they collided with a thunderous crash. Just as Li Xian reveled in his triumph, he suddenly noticed cracks forming in the spatial cage due to the violent impacts of the 8 droplets. Without hesitation, he formed new seals with both hands, channeling streams of sword intent to reinforce the spatial cage. After 5 layers of reinforcement, the original cage was shattered by the force of the divine blood. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Li Xian acted without delay. His left hand shot out, targeting one of the droplets with a decisive grasp. How powerful! Feeling the intense turbulence in his palm, he nearly lost his grip, his heart racing with astonishment. This droplet of divine blood was far more formidable than the one he had previously captured. After rummaging through his ring for a moment and finding no jade vial, he retrieved an old medicinal bottle previously used for pills, placed the first droplet inside, and promptly stowed it away in his storage ring. 7 remain. Once he had completed this task, Li Xian gazed at the remaining 7 droplets within the spatial cage. Murmuring to himself, without delay, he once more took action, employing the same method as before. Before long, the remaining 7 droplets of divine blood were likewise secured within his possession. After collecting all 8 droplets, the tension that had gripped Li Xian began to ease. Without a backward glance, he retreated from the terrifying whirlpool below. The profundity of that vortex had compelled him to employ every method at his disposal. To force his way to the bottom would be an act fraught with uncertainty. Having already secured a total of 9 droplets of divine blood, there was no need to risk the unknown. As Li Xian turned, he suddenly felt a disturbance behind him, halting in his tracks to look back. "What is this?" he gasped, as he beheld a bone slowly rising from the whirlpool. The bone was adorned with intricate runes that emanated a golden light, radiating an overwhelming pressure that caused the viscous blood surrounding it to recede. Yes, the bone, measuring approximately 20 centimeters, floated before him. Li Xian was momentarily struck dumb. Was it offering itself willingly? As the bone pulsed with energy, Li Xian sensed its formidable essence, and deep within him, An insatiable craving stirred for this very bone to take or not to take. This dilemma weighed heavily on Li Xian's mind if he were to seize it. He would first need to navigate the overwhelming pressure surrounding the bone. Conversely, if he refrained, it would appear as though he had squandered an opportunity. After much contemplation, yet only a fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon him. The path of cultivation is inherently rebellious. Since this bone exudes such immense pressure, it undoubtedly harbors secrets of great magnitude. Should he not seize this moment, it would leave a lingering anxiety within him, perhaps even give rise to inner demons. Moreover, it was now before him. To not attempt to grasp would be a sign of cowardice. Resolutely, Li Xian inhaled deeply and, with a swift motion, extended his left hand to seize it. With a hum, as his hand grasped the bone, a surge of golden light erupted, and white mist enveloped him. A wave of excruciating heat engulfed his hand. This bone radiated an astonishing temperature. Frowning slightly, Li Xian intensified his grip, wrapping his left hand in a barrier of spiritual energy akin to a glove, and reached once more for the bone. The white mist continued to spread, and at that moment, Li Xian's left hand trembled beneath the terrifying heat. Soon, his entire body began to shudder violently. The indescribable scorching sensation felt as though his very soul were ablaze. His body turned crimson, revealing ruddy skin, and droplets of blood began to seep from his pores. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely maintaining his grip. "I've got it." A rush of exhilaration surged through Li Xian, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an unbearable burning sensation coursing through his nerves. Bang! He collapsed to the ground, sweat and blood mingling as they poured forth. Despite clenching his teeth, blood trickled from the gaps, and crimson threads crept into his dark eyes, rendering his expression particularly fierce. The protective barrier around his left hand had been obliterated by the intense heat, leaving his hand bloodied, the bones starkly visible. The excruciating pain assailed Li Xian's spiritual mind, and soon even his formidable willpower began to wane. As blood flowed freely, his consciousness began to dim. Strangely, he noticed that the blood from his left hand was being meticulously absorbed by the bone, its brilliance intensifying with every drop lost. Curiously, his internal blood was also surging forth, flowing towards the bone. Damn it! What is happening? Witnessing this unsettling scene, Li Xian felt a surge of panic. If this continued, he would be drained dry within the hour. Yes, the bone gleamed brighter. His awareness faded further. Finally, the bone ceased its absorption that moment. However, Li Xian had succumbed to unconsciousness. The bone flickered and vanished into his body, while waves of immense spiritual energy surged from all directions, flooding into him. As Li Xian floated in midair, his aura gradually began to stabilize. Outside the blood god pool, the 7 figures upon the stone seat stood, gazing intently at the entrance of the pool. Today marked the final day of the 3-month period. Who would emerge first, they wondered. Xuan stroked his beard and chuckled. The first to emerge, if they have not acquired the divine blood, would have merely spent 3 months in cultivation. Indeed, replied Hongqi. Many who have emerged first in the past did not acquire the divine blood. True enough, Zhumi added with a slight smile, his gaze unwavering from the entrance of the blood god pool. This year, who would claim the divine blood, and how many droplets would manifest? In previous instances, the number of droplets never exceeded 30 this year. However, one hopes for a breakthrough. Yet, such a feat is not easily attained. Each droplet of divine blood from the celestial race possesses the potential to nurture a formidable being of the Tao realm or above. If an abundance were to manifest, this substance would cease to be regarded as precious. At the foot of the mountain, voices began to murmur, each tone distinct yet tinged with anticipation. After all, this event is a significant occasion within the boundless star domain. Moreover, the first individual to emerge, should they obtain the divine blood, stands to receive a staggering reward of 500 million spirit crystals from the Endless Star Alliance. With bated breath, the crowd observed intently as a figure suddenly burst forth. Lo and behold, who might the first to emerge be? Yet, the significance of the first arrival hinges upon whether they have secured the divine blood. As the initial silhouette materialized, discussions erupted among the spectators, while the 7 seated figures also turned their gazes towards the newcomer. This individual appears to be from the esteemed Fire Cloud Divine Hall on the North Sky continent. It seems his name is Lu Yuan. Boasting the pinnacle of sovereign realm strength, some keen observers swiftly identified the newcomer's identity and prowess. Yet the question lingered, had he obtained the divine blood? If so, the 500 million spirit crystals would undoubtedly belong to him. The crowd, upon hearing this, grew increasingly engrossed in the matter of the divine blood. Gradually, Lu Yuan stood upright, then, with a subtle shake of his head towards the 7 figures seated upon the stone platform, he dashed towards the location of his faction. It appears that Lu Yuan has not acquired the divine blood. Realization dawned upon the onlookers, who then redirected their attention towards the entrance of the divine blood pool, awaiting the next arrival. Swiftly, several more figures emerged, yet akin to Lu Yuan. They too shook their heads before soaring towards their respective factions. With nearly 100 individuals having exited, none had yet claimed the divine blood. The assembled crowd, instead of disheartened, grew more exhilarated. After all, if none had secured the divine blood, it would be a sensational revelation. However, speculation was rife, as everyone knew that the 7 figures had yet to make their presence known. In a dazzling display, another figure shot forth from the divine blood pool, capturing the attention of all. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd recognized the newcomer. This individual was none other than Xuan, the third son of the demon lord from the demon's source continent. Although his strength remained at the initial stage of the void-breaking realm, his physical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Few could descend to 3,500 meters within the divine blood pool, a feat seemingly reserved for him alone. Despite the 7 figures having reached 4,000 meters, it was largely attributed to the treasures of their respective clans. Would this individual succeed in obtaining the divine blood? It was worth watching. Historically, the demon race had secured at least 1 droplet of divine blood every 1,000 years. At this moment, Xuan flashed a sinister smile. Directing his gaze towards the 7 figures on the stone platform, a chilling voice then echoed, "I wonder if the rewards promised by Lord Zhu still stand." Had Xuan indeed acquired the divine blood? The crowd erupted in astonishment. I assure you, my words hold weight. Young Xuan, are you implying you have successfully captured the divine blood? If so, please present it. Zhu replied, his brow slightly furrowing as he spoke. With Zhu's words barely spoken, Xuan swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a formidable aura. In that moment, a single droplet of crimson blood floated above his palm, its tranquility suggesting some unknown sorcery at play. Heavens! Xuan has indeed secured another droplet of divine blood for the demon's source continent. The surrounding spectators erupted in jubilant cries. Young Xuan, this is undoubtedly divine blood. Yes, I promised. The 500 million spirit crystals are now yours. Zhu said, narrowing his eyes before tossing a spatial ring towards Xuan. Thank you, Lord Zhu, Xuan replied, accepting the ring with one hand. Before promptly stowing the divine blood away, he then offered a slight bow to the crowd and took flight. Not long after Xuan's departure, 7 more figures emerged from the divine blood pool. Those same 7 young powerhouses who had accompanied the seated figures earlier. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to learn whether they too had obtained the divine blood. The 7 figures, however, exchanged no words. Instead, with a simple gesture, each revealed a droplet of divine blood in their hands. Some droplets gleamed brightly, while others were dimmer. Word. Another 7 droplets of divine blood. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Though envy was palpable, as possessing the divine blood would grant them a shortcut to ascend to the Tao realm. Observing the scene, the 7 seated figures nodded in satisfaction before signaling for their disciples to withdraw. Before long, after the departure of these 7, dozens more figures appeared. Yet aside from the occasional member from a top-tier faction claiming a droplet of divine blood, most simply exited in silence. How curious, with the closure of the divine blood pool imminent. Why has Li Xian yet to emerge? Shun Qingluo remarked, glancing at the sky, her anxiety palpable. Inside the divine blood pool, Li Xian remained suspended in the crimson liquid, though the golden light emanating from him intensified. The skeletal fragment, having entered his body, manifested within his sea of consciousness, radiating immense life force. Once again, Li Xian underwent a transformation. His originally reddish-brown skin now appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, the faint aura emanating from his pores was several times stronger than before. Beneath his skin, resilient muscles pulsated with vigor, and his previously mangled left hand rapidly regenerated, returning to its pristine state in mere moments. Where am I? It seems a skeletal fragment. I must be in the divine blood pool. Thoughts surged like a tidal wave, and Li Xian's previously fragile consciousness expanded dramatically. The spiritual platform within his sea of consciousness glimmered with golden light. As countless star-like points converged rapidly, I am indeed in the divine blood pool. This is bad. Time is running out. In an instant, Li Xian regained his clarity, realizing with urgency that only a quarter of an hour remained. Yet, the skeletal fragment had vanished without a trace. With no time to search or ponder the events that had transpired, Li Xian swiftly retreated towards the exit. Fortunately, the pressure of retreat lessened, allowing his speed to increase. Outside the divine blood pool, the 7 figures watched with fervent anticipation, having noted that the divine blood had already manifested 30 droplets, a record equaled only by the highest in history. As the closure of the divine blood pool drew near, hope soared for another droplet to emerge, which would break the record. Could he have encountered an accident within the divine blood pool? At this moment, Shen Xingluo's expression turned grave, for if Li Xian could not escape, her own chances of obtaining the divine blood would vanish. Even if he emerged without securing it, her time would be limited. In an instant, Shen Xingluo appeared despondent. It seems there may be no one left. Alas, this opening of the divine blood pool has merely equaled last year's record. A figure named Hong Qi lamented, noting the passage of 10 minutes without any further arrivals. Then let us proceed to close it. Although we have only equaled the record, 30 droplets is still a commendable result. What say you all? Tian Xuanzi nodded in agreement before turning to the crowd for their opinions. Time is nearly up. I suspect there is no one remaining. Had the spirit reflection mirror remained intact, we could ascertain if anyone was left behind. Now that it is destroyed, we must await the passage of time. Let us rely on these 2 fellow Taoists. It is likely that no one remains inside. Zhumi narrowed his eyes slightly and then spoke slowly. Esteemed friends, the time is nearly upon us. One can surmise that the interior is now uninhabited. This year, the opening of the divine blood pool has yielded 30 drops of divine blood from the celestial clan, matching the historical peak. This can be regarded as a significant event within our endless star domain that if any of you esteemed friends find yourselves with leisure, you may consider staying for a few days on our Hongtian continent. I, along with Tang Xuanzi, shall host a banquet for 3 days. Upon hearing this, the Hongqi people gradually approached the stone seats platform, calling out to the crowd descending the mountain, "Heavens! Look, there are still people." Just as Shen Xingluo was about to gently close her eyes, a cry of astonishment reached her ears. Startled, she quickly opened her eyes and gazed toward the entrance of the divine blood pool, and upon recognizing the figure, a smile spread across her face. The individual was none other than Li Xian. Fortuitously, he awakened in time. Otherwise, he might have been trapped inside. Remembering the words of the Hongqi people, Li Xian felt a tremor in his heart. The Hongqi man, too, was taken aback, clearly not expecting the presence of anyone within the divine blood pool. "Did I wonder, esteemed young friend, have you acquired any of the celestial clan's divine blood?" With the Hongqi man's inquiry, the other 6 figures also trembled, their gazes fixated on Li Xian. Even the crowd on the mountain looked on with anticipation, particularly Shen Xingluo, who upon seeing Li Xian's appearance, seemed to regain some vitality. Though her expression remained tinged with melancholy, in my estimation, this young man merely possesses the pinnacle strength of the yin-yang realm. It is unlikely he has obtained any divine blood. Indeed, brother, you speak truthfully. I too believe that with such a mere yin-yang realm pinnacle strength, he could only descend to depths of around 2,000 meters, should he have acquired divine blood. That would indeed be a marvel. Precisely, if this lad were to obtain divine blood, I would call him father. The crowd erupted in laughter, evidently lacking faith in Li Xian's abilities, save for Shen Xingluo, who gazed at him in shock, for she knew that prior to entering the divine blood pool, Li Xian was merely at the intermediate level of the yin-yang realm. Astonishingly, in just 3 months, he had consecutively broken through 3 levels, reaching the intermediate stage of the life and death realm. Divine blood? Li Xian surveyed his surroundings before turning his gaze toward the inquiring Hongqi man. Indeed, if the young friend has indeed acquired divine blood, this would mark the first occasion in the history of our endless star domain to surpass 30 drops. The Hongqi man nodded in acknowledgement. The discussions among the crowd reached Li Xian's ears, and as someone at the Tao Formation realm, he was well aware of the implications. Yet, seeing this young man who had not departed like others, perhaps he had genuinely acquired divine blood. After all, obtaining divine blood often requires a stroke of fortune. Even if this lad could only reach depths of around 2,000 meters, there might very well be divine blood lurking at that depth. Upon hearing this, Li Xian understood that 30 drops of divine blood had indeed already emerged. It appeared he was the final individual to exit the divine blood pool. He glanced at Xinqing Luo, who wore a look of longing as she regarded him, clearly placing great importance on the divine blood. By fortunate chance, I managed to acquire a drop of divine blood, Li Xian stated after a moment's contemplation. What? He truly obtained divine blood. Heavens, this has established a record of 31 drops, surpassing any previous count in our endless star domain. With the crowd's murmurs, the 7 figures upon the stone seat trembled in unison. Their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at Li Xian. He had truly accomplished it. Xinqing Luo, upon hearing this, was equally thrilled, emanating an intense vitality. May the young friend demonstrate it. The Hongqi man felt his throat dry, swallowing hard before asking once more. Certainly, Li Xian nodded in affirmation. Just as he resolved to present it, he was already aware of what would follow. With a wave of his hand, the jade vial that Xinqing Luo had previously provided appeared in his grasp. He then waved again, gently uncapping the vial, and a crimson glow burst forth, soaring into the distance. Observing this, Li Xian let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his hand, a massive hand of sword energy seized it back. Indeed, it is divine blood. I recall someone stating that if he obtained divine blood, he would call others father. How curious. Where did that person go? Indeed, although this individual currently possesses only the intermediate stage of the life and death realm, with divine blood, he is destined to be at least a Tao Formation level powerhouse. Have such a Tao Formation strongman as a father would surely be a stroke of good fortune for that person. The crowd burst into laughter once more, while the one who had made the earlier claim now appeared embarrassed and left in shame. You, young friend, are truly fortunate. Thus, this divine blood pool has yielded 31 drops of divine blood, marking the first occurrence in our endless star domain's history to surpass 30 drops. The Hongqi man gazed at the divine blood Li Xian had returned to the jade vial, his expression warm with a smile. As the elder mentioned, it is merely luck, Li Xian replied with poise. Yet internally, he harbored a sense of pride, pondering how the revelation of the 8 additional drops of divine blood concealed within his ring would astonish them. However, Li Xian had no intention of seeking momentary glory at the cost of future threats. Elder Qing, this is the matter I promised you. Now that I have fulfilled my commitment, please take care of it, Li Xian declared, tossing the jade vial toward Xinqing Luo. Elder Qing. The Hongqi man intended to invite Li Xian to his city as a guest. Though Li Xian's current strength was modest, with divine blood, he would at least become a formidable figure of the Tao Formation realm. Securing an alliance with such a powerhouse was a calculation the Hongqi man could not overlook. His surprise. Li Xian had already preemptively spoken, tossing the vial containing divine blood to an elderly figure in his twilight years. The other figures on the stone seat turned their gazes toward the elder receiving the vial. This elder appears to be the sect leader of the Tianxian sect, Xinqing Luo. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. After all, divine blood could elevate one to the Tao Formation realm or beyond. This young man, so carelessly relinquishing it. Xinqing Luo was equally stunned. After all, Li Xian's emergence from the pool had already seemed incredible. It was beyond his expectations that Li Xian had indeed acquired divine blood. While they had a prior agreement, he never anticipated Li Xian would openly present the divine blood before the public. I am immensely grateful for your great kindness, young friend. Should you require anything in the future, my Tianxian sect shall be at your service, Xinqing Luo declared, deeply moved, bowing respectfully to Li Xian. Elder Qing, You are too modest, Li Xian replied with a knowing smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. After all, having just arrived in the endless star domain, it would be advantageous to have a force to rely upon. Furthermore, Shun Qingluo understood his origins from a lower-tier continent. If not for Shun Qingluo's invitation, he would not have entered the divine blood pool, let alone acquired the additional 8 drops of divine blood. You are indeed generous, young friend. Now that the divine blood pool is closed, you may take your leave. The Hongqi man, feeling a thorn in his throat, had initially intended to cultivate a relationship with Li Xian. However, with the divine blood now in Shun Qingluo's possession, the young man had evidently lost his value as an ally. I bid you farewell, elder. Li Xian understood the implication and, with a slight movement, flew towards Shun Qingluo's position before turning to depart. Throughout the journey, Shun Qingluo appeared exuberant, frequently expressing gratitude that Li Xian, however, paid little heed to it. Elder Qing, are you returning to the Tianxin sect? Li Xian noticed Shun Qingluo headed in a direction that was clearly not toward the small dwelling and paused to inquire. Young friend, this matter is of utmost importance to me. I must consume and cultivate with the divine blood within the Tianxin sect. Thus, if you do not mind, you are welcome to stay temporarily in my Tianxin sect. Shun Qingluo, upon hearing this, immediately halted her steps and turned to Li Xian, nodding slightly. That would suffice. Li Xian pondered for a moment, realizing that they were indeed on the territory of the Hongtian divine clan, and he was uncertain about the consequences of consuming the divine blood from this clan. Observing Shun Qingluo's demeanor, it was evident she intended to return to the Tianshu sect and enter seclusion to absorb it. This could serve as a valuable precedent. Yes, soon as the two exited the city gate. Shun Qingluo waved her hand, and with a flicker of spiritual light, they vanished from sight. However, shortly after their disappearance, a piercing gaze appeared in the sky, slowly dissipating as it focused on the direction Li Xian and Shun Qingluo had departed. Within the Tianshu sect, an elder's voice resonated. Young friend, please allow this old man to pay my respects. Just as Li Xian raised his teacup, he was taken aback to see Shun Qingluo bow deeply before him. Li Xian instinctively stood to stop her, but realized he lacked the power to do so. Upon reflection, having provided her with the divine blood, he felt it was only right to accept her gesture of gratitude. Elder Qing, you are being too formal. Nonetheless, Li Xian bowed slightly in return. You are too modest. Young friend, to be honest, I was not entirely confident at first. However, your ability to obtain the divine blood from the divine blood pool and to share it with me is a profound kindness I shall never forget. Looking back, had I not felt bored that day and set up a stall there, I might never have had the fortune to meet you. This divine blood would have remained beyond my reach. Shun Qingluo sighed softly, reflecting with gratitude. Elder Qing, many matters in this world are beyond explanation. Since fate has brought us together, it must be a kindred bond. That be by the way. Do you know what steps or precautions are necessary for the consumption and cultivation of this divine blood? Li Xian inquired. Young friend, the divine blood is the essence itself. Thus, there are no particular precautions to take, save for one. Your physical endurance must be strong. After all, this is divine blood, and its contained energy is exceedingly potent. I see, Li Xian responded, visibly relieved, nodding in understanding. This drop of divine blood you have given me, young friend, are you truly willing to part with it? Shun Qingluo questioned. Who wouldn't be intrigued by divine blood? Li Xian replied with a faint smile. However, this drop is a promise I made to you, elder, and I assure you, there are no lingering emotions attached. My inquiry stems merely from a curiosity about the divine blood. Ah, if only you could acquire another drop of divine blood. I dare say your future achievements would surely eclipse mine, Shun Qingluo remarked, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, the 5 great powers each possess but a single drop. He added, Elder Qing, though our acquaintance is brief, I hold a deep trust in you. I must ask you to keep what I am about to share confidential, Li Xian said, then waved his hand, enveloping the entire hall in a powerful sword intent that obscured every corner. Speak freely, young friend. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, Shun Qingluo assured him, sensing the gravity of what was to be discussed. In truth, as you surmised, I have not merely obtained a single drop of divine blood, Li Xian declared, waving his hand to reveal 8 porcelain vials that materialized in the hull. 8 drops. Shun Qingluo gasped in astonishment, realizing that with the one given to him, he had amassed 9 drops in total. Such extraordinary fortune. Should the others learn of this, their reactions would surely be remarkable. You are truly blessed, young friend. To acquire 9 drops of divine blood at once is unprecedented in history. Fear not. I swear by my very soul that this matter shall remain between us. Shun Qingluo vowed solemnly. If I did not trust you, Elder, I would not have revealed such information. By the way, is there a secret chamber available for me to consume and cultivate this divine blood? I fear that any delay might lead to unforeseen complications. Xian remarked with a smile. There is indeed a secret chamber. Please, follow me, Shun Qingluo replied, nodding in agreement. Are you satisfied with this place? Shun Qingluo asked as they entered a spacious secret chamber. Elder Qing, you jest. If I were to find fault with this place, it would be rather presumptuous of me, Li Xian replied with a smile. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Shun Qingluo said, nodding and smiling. Thank you, Elder. With that, I shall not intrude further. I believe you are eager to absorb and refine the divine blood. So allow me to extend my congratulations in advance, Li Xian said, cupping his hands in respect. Congratulations to you as well, young friend. I shall also preemptively congratulate you, Shun Qingluo replied with a smile. Returning the gesture before turning to leave, as Shun Qingluo departed, Li Xian waved his hand, summoning a formation of sword energy that enveloped the entire secret chamber. After completing this, he nodded and settled down to meditate. Outside the secret chamber, Shun Qingluo was visibly excited, tightly clutching the jade vial Li Xian had given her. Her heart was still reeling from the shock of acquiring 9 drops of divine blood. She felt fortunate to have befriended Li Xian early on, as without that, she might never have obtained even a single drop. Resolving within herself, she vowed to cultivate a strong relationship with him moving forward. Remain here. Should anything unusual occur, awaken me immediately, Shun Qingluo instructed her avatar before turning to leave. On the Hongtian continent, within the stone platform of Hongtian City, the figures of Hong Qi and the other 6, who had previously occupied the stone seats, were now gathered around a round table. 2 exquisitely crafted round tables were set upon the stone platform, surrounded by numerous others filled with guests invited to the grand feast held by the Hongtian divine clan. This time, 31 drops of divine blood have emerged from the divine blood pool, a historic record for the infinite star domain. Your future achievements will be immeasurable, Hong Qi proclaimed, raising his cup as he approached the table of 30 young elites. Master Hong, you are too kind, the 30 young elites responded, raising their cups in unison before downing their drinks. Thank you all for attending the grand feast of our Hongtian divine clan, Hong Qi continued. Downing another cup. Friends, for this 3rd round, I must toast to you all, he said with a smile, raising his cup toward Zhu Mi and the others, as the drinks flowed and the dishes were served. Zhu Mi set down his cup and remarked, that last young man, astonishingly, relinquished his path to enlightenment to Shun Qingluo of the Tianshu sect. This truly surprised me. Master Zhu, you may not know this, but while the Tianshu sect is merely a first-rate power, its members are all fierce in temperament, many of whom are nearing their limits. Just look at Shun Qingluo. She bears the weight of time upon her face. Without divine blood, I suspect the Tianshu sect would vanish in less than 5 years. Hong Qi chuckled. Now that Shun Qingluo has obtained the divine blood, she is likely to ascend to enlightenment. The Tianshu sect will then leap to a top-tier power, and that young man's swordsmanship seems formidable as he managed to contain the divine blood with mere sword energy, Tian Xuanzi added. Enough of this. Come, let us drink. Zhu Mi laughed, raising his cup in cheer. In the secret chamber, Li Xian had fully adjusted his spirit and body to their optimal state. The drop of divine blood had already been consumed and settled within his dantian. However, after a few moments, he was perplexed to find that the divine blood exhibited no reaction upon entering his body. What is happening? Li Xian opened his eyes, astonished as he inspected himself again. With a thought, he expelled the divine blood. Could it be that my drop of divine blood is defective? Li Xian, with a sense of resignation, grasped the drop of divine blood from the celestial race and sighed. Just as he contemplated giving up, he suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of energy erupting from his right hand, which then darted away. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized it was indeed that drop of divine blood. Astonished, he exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness! It has attained sentience." Taken aback for a moment, Li Xian swiftly took action. He leapt into the air and steadied his left hand to grasp it firmly. However, upon executing this singular motion, he immediately detected something amiss. The drop of divine blood halted in its tracks the moment it made contact with his left hand, allowing him to seize it effortlessly. The anomaly lies within my left hand? He pondered, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, a realization struck him. That mysterious bone. His eyes brightened as he recalled the enigmatic skeletal fragment he had encountered in the pool of divine blood. Vividly, he remembered losing consciousness after seizing that bone. Only to awaken to find it vanished. He had grasped that bone using his left hand. Could it be that the skeletal fragment resided within it? With his thoughts now organized, Li Xian settled his mind and examined his left hand meticulously. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he discovered an unusual feature. From his elbow to his palm, an additional skeletal structure had formed, precisely that which he had clutched in the pool of divine blood. This bone was inscribed with dense, cryptic runes that emanated an astonishing power, gradually reshaping the remaining bones of his structure. Strangely, he felt no discomfort. Instead, an ominous strength seemed to be augmenting within him. Could it be that there exists a connection between this divine blood and the skeletal fragment? Furrowing his brow, Li Xian slowly opened his eyes. Currently, he was unable to ingest or refine this drop of divine blood. It appeared he would have to retain it for the time being. Yet, given that his physical form was a sword body, this divine blood held little significance for him. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. But what manner of existence was this skeletal fragment? After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against inquiring with Xuan Qingluo. The nature of this bone was far too mysterious. He would have to wait until he encountered Master Dekun or Lord Hanjun to seek answers. Alas, I might as well take a stroll to alleviate my boredom, Li Xian mused, rising to his feet and heading toward the door. Qinglao, what brings you here? As soon as he stepped outside, he was met with the visage of Xuan Qingluo as Avatar. Prompting his puzzled inquiry that my true self has tasked me with overseeing your progress. Young friend, you have emerged from seclusion rather swiftly. Could it be that you have successfully refined it? Xuan Qingluo's avatar asked in astonishment. Realizing it was merely Xuan Qingluo's avatar, Li Xian nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have succeeded in the refinement. With nothing else to occupy my time, I thought I'd take a walk to Oh, thank you, accomplished it so quickly. Congratulations are in order. By the way, here are 50 million spirit crystals, which my true self instructed me to present to you upon your emergence," Xuan Qingluo's avatar stated, tossing a ring toward Li Xian. "Thank you kindly," Li Xian said with a smile as he caught it. Within Hongtian City, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Li Xian reappeared in the vicinity where he had previously met Xuan Qingluo. Observing the throngs of vendors filling the streets, he felt a sudden headache. The sheer volume of people was overwhelming. Wherever he looked, it was nothing but heads. However, recalling that the celestial race was hosting a grand celebration, he felt some relief. Such a significant event would naturally draw a vast crowd. Esteemed guest, what may I serve you? Li Xian noticed a tavern where, despite the crowd, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed. The patrons conversed in hushed tones. Seeing this, he chose to enter. The tavern attendant hurried over as soon as he spotted Li Xian and inquired, "What can I get for you?" "A pot of wine, some light dishes, the same as those patrons." Li Xian replied, gesturing toward a nearby table. "Certainly, esteemed guest, please take a seat. I shall return shortly," the attendant said with a bow before hastening to the back. "This is quite a delightful establishment," Li Xian mused as he settled into a corner. Observing the other patrons, each possessing strength ranging between the Qiankuan and Yin-Yang realms. There were even two individuals at the void-breaking level, seated in a corner and engaged in quiet conversation. "Your wine and dishes," the attendant announced shortly thereafter, bringing forth Li Xian's order. Li Xian nodded appreciatively, poured himself a cup, and took a sip, instantly recognizing the quality of the wine. It flowed down his throat, warming him from within. and he sensed the wine's essence transforming into spiritual energy, nourishing his internal organs. Who would have thought that the wine in Hongtian continent possessed such remarkable effects? Li Xian marveled, subsequently pouring another cup and downing it in one go. Good sir, is there still room here? A melodious voice suddenly interrupted his solitude. Surprised to find no available seats, Li Xian glanced around and realized that every table surrounding us was occupied, save for his own. Please take a seat. This table is mine alone, Li Xian offered, observing the young man before him. His raven hair, piercing gaze, and striking brow resembling a sword's edge. His bronze skin revealed considerable muscle, and he appeared to be in his early 20s. While the man possessed only intermediate strength within the yin-yang realm, Li Xian surmised that his physical prowess was formidable. That I am most grateful, the young man said, breaking into a hearty grin as he moved his stool to sit down. Waiter, bring me a pot of Xuan Chongqing. So this wine is called Xuan Chongqing, Li Xian thought, finally realizing what he had been drinking. This cup of wine is my tribute to you, my thanks for allowing me to share this table, the young man proclaimed, lifting a full cup toward Li Xian before downing it in one gulp without waiting for a response. No trouble at all. When out and about, aiding others is tantamount to aiding oneself. This is a principle I understand well. I shall return the favor with this cup, Li Xian replied with a slight smile, raising his own cup in kind. Before long, the two were engaged in a friendly exchange of toasts, and, after several rounds, their table was adorned with 6 bottles of wine. Upon learning of Li Xian's age, the young man began addressing him as brother, which left Li Xian feeling quite awkward. What a splendid time! Drinking with you today is the most enjoyable experience Jean, have had in my life, the young man exclaimed. May I ask for your name? I am Li, with the character Xian, Li Xian replied, feeling quite jovial. Li Xian. Today, I have personal matters to attend to. If fate allows, we shall engage in another 300 rounds another day, Ma Jean declared with a hearty laugh, tossing several spirit crystals toward the counter before bowing to Li Xian and departing. Jean is truly a person of genuine character, Li Xian thought as he watched him leave, smiling to himself before pouring another cup of Xuan Chongqing and drinking it down. Over the course of a month, Li Xian encountered this fellow named Ma Jean daily, and their acquaintance gradually blossomed into a friendship. My young friend, it has been some time since our last meeting, yet you remain as resplendent as ever. Li Xian heard Shun Qingluo's voice calling from outside one day as he prepared to step out. Qinglao, you seem to be in high spirits today. I presume the divine blood has been successfully refined, Li Xian remarked with a smile upon seeing him. Thanks to your assistance, I have indeed managed to succeed, Shun Qingluo replied with a small nod of appreciation. Your aura seems somewhat different from before, Li Xian observed, pleased to notice a significant change in Shun Qingluo's presence. He appeared much stronger than previously. Indeed, after refining the divine blood, I have reaped considerable benefits and have transcended the Yu Dao realm, entering the Cheng Dao realm, Shun Qingluo declared, releasing a wave of pressure that enveloped the surroundings. What an imposing aura, Li Xian exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. The moment Shun Qingluo's presence surged forth, he felt as if he were a solitary leaf adrift on a vast ocean. Thankfully, the pressure subsided after a brief moment. Congratulations, Qinglao. With your advancements, Tianqian sect has risen to prominence, achieving a pinnacle of power, Li Xian said with a slight smile, bowing respectfully. All of this is owed to your success in acquiring the divine blood, Shun Qingluo replied. Though the venerable elder smiled, the Tianqian sect had indeed become a leading force. Yet among the many top-tier factions, it merely lingered at the bottom. Shun Qingluo chuckled and remarked, even so, it is not to be compared with an ordinary first-rate powered. Li Xian responded with a smile. By the way, my young friend, do you have any plans for the future? If not, I have an idea. Shun Qingluo smiled. Then his expression turned serious as he continued. As for my plans, I must admit I have none at present. I wonder what your thoughts are. Elder Qing. Upon hearing this, Li Xian inquired with curiosity. I wish to invite you to join my Tianqian sect and become an elder of our esteemed sect. Join the Tianqian sect. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I would like to know if you're willing to join my Tianqian sect. Rest assured, my sect has no cumbersome regulations. It is merely a title, Shun Qingluo nodded. Elder Qing, allow me to ponder this matter further. Xian sighed with a wry smile. Very well. Even if you choose not to join my Tianxian sect, I shall not take it to heart. Please feel free to act as you wish without restraint. Shun Qingluo promptly replied, Rest assured, Elder Qing. Once I have made my decision, I will certainly provide you with an answer. Li Xian nodded in response. In that case, I shall not disturb you any longer. I have arranged for 2 disciples to wait outside. If you require anything, feel free to instruct them. Thank you, Elder Qing, Li Xian said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Shun Qingluo nodded and turned to leave. Watching Shun Qingluo depart, Li Xian shook his head with a wry smile. Joining the Tianxian sect had never crossed his mind. Although he had enjoyed his time with Shun Qingluo, joining a sect would inevitably bind him to their rules and regulations, which he found quite displeasing. As a sword cultivator, he was inclined to forge ahead. Excessive constraints would surely hinder his path in the pursuit of the sword. The following day, under the guidance of a disciple, Li Xian made his way to the grand hall of the Tianxian sect. Li Xian, my young friend, you seek me so early. Have you reached a conclusion? Shun Qingluo rose to inquire upon seeing Li Xian enter. Elder Qing, I am grateful for your care during this time, and for imparting knowledge I was previously unaware of, including the divine blood I obtained from the divine blood pool. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have acquired it. However, you are aware that I hail from a lower realm. My intention was to explore the wonders of the endless star domain. To join the Tianxian sect at this juncture would contradict my original aspirations. Therefore, I hope you can understand. After sitting down, Li Xian spoke, casting an apologetic glance towards Shun Qingluo. It matters not that in truth. I anticipated today's outcome when you did not agree yesterday. After all, the Tianxian sect was merely established to provide a sanctuary for those nearing the end of their days. If you had indeed accepted, I would have been at a loss for how to accommodate you. Shun Qingluo replied with a knowing smile. Elder Qing, there is one more matter I must discuss with you. My time spent in your company has been quite pleasant. Now that the divine blood pool is closed, I wish to travel to other continents within the endless star domain. Li Xian said, feeling relieved. You intend to depart? Shun Qingluo asked, momentarily taken aback, considering the time. I have been in the Hontian continent for several months. It is indeed time for me to leave, Li Xian affirmed with a nod. Very well, it seems your mind is made up. However, we could travel together, Shun Qingluo suggested, seeing Li Xian's resolute nod. Together? Li Xian was surprised. Indeed, just yesterday, I received news of an upcoming auction on the Shangji continent in a month's time. Countless rare treasures will be available, and it is rumored that ancient divine techniques may be among them. Shun Qingluo elaborated. Ancient divine techniques? Li Xian asked, his brow furrowing slightly. It should be accurate. However, such treasures will likely attract even transcendent forces. Shun Qingluo replied. After pondering briefly, Li Xian smiled and said, In that case, I shall impose upon you for a few more days. Li Xian's intention to leave the Hontian continent was to procure a Dao sword on the Shangji continent, as it was crucial for sealing the second layer of the Jinyu Tower. Should the second layer's Luo Hua break free, Li Xian's fate would be dire. Initially, he had planned to enter the Black Horse rankings during the 9 clans competition to obtain the Dao sword. But he had missed that opportunity upon arriving in the Endless Star domain. Now, having learned of the auction on the Shangji continent, it suited Li Xian perfectly. Accompanied by Shun Qingluo, who was far more knowledgeable about the Shangji continent's customs and conditions, was undoubtedly a superior choice, especially with Shun Qingluo having attained the Dao realm, providing an additional sense of security. Then let me arrange the sect affairs, and we shall set off 3 days hence. Shun Qingluo suggested with a smile. Li Xian nodded, agreed. High above a vast continent, a swift vessel glided through the Li Xian stood at the bow, gazing below. Though this continent was not as expansive as the Hongtian continent, covering only half its area, it was surrounded by 7 or 8 smaller landmasses, acting as guardians for the Shangji continent. My young friend, we have arrived. With 5 days remaining until the auction, we shall have ample time to appreciate the splendor of the Shangji continent. Shun Qingluo remarked, glancing at the Shangji continent. Xuan nodded in response. His attention now focused. He pondered whether Ma Jin would come. Before departing, Xuan had sent a message to Ma Jin regarding his attendance at the auction, but he had not received a reply before leaving with Shun Qingluo. Merchant City. Upon seeing the gleaming golden characters, Xuan and Shun Qingluo halted their steps. It was not that they wished to stop, but the queue ahead was excessively long. This moment, Xuan realized that the Shangji continent treated all factions equally, regardless of their status. Both low-tier and transcendent forces had to adhere to their order. It was said that a certain elder from a top-tier faction, relying on his formidable strength and the backing of his sect, attempted to cut in line, although those he cut in front of dared not voice their anger. The enforcement team of the Shangji continent witnessed the act and personally expelled the elder. Afterward, the elder's faction sought accountability, and within a day, over 10 top-tier factions arrived at their doorstep. Consequently, the elder had to personally apologize to the Shangji continent, and his faction compensated with a significant amount of spiritual crystals. From that moment on, no faction dared to act arrogantly on the Shangji continent, earning the admiration of many smaller factions and becoming a paradise for numerous loose cultivators. Fortunately, the line moved swiftly, and Xuan and Shun Qingluo did not wait excessively long. Please state your faction, identity, and name. Listening to the guard's inquiries, Shun Qingluo presented his Tianxin sect token along with Xuan's identity token. Despite the guards being merely at the initial level of the Qingquan realm, Shun Qingluo did not dare express any discontent, for they represented the Shangji continent. You may enter, the guard announced, and Shun Qingluo led Xuan into the merchant city. Finally, we have arrived. Upon entering the city, Shun Qingluo let out a soft sigh of relief, to which Xuan nodded in agreement. The Shangji continent indeed lived up to its reputation. During the brief wait in line, Xuan had already observed numerous exceptionally powerful beings. The merchant city was constructed as solidly as a fortress. Enormous luminous insignias flickered atop its walls, emanating a myriad of obscure auras. Towering beams of light shot skyward, cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire merchant city within its glow. Though the accommodations were somewhat pricey, they provided lodgings and were conveniently located near the auction house. For these few days, let us make this our base, Shun Qingluo suggested, smiling at Xuan within a particularly grand inn. Agreed, Xuan replied, following the innkeeper into a room. Upon entering the chamber, Xuan's consciousness stirred, causing him to pause momentarily. Initially, he intended to retrieve some exquisite spirit stones to exchange for spirit crystals. However, as his mind delved into the spatial ring bestowed by the venerable Hongjun, he was taken aback. The ancient dragon vein had remarkably yielded an abundance of spirit crystals. After a quick estimation, Xuan realized that the number of spirit crystals produced had reached an astonishing 13 billion. What puzzled him was how this ancient dragon vein could generate spirit crystals. Previously, upon learning that the common currency in the Endless Star region was spirit crystals, he had not paid attention to the changes in the ancient dragon vein. Now, witnessing this, Xuan felt a profound admiration for Hongjun's prowess. It was indeed perfectly suited for him that, in an instant, he felt a surge of confidence that it was worth noting that Shun Qingluo had mentioned that even a first-rate power's annual revenue barely amounted to 1 billion spirit crystals. Now, with nearly 14 billion spirit crystals at his disposal and the ancient dragon vein continuously producing more, Xuan contemplated that the ancient divine arts might hold little significance for him. Rather, Dao swords and even higher-grade spirit swords were his true necessities. Nevertheless, given the auction's pricing, it was likely to be considerably elevated. Thus, he needed to make ample preparations for the spirit crystals that he realized that should a coveted treasure arise. Relying solely on Qing Lao might prove challenging. Furthermore, even if the item held no value for him, it could be of use to his master and others, making it worth bidding for. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan's thoughts shifted, and a jade vial appeared in his hand. Within the vial was the essence of the divine race that he surmised that this divine essence could fetch a decent quantity of spirit crystals. After pondering for a moment, he exhaled a breath of turbid air to steady himself. Night fell. The entire marketplace was ablaze with lights. Crowds surged through the streets and alleys, while patrons filled the tea houses and taverns in an unending stream. A shadow slightly adjusted its mask and made its way toward the auction house. It was none other than the disguised Xuan. Flanking the streets were various shops, emanating waves of potent spiritual energy. Clearly not ordinary establishments. This scene left Xuan in awe. These were merely common shops, yet they exuded such extraordinary qualities he could scarcely imagine what the so-called largest auction house in the Endless Star region would be like. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the Shangji auction house, Xuan traversed several streets, and, as he turned a corner, he was greeted by an expansive view. Ahead stood a colossal hall, reminiscent of a mountain, radiating overwhelming spiritual energy that formed pillars of light soaring into the heavens. Outside the hall, a throng of people streamed in, the sheer scale of which left Xuan momentarily dumbfounded. Gazing up at the 5 golden characters emblazoned above the hall, he felt a slight tremor. Indeed, the largest auction house in the Endless Star region lived up to its reputation. Yet, attending to business was of utmost importance. Gradually regaining his composure, he stepped forward, merging into the bustling crowd. As a peculiar wave of light rippled, Xuan felt the space around him undulate. Suddenly, his vision brightened, and he found himself within the Shangji auction house. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. The auction house was remarkably spacious. Numerous spiritual artifacts and techniques dazzled the eye, emitting strange glimmers of light. "May I inquire what this esteemed guest requires?" "Forgive me, esteemed elder, but what do you seek?" Just as Xuan was momentarily lost in thought, a maid approached and inquired. "Ahem, I have come to consign a lot," Xuan replied, clearing his throat and lowering his voice. "Consignment? Please follow me," the maid replied with a slight shift of her gaze, smiling as she turned to lead him inside. Xuan observed that every person entering was accompanied by a maid. So he promptly followed the girl who introduced herself as Tuer. "I understand." Xuan heard Tuer relay his intention to a nearby elder. "Come with me," the elder said, glancing at Xuan before turning to lead the way. Xuan, seeing this, waved his hand, sending 5 spirit crystals into Tuer's palm. He had noted that every guest seemed to offer the guiding maid 2 or 3 spirit crystals as a token of appreciation. Adapting to local customs, Xuan paid little mind to the few spirit crystals. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Tuer exclaimed joyfully, bowing slightly before discreetly accepting the spirit crystals and heading towards the entrance, consignment pavilion. Xuan recognized upon seeing the 3 large characters, knowing he had arrived at the right place. "What item do you wish to consign?" As the elder pushed open the door, a robust man turned to address Xuan. "Due to the esteemed reputation of your establishment, widely known in the Endless Star region, I have been fortunate enough to acquire a vial of divine essence. However, having recently achieved a breakthrough, I find myself with no use for it. Therefore, I wish to consign it at your upcoming auction. May I ask if your establishment would accept it?" Xuan spoke in a hushed tone, reciting the prepared lines. "Divine essence." The robust man stood up immediately upon hearing those words. While the elder accompanying him turned in astonishment to look at Xuan, as their gazes converged, Xuan felt the probing waves of their scrutiny pressing against him. Such an intrusion into one's privacy hardly seemed befitting of the Shangji auction house. "Your curiosity is forgivable, but I must insist that such behavior is unbecoming." Xuan's voice resonated like distant thunder as he spoke. "Forgive us, esteemed guest, we were merely taken aback," the robust man replied. Bowing respectfully, the elder beside him, though silent, also inclined his head in apology to Xuan, surrounded by an aura of sword intent, aimed to conceal his true identity. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, that moment of scrutiny could have exposed him. "Your indiscretion has shifted my perception of your esteemed auction house, that I believe I shall seek another venue for the divine essence," Xuan declared, turning on his heel to exit. "Esteemed guest," the 2 men called out urgently, "please do not take offense. May we, the 2 of us, offer our deepest apologies on behalf of our indiscretion." As Xuan stepped away, an exceptionally beautiful woman approached from the opposite direction, with her cherry-red lips and flowing hair. Her delicate features captivated all who beheld her. "Greetings, esteemed master." The robust man and the elder bowed deeply upon recognizing her, Could this enchanting woman be Xuan, the master of the consignment pavilion? It seemed her stature within the Shangji auction house was quite significant. Taken aback, Li Xian realized he had been unaware of anyone eavesdropping on their conversation. Clearly, Xuan possessed abilities far beyond his expectations. You two shall each be demoted 1 rank, and have your salaries docked for a month as a lesson, Xuan declared, her brow furrowing as she addressed the 2 men, then turning a warm smile toward Li Xian. Yes, esteemed master, the 2 men replied, their expressions shifting dramatically before they quickly bowed in acquiescence. Are you satisfied with Xuan's decision? Li Xian asked, observing the situation unfold. Seeing the gravity of Xuan's punishment reflected on their faces, he realized that leaving now would hinder his chances of finding a suitable auction house for his consignment. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to this esteemed guest? Xuan remarked with a gentle smile, directing her attention to the 2 men. Thank you, esteemed guest, they chorused, bowing once more. Very well, you may leave, Xuan replied after they expressed their gratitude. Please, take a seat. I hope you won't hold the previous matter against us. Now, let us discuss the consignment of the divine essence, she continued, her demeanor warm and inviting that Li Xian, upon hearing this, spoke slowly. Very well, let us put this matter to rest. Might I inquire if you could allow me a glimpse of the divine blood of the celestial clan? It would aid in verifying its authenticity and grade. Xuan turned her gaze towards Li Xian and replied, Please, take a look, Master L. To your words, Li Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that the divine blood of the celestial clan possesses a grade? Yet, Li Xian maintained his composure, making a grand gesture that sent a jade vial soaring to Xuan's presence. Observing this, Xuan gracefully lifted her hand and received the vial. Gently removing its cap, the divine blood of the celestial clan shot out in a swift motion, attempting to escape outdoors. Indeed, it is divine blood. Xuan smiled slightly, then, under Li Xian's watchful gaze, raised her hand towards the rapidly fleeing divine blood. With a delicate grip, she ensnared the divine blood in mid-air. In the next moment, with a gentle wave of her hand, the divine blood obediently descended into her palm. Akin to a well-behaved child, Li Xian was profoundly astonished by her formidable prowess. Although he had a preliminary sense of Xuan's strength, he had not anticipated it to be so unfathomably profound. You are quite fortunate, Master. This divine blood is actually of the 8th grade, a rarity not seen for many years. Should this news spread, countless individuals would vie for it with fervor, Xuan remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. 8th grade, pray tell, how is this grade determined, esteemed Xuan? Li Xian inquired, nodding with a hint of confusion. Though I, Xuan, am but a frail woman, I am nonetheless the master of the auction house. I possess a discerning eye. Moreover, our establishment has developed a comprehensive assessment for the grades of celestial clan blood, from the luminosity and the emanating spiritual energy fluctuations of this divine blood. I can ascertain with confidence that it is indeed of the 8th grade. You may rest assured, Xuan replied with a gentle smile, that in that case, I shall entrust this divine blood to your esteemed establishment for auction. Li Xian declared as he stood up. Rest assured, this divine blood will fetch a staggering price. Fortunately, since you submitted it prior to the auction, we have 3 days to promote it. After the auction concludes, you may collect your item here, Xuan said with a smile. That is splendid. Esteemed Xuan, I hereby entrust this divine blood to you, Li Xian responded, accepting the token, nodding slightly before taking his leave. Safe travels, esteemed guest, Xuan said, also rising slightly in a polite bow. Such an intriguing individual, she mused softly to herself once Li Xian had departed. 8th grade celestial clan blood, indeed worthy of thorough promotion. Boom! 3 days later, a thunderous sound erupted. That the auction commencing, Li Xian murmured, rising to exit his room. Young friend, the auction is beginning. Come along with this old man. He was greeted by Shun Qingluo. Very well. Li Xian nodded and followed Shun Qingluo. Moments later, they arrived at the auction house. Let's proceed inside, Shun Qingluo suggested. Please, Qinglao, Li Xian nodded in agreement. What a magnificent auction hall. peering through the screens in the room. Li Xian marveled at the grandeur of the auction house. The hall was teeming with people, yet it did not feel crowded. The design was evidently exquisite. The auction hall was divided into a grand hall and private boxes, with varying levels of elevation. The seating in the grand hall was crafted from jade, adorned with soft furs, allowing those seated to feel a gentle influx of spiritual energy. It was clear that both the jade and the furs were no ordinary materials. The scale of this auction house was indeed beyond anything Li Xian had previously witnessed at the treasure pavilion. The atmosphere in the grand hall was vibrant, reflecting the patron satisfaction with the establishment. This auction house ranks among the finest in the Endless Star domain, as the auction house is renowned as the premier auction house in the region. Each seat in the grand hall costs 500,000 spiritual crystals, while access to our private box requires 1 million crystals. Of course, the box not only conceals our identities, but also provides a more comfortable environment, Xuan Qingluo explained with a smile. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction hall gradually reached a fever pitch. Finally, accompanied by a beam of light shooting up from the center of the hall, the sound of a bell seemed to resonate. Countless gazes turned towards the source, and Li Xian focused intently. Within the light, a woman clad in a sheer robe materialized. Her long hair flowed gracefully, her smile enchanting, and her cherry-like lips revealed a pair of pristine fangs. Her exquisite features radiated an extraordinary beauty. Despite her alluring makeup, the hall fell slightly silent upon her appearance, soon replaced by gasps of admiration. It was none other than Shui Xian, the chief auctioneer of the auction house. Who would have thought that Shui Xian would preside over this auction? It seems we have indeed made a fortunate choice in attending, murmured the crowd. Even if we leave empty-handed, merely witnessing Shui Xian's grace is a feast for the eyes. Indeed, Shui Xian is not only the chief auctioneer, but also the master of the consignments. The crowd exclaimed in recognition. Li Xian, upon seeing her, immediately recognized Shui Xian as the master of the consignments. Astonished to learn that she also held the title of chief auctioneer, whispers of surprise filled the hall. Li Xian couldn't help but gaze at Shui Xian with newfound respect, realizing he had spent an extended period in the company of such a remarkable figure. It seems everyone is quite familiar with Shui Xian. Now, it is evident that all of you are eager for this auction. To save time, let us commence today's auction. Shui Xian smiled, waving her hand as the hall dimmed. A spotlight illuminated her figure. Finally, the auction began, and the first item was revealed, a complete consciousness technique. This technique has been authenticated by our establishment as a pseudo-divine level technique. The applications of consciousness are well known to all present, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid is 1 million spiritual crystals, with increments of no less than 100,000 crystals, Shui Xian announced as a jade box slowly rose within the spotlight. As Shui Xian's voice fell, the audience sprang to their feet. The first item was indeed a technique for consciousness. Who would have anticipated such a grand offering from the auction house? Li Xian's attention was fixed on the jade box in Shui Xian's hands when Xuan Qingluo's voice broke through his thoughts. Qing Lao, is this consciousness technique particularly sought after in the Endless Star domain? Li Xian inquired, intrigued. While everyone possesses the ability to cultivate their consciousness, this pseudo-divine level technique can enhance its strength, likely improving perceptual abilities in combat. Being able to anticipate an opponent's next move allows for timely preparation, Xuan Qingluo explained. However, while this technique is powerful, I believe some peak experts may already possess sufficient consciousness strength to overlook such a technique. Thus, it may not hold much value for me, he concluded. Li Xian nodded in understanding, his gaze returning to the auction. 1 million spiritual crystals, 130,000, 50 million spiritual crystals. Although Li Xian held little interest in the item, numerous factions had gathered, and the bidding escalated rapidly, reaching 50 million crystals. Observing the fervor of the bidding, Li Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the wealth on display. Minutes later, the consciousness technique concluded its bidding at 12 million crystals, ultimately being acquired by a burly man seated in the front row of the grand hall. Li Xian noted that all bidders were from the hall, while none from the private boxes had participated. In the ensuing moments, Shui Xian unveiled several more treasures. captivating the audience with each revealed T. Li Xian. Every treasure is an immensely powerful entity. However, these items held little allure for him. Thus, he merely sat in the elegant pavilion, observing with keen interest as the crowd in the hall fervently bid against one another. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction has indeed stirred a small thrill within me. Xuan announced. The preceding treasures have all been successfully auctioned off. Now, we shall commence the bidding for the Paisida, our assistants of this event. A gentle smile graced the face of Fairy Xuan as she waved her sleeve. And a pair of wings, delicate as gossamer, gradually emerged from the column of light. Oh, how peculiar these wings are, Li Xian murmured under his breath upon closer inspection. The wings were exceedingly thin, their intricate veins subtly visible on the current screen, and they emitted a faint flicker of lightning. Could Fairy Xuan kindly elucidate what these wings truly are, before anyone could examine them further? Someone in the hall inquired, evidently intrigued by the wings. Please remain patient, Xuan replied. These wings are known as the Wings of Thunder, a priceless artifact of flight. Should one successfully refine them, even a cultivator of the void-breaking realm could escape from an adversary of the realm of mastery. Truly, these wings are an extraordinary existence, she continued. In addition to enhancing speed, the lightning power contained within these wings possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Wings of Thunder. Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The T.O. be able to flee from opponents 3 major tiers above. Truly, this first item in the auction is remarkable, as Fairy Xuan elaborated. The crowd erupted in admiration. This item could be beneficial to me. I wonder what the starting bid is, Li Xian pondered. Glancing at Xuan. Although this item was indeed extraordinary, Xuan had mentioned that successful refinement was paramount. If one failed to refine it, it would hold no value whatsoever. Moreover, such a treasure would likely be quite challenging to refine. Young friend, do you also have an interest in this item? Xuan inquired after a brief pause. Qing Lao, in your estimation, how many spirit crystals will be necessary to secure the Wings of Thunder? Li Xian nodded and asked at AS for the Wings of Thunder. If my calculations are correct, it will require no less than 500 million spirit crystals. If formidable powers also desire this item, the price may rise even further, Xuan replied, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. 500 million, Li Xian exclaimed, taken aback. He possessed a mere 14 billion spirit crystals. However, should he acquire the Wings of Thunder, it would serve as a crucial artifact for his survival. Young friend, if you truly desire this item, I can bid on your behalf. Should fortune favor us and we succeed, you may repay me with spirit crystals in the future, Xuan offered, noticing Li Xian's expression. Thank you immensely, Qing Lao, Li Xian said earnestly, bowing in gratitude, and no need for such formalities. Now, young friend, the bidding has commenced. Let us observe for the time being, Xuan urged with a gentle smile. The Wings of Thunder will commence at a starting price of 50 million spirit crystals. Each subsequent bid must not be lower than 1 million spirit crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, let the bidding begin. After announcing, Fairy Xuan's figure gradually faded, leaving the Wings of Thunder illuminated beneath the column of light. At a glance, those wings, as thin as gossamer, were astonishingly captivating. 50 million as the starting bid. Li Xian swallowed hard upon hearing the price. This item holds great significance for my Feiyin clan. Since no one else has bid, I shall make the first move. 51 million, under the illumination of the column. The Wings of Thunder appeared even more resplendent, leaving the crowd momentarily entranced, oblivious to Xuan's words. Suddenly, a robust voice from the opposite pavilion broke the silence. Declaring a price, Feiyin clan? Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Xuan. The Feiyin clan was indeed a top-tier power. Their members, akin to birds, were not considered part of the human race. However, all cultivators among the myriad races could transform into human forms, and the Feiyin clan was no exception. Their techniques were remarkably unique, and they possessed extraordinary flight speed. It could be said that the Feiyin clan was renowned for their swiftness. If they were to obtain the Wings of Thunder, it is likely that no one would be able to match their speed. Xuan elucidated that it seems we are faced with a formidable opponent. Li Xian acknowledged, resuming his gaze at the screen within the hall. What a coincidence. This item also holds great utility for my Lu clan, 200 million, but almost immediately, a sultry female voice emerged from another pavilion. Before long, bids began to proliferate. In a mere instant, the price surpassed 1 billion. Witnessing this, a bitter smile flickered across Li Xian's face. Young friend, from my perspective, your chances of acquiring this item seem rather slim. Shun Qingluo remarked, the price of the Wings of Thunder will undoubtedly escalate. Have you noticed that the current bidders are only from relatively lesser-known top-tier factions? The foremost powers have yet to make their move. And the 5 transcendent factions have remained silent, thus F.A.R.L. Xian's bitter smile deepened. It appeared that acquiring the Wings of Thunder would be exceedingly difficult. 130 million. This bid echoed from a pavilion. The hall fell into a hushed silence. The leading top-tier factions had begun to engage. What faction is this? Li Xian inquired, nodding. The bidder has made no effort to conceal their identity. That voice belongs to the Thunder Beast, a formidable entity from the Divine Beast continent, known as Thunder Sovereign. Shun Qingluo explained. No wonder that voice resonates so powerfully. It belongs to a Thunder Beast. Li Xian thought. It seems the other top factions will soon join the fray. 175 million as expected. With Thunder Sovereign's bid, another pavilion quickly followed suit. This bidder is the ancestor of the Kunpeng. Though he lacks an official faction, he commands a group of remarkably loyal and peculiar assassins. Furthermore, the Kunpeng ancestor is quite affluent, possessing 3 minor continental territories and a dragon vein. Shun Qingluo elaborated before Li Xian could ask. Indeed, the Kunpeng ancestor is quite wealthy, Li Xian mused, as others were increasing their bids by increments of 1 million. Yet the Kunpeng ancestor had raised the price by an astonishing 45 million. Brother Kunpeng, your generosity is commendable. The Wings of Thunder are also greatly desired by my master, the Demon Lord. Reluctantly, I must place a bid as well, 77 million from the Demon Clan. So the Demon Clan has entered the fray, Li Xian thought, realizing that his chances of acquiring the Wings of Thunder were dwindling. Is it not true that your Demon Clan is also quite affluent? This item is of utmost benefit to me. Feng Clan and Lu Clan, who among you can rival my speed? The Kunpeng ancestor scoffed. Li Xian felt a tremor in his heart. If it came down to sheer speed, few races could outmatch the Kunpeng ancestor. After all, the Kunpeng could soar to heights of 90,000 miles. Despite the Kunpeng ancestor's unkind tone, he spoke a truth. However, the Kunpeng ancestor's voice was soon drowned out as the bidding price soared past 500 million spirit crystals. 580 million that moment. A figure rose from the hall, gazing intently at the Wings of Thunder while softly calling out the price. In an instant, the bidder's silhouette appeared on the screen, unencumbered by any disguise, allowing the beam of light to envelop him entirely. Oh, I did not expect to see the Thunder Emperor at this auction, Shun Qingluo exclaimed upon recognizing the bidder. 580 million. Who is this individual? Is it truly the Thunder Emperor seated in the hall? Surely my eyes do not deceive me. As this bid echoed, a wave of excitement surged through the hall. Strangely, following the Thunder Emperor's bid, both the Kunpeng ancestor and the Demon Clan fell silent. Qing Lao, can you discern the level of strength possessed by this esteemed Thunder Emperor? Li Xian inquired with a hint of curiosity. If this old man is not mistaken, it seems that the strength of the esteemed Lord of Thunder has already reached the realm of unification. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingluo's eyes narrowed slightly, and she gently remarked, the realm of unification. It is unexpected that the Lord of Thunder has made an appearance and boldly set such a high price. Friends, based on my assessment, the value of the Thunder's twin wings is no less than 800 million. Is there anyone willing to bid? Sensing a momentary silence in the hall, the Fairy of Water appeared once more at the forefront. Why Demonic Clan will place another bid, 850 million spirit crystals. Should anyone surpass our offer, we shall withdraw from this auction. The words of the Fairy of Water echoed. A bid from the pavilion of the Demonic Clan resounded once again. 850 million. The price seems reasonable. In that case, I, the ancestor of Kunpeng, shall make one final offer. 860 million at the voice from the pavilion of the ancestor of Xuan followed suit. 870 million. The Lord of Thunder remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he called out again. As the Lord of Thunder raised his bid, the crowd in the hall collectively gasped in astonishment. For a moment, no one dared to utter a word. Qing Lao, might I inquire about the identity of the esteemed Lord of Thunder in this boundless star domain? Li Xian asked, intrigued. The Lord of Thunder is an enigmatic figure of considerable prowess. However, the world only knows that he belongs to the alliance of the boundless stars, and his precise identity remains unknown. Shun Qingluo replied that I suspect the Lord of Thunder status is quite elevated as well. Li Xian chuckled in response. After all, the strength of the realm of unification nearly represents the pinnacle of combat power within the alliance of the boundless stars, since the Fairy of Water claims the Thunder's twin wings are valued at no less than 800 million. I shall offer 880 million. Just as Shin Qingluo was about to speak, a deep voice interrupted her. 900 million. Heavens, the Black Shale Blood Clan has made their move, upon hearing the discussions in the hall. Li Xian's gaze fixated on the 5 pavilions at the highest point of the auction stage, with the Black Shale Blood Clan occupying the third one. As expected, they have indeed taken action. Shun Qingluo murmured softly. 910 million. Despite the Black Shale Blood Clan's bid, the Lord of Thunder's expression showed little change as he called out gently once more, though his voice carried an icy undertone. Heavens, the Lord of Thunder is going head-to-head with the Black Shale Blood Clan. The Lord of Thunder has directly raised the bid by 10 million. The Lord of Thunder, backed by the alliance of the boundless stars, clearly had no fear of the Black Shale Blood Clan. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how high the final auction price of the Thunder's twin wings would reach. Li Xian listened to the discussions around him. His curiosity grew. He was struck with awe at the sheer amount of spirit crystals the Lord of Thunder must possess. Furthermore, why was he so determined to acquire the Thunder's twin wings? Lord of Thunder, you have no enmity with my Black Shale Blood Clan that I do not wish to make things difficult for you. However, our clan's young master is in urgent need of the Thunder's twin wings. And I hope you can understand, came a voice from the pavilion of the Black Shale Blood Clan after a moment of contemplation following the Lord of Thunder's bid. And offense taken. This is an auction house. Everything is determined by spirit crystals that it would not be appropriate to speak of making things difficult. Your young master requires this item, and so let us all take what we need. Black Tian, please continue bidding. The Lord of Thunder replied with a slight smile before taking his seat. The one bidding for the Black Shale Blood Clan was none other than Elder He Tian. The various powerful figures in the hall were immediately astounded. Elder He Tian was one of the 3 great elders of the Black Shale Blood Clan. It was unexpected that the Black Shale Blood Clan would be concerned about the Lord of Thunder's feelings. Li Xian was taken aback. The Lord of Thunder is no ordinary figure, Shun Qingluo remarked with a smile. Although the Lord of Thunder is a powerhouse of the realm of unification, with so many strong beings in the boundless star domain. Why does the Black Shale Blood Clan place such importance on him? Li Xian questioned with curiosity. While there are many strong beings in the boundless star domain, very few can leave their mark on the Deqian stone. Shun Qingluo replied, a bitter smile crossing her face. The Deqian stone? Li Xian's curiosity deepened. The Deqian stone is the highest standard for assessing a cultivator's potential, talent, and overall strength in the boundless star domain. Those who can leave their names upon it are all invincible within their ranks. The Lord of Thunder ranks 8th upon the Deqian stone. Ranked 8th. Young friend, should the opportunity arise in the future, you may also visit the sacred peak to undergo the test. If you can inscribe your name there, I'm sure the 5 major transcendent forces will compete to recruit you, Shun Qingluo said with a smile. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly endeavor to give it a try. Li Xian nodded in agreement. 1,500 million. Lord of Thunder, this is our final bid from the demonic clan. If you were to raise the price further, we shall withdraw from this auction. Elder He Tian's voice resonated once again from the pavilion, but in that case, I shall bid 1,600 million. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Thunder smiled and raised his bid once more. The Lord of Thunder appeared nonchalant, and Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Clearly, after making such a statement, the demonic clan would not place another bid. Thus, the Lord of Thunder's increase of 10 million could hardly be seen as oppressive. The Lord of Thunder bids 1,600,000,000. Is there anyone else willing to continue bidding? The Fairy of Water inquired, observing the silence from the demonic clan. However, her words elicited no responses this time. After all, the value of the Thunder's twin wings had already been established at no less than 800 million. And with the Lord of Thunder's bid now at 1,600,000,000, the price had soared significantly. Although the Lord of Thunder appeared amiable, they all understood that there was no need to offend someone of his caliber, especially considering he ranked 8th on the Da Qian stone. With no further bids, the Thunder's twin wings ultimately fell into the possession of the Lord of Thunder. Moments later, the Fairy of Water smiled and announced the result, noting the absence of further bids. Subsequently, Li Xian observed the Lord of Thunder toss a ring to a nearby, made before settling back into his seat to rest his eyes. Soon after, the Fairy of Water resumed the auction as one treasure after another was claimed. Li Xian found himself growing somewhat weary. Each item was worth enough to deplete over half of his spirit crystals. Esteemed guests, the next item is the Pi Seed Assistance. Known as the Immortal 9 Withering Pill, I trust you are all familiar with its purpose. With that, the Fairy of Water began the auction directly. As per usual, the starting bid is 80 million, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 1 million. Let the bidding commence. After the Fairy of Water finished speaking, her figure gradually vanished, leaving behind a jade box suspended in the beam of light. Upon the appearance of the Immortal 9 Withering Pill, Li Xian noticed Shen Qingluo's breathing become somewhat rapid. Could it be that Shen Qingluo's purpose for attending this event was indeed to acquire the Immortal 9 Withering Pill? Qinglao, Li Xian called out softly upon noticing her reaction. Young friend, you jest, Shen Qingluo replied, regaining her composure and stabilizing her aura. The journey here must be for this pill. Am I correct? Li Xian smiled slightly. Indeed, I have come specifically for this pill. The Immortal 9 Withering Pill can seal a person's entire cultivation, thereby slowing the decay of their life force. Once the internal energy reaches a certain level, they can unleash their previous cultivation to break through their own bottleneck and attain a new life. Shen Qingluo explained that in that case, the efficacy of the Immortal 9 Withering Pill is likely akin to that of the divine blood of the divine race. However, Qinglao, you have already obtained the divine blood. This pill may not hold much value for you, correct? Li Xian inquired with confusion. What you say is true, that I do not seek the Immortal 9 Withering Pill for myself, but rather for my younger brother, to be candid. My brother was gravely injured 1,000 years ago, resulting in a gradual decline of his life force. Subsequently, I had to transfer my own spiritual energy to him to preserve his life. Unfortunately, his condition deteriorated once more a year ago, and for the past year, I have been suppressing it daily. Yet the more I suppress it, the more severe the backlash. In desperation, I had no choice but to seal his life force. Upon hearing the news of the emergence of the Immortal 9 Withering Pill, the aged individual shamelessly ventured forth to borrow a considerable amount of spiritual crystals, fervently hoping to secure this miraculous elixir. Shen Qingluo spoke softly, her expression remarkably complex. Over these years, it must have been exceedingly arduous for you, Elder Qing, Li Xian remarked upon hearing her words. His tone conveyed a newfound respect for Shen Qingluo. After all, in this brutal world where the strong prey upon the weak, the willingness to care for one who ought to have perished long ago is indeed a bond worthy of reverence. Alas, my brother's injuries are far too severe. He cannot possibly withstand the energy of the divine blood. Were it not for this, I would not have resorted to consuming and refining the divine blood myself. Moreover, my own lifespan is dwindling, and I thought that even a single day of care for him would be a blessing. Fortunately, I encountered a young friend who enabled me to break through, granting my brother a glimmer of hope for survival once more. Shen Qingluo lamented. Elder Qing, you are too modest. If we succeed in acquiring this Immortal 9 Withering Pill, will your brother's injuries be healed? Li Xian inquired. Rest assured, young friend, the efficacy of the Immortal 9 Withering Pill is renowned throughout the boundless star domain. However, the process of refining this pill is exceedingly intricate, requiring no less than a century to complete. Not to mention the quest for various heavenly materials and treasures necessary for its creation. I only learned of this pills auction through clandestine channels. Shun Qing Luo explained 100 years just for the refinement. Li Xian gasped upon hearing this, pondering the immense willpower required to achieve such a feat. 8,300,000, 100 million, 500 million, 250,000. In no time, the bids in the hall began to soar. Hearing this, Li Xian's expression grew increasingly helpless. This single pill was far more valuable than even the Thunder Wings. And this was merely the bidding within the hall. The factions in the private chambers had yet to make their offers. 500 million, 300,000. A voice rang out from the private chambers. The crowd in the hall fell silent, clearly indicating that the top-tier factions had begun to make their moves. 600 million, a collective gasp erupted in the hall as this price echoed from the private chamber. 600 million spiritual crystals was an astonishingly high figure. Elder Qing, are you not bidding? Li Xian was astonished to see Shun Qing Luo merely staring at the screen in a daze, failing to place a bid. You need not be anxious, young friend. The Immortal 9 Withering Pill cannot simply be obtained for 600 million. The one that was successfully auctioned over 4,000 years ago fetched an astounding 980 million. As it stands, this price can only be regarded as a starting point, Shun Qing Luo replied softly. To think a single pill could sell for nearly 1 billion spiritual crystals. Li Xian felt a pang of regret for not having mastered the art of alchemy, yet soon realized that dedicating 100 years to concocting such a pill would likely drive him to madness. 890 million. As this bid was announced, the hall, including the private chambers, fell into a hush. This bid had originated from one of the top 5 private chambers. Indeed, it was from the primordial ancient clan. Shun Xinghua's expression turned solemn, revealing a newfound determination as she prepared to place her bid. 900 million. Not long after the primordial ancient clan's bid, another private chamber chimed. It was the Song clan of the Azure Skies. Shun Qing Luo remarked, it appears that this transcendent faction holds the Immortal 9 Withering Pill in high esteem. Xian was taken aback. Could the Immortal 9 Withering Pill truly possess such remarkable properties? If this pill could command such a high price, how much could his own drop of divine blood fetch? With this thought, Li Xian's heart ignited with fervor. 2 of the 5 transcendent factions had already made their bids. It was uncertain whether the remaining 3 would join in. I firmly believe they will participate. After all, the Immortal 9 Withering Pill can preserve the life force of a powerful being, effectively extending one's life. I wonder if this auction will surpass the price set over 4,000 years ago. Judging by the current momentum, it seems quite promising. The crowd in the hall began to murmur. 1 billion. As those 2 words floated through the air, a profound silence enveloped the auction house, for they originated from the central private chamber of the Endless Star Alliance. 1 billion, 100,000. The primordial ancient clan was undeterred, promptly raising their bid once more after the brief silence. 1 billion, 200,000. The ancient divine clan also entered the fray with their bid. 1 billion, 300,000. The Black Blood clan followed suit with a nonchalant bid. 1 billion, 1 million. The Song clan of the Azure Skies, after a brief pause, opted for a substantial increase of 700,000. Evidently unwilling to dally over a mere million spiritual crystals, the Song clan indeed displayed their financial prowess by increasing their bid by such a significant amount. In light of this, the elder declared, then I shall raise my bid by 10 million. Another 10 million. Heavens, this had now reached a staggering 1 billion 200 million. Truly, such transcendent factions displayed no hesitation in their bidding. Many in the hall began to discuss among themselves, clearly realizing that this amount of spiritual crystals was beyond the reach of ordinary factions. However, Li Xian's gaze remained fixed on Shun Qing Luo, for he sensed that she was poised to place her bid. It seemed that the primordial ancient clan was determined to acquire the Immortal 9 Withering Pill. In that case, our ancient divine clan shall withdraw. We, the Black Blood clan, shall also step back. As these 2 voices echoed from the upper echelons of the private chambers, the Song clan of the Azure Skies hesitated for a moment before announcing 1 billion 300 million. The Endless Star Alliance bid 1 billion 500 million. Should the primordial ancient clan or the Song clan of the Azure Skies surpass this price? I too shall withdraw from this auction. After this declaration from the Endless Star Alliance, the two transcendent factions paused momentarily, seemingly in contemplation. 1,510,000 AT that moment. Shun Qingluo's voice rang out through the communication stone in the private chamber, resonating within the auction house. Lo and behold, another faction is bidding. Heavens, to place a bid at this juncture was tantamount to challenging the two factions directly. Not necessarily a faction capable of presenting such a significant sum of spiritual crystals cannot be deemed inconsequential. Who could this formidable entity be, so adept at seizing the opportune moment? Shun Qingluo's bid captured the attention of all present in the hall. Fortunately, this private chamber was specifically designed by the merchant's auction house, rendering spiritual senses incapable of penetrating its confines. That moment, Li Xian held an immense admiration for Shun Qingluo. To dare bid for her brother amidst the overwhelming pressure exerted by these colossal factions was no small feat. The Endless Star Alliance, shall withdraw. A voice floated through the air, indicating that the Endless Star Alliance valued its reputation highly, though the price was not set by the primordial ancient clan or the Tsang clan. It indeed surpassed their previous bid. 1,600,000. This is the final offer from the Tsang clan of the Azure Skies. Please, do as you wish. 1,610,000. Moments later, the primordial ancient clan announced their bid. 1,620,000. Shun Qingluo pondered for a moment, her expression grave, before resolutely calling out her bid once more. My final offer is 1,650,000. Should your esteemed faction exceed this amount, the primordial ancient clan shall withdraw from this bidding. The primordial ancient clan remained silent for a moment before once again presenting a staggering price. 1,660,000. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingluo promptly countered with her bid. Very well, your financial capabilities have left me astounded. We, the primordial ancient clan, shall withdraw from this competition. But a few moments later, the primordial ancient clan finally spoke. Thank you, as Shun Qingluo's voice echoed. The celestial water fairy gracefully returned to the stage. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If there are no further offers, this auction shall be awarded to the Rin character private chamber. The water fairy smiled faintly and called out. As her voice resonated, all eyes in the hall turned towards the elegant pavilion where Li Xian was seated. Clearly, no other forces were bidding any longer. Therefore, the water fairy declared that the immortal 9 withering pill would henceforth belong to the elegant pavilion of Run. Upon witnessing this, the water fairy gently dropped her hammer, gazing with a smile at Li Xian's pavilion. Young friend, this auction has now concluded, and I fear I must take my leave, Shun Qingluo remarked, looking towards the water fairy as she brought down the hammer. Congratulations, Elder Qing. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly visit you at Tianxian's sect. Li Xian responded, realizing that Elder Qing had accomplished his purpose for this journey and deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Take care, young friend. Until we meet again. Shun Qingluo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then exited through the back door, guided by a maid. As Shun Qingluo departed, Li Xian felt a stir in his heart and turned to the maid. Speaking softly, please, could you escort me outside? Please follow me. The maid replied with a nod, leading Li Xian through the back door. After a brief moment, Li Xian stepped out of the Shang's auction house and found himself in a secluded corner. Ensuring no one was around, he donned his black robe and mask once more, concealing his aura as he made his way back towards the Shang's auction house. May I assist you with something? Despite the ongoing auction, the front hall was still bustling with patrons purchasing items. As Li Xian entered, a maid hurried over to him. That I would appreciate it if you could inquire about the water fairy and ask if the items I entrusted for auction could be bid on earlier. Li Xian replied in a hushed tone, presenting the token the water fairy had given him before his departure. Please hold on a moment, the maid said respectfully, her demeanor shifting to one of deep reverence upon seeing the token. Before she swiftly made her way towards the inner hall. 2 minutes later, the maid returned. I have conveyed your request to my superior. Here is your token back. Is there anything else you would like to instruct? She asked with a respectful bow. Nothing for now. Thank you, Miss, Li Xian replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He then waved his hand, sending 100 spirit crystals flying towards the maid. Thank you, esteemed sir. The maid exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the crystals with both hands and bowed deeply to Li Xian. "It's nothing," Li Xian said, turning to leave. Upon returning to the elegant chamber, he found the water fairy showcasing a sharp spiritual artifact. Soon, this artifact was successfully bid for at 450 million spirit crystals. The crowd once again gazed eagerly at the water fairy on stage, clearly anticipating the next treasure to be unveiled. Esteemed guests, at the request of the consignor, this item, which was supposed to be auctioned last, must now be offered prematurely, that I believe all present are familiar with its name and well aware of its utility. It is capable of elevating one to the realm of Tao, the water fairy announced with a slight smile. Could the treasure she speaks of be the blood of the divine race? Indeed, what else could possibly assist someone in reaching the Tao realm? Water fairy, do not keep us in suspense. Please reveal to us what this treasure truly is. The crowd clamored excitedly. It was evident that everyone had already discerned the answer. This treasure was indeed the blood of the divine race, and more specifically, a drop of 8th grade divine blood. With a gentle clap, the water fairy summoned a radiant beam of light, revealing a jade box. To ensure everyone can see clearly, allow me to present this divine blood, she said, pointing delicately at the box, which opened softly to release the divine blood into the air. With a graceful motion, the water fairy held the divine blood suspended in mid-air. Heavens, it truly is the blood of the divine race. Look at the brilliance of this drop and the powerful vitality it contains. I dare say it is the most potent drop I have ever encountered in my lifetime. The crowd buzzed with discussions about who could possibly have been generous enough to consign such a drop of divine blood for auction. As the murmurs filled the hall, Li Xian felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Although the blood of the divine race was indeed precious, it was of no use to him. Might I request the starting bid for this drop of divine blood? A deep voice resonated from the elegant pavilion of the 5 transcendent forces. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd fell silent, clearly equally invested in the auction for the divine blood. The starting price for this drop of divine blood is 1 spirit crystal, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 1 million. The water fairy announced with a slight smile before her figure began to fade. 1 spirit crystal? Is this some sort of jest? The blood of the divine race starting at merely 1 spirit crystal? The crowd erupted in astonishment and skepticism. That it was evident that the water fairy was quite adept at this game. Initially, Li Xian frowned at the announcement, but soon he comprehended the underlying intent. Although the divine blood began at a single spirit crystal, none of the attendees were weaklings, and no one was willing to openly bid a mere spirit crystal. After all, those present were all significant figures of their respective forces. 300 million, a voice slowly rose from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to the long silent Lei Di. Since Lord Lei has made the first bid, I shall not fall behind. The value of this divine blood is widely acknowledged. A mere 300 million spirit crystals would hardly suffice. I propose we start at 500 million. For such concentrated divine blood is exceedingly rare. Another figure stepped forth from an elegant pavilion. Addressing Lei Di with a "N-O-D-I-T" was none other than Hong Qi from Hong Tian continent. Hong Qi, you have also made an appearance. I heard you were hosting a divine blood feast lasting 3 months. It seems you are cutting it close, Lei Di remarked. With Hong Qi's arrival, another figure emerged from a different pavilion. 1 must attend the auction held in Shangji continent. How could I possibly refrain? Moreover, this drop of divine blood is likely obtained during the opening of the divine blood pool, the newcomer stated. Qiao Lao, if you are here, does that mean Tian Xuanzi has also arrived? I am quite curious to see who shall claim this drop of divine blood. Whether it be you or Hong Qi. Qiao Lao laughed heartily before retreating back into his pavilion. Xian frowned inwardly upon realizing that both Hong Qi and Tian Xuanzi were present. After all, they had overseen the divine blood pool for years, and it remained uncertain if any drop succeeding his divine blood had been unearthed. Should Hong Qi discover his drop, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Meanwhile, within Hong Qi's pavilion, he was fixated on the divine blood displayed on stage. This drop seemed to far surpass the divine blood unearthed from the recent divine blood pool, if he recalled correctly. This specific drop had not been presented at that time. Had someone concealed it? Lord Clan Leader, the spirit-seeking mirror malfunctioned during the recent exploration, thus we could not ascertain how many individuals obtained divine blood. Based on the images previously displayed, could it be that the 8th star point acquired it? After all, the mirror's failure is tied to this individual, and no one has ever claimed to be the 8th star point. An elder beside him remarked, "Thus, it seems this divine blood pool yielded a total of 32 drops. I am curious to know who the 8th star point represents." Hong Chi nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, in another pavilion, Tian Xuanzi was similarly inquiring about the same matter with those nearby. 550 million. In the brief span of a minute, the price for the divine blood had soared to 550 million. 555 million. The voice of the Hongqi people echoed. Once more. 560 million. Soon as the bidding from the Hongqi people concluded, a new bid rang out from another elegant chamber. 561 million. The Thunder Emperor raised his bid again, then turned to glance at the numerous elegant chambers behind him before shifting his gaze back to the stage. With the Thunder Emperor's call, silence enveloped the hall once more. 562 million. 565 million. 567 million. 78 million. 900,000. 800 million. Moments later, the bidding voices in the hall resumed their fervor. Observing the intense bidding atmosphere, Xuan felt his heart leap to his throat. After all, the higher the bid soared, the more spirit crystals he would ultimately acquire. Moreover, the leading factions had yet to make their bids. It was uncertain how the scene would unfold once they decided to enter the fray. Contemplating this, Xuan gradually settled down, lifting the spiritual tea before him and taking a gentle sip. 810 million. Upon hearing this bid, the Thunder Emperor's ears perked slightly. Then he smiled silently as he slowly took his seat. It seemed that the 5 major transcendent forces were preparing to engage. Xuan murmured, recognizing that the latest bidder was none other than the elder Haitian from the Blackshaw blood clan. 815 million. This bid resonated. The gazes of the crowd turned towards the source. After all, with the Blackshaw blood clan entering the bidding, any other factions in the hall could not help but take notice. Yet moments later, astonishment rippled through the audience. Good heavens, it was the sovereign of the monster continent. The Lord of Monsters, surely, I am not mistaken. The Lord of Monsters is indeed present in the hall. No wonder they dared to continue bidding after the Blackshaw blood clan had spoken. This Lord of Monsters is an exceedingly enigmatic entity. Judging by the current situation, the Lord of Monsters must have already reached the pinnacle of the path. Whispers filled the hall, yet the Lord of Monsters remained unmoved, gazing calmly at the divine blood on stage. Clearly possessing some form of confidence. 820 million. A voice emerged again from the chamber of the Blackshaw blood clan, tinged with a hint of agitation, clearly enraged by the Lord of Monsters' bid. Since the Blackshaw blood clan has begun bidding, we of the ancient divine clan shall bid 821 million. Laughter resonated from the ancient divine clan's chamber, promptly followed by their own price declaration. 850 million. The Lord of Monsters remained fixated, entirely indifferent to the Blackshaw blood clan's displeasure, and instantly raised the price to 850 million. Good heavens. Has this Lord of Monsters lost their senses? How could they raise the price so drastically? Shh. Keep your voice down. Aren't you worried the Lord of Monsters might hear you and hold you accountable later? In my view, this Lord of Monsters must place immense value on the divine blood, or else they would not bid so fervently. It appears the Lord of Monsters is determined to secure it. Indeed, although the Monster Clan is highly feared, the Lord of Monster strength has only reached the pinnacle of the path. They clearly wish to produce another powerful figure of the path. As the crowd listened, discussions erupted, noting the sudden increase of over 20 million in the bid, indicating that the Lord of Monsters was prepared to go to great lengths to acquire the divine blood. The Lord of Monsters truly possesses a grand ambition. This bold move has cut off many people's retreat. In that case, I shall bid 855 million. This moment, Elder Haitian could no longer remain seated. Appearing coldly at the entrance of the elegant chamber, Elder Haitian, you are too kind. Bidding in the merchant's auction house is inherently free-spirited. How I choose to bid is surely not for the Blackshaw blood clan to dictate. Is it? Do you think that I have obstructed your financial path? Since Elder Haitian is also quite fond of this drop of divine blood, I too hold it in high regard. Let us see who truly has the means to bid. $856 million. But the Lord of Monsters smiled faintly upon hearing this, yet did not move an inch. Their gaze appeared particularly entranced, occasionally flashing with an enigmatic light. Why would the Lord of Monsters risk offending the Blackshaw blood clan to compete for this drop of divine blood? How intriguing. Meanwhile, the other four major transcendent forces curiously observed the Lord of Monsters seated in the hall, their minds racing. Wait, I believe I just heard the Fairy of Water say that this drop of divine blood is of the 8th rank. 8th rank? Are you certain it was the Fairy of Water who said so? At that moment, a young man in the hall murmured to himself. Although his voice was low, the attendees were far from weak. Instantly, the Lord of Monsters' expression darkened. I implore the Fairy of Water to step forward. Is this drop of divine blood truly of the 8th rank? Elder Haitian, having overheard the discussions, promptly cupped his hands and called out to the stage. Elder Haitian, you are too courteous. The Fairy of Water explicitly stated the rank of this divine blood from the very beginning. Elder Haitian's words fell. The Fairy of Water stepped forth from behind the scenes, smiling as she responded, Good heavens, it truly is of the 8th rank. It is said that 8th rank divine blood can contend for the pinnacle of the unification realm. I finally understand why the Lord of Monsters is so unfazed by the wrath of the Blackshaw blood clan and insists on acquiring this drop of divine blood. As the voices around them rose, the Lord of Monsters' face darkened, seemingly as if it could squeeze out water. Clearly, their plans had been revealed. To think it is an 8th rank existence. This drop of divine blood far exceeds ordinary divine blood. We of the Biluo Song clan bid $860 million at this moment. The voice of the Biluo Song clan emerged from their elegant chamber. Now we of the ancient divine clan bid $865 million. We of the Blackshaw blood clan bid $870 million. The Endless Star domain bids $880 million. As the five major transcendent forces continued to raise their bids. The expression of the Lord of Monsters grew increasingly grim. It seemed as though they were grappling with an internal struggle, until, after a moment, the Lord of Monsters slowly lifted their head, as if making a decision. $1 billion. With this declaration from the Lord of Monsters, the hall erupted in a wave of commotion. Once more, $1 billion. $500 million. The voice rang out as soon as the Lord of Monsters finished speaking. It was the king of the divine beast continent, the nine-tailed divine bird. The exclamation was so resounding that even before the figure appeared, the crowd readily recognized the identity of the speaker. $1 billion, $100 million. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another astonishing price erupted from a different elegant chamber, but a robust figure then emerged, unflinchingly gazing at the divine blood on stage. The Demon Lord has also made an appearance. The numerous powerful figures in the hall watched as these legendary individuals emerged, their expressions filled with excitement, as though they themselves had successfully bid for the item. $1 billion, $200 million at this moment. The voice of the Kunping ancestor rang out once more, evidently intrigued by the 8th rank divine blood. Yet soon his bid was drowned out by a cacophony of voices. $1 billion, $300 million, $1 billion, $400 million, $11 billion. As the Lord of Monsters raised the bid again, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The many powerful figures within were now visibly exhilarated, even if they could not secure this drop of divine blood. Witnessing such a luxurious auction would serve as an engaging topic in future conversations. The Lord of Monsters' face was now exceedingly grim, clearly indicating that this 11 billion was the limit at this moment. The most exhilarated of all was Li Xian. After all, the spirit crystals acquired from the auction of this divine blood would belong to him. Of course, there was another person equally thrilled, the chief auctioneer of the merchant's auction house. The Fairy of Water. Who would have thought that this drop of divine blood would reach such a staggering price of 11 billion? If that esteemed guest were present, they would surely be immensely excited as well. The Fairy of Water mused silently, though her expression remained largely unchanged. After all, maintaining composure was a fundamental skill for someone in her position as the head of the auction house and chief auctioneer. Esteemed guests, is there anyone who wishes to continue raising the bid? With the Fairy of Water's inquiry, whispers filled the hall. Once more, $1 billion, $110 million. The Black Shaman blood clan slowly called out their bid once again. $1 billion, $150 million. The Azure Sky clan followed closely behind. 1,200,000,000. The ancient divine clan, of course, showed no sign of weakness. 1,210,000,000. The primordial ancient clan slowly made their bid as well. Esteemed guests, it seems prudent for everyone to reveal their highest offers. Continuing to call out bids in this manner may lead us into an indefinite stalemate. Naturally, each increment should not fall below 10 million. I believe that 1 million spirit crystals can be squeezed out without issue. The Endless Star domain bids 12,500,000,000. Should anyone surpass this amount, the Endless Star Alliance shall withdraw. As the bidding reached this seemingly tense stage, a voice resonated from the pavilion belonging to the Endless Star domain. 12,500,000,000. Truly, the Endless Star Alliance possesses formidable financial resources to make such a lofty bid. A chorus of sighs echoed through the hall as many powerful figures lamented the apparent unavailability of the divine clan's essence blood. To this moment, Xuan also nodded subtly, recognizing that the incremental bids of 1 million were unlikely to reach a conclusion anytime soon. The forces present were all esteemed entities within the Endless Star domain, and that mere 1 million spirit crystals could undoubtedly be amassed with relative ease. The straightforward nature of this action by the Endless Star domain was commendable. This time, the Black Shaman Blood Clan withdraws. Black Tion finally spoke after a lengthy silence, evidently feeling that this price exceeded their budget. As Black Tion's words fell, the other three transcendent forces also declared their withdrawal in succession. Upon hearing this, Xuan's heart gradually settled. If all went as expected, it seemed that this drop of divine clan essence blood would ultimately belong to the Endless Star Alliance, since everyone has chosen to withdraw. I extend my gratitude for your participation. An aged voice emerged from the pavilion of the Endless Star Alliance. Fairy Xuan, please bring down the hammer. I trust no one shall surpass my offer. With the announcement from the four supreme forces, a voice filled with gravitas echoed from the pavilion of the Endless Star Alliance. Congratulations to the Endless Star Alliance. However, as per protocol, Fairy Xuan must inquire once more. If no further bids are placed, this drop of divine clan essence blood shall be claimed by the Endless Star domain. Esteemed guests, you have 5 breaths to contemplate. Upon hearing this, Fairy Xuan bowed slightly towards the pavilion of the Endless Star Alliance, then surveyed the surroundings. Congratulations to the Endless Star Alliance for successfully acquiring this auction item. The 5 breaths passed swiftly, and as no further bids emerged, Fairy Xuan gently brought down the hammer. With the successful auction of the divine clan essence blood, Xuan's heart gradually found peace. The price of 12,500,000,000 surpassed that of many previous treasures in the ensuing time. Fairy Xuan auctioned several more items, each fetching impressive prices, further elevating the atmosphere within the hall. Esteemed guests, I thank you for attending this auction. The next item, the grand finale, is the ancient divine technique. The indestructible body refinement technique. Though it is merely a half-complete fragment, it remains an ancient divine art. The techniques within are bound to be immensely beneficial for those adept in physical cultivation. Do not miss this opportunity. The starting bid for the final item was set at 100 million, with each subsequent bid not to fall below 5 million. That esteemed guests, please proceed. Fairy Xuan's face flushed slightly, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Xuan calculated that the total auction price had surpassed 200 billion, affirming the reputation of the Endless Star Domain's premier auction house. 150 million, 160 million, 550 million. The price quickly ascended. Perhaps due to it being the final auction item, the bids were notably brisk and decisive. Even the 5 transcendent forces joined in at 200 million. Although the indestructible body refinement technique was an ancient divine art, it was now merely a half-complete fragment, and one needed a certain level of physical strength as a foundation. Whether one could glean even a technique or 2 from it remained uncertain. Alas, the indestructible body refinement technique is not something my demon clan will pursue. The demon lord's voice resonated as he turned and departed without a backward glance. Indeed, while the indestructible body refinement technique carries a grand reputation, it is merely a fragment. Even if acquired, whether one can master a technique or 2 would depend on chance. Spending such a vast sum of spirit crystals only to end up with nothing would be a regrettable outcome. Quite so. The demon lord's words have indeed opened my eyes. As the demon lord departed, the hall was plunged into a flurry of debate. For a time, opinions clashed fervently, perhaps influenced by the demon lord's remarks. The five transcendent forces ceased their bidding. After all, when it came to physical prowess, the demon clan could be considered the most formidable presence within the endless star domain, with the demon clan having withdrawn. Any success in the auction would likely result in the same regrettable outcome as the demon lord had foreseen. Observing this, Xuan pondered briefly before ultimately shaking his head. Although the indestructible body refinement technique was an ancient divine art, it remained a fragment. While his physical cultivation was commendable, it did not guarantee that he could derive anything from it. Soon after, 1 minute had elapsed, and the final auction item was claimed by the force that had previously bid 550 million spirit crystals. As the auction concluded dramatically, Xuan smiled and rose to exit through the back door. Minutes later, having once again donned a disguise, Xuan re-entered the auction hall. "Why, Lord, I apologize for the wait," Fairy Xuan said with an apologetic expression as she stepped into the room a quarter of an hour later. "No matter," Xuan replied with a smile, "that my Lord, the final bid for the divine clan essence blood was 12,500,000,000. After deducting a 3% handling fee, the remaining sum is within this ring. Please inspect it to ensure all is in order." Fairy Xuan nodded and presented a ring to Xuan. "There is no need for inspection. I trust your establishment's credibility. By the way, Fairy Xuan, does your esteemed pavilion have any sword-grade spirit swords available?" Xuan inquired with a smile. "That we indeed have sword-grade spirit swords, priced at 2 billion spirit crystals each. How many would you require?" Fairy Xuan responded, her head slightly nodding. That Xuan's heart surged with delight. Truly, the Endless Star Alliance's premier auction house exuded an air of grandeur with such a straightforward offer. 3 swords. Additionally, please convert the remaining spirit crystals into swords of no lesser grade than king's swords. After speaking, Xuan presented the spatial ring before Fairy Xuan. "Please hold on for a moment." Fairy Xuan's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, but she quickly composed herself, taking the spatial ring and turning to leave. Xuan exhaled a breath of relief, feeling that the threat from the second level of the prison tower had now been dispelled. Within the grand hall of the Tian sect on the Hong Tian continent, an elder clad in deep brown robes spoke slowly. "Sect Master Xuan, although your sect is now a top-tier force, you are well aware of the overall strength that if you were to truly engage in battle with the Wuxiang Sword sect, your sect may ultimately suffer the consequences." His gaze occasionally swept over Xuan Luo, as though anticipating something. "I appreciate your concern, but the matter you propose requires further contemplation on my part. After deliberation, I will certainly inform you of my findings," Xuan Luo replied, furrowing her brow slightly before rising to take her leave. Do you truly believe that reaching the Dao realm grants you immunity from consequence? Such a lack of recognition. I shall await the outcome of your Xuan Luo." The elder in deep brown robes scoffed coldly before departing. Boom! As the boat swayed, Xuan awoke from his meditation, and upon glancing around, he immediately felt relief wash over him. He could not ascertain if he had returned in time, but hoped that Elder Qing could hold on. In the grand hall of the Tian sect, Shan Qingluo's expression darkened as she watched the elder's departing figure. "Brother, the Wuxiang Sword sect undoubtedly has support from external force. Otherwise, they would not dare to so openly provoke our Tian sect. Yet, we currently have no one capable of confronting them. What are we to do?" Zhu Baikan remarked with a look of helplessness. The forces behind the Wuxiang Sword sect would not dare to act without backing. It is certain that the Hong Tian Divine Clan is involved. However, it appears that the Divine Clan's movements are raising more suspicions than ever. Alas, if we find ourselves at the end with no recourse. "Let us depart from this Hong Tian continent," sighed Xuan Luo, who then continued speaking. To the mention of the mine, Zhu Baikan's expression tightened. "Is Elder Qing present?" Before Zhu Baikan could finish a sentence, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from outside. Upon hearing this voice, Shan Qingluo's face instantly brightened with joy. There is hope now. It had been over a year since he last saw him. He wondered how he was faring now, with a face full of excitement. Xuan Luo rushed toward the entrance of the great hall. "Young friend, As soon as he exited the Tianxian sect, Shun Qingluo spotted Li Xian standing not far from the sect and immediately called out with enthusiasm. "Elder Qing, it has been a long time," Li Xian replied with a slight smile. "Have you received the message I sent you?" Shun Qingluo eagerly inquired, nodding his head. Li Xian confirmed with a nod. After purchasing the spiritual sword from the Shangji auction house, he had secluded himself in a mountainous area, not only reinforcing the seal of the second level of the Jinyu Tower, but also significantly enhancing his own strength. Had it not been for Shun Qingluo's message, Li Xian would not have hurried back from the Shangji continent to the Hongtian continent. "Young friend, you appear to have made considerable progress over the past year," Shun Qingluo observed, visibly relieved, as he scrutinized Li Xian. "Indeed, I have made some gains," Li Xian replied with a smile. During the year, he had spent nearly all his time within the Jinyu Tower, and aside from fortifying the second-level seal, he had nearly absorbed all the power of the spiritual sword he had purchased. If not for Li Xian's self-restraint, he would not merely be at the peak of the causal realm at this moment. "Brother, perhaps," Zhu Baikon's gaze turned towards Shun Qingluo, hesitating to continue. "Young friend, I have a matter that may require your assistance." Shun Qingluo discerned the implication in Zhu Baikon's words and promptly turned his attention to Li Xian. "What troubles has Elder Qing encountered? If you need my help, do not hesitate to ask." Li Xian immediately responded, "In truth, had you arrived a bit later, you might not have found this old man." Shun Qingluo said with a wry smile. "What exactly transpired?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression turned grave. Provoke a powerful being at the Dao realm to utter such words signifies that Shun Qingluo was facing a significant predicament. "Allow me to explain," Zhu Baikon interjected. "Please, Elder Zhu, go ahead," Li Xian nodded, already aware of the close bond between the two brothers, who shared the same surname from their parents. "This matter dates back to after my brother departed from the Shangji continent," Zhu Baikon began, his expression filled with helplessness. "In auction." Li Xian's confusion deepened at the mention of this. "Indeed. The situation is as follows. After Shun Qingluo returned to the Tianxian sect from the Shangji continent, Zhu Baikon consumed the Immortal Nine withering pill and entered seclusion. That it was only after more than half a year that he awakened. Shortly thereafter, he began to transcend tribulations, which ultimately led to the ensuing events." Zhu Baikon continued. "Everyone underestimated the Immortal Nine withering pill. Initially, Zhu Baikon only needed to succeed in his tribulation to elevate his strength further. However, the tribulation he faced was the Annihilation Thunder Tribulation. This tribulation was notoriously destructive, but thankfully with Shun Qingluo, a peak Dao realm expert, present, he was able to assist Zhu Baikon in successfully navigating the tribulation, though Shun Qingluo sustained considerable injury in the process. Once Zhu Baikon succeeded, Shun Qingluo discovered that powerful spiritual energy was seeping from the fissures in the ground. Upon investigation, he was astonished to find a dragon vein beneath. It is worth noting that Zhu Baikon's tribulation had already drawn the attention of many onlookers, and the spiritual energy emanating from the underground fissures had captured everyone's interest. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon the dragon vein, as its size was directly related to the strength of any faction. It became evident that this dragon vein was of the highest quality. Although Shun Qingluo had sustained injuries, his formidable power deterred the crowd from taking any rash actions. Additionally, given that this was the territory of the Tianxian sect, the onlookers had no choice but to disperse. In time, news spread that the Tianxian sect had acquired a premium dragon vein, and even the Tianshan clan and Hongshan clan sent elders to investigate. At that time, the Hongtianshan clan asserted that the dragon vein belonged to the Tianxian sect, as it lay within their territorial boundaries. However, later, the Wuxiang sword sect, a first-tier power, approached, demanding that the dragon vein be divided equally with the Tianxian sect, to which Shun Qingluo promptly refused. Soon after, the disciples of the Wuxiang sword sect clashed with those of the Tianxian sect, given the relatively few disciples of the Tianxian sect within a month. They were entirely wiped out. This action incensed Shun Qingluo, prompting him to seek retribution. Nevertheless, despite being a mere first-tier faction, the Wuxiang sword sect managed to fend off Shun Qingluo. In the aftermath, the Wuxian sword sect boldly proclaimed that they would claim 60% of the dragon vein, leaving nothing for the Tianxian sect if they did not comply. How audacious! Shun Qingluo exclaimed. Did not the Tianxian clan already declare their claim over the dragon vein? Why do you not seek their intervention? Li Xian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Alas, after this incident occurred over 10 days ago, I did indeed seek out the Tianxian clan. However, the Tianxian clan directed me to the Hongshan clan, while the Hongshan clan sent me back to the Tianxian clan. The two factions kept pushing me around, and for a full month, there was no definitive answer. Shun Qingluo lamented. How could this be? Li Xian was taken aback. Young friend, that isn't the end of it. Perhaps emboldened by the Tianxian clan's stance, the Wuxian sword sect grew even more arrogant. They first insisted that my brother compensate for the injury inflicted upon their sect master, then brazenly threatened that we must vacate our mountain or face an assault on the Tianxian sect. Following this, the Tianxian clan intervened, stating that both parties were at fault. Ultimately, they mediated an agreement that required the Tianxian sect's younger generation to compete against the younger generation of the Wuxian sword sect. If they won, they could retain their position. If they lost, they would have to vacate the mountain immediately. Zhu Baikan recounted, his face filled with frustration. Li Xian pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems the Wuxian sword sect has someone backing them, which grants them such audacity. Elder Zhu, tell me more about the Wuxian sword sect." The Wuxian sword sect is not far from our Tianxian sect, and their sect master is at the initial stage of the Dao realm. Zhu Baikan replied. What is the current state of the dragon vein? Li Xian inquired. The Tianxian clan has sealed the dragon vein, stating that we must resolve the ownership issue before they will unseal it for us. As of now, we have less than 5 days until that deadline. Zhu Baikan explained. 5 days? Elder Qing, is there truly no one in the Tianxian sect who can fight? Li Xian asked, somewhat incredulously. Sigh. Our Tianxian sect is essentially a remnant stronghold of those nearing their demise, and the disciples within are exceedingly It is quite a challenge to find a young disciple to represent us in battle. Shun Qingluo paused before adding, moreover, the Wuxian sword sect boasts a prodigious swordsman among their ranks. Currently at the mid-level of the reincarnation realm, our disciples in the Tianxian sect simply cannot compete. Elder Qing, do not fret, I shall represent the Tianxian sect in the battle 5 days hence. Li Xian declared, after a moment of contemplation. Confident in his ability to contend with a mid-level reincarnation realm opponent, he believed it would be manageable, especially since the adversary was a swordsman, a challenge for most. Yet an opportunity for him. Young friend, I do not mean to undervalue your capabilities, but that person is indeed at the mid-level of the reincarnation realm. Shun Qingluo hesitated. Upon hearing this, Li Xian smiled, his face radiating confidence. I assure you, I will not lose this battle. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, young friend. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to follow your commands in the future. Shun Qingluo exclaimed, visibly exhilarated. Elder Qing, you are too kind. Since fate has brought me to this matter, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Li Xian responded with a slight smile, his gaze shifting toward the great hall's entrance. The Wuxian sword sect, let me see what you truly are made of. 5 days later, Li Xian accompanied Shun Qingluo and Zhu Baikan to the location of the dragon vein that was situated not far from the Tianxian sect, directly behind their main hall. By this time, numerous factions had already gathered, evidently aware of the unfolding events beside the dragon vein. A temporary platform had been erected, though it was unclear when it had been constructed. Upon the elevated platform, 4 chairs were arranged in a circular formation. Behold, the disciples of Tianxianzong have arrived. Could that young man be the one chosen to represent Tianxianzong in this battle? The presence of Li Xian and his companions immediately captured the attention of numerous factions, prompting a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. This individual must indeed be the combatant from Tianxianzong. The person seated at the forefront is none other than the sect master, Shun Qingluo. Beside him stands an elderly man. Yet the stipulations for this duel clearly called for representatives from the younger generation. That IT remains uncertain what the elder's capabilities are. Should he falter, Tianxianzong would not only lose the dragon vein, but would also be compelled to relocate their sect. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's brow furrowed slightly, and he quietly inquired, Elder Qing, If we were to cede the dragon vein to them upon defeat, why must we also abandon the sect? That is my fault. On that day, my unwillingness was provoked by that individual, and in a moment of anger, I acquiesced to their demands. Alas, with the Hongtian divine tribe present, any thoughts of regret became futile, Xuan Qingluo lamented, his voice tinged with self-reproach. Elder Qing, I trust you have begun to suspect the identity of the instigator behind this. It appears they have set their sights on the dragon vein, inciting Wuxiang's sword sect to provoke us. However, with my presence, their scheming will not succeed, Li Xian deduced, finally grasping the situation. Thank you, young friend, Zhu Baikan expressed, his countenance marked by chagrin. Oh, arriving so early. The vast Tianxinzong has sent merely 3 individuals. Are you already prepared to concede? At that moment, a sharp voice cut through the I Xian glanced up to see that it belonged to Mo Wuxia, the son of Mo Yijian, the leader of Wuxiang's sword sect. Elder Qing cast a sidelong glance before whispering to Li Xian. 3 representatives from a mere first-rate faction is already a concession. If Tianxinzong were to mobilize its entire sect, could your first-rate faction endure such a confrontation? Li Xian nodded in agreement, his tone icy. Do you think this young master was raised in fear? Your Tianxinzong comprises nothing but frail and ailing individuals. I dare say many would perish before even leaving your sect. And who are you to speak? This young master is conversing with your sect master. You, a mere disciple, have no right to interject, Mo Wuxia retorted, his gaze turning hostile as it fixed upon Li Xian. Every individual must face the inevitability of their lifespan's end. The very purpose of Tianxinzong's establishment is to provide refuge for those nearing their life's conclusion. Yet in your eyes, they are rendered as useless. If they were in their prime, would you dare speak thus? Moreover, you are but a young master. Do you truly believe yourself to be on par with our sect master? Li Xian shot back, glancing at Mo Wuxia. Mo Wuxia, upon noticing the chill in Xuan Qingluo's gaze, felt a flicker of trepidation. Despite Tianxinzong's overall lack of strength, Xuan Qingluo was indeed a formidable figure at the Dao realm. Was Mo Wuxia truly so foolish as to think he could engage in conversation with a being of such caliber? Indeed, an arrogant young master, oblivious to the character of his own father. I wonder how such a son could emerge from Mo Eden. In the endless star domain, strength has always been revered. Mo Wuxia displays a shocking lack of reverence for those of the Dao realm. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. After all, while the various factions in the endless star domain might differ in size, every cultivator held the strong in high esteem. The law of the jungle remains unchanged throughout the ages. Moreover, the purpose behind Tianxinzong's founding was well understood by all, leading to a degree of goodwill toward them. Now, upon hearing Mo Wuxia's reckless remarks, the audience could not help but form a negative impression of Wuxiang's sword sect. Unexpectedly, sect master Xuan has arrived ahead of time. It seems I've kept you waiting to my son speaks without thinking. I ask that sect master Xuan does not take offense. A deep voice resonated suddenly. Li Xian turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting an individual clad in a brocade robe, accompanied by dozens of followers, approaching with measured steps. Father, Mo Wuxia exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he ran toward the newcomer. Fool! Hurry back here! Mo Yijian scolded in a hushed tone as his son drew near. Father, Mo Wuxia called out again. Elder Lu, take him back, that we wouldn't want him to embarrass us here. Mo Yijian instructed softly to a figure behind him. Yes, sect master. An elder stepped forward, bowing slightly to Mo Wuxia before swiftly whisking him away. This man was Mo Yijian, the leader of Wuxiang's sword sect. Sect master Mo, you are too courteous. The words of your son are but childish banter. How could I possibly take them to heart? Xuan Qingluo replied with a chuckle. That is quite agreeable. Mo Yijian responded, a smile gracing his features. Suddenly, as Mo Yijian arrived, the sound of rushing wind filled the air, causing everyone to look up in unison. The members of the Hongtian divine tribe had made their entrance. Unexpectedly, the 2 clan leaders of Hongtian divine tribe have come in person, Li Xian remarked quietly. We pay our respects to the esteemed elders, Hong and Tian. The various factions bowed and greeted upon their arrival. Now that both parties are present, let the duel between your two sects commence. Hong Chuan stated, glancing at Shun Qingluo and Mo Yijin before nodding in agreement. At last, the moment had arrived. Yet the identity of Wuxiang sword sect's combatant remained a mystery. Should Tang Xinzong falter in this battle, they would suffer a tremendous loss. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, the purpose behind Tang Xinzong's establishment was not merely for expansion. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the leading elders and sect masters focused intently on the unfolding events. As the atmosphere gradually quieted, Li Xian stepped forward, disciple of Tang Xinzong, here to challenge. With his declaration, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, directing his gaze toward the recently seated Mo. It was indeed he who would represent Tang Xinzong in this contest. This young man appeared to possess only peak causal realm strength. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Wuxiang sword sect seemed to have already reached mid-reincarnation realm. This battle would likely conclude swiftly. Yet this young man's demeanor is remarkably composed. Perhaps his combat prowess is extraordinary. The crowd murmured as Li Xian stepped into the arena. However, the majority of onlookers expressed skepticism about his chances. Even Hong Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Sect Master Shun has chosen to send only a peak causal realm disciple. I wonder if he is confident in his decision or has intentionally chosen this path. If we were to lose, would it be deemed invalid? Mo Yijin scrutinized Li Xian before shifting his attention back to Xin Qingluo. Though Tang Xinzong may consist of some frail and aged members, we are still individuals of integrity. With both Elder Hong and Elder Tian present today, do you suspect that I, Mo Yijin, would receive any favoritism? Shun Qingluo's voice turned icy upon hearing this. Enough with the idle chatter. Summon your combatant from Wuxiang sword sect. Hong Chuan interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. Though he found Mo Yijin's behavior perplexing, he maintained a calm exterior. Since Elder Hong has spoken, Mo Yufan, step forth. Mo Yijin replied respectfully, glancing back at his followers. As soon as Mo Yijin's words fell, a figure slowly emerged. It is indeed him. Mo Yufan, the strongest among the younger generation of Wuxiang sword sect, was an invincible presence even among his peers. Tang Xinzong was likely facing defeat. With Mo Yufan's arrival, a renewed wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Sect Master Shun, this child, Yufan, is the youngest in our sect. My decision to send him in a battle should not be seen as overpowering the weak, Mo Yijin remarked with satisfaction. Observing the crowd's reaction, Mo Yufan has now reached mid-reincarnation realm. Pitting him against our peak causal realm disciple is hardly an instance of overpowering the weak. Shun Qingluo replied with a smile, though his emphasis on the phrase overpowering the weak was pronounced. Very well, since both parties have revealed their combatants, let the battle commence, though there may be a disparity in strength. As these are the chosen representatives of each side, let's not dwell on such matters, Tian Xuanzi declared. Sensing the tension between the two, begin, and remember to hold back. Upon hearing these words, Hong Qi nodded slightly. Although there were two minor realms of difference between them, absolute fairness was a mere illusion. Furthermore, the outcome of this battle could very well be subject to a reversal. From the Wuxiang sword sect, there was Mo Yufan, and from the Tang Xinzong, there was Li Xian. Though I am unaware of the source of your courage to challenge me, I strongly advise you to concede defeat directly, Mo Yufan remarked with a smile. Sizing up Li Xian, the battle has yet to commence. How can you be so certain of my defeat? Li Xian replied with a slight smile that if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true power of Mo Yufan. Realizing that a single remark would not compel his opponent to surrender, Mo Yufan waved his hand, and a torrent of sword energy instantly enveloped the surroundings, stunning Xuan's sword. As soon as Mo Yufan's voice fell, the sword energy transformed into a colossal blade that surged towards Li Xian. Heavens! Mo Yufan has unleashed his most formidable strike right from the outset. Observing Mo Yufan's movements, those familiar with the Wuxiang sword sect immediately began to murmur. Upon witnessing this, a strange expression flickered across Li Xian's face. He remained utterly motionless as the giant sword approached. Why is he not moving? Could he be paralyzed by fear? Perhaps he recognizes his inability to withstand this blow and has chosen to forego resistance. As the murmurs of the crowd faded, Mo Yufan glanced at the unresponsive Li Xian. a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. With a resounding thud, the colossal sword descended, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that swept through the air, obscuring everything in a cloud of dust. Alas, the disciple of Xuan must surely be doomed. Who would have guessed that Mo Yufan would initiate with such a powerful strike, even among those of the same rank? Few could endure such a blow. Listening to the discussions around him, Mo Yufan's smirk grew more pronounced. However, his expression soon shifted dramatically. As the dust settled, Li Xian emerged unscathed. With such feeble force, are you merely tickling me? I underestimated you. You possess the qualification to duel with me, having withstood my sword. But the warm-up is over. This battle is about to conclude. Allow me to show you the true, stunning Xuan sword. With a swift motion, a torrent of fierce sword energy erupted into the sky, transforming into flowing rivers of sword light. At the heart of this sword-lit river stood Mo Yufan, his robe billowing as he wielded his longsword. As the blade trembled, waves of sword energy surged forth from its tip, hurtling towards Li Xian with ferocious intensity. What a powerful, stunning Xuan sword. Naturally, this is the pride of Mo Yufan's prowess. I wonder how the disciples of Xuan will withstand such an attack. As the onlookers sensed the might of the stunning Xuan sword, they all focused intently, for this strike could very well determine the victor. Meanwhile, Hong Qi on the high platform narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xuan also nodded slightly. Below, Mo Yijian gazed at Shunqing Luo with unrestrained excitement, the meaning unmistakable. Shunqing Luo merely smiled in response. Not overly concerned. Soon, it will be your turn to weep. Shunqing Luo, Mo Yijian thought to himself, turning his attention back to the duel between Mo Yufan and Li Xian as the sword-light river approached. Li Xian merely furrowed his brow slightly before slowly closing his eyes. What is he doing? Is he truly closing his eyes at this moment? Could it be that he's given up all resistance? Surely, he must recognize his inability to withstand this attack and has chosen to concede. Witnessing Li Xian's actions, the crowd was filled with confusion. Even Hong Qi and Xuan on the platform were puzzled. However, Mo Yijian was invigorated, believing that Li Xian had acknowledged his own inferiority and thus surrendered. Shunzongzhu, should I intervene to save this child? Hong Qi glanced at Shunqing Luo. Thank you, Senior Hong, but there is no need. Shunqing Luo responded, casting a grateful glance at Hong Qi. Just as Hong Qi was about to speak again, Mo Yufan's attack struck Li Xian in an instant. A shockwave imbued with a sense of annihilation erupted violently. Xuanzong swiftly waved his hand, conjuring a barrier that sealed off the surrounding space. With Xuanzong's intervention, the shockwave gradually subsided, revealing a center aglow with spiritual light, almost blinding in its brilliance. Surely, he has been reduced to mere pulp. This was the singular thought echoing in the minds of the onlookers. Impossible. Moments later, as the spiritual light began to dissipate, the area where the shockwave had erupted became clearer. Upon seeing the scene within, Mo Yufan's face drained of color as he exclaimed, Heavens! This person is unscathed. As Mo Yufan's voice rang out, the crowd also caught sight of Li Xian, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Alas, it seems I have underestimated him. I never anticipated his physique to be so resilient, Hong Qi remarked, his gaze flashing with admiration. Senior Hong, you flatter me, Shunqing Luo replied with a slight smile. Is this person not a disciple of your Xuan? Mo Yijian's expression plummeted as he realized that his prized stunning Xuan sword had been withstood by this young man. Whether or not he is a disciple does not require your approval. Mo Min Master, Shunqing Luo retorted calmly. Mo Yijian's indignation flared as he attempted to rise. Impudent, since this person was brought here by Shunzongzhu and claims to be a disciple of Xuan. How could he possibly be a fraud? Hong Qi interjected with a cold snort. Senior Hong. The color drained from Mo Yijian's face, and he stealthily glanced at Xuan, who had now closed his eyes think I still underestimated you. But do not become too complacent, and Mo Yufan seethed, glaring at the smiling Li Xian. You truly do have an abundance of words, Li Xian replied, shaking his head before summoning the holy sword into his grasp. Now, it is my turn to strike. As Li Xian's words fell, the holy sword trembled and unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy. In an instant, a tempest of sword energy surged forth. This young man is extraordinary. Mo Min Master, it seems Mo Yufan is in grave danger, Hong Qi observed, his pupils contracting sharply. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingluo's heart raced with excitement. Since Hong Qi has spoken, it indicates that Li Xian's strike may be one that Mo Yufan cannot endure. Meanwhile, Mo Yijian felt a wave of anxiety as he frequently glanced at Tian Xuanzong, who remained focused on Li Xian, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. This technique is named One Sword to Open the Heaven's Gate. Brace yourself, Li Xian declared slowly before delivering a powerful slash. With a resounding cry, Li Xian's sword descended, and a tempest of sword energy cascaded downward, stunning Xuan's shield. Mo Yufan's heart raced as an indomitable thought surged within him at the moment the sword descended. Gritting his teeth, Mo Yufan summoned his spiritual energy to erect a protective barrier. With a tremendous crash, Li Xian's sword collided violently with Mo Yufan's barrier, producing a deafening sound that resonated through the air, sending forth a tempestuous wave that swept across the heavens. Mo Yufan's complexion turned pale as he witnessed his barrier fracture under the force of the impact, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. With a sound reminiscent of an eggshell shattering, the protective barrier crumbled, allowing the holy sword to slice through unimpeded. Mo Yufan's face shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing, clearly suffering a severe setback. Around them, the various factions and spectators were struck with awe, their expressions grave. No one had anticipated that Mo Yufan, who stood 2 ranks above Li Xian, would be unable to withstand his strike. Li Xian is truly formidable. Having defeated Mo Yufan with a single blow to it is no wonder he had shown no inclination to retreat earlier. He had clearly dismissed Mo Yufan as a threat. Who exactly is this person? I have never heard of such a figure within the Tianxin sect. Whispers of astonishment began to circulate, tinged with an unmistakable hue of shock. Nevertheless, Li Xian raised his hand once more, pointing his sword at Mo Yufan. In the next moment, the sword's momentum coalesced once again. Stop. The Wuxiang sword sect concede. Realizing Li Xian's intent, Mo Yijian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly stood up, calling out loudly, "Oh, concede?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyebrows arched, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Since the Wuxiang sword sect has admitted defeat, the claim to the dragon vein now belongs entirely to the Tianxin sect. Henceforth, no other forces shall instigate trouble. Otherwise, my divine clan shall mete out stringent punishment. Mo Yijin was about to speak when Tian Xuanzai slowly rose, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Xian before turning to leave. "Senior Tian, please wait," Li Xian interjected, his brow furrowing, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Younger generation, Senior Tian has declared that the dragon vein belongs to your Tianxin sect. What more do you desire?" Mo Yijian, having assessed Mo Yufan's injuries, discovered that the internal sword energy had wreaked havoc on his organs, causing substantial bleeding. Hearing Li Xian speak, he erupted in anger. "What more do you want?" Tian Xuanzai halted, turning to Li Xian with a questioning gaze. "Senior Tian, as is well known, this dragon vein was struck out when our sect's elder Zhu faced the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, this location is within the sphere of influence of our Tianxin sect. It is perplexing how a mere first-rate force like the Wuxiang sword sect dares to provoke us so audaciously. Today, by sheer fortune, I managed to preserve our mountain gate. Yet the Wuxiang sword sect's flippant admission of defeat seems rather unreasonable. Does it not? Could it be that there are powerful figures backing the Wuxiang sword sect?" Li Xian bowed again, speaking slowly. With the final words, Li Xian's gaze fixated intently on Mo Yijian's face. Indeed, while the Tianxin sect's overall strength may not be formidable, it is still anchored by a peak Taoist realm powerhouse like Shenqing Luo and has ascended to the ranks of top-tier forces. Could it be that Mo Yijian truly has someone behind him? Indeed, if there were no one orchestrating this, I surmise that Mo Yijian would not dare to so openly challenge the dignity of a peak Taoist realm expert. This young man speaks truthfully that if a mere concession suffices, then where lies the dignity of that Taoist realm expert? And what of justice? The surrounding forces nodded in agreement. After all, even the Tianxian sect, which is already under the protection of a Taoist realm powerhouse, has been subjected to such treatment. Point 1. Can only imagine how they would fare under similar circumstances that in an instant, the murmurs of various forces grew louder. This young man, those words may be blunt, speaks with great reason. Furthermore, regarding this dragon vein, you and I had previously agreed it belonged to the Tianxian sect. Now that these events have transpired, it is a shared responsibility between us. Moreover, with Sect Master Xuan now a peak Taoist realm existence, to receive such treatment would, if known to other continents, undoubtedly paint the Hongtian continent in an unjust light. Brother Tiandao, what do you think? Seeing Tian Xuan's eyes increasingly furrowed brows, Hong Qiren rose with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Hong speaks wisely. Mo Jian, do enlighten us as to who stands behind you upon hearing this. Tian Xuan's face grew stern as he turned to Mo Jian. Senior Tan, Senior Hong, this is a grave misunderstanding. I merely acted impulsively, driven by a desire to claim this dragon vein, without any instigation from them. I implore both seniors to see the truth. Mo Jian immediately knelt. A mere junior Taoist realm existence, attempting to seize the dragon vein of a peak Taoist realm powerhouse. Mo Jian, is your mind befuddled? Tian Xuan's voice rang out sharply. Enough. Since Mo Jian claims to have acted without external influence, it seems he was merely momentarily blinded by desire. Sect Master Xuan, this matter has indeed placed you in a difficult position. Please express your thoughts. Both I and Brother Tiandao shall ensure you receive fairness. Hong Qiren chuckled, then turned to Shun Qingluo. Perhaps it is best if this young friend speaks for himself. Shun Qingluo hesitated for a moment, glanced at Li Xian, and then clasped his hands. Younger friend? Hong Qiren's expression shifted to one of surprise, for Shun Qingluo was now a peak Taoist realm powerhouse, yet he addressed a young man of mere death realm peak status as an equal. To be candid, had it not been for this young friend helping me obtain a drop of divine blood from the divine blood pool, I would not have been able to break through to this level. Thus, at that time, I regarded this young friend as an equal. Moreover, this young friend is an honorary elder of our Tianxian sect, who only emerged from seclusion after learning of these events to engage in battle. Shun Qingluo nodded at I see that in that case. Might I inquire what this young friend proposes as a resolution? Hong Qiren, upon hearing this, nodded and turned his gaze to Li Xian. Younger friend, heavens, even Elder Hong refers to this young man as such. As Hong Qiren's words echoed, the surrounding forces, including Shun Qingluo, were left momentarily stunned. Li Xian, Elder Hong, perhaps it would be better if you simply called me Li Xian, and a hint of awkwardness crept onto Li Xian's face. Though uncertain as to why Hong Qiren addressed him thus, Li Xian was acutely aware that if he were to ride the wave of this flattery, it would indeed be exceedingly naive. Well then, if it pleases you, feel free to call me Elder Hong. That should suffice, no? Hong Qiren replied with a smile. Elder Hong. After pondering for a moment, Li Xian clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Very well. Now, what are your thoughts regarding this matter? Hong Qiren, clearly satisfied, looked at Li Xian with warmth. My thoughts, Elder Hong. Since both Elder Qing and yourself are inquiring about my opinion, I shall share it. Li Xian contemplated before speaking. Feel free. Any suggestions you have are welcome. After all, I too hold some responsibility in this matter. Tian Xuan's chimed in, wearing an amiable expression. Hiss, as Tian Xuan's words settled, Li Xian's heart instantly became wary. The overtures of goodwill from both Hong Qiren and Tian Xuan's left him momentarily at a loss. Yet considering their statuses, he felt it inappropriate to outright refuse. Senior, you are too kind, since both have extended goodwill towards me. Despite not fully grasping their intentions, I see no need to pry too deeply. Younger friend, please express any demands you may have. I believe Sect Master Mo is now regretting his earlier actions and will surely acquiesce to your requests. Won't you, Sect Master Mo? Tian Xuan's smiled, nodding at Mo. Indeed, state your demands. As long as the Wuxiang Sword Sect can fulfill them, we shall make every effort. Jian, taken aback by Tian Xuan's rapid change in demeanor. could only comply, recognizing the authority of the two before him. Very well, I shall speak plainly. According to Elder Qing, our sect has suffered the loss of 35 disciples, with each disciple valued at 100,000 spirit crystals. That amounts to a total of 35 million spirit crystals. Additionally, you must apologize to Elder Qing. With that, we shall consider the matter settled. Li Xian, initially intending to ask for more, found himself negotiating a compromise given the presence of Tian Xuanzai and Hong Qiren. 35 million. Mo Yijian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this sum, as it represented nearly 4 years of the Wuxiang Sword sect's pure earnings. What? Sect Master Mo seems to have reservations, Li Xian inquired, his brows furrowing. Sect Master Mo, surely you can provide this mere 35 million. I believe you can manage it, Tian Xuanzai remarked, directing his gaze at Mo Yijian. I can. Mo Yijian's face contorted with a hint of helplessness as he gritted his teeth and produced a ring. Within this ring are 20 million spirit crystals that I vow to deliver the remaining 15 million to the Tianxian sect within 3 days. Mo Yijian's expression was pained as he spoke. Sect Master Mo won't simply go back on his word. Will he? Li Xian grasped the ring and scanned it with his divine sense, confirming it contained the promised 20 million spirit crystals that I would never. Mo Yijian replied, his face a mask of bitterness. Very well. I trust that all present have heard your words today. Please consider this a witness to your promise. Li Xian concluded his remarks and promptly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the surrounding crowd. Young hero, you are too modest, he said. Since Master Mo has promised to deliver it to the Tianxian sect within 3 days, he surely will not go back on his word. Wouldn't he? Everyone agree? Indeed, came the chorus of voices from the leaders of various factions as they returned the gesture. After all, to have garnered the goodwill of 2 sovereigns from the Hongtian continent, Li Xian's standing was surely no mere coincidence. Seizing the opportunity to make an impression, even if it merely meant earning Li Xian's favor, was undoubtedly worthwhile. Consequently, the crowd began to denounce Mo Yijian and the actions of the Wuxiang Sword sect as disgraceful, detrimental to the integrity of the Hongtian continent, and so forth. In an instant, the disciples of the Wuxiang Sword sect, standing below, buried their heads in embarrassment. Ultimately, it was under the directive of Shun Qingluo that Mo Yijian, along with his disciples, departed in shame. Now that this matter is concluded, I shall lift the seal. Shan Zhongzhu declared that I trust that with this dragon vein, the glorious era of the Tianxian sect will soon commence. Following Mo Yijian's exit, Hong Qiren smiled and added, let's take your words to heart. Hearing this, Shun Qingluo promptly returned the gesture. Well then, the matter at hand is resolved, and I must take my leave. Should you find a time in the future, do feel free to visit my clan with my token. Hong Qiren nodded and then produced a token, offering it to Li Xian. If you find the opportunity, I will be most pleased to host you. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian accepted it with both hands. Since my young friend has accepted Brother Hong's invitation, do not decline mine as well. Tian Xuanzi chimed in, presenting another token to Li Xian with a smile. Naturally, my gratitude goes to Elder Tian, Li Xian replied, returning a slight smile as he accepted the token. Now, let us all disperse. Young friend, do not forget to come and visit my Hong Divine clan when you have the chance, Hong Qiren remarked with a gentle smile as he began to depart. Young friend, the doors of my Tian Divine clan are always open to you. Tian Xuanzi added, refusing to be outdone. Before following in Hong Qiren's footsteps, their figures gradually fading from sight. The various factions surrounding them were left with expressions of curiosity, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. They subsequently departed under the guidance of their respective leaders. Young friend, you have once again rendered me a tremendous service, Shun Qingluo said, bowing to Li Xian once everyone had left. Elder Qing, you flatter me. Since you have conferred upon me the title of honorary elder of the Tianxian sect, when the sect is in distress, how could I possibly stand idly by? Li Xian responded with a smile. Indeed, honorary elder, ha ha ha. Shun Qingluo laughed heartily upon hearing this. Moments later, Li Xian, Shun Qingluo, and Zhu Baikan returned to the grand hall of the Tianxian sect. Young friend, both Hong Qiren and Tian Xuanzi have extended their goodwill towards you, which suggests ulterior motives at play. You must remain vigilant, Shun Qingluo declared with a serious expression. Xian nodded in response. Rest assured, Elder Qing. This is not my first venture into the world. I am well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. Even if there are hidden agendas, Li Xian, am not one to be easily manipulated. Master, I have a matter to report. Just as Li Xian was about to rise to leave, he noticed a disciple of the Tianxian sect rushing towards him from a distance. What is it? Zhu Baikan inquired immediately. Replying to Elder Zhu, a young hero by the name of Ma Jin has arrived at the sect, claiming to know Elder Li Xian, the disciple said, bowing respectfully. Ma Jin, I never expected you would learn of my whereabouts. Li Xian responded with a smile upon hearing this. Young friend, it seems he is an acquaintance of yours. Shun Qingluo asked, intrigued. Indeed, Li Xian replied, nodding before recounting their previous encounter at the tavern. For what you imply, it appears you hold Ma Jin in high regard. In that case, please invite this young hero in. Shun Qingluo nodded, instructing the disciple. No need. I shall go personally, Li Xian interjected, waving his hand before vanishing from his spot. This Ma Jin must be remarkable. I wonder which faction he hails from, Zhu Baikan remarked, impressed that a friend valued by young friend Li Xian must be no ordinary person. Let us go see for ourselves, Shun Qingluo agreed, and with a wave of his hand, he and Zhu Baikan also vanished from the scene, upon reaching the entrance of the Tianxian sect. Li Xian spotted a figure clad in azure robes, and a smile broke upon his face as he called out, Brother Li Xian, it's good to see you, Ma Jin replied, turning around to clasp his hands in greeting. Indeed, a fine figure you are, Li Xian remarked. Just as Shun Qingluo and Zhu Baikan emerged from the void, that I have the honor of meeting you, Sect Master Shun, Ma Jin greeted, bowing deeply. There is no need for such formality. Since you are a friend of young friend Li Xian, you may simply address me as Elder Qing, Shun Qingluo replied with a smile. This, Ma Jin glanced at Li Xian, uncertain. No worries. Elder Qing is quite amiable and does not concern himself with such trivialities. Ma Di, please come inside for a discussion, Li Xian encouraged with a smile. Certainly, Ma Jin agreed, following Li Xian as they made their way to the grand hall of the Tianxian sect. Young Di, have you come with a matter to discuss? Li Xian inquired, noticing that Ma Jin seemed hesitant to speak. Brother Li Xian, you have keen insight that, to be frank, I am in need of an extra hand for a specific task. And it just so happens that I learned you were in the Hongtian continent, hence my visit, Ma Jin explained. What is the nature of this task? Li Xian asked, his expression growing serious. That IT involves treasure hunting. Ma Jin replied with a slight smile. Treasure hunting? Li Xian furrowed his brow, looking at Ma Jin in confusion. Brother Li Xian, may I have a word in private? Ma Jin requested, glancing at Shun Qingluo before bowing slightly. Of course, if that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your reunion, Shun Qingluo acknowledged, sensing the gravity of the forthcoming discussion. He rose and, accompanied by Zhu Baikan, turned to leave. What is so significant that it requires such caution? Li Xian asked, puzzled. That I apologize, Brother Li Xian, but my hand is forced, Ma Jin began. Recently, some acquaintances of mine approached me, claiming to have discovered an ancient cave. Although it is not large, it possesses a remarkably intricate formation. From this formation, we can deduce that treasures must lie within. Furthermore, they mentioned that this cave appears to be a burial site belonging to a formidable ancient figure. Jin inhaled deeply, speaking softly. A burial site of a formidable figure? Ma Di, if it is indeed such a place, why would you wish to explore it? And how did they come to find you? Surely, the fewer people who know of this, the better. You cannot expect me to believe that your relationships are so close that they would think of you for beneficial ventures, Li Xian remarked, increasingly perplexed. You speak truly, Brother Li Xian. I have been to this cave myself. And the reason they sought me out is due to my modest understanding of formations. Given their capabilities, they would surely struggle to enter the cave alone. Ma Jin paused, continuing, setting aside the formation outside. I suspect they would also falter against the traps inside. Thus, they requested I find a skilled ally to join them. With 5 of us working together, we should be able to enter the cave successfully. Ma Di, if this cave is indeed the burial site of an ancient powerhouse, it is bound to be fraught with peril. Moreover, whether there are treasures inside remains to be seen. Even if there are only one or two items, how will we divide them? Li Xian pondered aloud. You need not worry about that, brother Li Xian. According to my friend, there should be no fewer than 5 treasures within, as he possesses a treasure-seeking beast capable of sensing the quantity of treasures present. Ma Jin replied with a grin, a treasure-seeking beast. If you wish to proceed, I shall certainly accompany you. By the way, when do you intend to set out? Li Xian considered for a moment before agreeing that in that case, you will accompany us? Ma Jin's eyes lit up with excitement at Li Xian's affirmation. For your request. How could I refuse? Li Xian chuckled. Excellent. They will prepare supplies for the journey, and we shall set out in 3 days. The sooner we depart, the better. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications, Ma Jin concluded. 3 days, then? Very well. It shall be 3 days hence. Li Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. After a few rounds of casual conversation, Ma Jin rose to take his leave, mentioning that they would meet again in 3 days at the tavern where they had previously gathered for drinks. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. After sending a message to Shun Qin Luo, Li Xian felt a sudden impulse and vanished from his original location. Upon entering Hongtian City, Li Xian immediately spotted Ma Jin already present in the tavern. Simultaneously, he noticed 3 figures beside Ma Jin. Brother Li Xian, you have finally arrived. Ma Jin exclaimed with a joyful expression as he stepped forward to greet him. Brother Ma, I apologize for the wait. Li Xian replied with a slight smile, then turned his gaze to the 3 figures, offering them a respectful and ode. On Ma Jin's left stood a burly man with thick eyebrows, towering at nearly 8 feet tall. Clad in a coarse cloth shirt. On Ma Jin's right was a scholarly-looking young man, dressed in a purple and white robe and holding a feather fan, embodying the appearance of a cultured gentleman. The final figure was a woman, resplendent in a colorful phoenix robe that accentuated her striking figure. Her delicate face featured a single phoenix eye, and her cherry-like lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Li Xian. I am Li Xian, honored to meet you all, Li Xian said, clasping his fists together in greeting. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the strengths of the 3 individuals. The burly man was at the intermediate stage of the reincarnation realm, while the scholarly man and the woman were at the initial stage. However, Li Xian could not ascertain Ma Jin's strength, as he clearly bore a concealed aura from a spiritual treasure. Yet, given his association with such capable individuals, it was evident that Ma Jin's own prowess would not be lacking to think I am the weakest among these 5. Li Xian mused inwardly after sizing them up. Brother Li Xian, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Su Wei, Ma Jin said, gesturing towards the burly man. Su Wei, Li Xian responded, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Daoist Li Xian, Su Wei nodded, clearly having received prior information about Li Xian from Ma Jin. This is Brother Sun Quan, Ma Jin continued, pointing to the scholarly man after the introductions were complete. Brother Sun, Li Xian again clasped his fists. Sun Quan merely nodded in response, remaining silent. And this, well, is the enchanting fairy Wang Lu, Ma Jin said, glancing at the woman before smiling as he introduced her. Wang Lu, pleased to meet you, Brother Li Xian, she said, revealing a charming smile and a slight bow. Enough with the introductions. We must hasten our journey. Sun Quan said, turning to descend the stairs. Brother Li Xian, do not take Sun Quan's forthrightness to heart, Ma Jin remarked with a wry smile. It is of no consequence, Li Xian replied, nodding in understanding as he followed Ma Jin downstairs. Once outside the city, in a secluded area on a hillside, Ma Jin suddenly formed hand seals, and a spatial array gradually materialized. Li Xian observed in astonishment, sensing the impressive mastery of spatial arts displayed by Ma Jin. Given the need for discretion, such caution was warranted. Gentlemen, the spatial array is complete. Let us proceed, Ma Jin announced as the formation solidified. Li Xian glanced at the other 3, noting their composed expressions, and understood that Ma Jin's words were intended primarily for him. With a humming sound, Li Xian felt a flash of white light before his body swiftly traversed through the void. Moments later, the surrounding scenery began to materialize, revealing a small island. This is Nameless Island. Though modest in size, it is a necessary waypoint on our journey. Moreover, we have inscribed the teleportation array here in advance, and why younger brother's array is not yet fully developed, necessitating several transitions, Ma Jin explained as he made his way towards the island. Seeing that the other three remained silent, Li Xian chose to follow behind without initiating conversation. In a naturally formed cave, Li Xian beheld an array. With a flick of his hand, Ma Jin activated it, causing the array to illuminate instantaneously. The group then stepped inside. After 3 such transitions, their footsteps finally came to a halt. Noticing the palpable shift in the trio's emotional states, Li Xian realized they had reached their destination. Here lies our objective, Liashazo Island, Ma Jin said, exhaling a sigh of relief, his demeanor slightly fatigued. Brother Ma, take a moment to recuperate. After all, you will need to dismantle the protective array shortly, Xuan suggested. Certainly, Ma Jin nodded, settling down into a meditative position to restore his energy. Xuan, Xuan, and Wang Lu followed suit, also assuming meditative stances. Li Xian, having expended little energy and having traversed mostly via teleportation, opted to explore the topography of Liashazu Island instead. Surrounded by a dense mist, the island's precise dimensions eluded perception. Towering trees adorned the island, their thick trunks obscuring the treetops. This island evokes a peculiar sensation, Li Xian thought to himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease as he observed his surroundings. After half an hour, Ma Jin slowly opened his eyes. The other 3 also awakened, their gazes turning towards him. All right, everyone. Let us venture forth to uncover the treasures hidden within the ancient cave, Ma Jin declared, now no longer leading the group, as Xuan had taken the helm. Xuan guided them to a concealed cave entrance. We have arrived, he announced, causing Li Xian to lift his gaze. The cave was entwined with vines, many of which had been severed, rendering the entrance visible. Inside, an impenetrable darkness awaited. Li Xian focused intently, managing to see only a distance of around 100 meters. The expressions of his companions suggested they were quite familiar with this cave. Fairy, please, Xuan said with a gentle smile, turning to Wang Lu. Finally, I am of use, Wang Lu replied with a smile, waving her hand as a handkerchief shot forth, expanding into a square of 5 or 6 zhong that floated above the group. All set. Let us proceed, she said cheerfully after completing the task. Brother Li Xian, stay close, Wang Lu instructed as Xuan led the way into the cave, while Ma Jin, looking somewhat grave, cautioned Li Xian. Understood, Li Xian replied, though uncertain of the underlying meaning. He followed closely behind. Upon entering the cave, Li Xian immediately noticed the stark contrast between the interior and exterior. Previously unnoticed, the cave's gravity was remarkably strong. However, after a brief moment, he acclimated. He glanced up at the handkerchief hovering above, which now emitted a soft white light, flowing into their bodies. Think this handkerchief is also a treasure, Li Xian realized, understanding that without it, traversing this section of the cave would have been exceedingly arduous. The handkerchief's faint glow illuminated the dark passageway ahead. After what felt like half an hour, the once black tunnel gradually brightened. Li Xian looked ahead, spotting a luminous array at the end of the passage, the source of the light illuminating the corridor. Thank you, Fairy, Xuan said, clasping his fists in gratitude as they reached the array. Xuan and Ma Jin followed suit, offering their respects. Not a problem, Wang Lu replied, somewhat fatigued as she waved her hand to retract the handkerchief, then settled down to meditate. Meanwhile, Ma Jin had moved to the forefront, beginning to inscribe runes upon the ground. With each stroke, miniature arrays gradually appeared on the floor. As the formations on the ground multiplied, they illuminated one after another in an instant. However, Li Xian noticed that as Ma Jin approached the final stages of his inscription, fine beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his complexion gradually turned pale, evidently a result of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Boom! With Ma Jin's final flourish, the formations on the ground erupted with a thunderous roar. As if they had come to life, thud. Jin then collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, slowly forming seals to absorb the spiritual energy surrounding him. Moments later, both Wang Lu and Ma Jin opened their eyes simultaneously. After Ma Jin rose, he pointed towards the formation. In the next instant, a colossal array materialized before everyone's eyes. Xuan's expression tightened. This grand formation was the spirit-locking seal of the cave. And only by breaking it could they gain entry to that moment. Xuan and Su Wei each wielded a weapon, their immense spiritual energy filling the space around them. Meanwhile, Ma Jin was continuously forming seals to manipulate the array from a distance. And Wang Lu brandished her handkerchief, ready to act at any moment. Everyone, let us attack together. As Sun Quan's voice fell, the group surged forward to strike the spirit-locking seal with fervor. In an instant. Su Wei's great sword, Sun Quan's feather fan, and Wang Lu's handkerchief all struck the seal, and seeing this, Li Xian also unleashed a sword strike towards the formation. Boom! With the collective assault, the spirit-locking seal shattered like an eggshell. Witnessing the destruction of the seal, joy flickered across everyone's faces. With the seal broken, Ma Jin again formed seals to withdraw his hands that, in truth, Li Xian had a sense that he could have shattered the spirit-locking seal alone. However, he refrained from voicing this, as he now considered Ma Jin a friend and placed his trust in him. Yet he still held a hint of wariness towards Sun Quan, Su Wei, and Wang Lu. All right, the spirit-locking seal is broken. We can enter now, Sun Quan remarked after glancing around. Let us go. Su Wei nodded and took the lead into the cave. Sun Quan and Wang Lu followed closely behind. Li Xian intended to join them, but noticed Ma Jin's pale complexion and approached to support him. He also channeled his own spiritual energy into Ma Jin. Brother Li Xian, thank you. Ma Jin expressed his gratitude upon feeling the energy flowing into him. It's nothing we are about to enter. Recovering our strength is of utmost importance, Li Xian replied with a smile, assisting Ma Jin as they proceeded inside. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the five of them beheld two massive statues. Between the statues, a stone door was faintly visible, but it was tightly locked, obscuring the view within. Brother Li Xian, I'm almost recovered. You needn't waste your spiritual energy on me any longer, Ma Jin quietly stated as they came to a halt. Li Xian nodded in response and withdrew his hand, turning his attention to the statues. The left statue depicted a creature wielding a club with both hands. This beast had a small head and a large body, with its round torso comprising 7/8 of its total mass. Its slender legs resembled chicken claws, and it sported two antennae atop its head, giving it a distinctly bizarre appearance. After observing this, Li Xian shifted his gaze to the right statue. This statue portrayed a creature with a human upper body but a serpentine lower half. The upper half vaguely resembled a female figure, while the lower half resembled that of a snake. Could this statue represent the ancient thunder beast? Su Wei remarked hesitantly after a moment. Its appearance does bear some resemblance to the ancient thunder beast. The club it wields, the antennae on its head, and its notably large abdomen are all striking features. Sun Quan nodded in agreement. This statue must be the ancient snake woman, Wang Lu interjected, gesturing towards the statue on the right. Indeed, this statue is easy to identify. Historical records indicate that only the snake woman possesses a human upper body and a serpentine tail, Ma Jin affirmed. The ancient thunder beast and the ancient snake woman? Li Xian felt a surge of astonishment. Although he was unfamiliar with these entities, their designation as ancient suggested they were anything but ordinary. I find myself increasingly curious about the master of this tomb. To have two ancient mythical beasts as guardians indicates a significant identity, he mused. Everyone, let us proceed, Sun Quan declared, striding towards the stone door situated between the two statues. As Li Xian walked at the back of the group alongside Ma Jin, a sudden sense of danger surged within him the moment Sun Quan's hand made contact with the stone door. Be careful, Li Xian shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The tightly locked stone door swung open at Sun Quan's push. In that instant, Li Xian instinctively pulled Ma Jin back as his sense of impending peril intensified. Hiss, crackle, crackle. Retreating into the passageway, Li Xian finally witnessed the two statues beside the stone door coming to life. As he watched the stones falling from the two creatures, he swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Sun Quan, Su Wei, and Wang Lu reacted immediately, rushing into the stone door without hesitation. Brother Li Xian, what on earth is happening? The ancient thunder beast and the ancient snake woman have come to life. Ma Jin exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic as he looked at Li Xian. These two beings were likely sealed here to guard this place. Li Xian replied, his expression grave. M8 Jean. What lies within this place is surely beyond the capabilities of the five of us. But they've already entered. Ma Jean pointed towards the stone door. Alarmed. This Li Xian hesitated, pondering that at that moment. The stones from the two statues had completely fallen away, and both beasts merely glanced at Li Xian and Ma Jin before charging towards the stone door. Brother Li Xian, I must go in and see. Otherwise, those three might be in grave danger, Ma Jin declared, his resolve hardening as he dashed towards the stone door. Observing Ma Jin's determination, Li Xian found himself torn. Intuition told him that retreating was the wisest choice, yet abandoning his companions would undoubtedly shatter his resolve. Very well, he sighed, and with a swift motion, he followed Ma Jin into the stone door. Upon entering, Li Xian discovered that the space within was several times larger than outside. It felt as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. At the center of this inner sanctum stood a colossal golden coffin. Measuring over 50 meters long, adorned with faintly shimmering red runes that exuded an air of mystery, Li Xian was taken aback. This golden coffin bore a resemblance to the stone coffins within his own prison tower. Meanwhile, Sun Quan, Su Wei, and Wang Lu stood on high alert, wary of the ancient thunder beast and ancient snake woman, who were also poised, seemingly cautious of the golden coffin behind Sun Quan, Su Wei, and Wang Lu. Brother Li Xian, you've come in too. Ma Jin turned upon sensing movement behind him, only to find Li Xian had followed, prompting a wry smile. Since we've come together, how could I abandon you to save myself? Every life has its fervent moments, Li Xian declared with enthusiasm. Excellent. Today let us go wild together, Ma Jin echoed, his spirits lifted. Li Xian, if we survive this ordeal, I, Sun Quan, vow to befriend you for life, he declared. Excitement bubbling within him as he acknowledged Li Xian's presence. Li Xian, I, Su Wei, admire your bravery, Su Wei shouted passionately. Brother Li Xian, I must express my gratitude in advance, Wang Lu added, bowing in gratitude. Hiss. At that moment, both the ancient thunder beast and the ancient snake woman turned their gazes toward Li Xian and Ma Jin. After a few breaths, the ancient snake woman swayed her body, moving gracefully towards them, while the ancient thunder beast turned its head once more, revealing the flickering lightning upon its body. Clearly, these two ancient creatures were preparing to strike. Not look into their eyes. Li Xian beheld the ancient serpent woman gliding toward him, and, with a sudden exclamation, he felt an unusual glimmer emanating from her eyes. Merely glancing at her left him dizzy and disoriented, as if on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, his awareness returned swiftly, and he bellowed in alarm. My three companions, while Brother Ma and I restrain this ancient serpent woman, you must contend with the ancient thunder beast. Our fates hinge upon this battle. Once he steadied his mind, he raised his voice emphatically. That moment, the ancient serpent woman exhaled a plume of azure smoke, which rapidly enveloped the entire stone chamber within mere moments. With a decisive flourish of his hand, Li Xian unleashed a sacred sword, cleaving through the air. Boom! As Li Xian's sword descended, the stone cave erupted with a thunderous roar, shaking violently. Yet, after a brief interval, the golden coffin behind Sun Quan and his companions emitted a radiant light, bringing the tremors of the cavern to an abrupt halt. At this juncture, the ancient serpent woman let out a pained scream. Upon closer inspection, Li Xian realized that his strike had carved a massive gash in her waist. Runes suppress. Just then, Ma Jin's swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a series of intricate formations with a grand gesture. He directed dozens of these formations to crash down upon the ancient serpent woman. As these formations descended, the rampaging serpent woman found herself ensnared, thrashing wildly and releasing azure smoke in all directions. Brother Li Xian, the situation now rests in your capable hands. Hearing this, Li Xian turned to Ma Jin, only to discover the latter appeared gravely weakened. Focus on your recovery. The next phase is mine to handle. Li Xian replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He glanced at the three engaged in fierce combat with the ancient thunder beast and once more unleashed a powerful strike, a sword that shatters myriad laws. This blow was fortified by the convergence of 2,000 sword techniques. Witnessing Li Xian's impending strike, a flicker of dread crossed the ancient serpent woman's countenance, prompting her to emit a frenzied shriek. Roar! Just as Li Xian's sword was about to make contact, the ancient thunder beast broke free from Sun Quan's trio's assault with a single strike. Its antennae twitched, and a tremendous bolt of lightning surged forth, hurtling directly toward Li Xian. "Beware, Taoistly!" Sun Quan shouted, alarmed. However, as the lightning approached, Li Xian sensed the danger and teleported away from his previous position. Crack! Missing its target, the ancient thunder beast swung its two lightning hammers, striking down upon the confinement array set by Ma Jin. With a thud, Ma Jin spat blood, clearly suffering backlash from the shattered formation. "Brother Ma!" Li Xian cried out, seeing Ma Jin's unstable aura. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged into the sacred sword. "What of escaping?" Li Xian growled before cleaving down again at a sword that opens the celestial gate. The air around Li Xian crackled with sword energy, his sacred sword radiating an intense glow as the sword intent surged. It descended forcefully upon the ancient thunder beast. Perhaps sensing the imminent peril, a look of alarm flickered in the tiny eyes of the ancient thunder beast, prompting it to retreat hastily. Yet, its lightning hammers continued their onslaught. Bolts of lightning crashing down around Li Xian. "Leave this ancient thunder beast to me." Li Xian glanced at the astonished Sun Quan and his companions, offering no further explanation as he gripped his sacred sword and charged at the beast once more. "I never imagined Taoist Li would be so formidable," Su Wei remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment as he swallowed hard to not be distracted. "If Taoist Li displays such valor, we must not lag behind." Sun Quan urged, fanning his feathered fan as he advanced toward the ancient serpent woman. Su Wei brandished his broadsword, following closely behind. Wang Lu summoned a handkerchief, enveloping Sun Quan and Su Wei, dispelling the surrounding toxic smoke. "It is time to end this," Li Xian declared, gazing at the ancient thunder beast, now marred with countless sword wounds, and struck down once more with great ferocity. This blow was the culmination of 2,100 sword techniques. Roar! Sensing the imminent threat, the ancient thunder beast howled wildly, spinning its body rapidly as it twirled. Crackling lightning erupted around it, creating a tempest of electric energy that engulfed half the cavern, with a resonant hum. The sacred sword cleaved into the ancient thunder beast, the sword energy surging forth with relentless force.